Chapter 1. The Celestial Sword. Taiwi Sword Sect. One of the three sacred lands in the southern region. Ever since the sudden disappearance of the Hunyuan sword deity, the breaking heaven sword technique has also been lost to time. Consequently, the Taiwi Sword Sect has gradually fallen into decline. In comparison to the other two sacred lands, the disparity has become increasingly evident. Even a dying tiger retains its fierce stance. Yet, the Taiwi Sword Sect remains a place of aspiration for countless young talents. Today marks the decade-long disciple recruitment ceremony of the Taiwi Sword Sect. Multitudes have traveled great distances, some even departing years in advance, solely to become apprentices under the Taiwi Sword Sect. Gaining entry to the mountain gate is no easy feat, and passing through it is an even greater challenge. Among the bustling throngs of over 10,000, how many will actually succeed in entering the Taiwi Sword Sect and become formal disciples? Lu Sheng exerted immense effort to push his way through the crowd. Is that the celestial sword of the Taiwi Sword Sect? From a distance, he beheld an exceptionally large sword embedded in the mountainside. Even from over 10 miles away, one could still sense the overwhelming sword aura soaring into the heavens, exuding a chilling aura of lethality. It is said that this celestial sword was left behind by the founding ancestor of the Taiwi Sword Sect. To gain entry into the Taiwi Sword Sect, one must resonate with this celestial sword to qualify. As long as I reach beneath the celestial sword, the system will activate. A fervent glimmer ignited in Lu Sheng's eyes. A year ago, Lu Sheng had traversed into this world. Like many other transmigrators, he possessed a system as his golden finger. However, it is precisely this damned however that had compelled him to travel thousands of miles, crossing mountains and rivers, dedicating a year of his life to arrive here. To activate the system, he must complete specific tasks, and that sword is the key to fulfilling his mission. Make way! Make way! A cacophony erupted behind him. For burly men carried a palanquin as they approached, exuding an air of authority. Given the grandiosity of the scene, one could surmise their esteemed identities. As the palanquin opened, a handsome young man clad in resplendent garments emerged, holding a folding fan. The young man in fine attire turned to an elderly man with white hair in the vicinity and asked loudly, "Elder Qi Zhen, may I have the privilege of testing first?" Elder Qi Zhen, responsible for this assessment, furrowed his brow slightly upon witnessing the scene, yet he nodded in acquiescence. Those here who are not participating in the assessment, swiftly withdraw. This admonition was clearly directed at the guards surrounding the young man. The young man nodded, signaling the four burly men to depart. Then he stepped forward towards the celestial sword. Indeed, wherever one goes, connections can facilitate matters. Lu Sheng murmured softly. The young man approached the celestial sword, placing his palm upon it. A surge of sword aura erupted, soaring into the sky. Instantly, astonishment filled the air. This indicated that he had gained the celestial sword's recognition and was thus eligible to become a disciple of the Taiwi Sword Sect. However, the spectacle was far from over. The sword aura surged once more. To summon one strand of sword aura from the celestial sword is to become a candidate disciple. 2 strands signify entry as an outer sect disciple. 3 strands elevate one to the status of an inner sect disciple. 4 strands grant the rank of elite disciple. As for aspiring to become a direct disciple of one of the 6 peak masters of the Taiwi Sword Sect, one must summon 6 strands of sword aura or more to possess such an opportunity. The disparity in identity translates to starkly different resources within the sect. Summoning 2 strands indicates that the individual has attained the status of an outer sect disciple of the Taiwi Sword Sect, a lofty aspiration for many. Yet, for the young man in resplendent attire, it was evidently insufficient. The sword aura surged into the heavens once more. Buzz! 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 6 strands of sword aura. The resonating sound of the sword aura captivated the attention of all present. The entire assembly was in a state of shock. Even Elder Qi Zhen, who had initially held reservations about the young man, retracted his prejudice at this moment. Such a prodigy is precisely what the Taiwi Sword Sect is currently lacking. To summon 6 strands of sword aura is tantamount to securing the status of an elite disciple. Is he still continuing? Does he aspire to ignite a 7th strand of sword aura? Could he be seeking to become a direct disciple of one of the six peak masters? Many began to breathe more rapidly. At this moment, time seemed to stretch unbearably. Buzz! The sword aura manifested once more. The seventh strand of sword aura appeared before the eyes of the crowd. Yet unlike the first six, this seventh strand was notably ethereal, not solidified. The seven strands of sword aura emanated a dazzling radiance, rendering even the light of the sun and moon somewhat dim in comparison. The crowd erupted in fervor. There were gasps of awe, envy, jealousy, and exclamations of wonder. The young man in fine garments took a step back, evidently having reached his limit. Upon the mountain peak, several figures were engaged in tea and discourse. The Taiwi sword sect boasts six main peaks: the Heavy Sword Peak, Shield Sword Peak, Illusion Sword Peak, Swift Sword Peak, Breaking Sword Peak, and Deceptive Sword Peak. These individuals were the peak masters of the six main peaks. What a pity he did not fully activate the seventh strand of sword aura. He missed a prime opportunity to solidify his sword intent. To become my disciple, he still lacks a few elements. Nonetheless, he is quite impressive. Does no one here wish to take him on as a disciple? Better to have none than to have a poor disciple. In the end, no one moved from their positions. The young man, Li Jin, stood in place for quite some time, waiting in vain for what he desired. A hint of disappointment flickered across his expression. Li Jin, having summoned 6.5 strands of sword aura, you have attained the status of an elite disciple. Elder Qi Jin's face bore a noticeable smile, for what the Taiwi sword sect needed most at present was new talented disciples. Following this, over a dozen young men and women stepped forward to test their abilities. The results were less than ideal. Only one managed to summon 3 strands of sword aura, securing the position of an inner sect disciple. The others, even if fortunate enough to summon any sword aura, only achieved 1 or 2 strands at most. Truly, just a mere precursor. Will there be no further surprises? Elder Qi Jun cast his gaze toward a young man approaching, having lost much of his hope. This individual was none other than Lu Sheng. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the task and activated the enlightenment system. The host has received 10 opportunities for enlightenment. At this moment, Lu Sheng had waited an entire year. The Golden Fingers account had finally been unlocked. The enlightenment system, mountains, rivers, flora and fauna, divine weapons, and holy artifacts. Anything with spirit can be enlightened. Establish a connection, or even tame. Make it recognize its master and serve its purpose. Which means this celestial sword before me can also be enlightened. No sooner had the thought crossed Lu Sheng's mind than the system's prompt echoed in his head. Celestial sword, upper grade holy artifact, requires 5 enlightenments for complete recognition. Having been in this world for a year, Lu Sheng had gained a clear understanding of it. Weapons in this realm are classified into 3 qualities: spiritual weapons, holy artifacts, and divine artifacts. Each quality can be further divided into 4 tiers: inferior, medium, superior, and supreme. That means, after 5 enlightenments, this celestial sword will become my private possession, recognizing me as its master. Lu Sheng was well aware that at present, it would be a grand aspiration to wield a holy artifact. However, the mere thought of the celestial sword becoming his own filled him with excitement. After all, it was a holy artifact. Even a sacred place like the Taiwi sword sect possesses very few such treasures. Enlightened? Without hesitation, he initiated the 5 enlightenments. Ding! Enlightenment of the upper grade holy artifact, celestial sword successful. In that instant, Lu Sheng felt a profound connection, as if his bloodline were merging with the celestial sword. Within the celestial sword, a snow-white mystical beast lay in deep slumber. This was the sword spirit. Lu Sheng sensed that this sword spirit would heed his commands, akin to a pet he had raised in his previous life, the familiarity of the sensation remarkably vivid. Concurrently, a beam of white sword aura pierced the heavens, radiating brilliant light across the universe. Chapter 2: The Endowment of Sword Intent. The sword spirit had slumbered for far too long. Throughout the millennia, aside from the founding ancestor of the Taiwi sword sect, who had gained its recognition and allegiance, no one else had ever garnered its regard. Upon awakening today, the spirit discovered it had recognized a Mystura mere boy at the initial stage of the blood transformation realm. In this world, the cultivation realms are delineated as follows: blood transformation realm, spirit transformation realm, cave heaven realm, spirit bridge realm, chi victory realm, return to true realm, spirit saint realm, divine travel realm, and creation realm, encompassing 9 major realms. Each realm is further divided into 4 stages: early, mid, late, and peak. While the spirit was unaware of the events that transpired during its slumber, it was undeniable that this individual was now its master. In a bid to enable its master to escape this place and embark on another remarkable journey, the spirit spared no effort in bestowing all that it could upon Lu Sheng. The first, second, and sixth strands. Sword aura surged forth in a continuous stream. The sword aura activation process gradually transformed Lu Sheng's physique in astonishing ways. Sword aura tempered the body. Though the experience was uncomfortable, enduring it was an immense fortune and transformation. Initially, the spirit harbored considerable dissatisfaction with its inexplicable master. Amidst the relentless onslaught of sword energies refining his corporeal form and mental state, Lu Ying's composure remained unruffled, akin to a naturally gifted sword immortal born solely for the blade. Before the entire Taiwi sword sect, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. As in the blink of an eye, 6 strands of sword energy surged forth. Following this trajectory, the 7th strand of sword energy was poised to manifest entirely. Another peerless genius. No, a talent more monstrous than Li Jin. Comparing people only serves to infuriate. High above in the clouds, the 6 peak masters engaged in tea discussions could no longer remain seated. The master of Illusion Sword Peak was the first to descend from the heavens to the mortal realm. This disciple, I shall claim for Illusion Sword Peak. Silency and eerie stillness ensued as all eyes turned towards the illustrious master of Illusion Peak. Such a figure, uttering words so uncharacteristic of his esteemed status. Li Jin gazed at the master of Illusion Sword Peak, his heart a tumult of resentment, frustration, and confusion. His purpose for this journey had been to become a direct disciple of one of the 6 prominent peaks. Yet he found himself thwarted at the final juncture. Meanwhile, this individual had incited the master of Illusion Sword Peak's eagerness to take him as a disciple. Li Jin's heart was a cacophony of mixed emotions. However, the subsequent scene compelled him to suppress all anger and jealousy, leaving only bewilderment. What treasures does your remote Illusion Sword Peak possess? Let him instead become a disciple of my Shield Sword Peak. If he is willing, the next peak master will be his. This child is fated to join my strange Sword Peak, therefore, I shall claim him. Heavy Sword Peak is in need of a chief disciple. I am willing to accept him as my close disciple. Such a prodigy would be wasted on you. Only I, as the master of Broken Sword Peak, possess the might to provide him with superior guidance. A bunch of destitute fools. What do you have to cultivate him with? Who can compare to my quick Sword Peak? We have wealth. The 6 peak masters revealed themselves, vying for the same disciple. This spectacle left the onlookers utterly dumbfounded. Li Jin, too, was rendered speechless by the shocking turn of events. As the elder Qi Jun, responsible for the assessment, observed this scene, he too was at a loss, akin to a monk befuddled. When his gaze fell upon Lu Ying, a flicker of astonishment illuminated his eyes. Sword intent enhancement. Could it be the enhancement of the heavenly sword's intent? The last time he witnessed such a scene, he had just become a disciple of the Taiwi sword sect, a moment he could never forget. Now, as history repeated itself, Qi Jun finally comprehended why those 6 esteemed peak masters exhibited such fervent reactions. The enhancement of heavenly sword intent and the condensation of sword intent were entirely distinct. To condense sword intent beneath the heavenly sword means to comprehend one's own sword intent through the essence contained within the heavenly sword. In contrast, the enhancement of heavenly sword intent presents a myriad of sword intents for selection. Most crucially, this signified that the young man had already gained the heavenly sword's acknowledgement, suggesting that one day he might even become its master, wielding this legendary blade. For millennia, countless disciples aspired to claim the heavenly sword, and many exceptional talents had showcased their sword intents before it, all merging into the heavenly sword. At this moment, Liu Ying appeared as though he had entered a grand library should he desire. He could effortlessly grasp any sword intent lingering within the heavenly sword. The sword spirit of the heavenly sword harmoniously accompanied Liu Ying, permitting him to peruse at will. The six peak masters ceased their quarrels, their gazes now fixated on Liu Ying. I wonder how many grades of sword intent this young man can condense? The sword character is 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things. Thus, sword intent is divided into 3 grades. Given the current situation, it is highly likely he will condense a 3rd grade sword intent. I wager he can condense a superior 2nd grade sword intent. I too hope a disciple capable of mastering 2nd grade sword intent emerges within our sect. However, 1st grade is exceedingly difficult. Illusion sword intent, shield sword intent, broken sword intent, gentle water sword intent, metal sword intent, dominant sword intent, red lightning sword intent. There are a total of 168 strands of 3rd grade sword intent. As long as Liu Ying desired, he could effortlessly condense any one of these sword intents. Liu Ying slowly absorbed the profound intricacies within, yet none of the sword intents seemed to satisfy him. 3rd grade sword intent, no matter how abundant, is not what I seek. Shatter. With a soft exclamation, the sword intents entwined around Liu Ying's being gradually dissipated. The 7th strand of sword energy unleashed by the heavenly sword fully coalesced, while the 8th strand began to materialize. Is he out of his mind? Those capable of discerning even a hint of the unfolding events stood frozen in place. Opportunities once missed were akin to the difficulty of ascending to the heavens. The Taiwi sword sect revered the sword above all. To successfully embark on the path of swordsmanship, one needed to discover their own sword intent, which represented the true initiation. Through sword intent, one could derive sword techniques, sword energies, and sword methods. Countless practitioners within the Taiwi sword sect spent their entire lives without ever uncovering their own sword intent. Even many elders had never possessed their own sword intent. Thus, the significance of sword intent is abundantly clear. Previously, the reason Li Jin was not regarded with esteem was not solely due to his incomplete 7th sword energy. That was but one aspect. The paramount reason was that beneath the heavenly sword, he had yet to comprehend any sword intent. Yet now, this disciple chose to forego an incredible opportunity. In stark contrast, the 6 peak masters were thoroughly pleased with Liu Ying's performance, even harboring expectant gazes. Water and fire sword intent intertwined, 2nd grade sword intent condensed. It has succeeded. The fusion of water and fire's grand sword intent ranks among the highest even within 2nd grade sword intents. Throughout the history of the Taiwi sword sect, only one disciple has managed to condense this sword intent. Before the master of shield sword peak could finish his sentence, he stood agape. For the most critical moment of condensing the water and fire sword intent, the youth chose to self-destruct. What on earth is he trying to accomplish? Look, he has condensed another 2nd grade sword intent. Diamond sword intent. Immediately following, he shattered once more. 2nd grade Eye Soul sword intent has shattered. Purple Mist sword intent. Surely this one will suffice. Once again, he refuses it. Is he attempting to condense a 1st grade sword intent? Chapter 3. The essence of the supreme sword. The 8th sword chi manifested in its entirety, as Lu Sheng shattered all 2nd-tier sword intents. Was it truly possible to possess a 1st-tier sword intent? All gazes converged upon Lu Sheng, while the peak master who had raised the objection found no one to respond to his words. The 9th sword chi surged skyward, and the 9 sword chis resonated with one another, creating an immense void in the firmament. Between heaven and earth, only the brilliance of the sword remained. Those lacking sufficient cultivation could not even bear to look directly at in the realms above and below. There existed but this one sword, congeal, sword intent of the celestial sword. Lu Sheng suddenly opened his eyes. Although his realm and cultivation had not visibly improved, he had undergone a profound transformation, radiating an undeniable brilliance. As the command sword rise fell, every sword at the entrance of the Taiwi sword sect trembled slightly, as if responding to an unspoken call that it was akin to an emperor surveying his dominion. With all subjects bowing in submission, Even the celestial sword hummed, as if in jubilant response. The prowess of this prodigious young man was evident. Since the founding of the Taiwi sword sect, only 3 individuals had mastered the first-tier sword intent. The founding ancestor commanded the sword intent of the celestial sword. The ancestor of the Hunyuan sword god wielded the sword intent of breaking the heavens. And of course, there was Sun Yun's Lingyun sword intent. Sun Yun had labored for decades against the celestial sword intent without success, ultimately settling for a lesser path. Today, however, a new genius capable of manifesting the first-tier sword chi had arisen. Such a rare and extraordinary talent. Who among us could hope to mentor him? One peak master posed this soul-stirring question, while others contemplated the insincerity of claiming they could instruct him, yet found themselves unable to voice such thoughts at that moment, in a secluded library of the Taihui sword sect. An elderly man donned in simple garments abruptly set down his book and gazed toward the unusual phenomena in the sky. The 9 sword chis have summoned the celestial sword, at last. Our sect has produced another swordsman capable of bearing the weight of the world. With a flicker, the old man vanished, only to reappear at the entrance of the Taiwi sword sect, several dozen miles away. Seal the mountain gate. Do not let this young lad escape. His sudden appearance left the 6 peak masters momentarily speechless. Is it truly you, revered ancestor? The master of the quick sword peak exclaimed. Astonished, I have decided to take this young fellow as my disciple. Do any of you object? The 6 peak masters shook their heads in unison. What a ridiculous notion! How could they dare oppose him? This was a being who had once fought alongside the Hunyuan sword god, and by lineage, they were all obliged to address him as master ancestor. Young man, are you willing to take me as your master? The old man turned his gaze to Lu Sheng. Before Lu Sheng could respond, a voice unexpectedly interrupted. Becoming a disciple is akin to being reborn. Choose wisely and do not agree lightly. Young lad, why not become my apprentice? I can provide you with sacred techniques and treasures. Anything you desire within the southern region, I can procure for you that a robust elder, missing an arm and a leg, materialized out of thin air, exuding an overwhelming presence as if the very earth would crumble beneath him. Is this the renowned Duanyue, the legendary figure said to have slain dragons with his mighty sword? He still lives. Many disciples of the Taihui sword sect were unaware of this figure, yet all 6 peak masters were filled with excitement. The legendary ancestors, long thought to have departed from this world, now stood before them, igniting a fervor that compelled them to draw their swords in a show of reverence. Duanyue, do you wish to contend with me? The old man in simple robes raised an eyebrow, a fierce aura erupting from him. The one-armed elder remained unfazed, standing firm like a mountain, refusing to yield. As tensions escalated between the two, the onlookers were at a loss for how to intervene. Preparing to disperse the crowd should a battle ensue. Few could withstand the aftermath of such a confrontation. Young lad, become my disciple. While my strength may be slightly inferior, the wealthiest merchant in the southern region is my registered disciple. Once you become my apprentice, he will refer to you as senior brother, and his riches will be yours. With wealth, what need is there for sacred techniques and treasures? As the 2 elders poised for conflict, a middle-aged man clad in black approached Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng's eyes lit up at the prospect. Finally, someone offered tangible benefits. Can you truly make such promises? Lu Sheng inquired, intrigued. Qin Zheng, do you dare contest with me for a disciple? The furious voice of Duanyue erupted, and he quickly appeared before Lu Sheng. To my child, if you wish to be my disciple, speak freely of your desires, that is it not merely a matter of wealth. I will borrow from Qin Zheng without the intention of repayment. His domineering presence left no doubt of his unmatched prowess. The elder in simple robes was not about to concede, nor would the black-clad man yield an inch. Plunging the situation back into impasse, Lu Sheng watched with amusement. The more fiercely they contended, the greater his potential gains. Why not enjoy the spectacle? Suddenly, as if reaching a consensus, all 3 elders turned their attention to Lu Sheng. Young lad, which of us do you wish to take as your master? Lu Sheng was taken aback that they had perceived his intentions. The matter of apprenticeship was indeed significant, and he needed to deliberate carefully. I am beginning to feel that the Taiwi sword sect may not be the right fit for me. Perhaps I should explore other holy lands that are also accepting disciples. He spoke. Lu Sheng winked at the three elders, conveying a sense of understanding. To his surprise, the elder in simple robes laughed heartily. A young fellow, you have arrived at the Taiwi sword sect and wish to flee. Not a chance. There isn't even a seam for you to escape through. Lu Sheng had no intention of leaving. He merely sought to negotiate better terms. However, the elders were not swayed by his ploy. He truly found himself at an impasse, as each elder presented enticing offers. What about joining me at the Wujian Peak? A stunning woman clad in a violet robe descended gracefully, exuding an air of elegance and beauty, as though she had stepped out of a painting. Upon seeing her, Lu Sheng suddenly understood the origins of the adage regarding the beauty that could topple kingdoms. In but a moment, he steadied his resolve. The woman, too, was taken aback, not expecting the young man to possess such composure. Her satisfaction grew, and a gentle smile graced her lips, a smile so enchanting that it could conquer cities and nations. Those around, with wavering hearts, fell into a trance, captivated by her presence at Wujian Peak, within the Taiwi sword sect, renowned for its 6 peaks. There is no Wujian Peak. Neither the disciples nor the 6 peak masters had ever heard of such a place. Would you care to become my disciple at Wujian Peak, the sole daozi of the Taiwi sword sect? Chapter 4. The Hall of 1,000 Scars. What is a daozi? Lu Sheng inquired of the unexpectedly appearing woman. He had already made his choice, for upon her arrival, the 3 elders had ceased their rivalry, their attitudes aligning in silence. The singular existence within the Taiwi sword sect, the one who stood equal to the 6 peak masters, an individual nurtured by the combined resources of all 6 peaks. Once you possess sufficient strength, the 6 peaks of the Taiwi sword sect shall heed your every command. The woman spoke softly, her voice warm and soothing, yet every word was crystal clear to the listener. If I may be so bold, what is your status at Wujian Peak? Currently, I am the sole occupant of Wujian Peak, that if you choose to become my disciple, I shall take you under my wing, and you will be my junior. Her eyes, as if imbued with the power of speech, seemed to seek Lu Sheng's response. With such freedom and the promise of opportunity and status, what reason could he have to refuse? Lu Sheng smiled, and the woman returned the smile, her hands sweeping through the air as they soared together. The Taiwi sword sect occupies thousands of peaks, yet Wujian Peak is but a mere hill among them. This is Wujian Peak, the dwelling place of the daozi of the Taiwi sword sect. Observing the barren summit, Lu Sheng felt somewhat deceived. The peak was stark, with scarcely a tree in sight. And a solitary palace stood desolately atop the hill. The Wu Dao Peak was founded by the Hunyuan sword god, who is our revered master. As they proceeded, Lu Sheng learned the name of the enchanting woman, Bai Lu. Senior sister, has the breaking the heaven sword technique truly been lost? Yuxing's inquiry stemmed from the sudden echo of the system's voice in his mind. Ding. System task. Master the breaking heaven sword technique. Reward. 10 opportunities for enlightenment. The breaking heaven sword technique had always resided within the Taiwi sword sect, atop the enlightenment peak. However, none had succeeded in comprehending it. At this point, a shadow of despondency flickered in Bai Lu's eyes. Having witnessed the 1,000 Marks Palace, do you now understand why? Bai Lu discerned the confusion in Yuxing's gaze and smiled as she elucidated. Upon entering the palace, Yuxing grasped the significance of its name. Inside the vast and empty hall, the only features were the countless sword scars etched into the walls, densely packed, evoking an immediate sense of dread. This was the initiation method for the breaking heaven sword technique. Yet to this day, no one had managed to glean its essence. Yuxing gazed at the myriad of sword marks. A single glance felt like plunging into an endless ocean of sword energy. Gritting his teeth against the pain in his eyes, he stepped forward, placing his palm against the wall. Enlightenment. The breaking heaven sword technique required 5 instances of enlightenment for complete mastery. The system's voice resonated in his mind as Yuxing softly murmured. Sword energy possesses a spirit, truly. It was a legacy left by a legendary sword god. After 5 instances of enlightenment, the previously incomprehensible 1,000 Marks Palace transformed in Yuxing's perception. Lines intersected and coalesced into characters. Under the weight of heaven. I refuse to kneel. Wielding my sword, I shatter the heavens. Radiant beams of light surged from the walls of the 1,000 Marks Palace towards Yuxing, merging with his being. Witnessing this scene, Bai Lu was instantly overwhelmed with tears of joy. Master, have you finally sent the one we await? At that moment, Bailu was unaware of how long she had been waiting to enter childhood. Her master had brought her to the Thousand Marks Palace and foretold that one day, someone would comprehend the breaking heaven sword energy, destined to be his sole disciple. However, there was a matter that Bailu had deceived Yuxing about. She was indeed a disciple of the Hunyuan sword god, yet merely an honorary disciple. Furthermore, should anyone become her master's true disciple, she would serve as that person's sword attendant. If Yuxing failed to grasp the breaking heaven sword technique, he could still attain the status of a Taozi in the Taiwi sword sect. After all, Yuxing had already grasped the opportunity to wield the celestial sword, more than sufficient to become a Taozi, yet he could never become the successor of the Hunyuan sword god. Deep within the Thousand Marks Palace, a sword light pierced through the clouds, unveiling the heavens and announcing to the world. Across the myriad peaks of the Taiwi sword sect, everyone beheld this dazzling sword energy. The breaking heaven sword energy. The breaking heaven sword technique re-emerged in the mortal realm. Who has comprehended the breaking heaven sword energy? The Taiwi sword sect flourishes. Elderly figures wept with joy, and even those with disabilities cheered heartily. The breaking heaven sword energy had returned to the world that on the illusion sword peak, a middle-aged man trembled with his sword in hand. Years ago, the Taiwi sword sect had fallen into an unprecedented calamity. In their most perilous moment, a lone figure wielding a sword had appeared, resolving the chaos and solidifying the position of the sect's sacred ground. The founding ancestor expanded territories with the celestial sword, while the revitalizing ancestor, the Hunyuan sword god, allowed the Taiwi sword sect to stand proud against the world. Yet in recent years, they had continuously tarnished the reputation of their forebears that at last, someone had borne the legacy of the Hunyuan sword goddess swordsmanship. The middle-aged man unsheathed his sword, the sword energy soaring into the sky, proclaiming his inner turbulence. Like a chain reaction, sword energies erupted from every peak of the Taiwi sword sect, converging into the most beautiful and resplendent tapestry the world had ever seen, causing the entire southern region to tremble. From this day forth, Yuxing is the Taozi of the Taiwi sword sect. The honor and disgrace of one reflect the honor and disgrace of the sect. Bailu's voice resonated throughout the Taiwi sword sect. Simultaneously, a token soared from the Enlightenment peak into the sky, the Taozi Golden Order. Upon its emergence, sword energies from the 6 main peaks and other mountains surged towards the Golden Order. Merging within .as for Yuxing at this moment, his cultivation was rapidly ascending. The first step of training, the blood transport realm, harnessed the power of heaven and earth to strengthen oneself, augmenting physical prowess. Sword energy is also a condensation of the power of heaven and earth. Under the celestial sword, Yuxing not only comprehended the intent of the celestial sword, but also, through the tempering of sword energy, his physique became extraordinarily robust. Originally, Yuxing was merely at the initial stage of the blood transport realm, but now he naturally broke through to the mid-stage. Moreover, this surge in strength showed no signs of abating. 2 hours later, Yuxing's realm advanced once more to the late stage of the blood transport realm. Only then did he slowly open his eyes. The breaking heaven sword technique comprises 13 swords, each more fierce and domineering than the last. It truly deserves to be the foremost sword technique of the Taiwi sword sect. In comparison to the enhancement of his own strength, Yuxing was even more elated by his understanding of the breaking heaven sword technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward: 10 opportunities for enlightenment. The system's prompt echoed once more in his mind. First, condense the first-grade sword intent, then comprehend the breaking heaven sword energy. Yuxing now resembled a long sword, glimmering brilliantly. The power limit of the blood transport realm is 100,000 pounds. And with the refining of sword energy, his physique far surpassed that of others at the same level. There was a significant chance of breaking through the 100,000-pound limit within the blood transport realm. Bailu's voice resounded, and Yuxing turned to his senior sister, only to find her kneeling on one knee. "Senior sister, what is this?" Yuxing queried, puzzled. Sword attendant Bailu pays respects to the esteemed master. Bailu held a golden token with both hands, her expression reverent. Yuxing glanced at the token, then at Bailu, and understood in his heart that I know not what command the master, whom I have never met, has given you. However, in my eyes, you are my senior sister. Yuxing naturally understood the meaning of sword attendant. To protect the sword master, ready to sacrifice oneself, equating to a servant. Yet, Yuxing did not favor this arrangement, that I in this world. A beautiful woman should possess her unique qualities to be approachable and close. Once bound by servitude, she loses her most radiant charm. Bai Lu remains silent, still holding the Taozi golden seal that if senior sister is unwilling to accept such a title, then I shall not accept this token. Bai Lu hesitated but ultimately chose to rise. Yuxing then accepted the spiritual token. Senior sister, I have comprehended the breaking heaven sword technique left by the master. I shall transcribe it for you later. Upon hearing Yuxing's words, Bai Lu's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. Yuxing had actually managed to fully comprehend the breaking heaven sword technique. She had no doubt regarding his words, yet the shock within her heart remained unquenchable. Thank you, esteemed master. Regarding Bai Lu's title, Yuxing did not insist on a change, that I asked there only you on this enlightenment peak. This peak was a desolate place, devoid of signs of life, and Yuxing was curious how Bai Lu managed to live here. Aside from me, there is a little girl, merely 13 years of age. Under Bai Lu's guidance, Yuxing arrived at the place where she and the little girl lived daily. Behind the palace lay a small grove, within which stood a small wooden house, the only non-barren area on the enlightenment peak besides the palace. Bai Lu and the little girl lived here. When Yuxing looked at the little girl, he was momentarily taken aback. For the child possessed heterochromia, her eyes bearing two pupils. 3 years ago, I discovered her in a bamboo forest on a solitary peak and brought her back, naming her Lian's. Her heterochromia was not innate, but rather a result of external circumstances. If I am not mistaken, the heritage of the Thousand Illusions sword path resides within her unique eyes, yet her frail physique cannot withstand this sword energy inheritance. Each day, she endures the torment of sword energy. Perhaps soon, her eyes will be lost. Listening to Bai Lu's words, Yuxing turned his gaze to the timid little girl, who appeared exceedingly shy. He perceived the fear in her eyes, a trepidation towards all unfamiliar things. The little girl ran to Bai Lu's side, tightly clutching her arm, casting wary glances at Yuxing. Yuxing endeavored to soften his smile, yet the little girl remained profoundly frightened. He did not press the matter. And under Bai Lu's arrangement, he settled into a clean room within the palace that in the dead of night, Yuxing was roused from sleep by a cacophony of sounds, following the source of the noise. He ventured into the small grove and approached the little wooden house that he found the little girl rolling on the ground, desperately covering her eyes, her face unseen, her soft whimpers echoing hauntingly in the stillness of the night. Bai Lu was channeling her spiritual energy to alleviate the girl's suffering. Only as dawn broke did the little girl's pain gradually subside. The Bai Lu's forehead glistened with beads of sweat, clearly indicating that aiding Lian's in suppressing her agony was no trivial task. Esteemed master, I have disturbed your rest. How can I alleviate her suffering? Lu Sheng gazed at the small girl who had succumbed to slumber due to exhaustion. At such a tender age, she should not have to bear this pain. The Taiwi sword sect primarily focuses on the sword path, making alchemical medicine and healing a rare pursuit. Among the myriad peaks of the Taiwi sword sect, only within the sacred hall of the heavy sword peak lies a medicinal pill capable of alleviating Lian Zhu's torment. However, the sacred hall possesses a spirit. Without its approval, even the peak master of the heavy sword peak would be unable to retrieve the pill. After hearing Bai Lu's words, Lu Sheng conceived a plan. Would the heavy sword peak consent to me retrieving that medicinal pill, given my status? While this may pose a significant challenge for others, for Lu Sheng, it would be a mere formality that if the esteemed master could successfully extract the pill, the heavy sword peak would naturally not refuse. Though Bai Lu felt this might be somewhat implausible, a flicker of hope ignited within her. Thus, they set forth with Lian Zhu to the heavy sword peak. Lu Sheng, swift and resolute, embarked on the journey without hesitation. Under Bai Lu's guidance through the skies, they arrived at the heavy sword peak alongside Lian Zhu. What was that? Upon stepping onto the heavy sword peak, Lu Sheng did not gaze upon its surroundings, but instead looked towards the distant sky, where a dark cloud loomed ominously. The Balian Holy Land's colossal vessel. With Bai Lu's cultivation, she could discern the nature of that immense dark cloud. The Balian Holy Land, the Heavenly Pool, and the Taiwi sword sect where Lu Sheng resided are collectively regarded as the three great sacred lands of the southern domain, each boasting a legacy spanning millennia. Since the disappearance of the master, the Balian Holy Land has relentlessly pressured the Taiwi sword sect. Their intentions are far from benevolent, Bai Lu remarked, implying that the Balian Holy Land's arrival at this juncture was likely aimed at Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng averted his gaze and strode towards the sacred hall of the Heavy Sword Peak. Should the heavens fall, there shall be those of stature to bear the weight. Lu Sheng was not yet one of those individuals. Thus he harbored no trepidation. Entering the sacred hall as the disciple of the Taiwi sword sect, he faced no obstruction. Ding. The Giant K Hall, a medium-grade sacred artifact, requires 6 attempts for complete purification. Previously, the purification of the high-grade sacred artifact, the Heavenly Hall, merely consumed 5 attempts. Now, the purification of a medium-grade sacred artifact necessitated 6 attempts. Upon seeing the information provided by the system, Lu Sheng comprehended the situation. This Giant K Hall is 1/3 of the legendary Divine Sword Giant Quebec. Although its individual grade is merely medium, its essence far surpasses that of a medium-grade artifact. However, to purify this Giant K Hall, one must enter the Grand Hall, and approaching it is not as simple as it might seem. The enigmatic Giant K Hall imposes a heavy pressure on anyone who draws near, the higher one's cultivation. The closer one approaches the Giant K Hall, the greater the force they must endure. Lu Sheng glanced back at the small girl nestled in by Lu's arms. Lian Zhu had now awakened. A gentle smile graced Lu Sheng's face. Once the little master uncle retrieves that medicinal pill from within the sacred hall, you shall no longer suffer such agony. With that, Lu Sheng stepped into the sacred hall. Chapter 6. Gravity Refinement of the Body. Upon entering, Lu Sheng gazed inward and instantly felt the grandeur of the Giant K Hall. The hall spanned 100 meters, surrounded by totems of divine beasts. And the resplendent hall was flanked by 9 white jade pillars. Each jade pillar was intricately carved with 9-clawed golden dragons, stirring the blood and igniting the spirit at first glance that as he placed one foot inside. Lu Sheng was met with an overwhelming pressure. The spiritual energy within the Giant K Hall was exceedingly dense. Upon closer inspection, the white jade pillars emitted a faint holy light, which enveloping the area subtly enhanced the cultivation speed of those present. Dozens of individuals were already refining their bodies here, and Lu Sheng hesitated no longer, stepping in with his left foot. Boom! The moment he entered the Giant K Hall, a wave of pressure surged towards him. Lu Sheng took a deep breath, his internal energy coursing wildly to resist this force. After a brief moment of acclimatization, he pressed on. The formidable gravitational suppression enveloped him as he moved forward slowly, cautious not to be reckless before fully adapting to the gravity. After taking several steps, Lu Sheng adjusted to the weighty environment and surveyed his surroundings. Apart from himself, there were other disciples from the Heavy Sword Peak engaged in body refinement. Li Jin, Lu Sheng's gaze paused, a hint of confusion crossing his mind. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. His purpose here was to purify the Giant K Hall, and the presence of others was of no concern to him. Bang, bang, bang. With each step, a dull thud echoed from the ground. As Lu Sheng drew closer to the white jade pillar, the pressure he endured gradually intensified. Lu Sheng exhaled, within half a stick of incense. His back was already drenched in sweat. It must be noted that under the gravitational oppression, his strength was steadily increasing. It was at this moment that Li Jin took notice of Lu Sheng. Recalling the commotion Lu Sheng had caused the previous day, Li Jin thought to himself, Lu Sheng, I never expected you to dare return to the Heavy Sword Peak, after overshadowing me with your talent yesterday. Today I hope to witness your prowess. With this thought, Li Jin raised his head, pride illuminating his eyes, and spoke. Lu Sheng, you were magnificent yesterday, showcasing exceptional talent that impressed even me. How about a friendly competition today? Li Jin's voice echoed throughout the Giant K Hall, eliciting amused expressions from those present as they regarded the two. Although Li Jin appeared somewhat inferior, his talent was still among the top tier of the sect. And they were eager to see the extent of the difference between Li Jin and Lu Sheng. As Li Jin's words hung in the air, all eyes turned towards him. Lu Sheng regarded the self-assured Li Jin, shook his head slightly, and replied indifferently, not interested. With that, he continued approaching the Giant K Hall's pillar. His primary objective was to purify the Giant K Hall, and engaging in a contest was simply a waste of time. Upon hearing this, Li Jin's expression darkened, clearly feeling humiliated in front of everyone. As Lu Sheng had openly disregarded him, Li Jin chuckled mockingly to himself, thinking, not interested? I suspect you were simply afraid. Observing Lu Sheng's indifference, he shook his head in disappointment, choosing not to press further. The onlookers sighed, losing interest as the tension dissipated, and resumed their body refinement, that I shall see just how strong you truly are. Watching Lu Sheng engrossed in his training, Li Jin mused, and then followed in Lu Sheng's footsteps. Lu Sheng, uninterested in Li Jin, continued onward, harnessing the gravity of the giant K-Hall to refine the sword energy within his body. Utilizing the gravitational suppression for sword energy refinement was highly effective, yet he also had to endure the pain inflicted by the sword energy. Clang. The resonating sound echoed within him as Lu Sheng gritted his teeth, relentlessly honing his body. Otherwise, he would require more time to approach the white jade pillar. Despite the agony, his strength surged at an extraordinary pace compared to ordinary individuals. After a quarter of an hour, Lu Sheng began to sense a terrifying power within him, one that could easily exceed 10,000 pounds. That he continued to advance towards the white jade pillar, feeling a tremendous transformation sweeping through his body. After a series of explosive sounds, he had reached the pinnacle of body refinement. That as he looked ahead, the white jade pillar was now within reach, and Lu Sheng's pace slowed. Following closely behind, Li Jin's eyes gleamed with a smile, and he thought, "Since you have halted, don't blame me for not showing you any mercy." Swallowing a medicinal pill, Li Jin felt his blood surge rapidly, the energy within him beginning to boil. Taking a deep breath, Li Jin's skin flushed crimson. Under the enhancement of the pill, his muscles bulged, and his strength soared. At that moment, a faint white light flickered around him, hinting at an extraordinary phenomenon. Boom! A series of deep rumblings emanated from within him, and Li Jin's aura began to shift dramatically. This spectacle drew the astonished gazes of those around him, all of whom focused intently on Li Jin. With such momentum, he was likely on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of body refinement. I reckon he still falls a bit short. The intensity is formidable, but he likely needs a little more time to achieve the pinnacle of body refinement. Even so, he now stood out among his peers. That I never expected Li Jin's talent to rival Lu Sheng's. I wonder what level Lu Sheng has attained now. It seems that Li Jin has surpassed Lu Sheng in sheer strength. It is likely that Li Jin will reach the pinnacle of body refinement today. I wonder how long it will take Lu Sheng. The crowd buzzed with conversation, secretly comparing Lu Sheng and Li Jin. As Li Jin's aura surged ever more fiercely, envious glances were cast in his direction. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, the corners of Li Jin's mouth slowly curved upward. What a pity. You enjoyed great renown yesterday, capturing the master's favor. Yet today you shall be trampled underfoot by me. Your reputation as a disciple will likely suffer greatly. Though he had yet to perceive the imposing aura exuded by Lu Sheng, Li Jin possessed an unwavering confidence that he would undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of the body refinement realm before Lu Sheng. As long as he could outpace Lu Sheng, he would shine brilliantly on the heavy sword peak, standing tall as a paragon of might. The more Li Jin contemplated this, the more exhilarated he became, a smile breaking uncontrollably across his face. Were it not for the presence of others in the great chasm palace, he would have boldly strode up to Lu Sheng to flaunt his superiority. Observing the mere 2 meters that separated them, Li Jin gritted his teeth and resolved to surpass Lu Sheng. However, at that moment, Lu Sheng remained oblivious to the external commotion. That he took his final stride, mere inches from the alabaster pillar, completely shutting out the murmurs of the crowd. That for Li Jin behind him. He paid no mind whatsoever. Lu Sheng extended his right hand, gently resting it upon the alabaster pillar. Enveloped in holy light, Lu Sheng's action left the onlookers perplexed. Enlightenment. Lu Sheng disregarded the astonished gazes of the crowd. Inwardly contemplating, it requires 6 attempts to enlighten the great chasm palace. Are you certain? A resonant voice echoed in his mind. Confirmed. Lu Sheng responded decisively. Chapter 7. Breaking limits without hesitation, Lu Sheng proceeded with the 6 attempts at enlightenment. Ding! Enlightenment of the mid-grade sacred artifact. Great Chasm Palace. Successful. A buzzing sensation filled Lu Sheng's mind as he established a connection with the artifact's spirit of the Great Chasm Palace. Instantly, a ferocious otherworldly beast materialized in his mind. Its eyes snapping open, emitting a series of low growls. The beast scrutinized Lu Sheng closely, and after a moment, it let out a roar of submission. Lu Sheng could sense the artifact's spirit's unwavering loyalty. Perceiving him as its master, roar. The artifact spirit emitted another low growl before presenting Lu Sheng with a tome of body refining techniques. The 100 Refinements Body Technique. The inheritance of the Great Chasm Palace surpasses my expectations. Upon receiving the 100 Refinements Body Technique from the artifact spirit, Lu Sheng couldn't help but feel a surge of gratitude. The 100 Refinements Body Technique, an ancient method of body refinement, when combined with the gravitational suppression of the Great Chasm Palace, could yield extraordinary results. After perusing its contents, a smile crept onto Lu Sheng's face that he wasted no time, directly instructing the artifact spirit to enhance the gravitational suppression while he activated the 100 Refinements Body Technique to temper his physique. As the 100 Refinements Body Technique commenced, a faint golden aura enveloped Lu Sheng. Under the holy light surrounding the Great Chasm Palace, the vitality within him began to circulate at an accelerated pace. The spectators gazed at Lu Sheng, their expressions rife with confusion. What is he doing? Could he possibly comprehend something from that alabaster pillar? Lu Sheng remained motionless, leaning against the alabaster pillar, a sight that also puzzled Li Jin, who found it hard to fathom Lu Sheng's intentions. Resolutely dismissing his thoughts, he prepared to surpass Lu Sheng. Inside the Great Chasm Palace, Lu Sheng maintained his calm demeanor, while outside, extraordinary phenomena unfolded at that moment. Auspicious clouds gathered, and holy light illuminated the surroundings. Numerous disciples atop the heavy sword peak gazed upon the palace, surveying the scene. The clouds stretched for miles, and golden light rent the sky, cascading upon the Great Chasm Palace. The resonance of dragon roars echoed through the Taihui sword sect. Beneath this celestial spectacle, the Great Chasm Palace radiated a halo of profound power, and unintelligible runes reverberated in the air. Who has entered the Great Chasm Palace? Such phenomena were indeed rare. Is it possible that our heavy sword peak has produced a prodigious talent? The elders expressed their astonishment, gazing up at the auspicious signs in the sky, their hearts filled with awe. I must see which genius has provoked such phenomena, the master of the heavy sword peak remarked, before taking to the skies. After the peak master investigates, we shall surely know the source of this phenomenon. Let us await the outcome. The crowd's eyes brimmed with anticipation as they gazed into the distance. Inside the Great Chasm Palace, Lu Sheng operated the 100 Refinements Body Technique, enveloped in a faint golden aura, with sounds of crackling resonating from within. With the gravitational suppression bearing down upon him, beads of sweat formed on Lu Sheng's forehead. At that very moment, a deep rumble resonated in his ears, and he distinctly felt the power within him surging rapidly. Boom! 20,000 pounds of strength. Lu Sheng's heart raced as he realized he had shattered his limits twice in quick succession. Each time he broke through a limit in the body refinement realm, his strength increased by 10,000 pounds, continuing until he reached the legendary peak of 99,999 pounds. Attaining this pinnacle would bestow upon him an unparalleled foundation, a goal fervently pursued by many cultivators. Yet no one had ever reached such heights. Even breaking through 6 limits was a rare feat within the Taihui sword sect. Attaining 10,000 pounds of strength was considered acceptable. Breaking through 2 limits set one apart from the ordinary, while 3 limits marked one as a genius. Surpassing 4 limits would capture the elder's attention. Should one achieve over 50,000 pounds of strength in the body refinement realm, they would stand a chance at vying for the position of chief disciple. Li Jin, who stood behind Lu Sheng, had stabilized his strength at 8,000 pounds. Exhilarated, he stepped past Lu Sheng and positioned himself in front of him, a smug smile slowly emerging on his lips. The other disciples also took note of this spectacle. Despite Lu Sheng basking in golden light, the self-satisfied demeanor of Li Jin was particularly striking. Lu Sheng, Li Jin turned, a smile gracing his face, ready to boast, but before he could finish his sentence, he watched in astonishment as Lu Sheng effortlessly strode past him. His steps were light and unencumbered within the Great Chasm Palace, in an instant. Li Jin's expression froze, and the onlookers gaped in disbelief, rendered speechless that Li Jin swallowed hard, astonished as he observed Lu Sheng advancing with ease toward the front of the Great Chasm Palace. The closer he drew to the front, the more overwhelming the pressure became. Lu Sheng pressed onward, his body undergoing a transformation. As thunderous sounds reverberated, his strength soared rapidly. With 30 meters remaining to the Great Chasm Palace, 9 alabaster pillars blazed with brilliant light. Instantaneously, the spiritual energy within the great chasm palace surged, akin to rivers flowing into the sea. This vast reservoir of spiritual energy coalesced in a holy light, cascading upon Lu Sheng, illuminating him in a radiant glow, making him appear as if he were a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. With each step he took, his essence underwent a profound metamorphosis. Boom! A resounding echo emanated from within him, and Lu Sheng felt a newfound lightness. 30,000 pounds of strength, having shattered 3 limits. Lu Sheng mused, lifting his gaze to the distance, and he continued forward as Lu Sheng advanced. The great chasm palace radiated with golden light, and the mythical beasts depicted in the murals emitted low growls. As if they had come to life at this moment, the spectators within the great chasm palace were utterly astounded. They could no longer discern Lu Sheng's form. Surrounded by extraordinary phenomena, Lu Sheng shone brighter than the fabled children of destiny chronicled in ancient texts. As Lu Sheng pressed on, another series of crackling sounds erupted from within him. Under the immense pressure, his cells greedily absorbed the vital energy, undergoing a transformation. The onlookers could not help but swallow hard, their disbelief evident as they gazed at Lu Sheng. Just moments ago, they had questioned whether Lu Sheng could reach the pinnacle of body refinement before Li Jin, but now they fell silent, embarrassment washing over them. So powerful. Such phenomena. Surely he has achieved 30,000 pounds of strength in no time. But that was not all. Before the crowd could finish their exclamations, Lu Sheng underwent yet another transformation. As his muscles swelled, his loose garments strained against his newfound might. He radiated an aura of boundless strength, each of his cells emitting signals of elation. Artifact spirit, increase the pressure further. Assist me in advancing. Lu Sheng communicated with the artifact spirit. The artifact spirit, unwavering, began to manipulate the gravitational suppression of the great chasm palace. The terrifying pressure intensified, and with each step Lu Sheng took, the ground erupted with thunderous sounds. Under the extreme pressure, his bones creaked audibly as the crowd watched in awe. Lu Sheng arrived at the front of the great chasm palace. That moment, a deep rumble echoed from within him once more. He had shattered his limits for the 6th time. Bathed in golden light, Lu Sheng emanated an aura of insurmountable pressure. Merely standing there caused many disciples to draw in sharp breaths. Chapter 8. The Peak Master's request surrounded by holy light. The entire great chasm palace resonated with a hum emanating from Lu Sheng. The divine essence depicted in the murals flowed, golden light bursting forth. Witnessing the ethereal figure of Lu Sheng, Li Jin was left speechless. And a sense of admiration washed over him. He could not help but reflect, truly, comparison brings despair. Will my lifetime of glory be perpetually overshadowed by him? The onlookers displayed expressions of envy, their eyes glued to Lu Sheng as he ascended the steps toward the wooden box in the main hall. As he climbed the stairs, the crowd collectively held their breath, their focus unwavering. That moment, the master of the heavy sword peak, Li Jianan, appeared at the entrance of the great chasm palace. Upon seeing Lu Sheng, his brows furrowed slightly, and a tempest of emotions stirred within him. Lu Sheng had reached the final step, evidently intent on obtaining the elixir, but Li Jianan made no attempt to hinder him. Rather, he slowly entered the great chasm palace. The crowd was entirely captivated by Lu Sheng, only noticing Li Jianan's presence when he stood beside Lu Sheng. The Peak Master has arrived. Will he grant him the elixir? Such a precious item would not be easily relinquished. Unless Lu Sheng could present an item of equivalent value, it was unlikely that an item of equivalent value. Surely you jest. How could such a precious elixir be given to an outsider? If Lu Sheng were a disciple of the heavy sword peak, perhaps there would be a glimmer of hope. Whispers filled the air as the crowd murmured, for Li Jianan had now arrived at the giant K hall. Lu Sheng directly opened the treasure box, cradling it in his left hand while lifting the lid with his right. Upon discerning the contents within the box, a slight furrow creased his brow, and a look of astonishment flickered in his eyes. Empty. Just as Lu Sheng's mind swirled with confusion, Li Jianan spoke up. The elixir contained in this wooden box is of utmost importance to the entire Taiwi sword sect. Years ago, it was already enshrined by the heavy sword peak. Given Daozi's current realm, should you require it for cultivation, you could easily utilize alternative elixirs. Regrettably, As you are not a disciple of Heavy Sword Peak, I cannot privately bestow upon you these precious resources." His words hinted at deeper intentions, leaving an unspoken resonance. Lu Sheng, upon hearing this, merely smiled faintly. Now that he had joined Wudao Peak, despite being the sole Daozi of Taiwi Sword Sect, it was evident that Heavy Sword Peak would not cultivate him without reason until he had matured. After a brief pause, Li Jianan continued, "If Daozi were to frequently visit Heavy Sword Peak to guide the disciples, I could indeed offer you some resources necessary for your cultivation, and you would hold a status equivalent to that of the chief disciple. Should you achieve significant merits, this elixir could also be bestowed upon you." What are your thoughts on this? Before he could finish, the disciples within the giant K hall widened their eyes in astonishment. They had initially assumed that once Lu Sheng joined Wudao Peak, this matter would settle. But unexpectedly, the current master of Heavy Sword Peak was still seeking ways to court him. Granting him the status of chief disciple signified that Lu Sheng could draw heavily from the resources of Heavy Sword Peak. The crowd turned their gazes toward Lu Sheng, eagerly awaiting his response, for such treatment was undeniably enticing. Lu Sheng, however, shook his head gently and replied, "I appreciate the master's kind intentions, but my own cultivation requires a considerable amount of time. If I were to frequently assist the disciples of Heavy Sword Peak in their training, I would find myself rather overwhelmed." Hearing Lu Sheng's response, the onlookers could only shake their heads in envy. It seemed that they were still somewhat short-sighted. Daozi's meticulous thoughts were solely focused on his own cultivation. The foresight of Daozi was far beyond their comprehension. That as the murmur subsided, Li Jianan sighed softly and remarked, "Since Daozi prioritizes cultivation, I shall not press further. However, I do recommend that Daozi hold an honorary elder title at Heavy Sword Peak. You would not need to concern yourself with any matters here. And a monthly stipend befitting an elder would be provided." Unable to refuse the master's generous offer, Lu Sheng responded with a smile, recognizing that to outright decline would be a breach of courtesy. Furthermore, rejecting a stipend freely offered would be akin to slapping Li Jianan in the face. Thus, Lu Sheng inquired, "Master, how might I acquire this elixir?" Li Jianan's expression momentarily faltered, revealing a look of considerable difficulty. Gazing at Lu Sheng, who was clearly intent on obtaining the elixir, he reluctantly replied, "To utilize this elixir requires the consent of the Elder Council of Heavy Sword Peak. Only those who have made significant contributions to the sect may receive it. Even I cannot arbitrarily alter the rules at this point." Li Jianan began to scrutinize Lu Sheng closely, and from the golden radiance enveloping him, he deduced certain truths. "Today, you summoned an extraordinary phenomenon, which should indicate that you have acquired the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique. If you are willing to impart it to other disciples, I can grant you access to the holy pool of 100 refinements to assist in your cultivation." Before Lu Sheng could fully process this, Li Jianan and those nearby exhibited expressions of shock. The body refining technique of Heavy Sword Peak was the most powerful within the entire Taiwi Sword Sect, and the holy pool of 100 refinements possessed transformative effects. To ensure the efficacy of the holy pool, only the most elite talents, meticulously selected, were permitted entry. Recognizing the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lu Sheng anticipated the significance of the holy pool. The 100 Refinements Golden Body technique would greatly benefit disciples in the body refining realm. But for him, the effects of the holy pool far outweighed its value. Yet, for the entire Heavy Sword Peak, only a select few could enter the holy pool. Thus, if the remaining disciples could acquire the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique, it would help bridge some of the gap. Ding! A system task notification echoed in Lu Sheng's mind. Enter the holy pool of 100 refinements and subdue the pet blood demon. Reward: 5 instances of enlightenment. As Lu Sheng hesitated, the voice of the system resonated within his thoughts that if the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique greatly aids the disciples of Heavy Sword Peak, I am willing to teach it to others. Lu Sheng replied courteously. The mutual exchange of imparting the Golden Body technique for access to the holy pool was indeed a win-win scenario that asked for the possibility of others surpassing him through the technique. Lu Sheng felt no fear. If he were to be surpassed while possessing the system, it would only serve to highlight his own inadequacies. Very well, I wish for Daozi to swiftly gain the approval of the Elder Council, thereby securing this Tianyuan Dan for you. After a brief pause, Li Jianan added, "Since Daozi has consented, there is no time like the present. In a quarter of an hour, It will be time to teach the new disciples. And I will arrange for the elders to facilitate your instruction." With that, Li Jianan made his exit, hurrying to inform the elders of the sudden change. Watching Li Jianan depart, Lu Sheng steadied his realm and then proceeded to the square as instructed. Within the giant K hall, Li Jin observed Lu Sheng's retreating figure, her heart brimming with jealousy. Chapter 9. Teaching at the training ground. As Lu Sheng left the giant K hall, he saw Bai Lu and Lian Zhu waiting patiently, a hint of regret crossing his features. The Tianyuan Dan within the giant K hall had already been reclaimed by Heavy Sword Peak. He could only obtain it after contributing to the sect. With a sigh, he focused his gaze on Lian Zhu, feeling a weight upon his heart. "I apologize for troubling the esteemed master. I extend my thanks on Lian Zhu's behalf," Bai Lu said. Upon witnessing the extraordinary phenomena at the giant K hall, she had felt a swell of hope, only to discover that Heavy Sword Peak had already retrieved the Tianyuan Dan given the circumstances. She had no other recourse. "That I shall visit the training ground first. You may take Lian Zhu back," Lu Sheng said. "Understood." After bidding farewell, Lu Sheng made his way directly to the training ground of Heavy Sword Peak. Although he now held the title of honorary elder, few were aware of this fact. The celestial anomaly he had invoked yesterday had also only been witnessed by a select few, allowing him to traverse Heavy Sword Peak without drawing attention. Having just arrived, Lu Sheng, though aware of the general direction to the training ground, found himself wandering for quite some time. Following Li Jianan's directions, he finally reached his destination, only to find an elder already instructing the newly admitted disciples in body refining. Before he could enter, the crowd began to murmur. "Which young master is this? Why has he arrived so late? He is already half an incense stick late. He'll likely face some punishment. To be late on the first day, this bodes ill." The onlookers whispered amongst themselves, and before Lu Sheng could enter the training ground, a disciple clad in blue robes stepped out from the ranks and strode toward him. "Moving so slowly on your first day of class. Such laziness is unacceptable." This individual, fueled by indignation, reprimanded Lu Sheng with vigor. "If Assistant Wang Yin catches wind of this, the show will truly begin. You're reveling in this misfortune. Next time you're late, you'll face the same fate." Amidst the whispers, Wang Yin pressed forward, his menacing demeanor tightening the atmosphere. His status as an assistant stemmed from having shattered the 4 strength limits, possessing a strength exceeding 40,000 pounds, placing him among the elite of the disciples. Wang Yan's voice rang throughout the training ground. Upon hearing his words, the elder turned to glance at Lu Sheng, yet did not intervene to halt Wang Yan's tirade, tacitly approving of his actions. Lu Sheng regarded the aggressive Wang Yan with indifference. The man's imposing presence suggested hostility, yet Lu Sheng felt no trepidation. Judging by Wang Yan's aura, he was no match for him. "Young man, I ask you again. Today, due to your tardiness, hundreds of disciples' training has been disrupted. Today, this is your first offense. I shall refrain from excessive punishment to avoid being deemed unreasonable at this juncture." A cruel smile appeared on Wang Yan's face. "You will carry this 1,000-pound stone tablet and run 3 laps around Heavy Sword Peak within half an hour. Complete this task, and you may join the class." As soon as his words fell, the crowd erupted in chaos. They had anticipated some leniency from Wang Yin, only to discover his severe decree. Run 3 laps with the stone tablet. Is he trying to kill him? Rounding Heavy Sword Peak, with its winding paths, was no less than 20 miles. Running 3 laps within half an hour was a daunting challenge. Even without the added weight, that IT was a clear demonstration meant to intimidate. "Hush!" As the crowd debated, Wang Yin suddenly turned, his fury igniting in his eyes, causing the disciples to fall silent. "You seem to be mistaken. I have come to teach, not to attend class," Lu Sheng replied, unfazed by Wang Yan's aggression. As soon as the words left his lips, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. Wang Yin, initially stunned, soon erupted into laughter. "How absurd! If you're here to teach the Outer Peak disciples, you must be an elder. Do you truly believe anyone can become an elder of the Outer Peak?" Wang Yin, while speaking, did not forget to glance at the elder of the Outer Peak who was conducting the lesson. As he uttered these words, his expression grew increasingly ferocious, and he continued to berate. "You show utter disrespect to your elders and speak without restraint. I shall expel you from the Outer Peak of the Heavy Sword sect." Upon finishing this statement, Wang Yin turned to the elder of the Outer Peak and respectfully said, I believe this individual has severely violated the norms of instruction at the Heavy Sword Peak. I implore the elder to expel him from the sect." After saying this, Wang Yin felt a surge of excitement within. Having just become an assistant instructor, he already wielded such authority, promising him a glorious future at the Heavy Sword Peak. Hearing this, the elder of the Outer Peak slammed his hand on the table and rose to his feet, fixing his gaze directly on Lu Sheng. Just as he was about to make the irrevocable decision to expel Lu Sheng from the Heavy Sword Peak, a sudden recollection of the Peak Master's words startled him, and he redirected his ire towards Wang Yin. "Wang Yin, you must understand that this individual is the honorary elder assigned here by the Peak Master. Your blatant arrogance and lack of decorum are utterly unacceptable." He then turned to Lu Sheng with a sycophantic demeanor, hurriedly adding, "Since you have arrived, I shall relinquish the lectern to you. Should anyone breach the rules, I shall not hesitate to impose punishment." As the elder's words fell, Wang Yan's lips twitched involuntarily, and the hundreds of disciples behind him cast incredulous glances at Lu Sheng. How is this possible? He appears to be nearly of the same age as I am, perhaps even younger. How could he possibly hold the title of honorary elder at the Heavy Sword Peak? This is utterly absurd. He is merely at the body-tempering stage. That I in the face of their skepticism. Lu Sheng chose not to respond. He calmly walked toward the highest point of the training ground amid the astonishment of the disciples. Upon his arrival, the elder of the Outer Peak stepped aside. Lu Sheng, as an honorary elder, held a rank superior to him, and although the elder's strength was slightly lacking, Lu Sheng's talent and status were overwhelmingly dominant, a genius he could not afford to provoke. At the same time, Wang Yin, gritting his teeth, cast a reluctant glare at Lu Sheng, his eyes ablaze with fury. That as he beheld Lu Sheng seated comfortably, his anger began to boil over. Why should this brat steal my thunder? With this thought, he abruptly stepped to the front of the line, adopting a confrontational stance, as he declared, "Humph. What qualifications do you possess to be my assistant instructor, as a fellow at the body-tempering stage? Why should I heed your commands? Do not presume that just because you wield some influence here at the Heavy Sword Peak, you are superior. If your skills are inferior, you will still find it hard to command respect." Wang Yan's booming voice echoed throughout the training ground, and Lu Sheng, upon hearing this, merely smiled faintly, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. "That if that is your stance, then let today's lesson commence with a practical demonstration. Should anyone deem me unworthy of teaching, feel free to challenge me. If you can defeat me, you may take my place at the lectern," Lu Sheng proclaimed in a calm tone, though his words stirred a tempest among the crowd. Wang Yin, upon hearing this, wore a triumphant smile. Chapter 10. A single punch sends him flying. As Lu Sheng surveyed the crowd, excitement erupted among the assembled disciples following his declaration. Wang Yin, emboldened, stared intently at Lu Sheng, confidence radiating from his gaze. "Since you are so self-assured, allow me to show you the might of the four shattering extremes." His audacious proclamation reverberated through the crowd, and all eyes turned towards him. On the platform, Lu Sheng smiled faintly, undeterred by Wang Yan's arrogance. "Brother Wang, unleash your fury upon him. Let us witness the power of the four shattering extremes. Strike him with all your might." The crowd cheered enthusiastically beside Wang Yin. Being of the same generation, they believed Lu Sheng was unworthy of teaching, and they wholeheartedly supported Wang Yan's challenge. The din of chatter did not disturb Lu Sheng, while the elder of the Outer Peak observed thoughtfully, eager to discern what capabilities Lu Sheng possessed to warrant the title of honorary elder. "If you are so favored, then come forth and let me experience your strength," Lu Sheng said with a smile, signaling Wang Yin to ascend the stage. Wang Yin strode forward, his garments billowing in the wind, and upon reaching the steps, he lifted his head with pride. That in terms of age, he was indeed older than Lu Sheng. Yet he felt no doubt that his 4,000 gene of strength eclipsed that of the latter. He could not believe that Lu Sheng surpassed him in power. "If I were to possess 50,000 gene of strength at my age, it would be enough to groom me as the next Peak Master." Confidently standing before Lu Sheng, Wang Yan's blood surged within him, ready to strike. "Please instruct me," he challenged, "but do be careful." The two exchanged respectful gestures before preparing to unleash their might. At that moment, Wang Yan's muscles bulged, exuding an aura of invincibility, his fists the size of sandbags brimming with unfathomable strength. In contrast, Lu Sheng remained composed, standing still, poised for action without emitting any oppressive force. Strike! The two launched their attacks simultaneously. Lu Sheng's fist flew forth, producing a thunderous crack as it shattered the AI, or in an instant. 60,000 gene of power erupted from within him, and Wang Yin felt an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Before he could react, Lu Sheng's fist was already upon him. "You seek death," Wang Yin bellowed, unleashing his full strength, blood surging violently, his face flushed. Yet he was met with Lu Sheng's seemingly casual punch, which suppressed him to the point of breathlessness. With a resounding crash, Wang Yin felt an overwhelming force grip his wrist, and the destructive energy coursed through his body as Lu Sheng's fist connected. Wang Yin was sent hurtling backward, struggling to suppress the rising blood within him until he crashed heavily onto the ground, realization dawning upon him. How could this be? Wang Yin pondered, the immense power rendering him incapable of even contemplating resistance. The absolute suppression led to his complete defeat. Too strong. That punch must have wielded 60,000 gene of power. Such an effortless strike had sent Wang Yin flying. Who was he? Moments later, the crowd came to their senses, their eyes wide with astonishment. Could he be the only disciple of the Six Peaks? Lu Sheng? No wonder. It seems we have underestimated him. This honorary elder has indeed elevated the status of the Heavy Sword Peak. Hearing the murmurs around him, Wang Yin ignited with rage. Clambering to his feet, he glared resentfully at Lu Sheng, hatred brewing within him, his fists clenched tightly, creaking ominously. "Lu Sheng, just wait," he vowed silently, before retreating from the training ground in disgrace. Silence as the crowd's exclamations began to subside. The elder of the outer peak spoke, and as his words fell, everyone dared not speak loudly, their gazes fixed intently on Lu Sheng. "Ladies and gentlemen, today I have been entrusted to elucidate the 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique." Lu Sheng's voice resonated throughout the training ground. Upon hearing this, the elder of the outer peak and the disciples looked on in shock. The 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique. Am I hearing correctly? Is this not a technique from ancient times? As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Lu Sheng continued his discourse. Just then, Li Jin arrived at the training ground. The body tempering stage strengthens 1's bones and muscles, achieving a power of 10,000 gene, breaking through limits and establishing an unparalleled foundation. Lu Sheng elaborated on the content of the 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique from the platform. Initially indifferent, Li Jin suddenly halted, his expression shifting dramatically as memories of the 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique flooded back to him. "Oh, that's it. The issues that have plagued me have been explained," Li Jin thought, unable to resist glancing at Lu Sheng on the elevated platform. Lu Sheng spoke fluidly as many disciples grew quiet, diligently following his guidance to cultivate their bodies, excitement evident on their faces. What is so impressive about this? Li Jin seethed internally, feeling a surge of resentment. From a young age, Lu Sheng had borne the title of genius, receiving adulation wherever he went. It was unthinkable that upon arriving at the Taiwi sword sect, he would be upstaged by Lu Sheng, which incensed Li Jin. Watching Lu Sheng's charismatic demeanor on the platform, he felt a desire to distance himself. However, the insights Lu Sheng shared were immensely beneficial to his own progress, leaving him conflicted. Caught between pride and an indomitable spirit, he felt compelled to leave. As he wrestled with his emotions, he dared to glance at Lu Sheng, who was focused on the crowd, exuding no hostility even when their eyes met. After a moment, Lu Sheng addressed everyone again. "Though the 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique is indeed an ancient practice, do not mythologize it. Body tempering must be approached progressively. One should guide qi into the body and utilize the power of blood to refine 1's muscles and bones." Li Jin was struck with astonishment upon hearing this. "How shameful! How shameful!" he murmured, realizing he had been overly arrogant. From Lu Sheng's perspective, he discerned that while the ancient technique was significant, it was not the key to overpowering all others. At that moment, Lu Sheng diligently explained the nuances of the 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique, sharing his own insights. This the mindset of a true strongman. I never expected to be so petty-minded. Judging him with a narrow view, Li Jin let out a sigh, and then sat cross-legged, commencing his cultivation alongside the other disciples. In that moment, he seemed to grasp something profound. An explosive force surged within him. And in the blink of an eye, he completed his first breakthrough, his strength reaching an astonishing 10,000 pounds. Suppressing the joy within, he found himself even more in awe of Lu Sheng. Resolutely continuing to refine his body under Lu Sheng's guidance. Surveying his surroundings, he observed the myriad disciples undergoing transformative changes. Chapter 11. The Sacred Pool of 100 Refinements. The crowd gazed at Lu Sheng with gratitude. Through his explanations, many previously obscure and challenging concepts began to coalesce into understanding. After an hour, Lu Sheng wiped the sweat from his brow, having fully imparted his insights on the 100 Refinements golden body technique to the assembly. As he beheld the crowd immersed in elation, he exhaled deeply. After a considerable time, Li Jin emerged from his epiphany, feeling an overwhelming surge of vitality coursing through him, as if his entire being was infused with boundless strength. 20,000 pounds of power. Had it not been for Brother Lu's elucidation, I might have taken another week to reach such heights. Li Jin expressed his admiration wholeheartedly as the others emerged from their revelations. They too sensed a significant enhancement in their physiques, each displaying looks of gratitude. Reflecting on the moments when they had flattered Wang Yan, they felt an overwhelming sense of shame. The Taoist has selflessly shared his understanding with us. Such a realm is one we may never hope to surpass, they mused, realizing that even true disciples rarely enjoyed such a teaching approach. Turning their gazes to Lu Sheng, their hearts swelled with appreciation. Observing from the sidelines, the elder from the outer peak also sighed, no longer harboring any doubts about Lu Sheng's status. While the crowd engaged in discussion, from a distance, the master of the heavy sword peak, Li Jianan, descended from the sky. Witnessing the profound transformation among the disciples, he was taken aback, his eyes brimming with delight as he looked at Lu Sheng. It seems I must confer with the elders regarding the matter of elixirs. Li Jianan mused inwardly, realizing that he had merely requested Lu Sheng to impart the 100 Refinements golden body technique, yet Lu Sheng's generosity exceeded his expectations. Not only the heavy sword peak, but the entire Taiwi sword sect is fortunate to have individuals of such noble character. After landing, Li Jianan approached Lu Sheng. The crowd, witnessing this, felt no envy. With Lu Sheng's talent and magnanimity, his becoming an honorary elder would be a boon for the heavy sword peak, likely giving rise to numerous talents in the future due to Lu Sheng's teachings today. Come with me, Li Jianan smiled, as Lu Sheng had fulfilled their agreement, and he intended to take Lu Sheng to the sacred pool of 100 refinements. With that, Li Jianan led Lu Sheng directly to the sacred pool. This sacred pool was reserved for those groomed to become the next master of the heavy sword peak. Lu Sheng was not a disciple of the heavy sword peak, yet he was granted this exception. Thank you, Peak Master. This is what you deserve. Today, your explanation of the 100 Refinements golden body technique has unearthed considerable talent for the heavy sword peak. Li Jianan gazed at Lu Sheng, silently lamenting why Lu Sheng was not a disciple of the heavy sword peak. The sacred pool was established at the inception of the heavy sword peak, containing the blood of myriad spirit beasts, alongside numerous spirit herbs and poisons. Coupled with its unique blood energy, entering it would subject one to excruciating pain, a trial that could reshape the body. However, enduring it would yield immense benefits. Li Jianan elaborated. The two arrived at the edge of the sacred pool. From a distance, one could see that the sacred pool was adorned with numerous peculiar totems, and a faint scent of blood wafted in the breeze. Thank you, Peak Master, for your clarification. Lu Sheng sincerely responded after listening to Li Jianan's explanations. Enter. Should you find it unbearable, you may exit the sacred pool at any time, though the benefits will be significantly diminished. Understood, Lu Sheng affirmed, stepping toward the sacred pool. Merely breathing in the air surrounding it sent sharp pains throughout his body. Upon reaching the edge of the sacred pool, Lu Sheng slowly descended the steps. The moment he entered the sacred pool, a piercing agony surged from his soles to his mind, and soon beads of sweat began to drip from his forehead. Without hesitation, Lu Sheng leaped several steps forward, plunging into the sacred pool, and in an instant, a torrent of violent power surged into his body. That moment, his meridians expanded, and every pore was forcibly opened as the frenzied energy flooded into him. The excruciating pain overwhelmed him, and for a brief period, he lost consciousness. Gasping for breath, the power penetrated to his very bones, causing his limbs to involuntarily tremble under the intense agony that in an instant. His inner world began to converge with myriad forces, all derived from the essence of demonic beasts. The demonic beasts began to take form within his inner realm, wreaking havoc. Heavenly sword intent, Lu Sheng thought inwardly. And then his sword intent erupted forth, unleashing a chilling aura that swept through his surroundings. The sword intent solidified, and within his inner world, it began to dismantle the forms of the demonic beasts. With a resounding whoosh, the heavenly sword intent shattered the manifestations of the demonic beasts, their forms collapsing and dissipating within his inner realm. As the demonic beasts perished, Lu Sheng sensed an imperceptible increase in his internal power, hinting at a potential breakthrough beyond his limits. Drawing upon his sword intent once more, he struck down, and a formidable force erupted from within him. 0.7 breaks of the limit, 70,000 pounds of strength. With no time to ponder, the combined forces of spirit herbs and poisons surged into his body, two opposing energies clashing violently. His body became a battlefield, and with each collision, Lu Sheng endured excruciating pain. Suppressing the rising blood within his chest, he activated the heavenly sword technique, condensing his blood energy into sword chi that coursed through his meridians, striving for balance. With a thunderous roar, the immense force impacted Lu Sheng's body, causing transformative changes within him. Emerging from the sacred pool, only his head remained above the surface, the agony rendering his face crimson, sweat pouring from his brow. Exhaling deeply, Lu Sheng gently closed his eyes, allowing the sword chi within him to navigate and obliterate the invading forces. Under the relentless assault of extreme power, the surface of his skin began to scab over, and as time passed, the scabs began to peel away, that he felt his strength approaching the threshold of 70,000 pounds, inching closer to the 8th limit. Taking a deep breath, Lu Sheng gradually acclimated to the surrounding pressure, enduring the pain while refining his physique. The 100 Refinements Golden Body technique operated silently, causing the scabs on his body to shed, granting him the potential to achieve the 8th breakthrough. Suddenly, as Lu Sheng prepared to surpass his limits, the entire sacred pool began to tremble. The waters churned violently, as if a colossal entity were about to rise from the depths. Lu Sheng, submerged in the sacred pool, gazed down towards the bottom, where darkness enveloped his vision, that he realized that the sacred pool appeared to be in natural formation. Recalling Li Jiannan's words, Lu Sheng understood that this was a natural blood pool, later renovated by the heavy sword peak, hence becoming the sacred pool of 100 refinements. While Lu Sheng pondered this, an immense figure suddenly surged from the depths of the pool. The waters roared, and the entire sacred pool erupted into chaos. Numerous talismans around the pool radiated light, and the incomprehensible totems began to activate. Before Lu Sheng could react, the colossal entity was already upon him. Chapter 12. The Giant Corpse with a Thunderous Crash. An overwhelming force bore down upon him, and in an instant, Lu Sheng was thrust into the sacred pool, a violent shockwave crashing against his chest. He fought to suppress the rising blood within him. Quickly adjusting his position, submerging deeper into the sacred pool, he swiftly maneuvered, and moments later, Lu Sheng resurfaced, gazing ahead. Before him loomed a massive entity. At that moment, he finally discerned its form. The blood demon, partially submerged and towering at 2 meters, was covered in countless bloodlines. That as the blood demon's chest heaved, the blood within the sacred pool began to meld with it. It must be my absorption of the essence of Taishua that has provoked the blood demon. Lu Sheng mused inwardly, but before he could fully comprehend the situation, the blood demon charged at him once more. The blood demon leaped, its 5-meter form erupting from the sacred pool. Lu Sheng's eyes widened. It loomed over him like a small mountain. The pressure weighed heavily on his heart, compelling him to dive back into the water to evade it. Simultaneously, the power within him surged, preparing for a breakthrough. Gathering strength in his right fist, Lu Sheng, though submerged, kept his gaze fixed on the water's surface. He could discern the blood demon's landing point as soon as it entered the pool. With a resounding roar, the sacred pool bubbled and surged violently, resonating throughout the waters. As the blood demon plunged into the pool, the surrounding blood surged and boiled. The overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped him entirely. The blood demon had locked onto Lu Sheng and was charging directly towards him. Its gaping maw opened wide, seemingly intent on engulfing Lu Sheng. The tumultuous waves surged forth, and in an instant, the blood demon's massive jaws were upon him. The force of its approach caused Lu Sheng's blood to surge violently, and he prepared a powerful punch aimed at the blood demon. With a single strike, the waters erupted, and Lu Sheng's 70,000 pounds of force collided with the blood demon. The impact reverberated through his arm, sending Lu Sheng rapidly retreating from the recoil. I must break through quickly. As he gazed upon the retreating blood demon, Lu Sheng accelerated the circulation of his vital energy, seizing the moment to prepare for a breakthrough to 800,000 Jin. Unfortunately, the blood demon offered no respite, charging towards Lu Sheng once more after a brief pause. The churn of blood severely disrupted Lu Sheng's focus, while a portion of his inner power remained engaged in the effort to break through. In the midst of his battle with the blood demon, he found himself at a disadvantage. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as Lu Sheng collided with the blood demon again, the violent impact propelling him backward with great speed. It's almost over, Lu Sheng mused. The eighth limit was on the verge of being shattered. Once he could free his hands, it would be the blood demon's demise. The holy pool erupted with another thunderous sound. Lu Sheng closed his eyes, ignoring the blood demon entirely, fixated solely on breaking the shackles of 800,000 Jin, that a series of booming sounds echoed in his ears as the blood demon drew ever closer. At that moment, his meridians surged, and the power of his vital energy surged forth. Break! The blood demon was within arm's reach, and at that instant, Lu Sheng roared inwardly, his entire being felt infused with an uncontainable power. His muscles bulged, and the energy of his vital essence surged forth. Lu Sheng's eyes snapped open, releasing an aura of murderous intent. As he faced the oncoming blood demon, he swung a fist, causing the surrounding blood to surge violently. Subsequently, the colossal force of 800,000 Jin struck the blood demon directly. Boom! A resounding crash reverberated within the holy pool as the blood demon struggled to maintain its balance. Seeing this, Lu Sheng wasted no time and prepared a second punch. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the blood demon's previously invincible aura was utterly crushed. Punch after punch, Lu Sheng entered a frenzied state. With the fifth blow, the blood demon's body suddenly exploded, transforming into a dark crimson liquid that dissipated in an instant. It really dead. Lu Sheng was taken aback, but before he could rejoice, the surrounding blood began to churn once more. The dissipated black blood surprisingly reformed. An immortal body. The term sprang to Lu Sheng's mind. He dared not hesitate and threw another punch. Today, I shall see how many times you can be reborn. Yet, a new thought crossed his mind. This was not the blood demon's true form. With this realization, Lu Sheng unleashed a relentless barrage upon the blood demon. After a series of strikes, accompanied by explosive sounds echoing around him, the blood demon had shattered 8 times. Let's do this again, he shouted inwardly, gathering strength once more, unleashing the full force of 800,000 Jin as he charged at the blood demon. One punch fell, and myriad bloodlines erupted simultaneously from the blood demon. Before Lu Sheng could comprehend, a massive vortex formed around him. In an instant of hesitation, the vortex expanded to a radius of 100 meters. Trapping him at its center, a tremendous force emanated from the vortex, forcibly pulling Lu Sheng inward. Gazing downward, it was evident that this power originated from the depths of the pool. In that case, I shall discover what you truly are. He had yet to touch the blood demon's true body, thus unable to refine it. Since the other party had actively guided him, Lu Sheng followed suit. A wave of dizziness surged through his mind. Under this overwhelming power, he could no longer discern his surroundings. Looking up, he caught sight of a faint glimmer of light amidst the surrounding murkiness. As if enveloped in a thick fog, within the mist lay an even more terrifying sense of oppression, a force that likely did not originate from the blood demon, but from an existence of greater power. Veiled by the fog, Lu Sheng could not see the scenes around him, and as the immense force continued to pull him downward, he felt himself plummeting in the depths of darkness. An inexplicable sense of dread welled up within him. As the pulling force persisted, the temperature around him drastically dropped, and before he knew it, he had descended over 1,000 meters, the murky surroundings obscuring his sense of space. He called out, "Spirit of the heavenly sword, lend me your strength." With a thought, Lu Sheng connected with the sword spirit within the Taiwi sword sect, he could summon the sacred artifact, the heavenly sword, at any time, though he was not yet capable of fully harnessing its power. Drawing upon a fraction of its strength was still well within his reach. With a sweep of the sword light, the surrounding fog was instantly shattered. Even the pulling force was dispelled. This strike was akin to golden rays tearing through the clouds, cascading downward as the sword light dispelled the obfuscation, allowing Lu Sheng to finally discern his surroundings in the dim light. He swam toward the source of the oppressive force, his pupils gradually widening with astonishment. Suppressing his inner excitement, Lu Sheng finally beheld the scene before him, that a colossal corpse slowly emerged into view. And upon closer inspection, Lu Sheng was taken aback. The giant corpse towered 1,000 zhang high, and no matter how he looked, he could not discern its entire appearance. Why does such a titanic corpse exist here? Lu Sheng pondered, realizing that the depths of the 100 Refinements' holy pool concealed such a terrifying entity. Chapter 13. The True Body of the Blood Demon. The towering giant corpse radiated enigmatic power, and Lu Sheng, floating beside it, felt exceedingly small. It was likely that the entire heavy sword peak rested upon this colossal corpse. Lu Sheng mused, this 1,000 zhang body, immersed in the 100 Refinements' holy pool, emanated profound strength, resembling a mountain in stature. It was difficult to fathom what manner of being it was. System. What exactly is this towering giant corpse? Lu Sheng couldn't help but inquire. Ding. This is a corpse puppet forged by the ancient sect, the blood sect. It can be refined, but requires 5 attempts for successful refinement. 5 attempts? Lu Sheng glanced at the system panel, his brow furrowing that he currently had only 4 attempts remaining. If he used them all on this towering giant corpse, he could only control a fraction of its power. It seemed he would need to subdue the blood demon to secure 5 attempts at refinement, thereby gaining complete mastery over the 1,000 zhang corpse. Even so, to fully command the giant corpse, he would have to await the attainment of formidable strength, similar to that of the sacred artifact, the heavenly sword. With his current body refinement stage, he could only utilize a portion of its power. Boom! Before Lu Sheng could contemplate further, a thunderous sound erupted from the surroundings, and the true form of the blood demon emerged from the darkness, its oppressive presence enveloping him once more. From a distance, Lu Sheng could see that the blood demon's body was a full 8 meters long, and its power had likely increased as well. Kid, now that you've arrived here, you have only one path: death. The raspy voice was nearly deafening, and before Lu Sheng could respond, the blood demon's massive form charged at him. The surrounding blood parted like the sea, a near-destructive force crashing towards him. The weight of its pressure compelled Lu Sheng to tread cautiously. You underestimate yourself, he retorted coolly, as the power of his vital essence surged within him, every meridian working at full capacity. His strength of 800,000 gene primed and ready in the face of the blood demon's true form. Lu Sheng felt no fear. With a punch, the blood surged, and Lu Sheng appeared like an invincible war god. Standing firm against the 8-meter blood demon, boom, the two collided, and in an instant, the surrounding dust and stones were thrown into chaos, the blood turning murky. Following the punch, Lu Sheng swiftly moved closer to the towering giant corpse. Trying to flee? With your meager strength, you dare contend for my vital essence? You shall pay with your life. The blood demon's roar echoed through the tumultuous blood, its oppressive aura once again descending upon Lu Sheng. Despite its vast size, the entity was remarkably agile within the holy pool, locking onto Lu Sheng and revealing a triumphant smile. Heavenly sword will coalesce. Summoning the heavenly sword, Lu Sheng prepared for the approaching blood demon's attack. As the sword intent solidified, a flash of golden light erupted forth, startling the blood demon. Whoosh! The sword light pierced through the blood, hurtling toward the blood demon. Merely the emanation of its murderous intent sent chills down one's spine. Without hesitation, Lu Sheng surged forward, aiming directly at the blood demon. Humph! You seek your own demise. The blood demon scoffed, its body quaking as myriad bloodlines began voraciously absorbing the surrounding vital essence, forming layers of protective armor around its form. Sizzle. The sword light descended, instantly shattering the layers of armor encasing the blood demon. Before it could retaliate, Lu Sheng's fist was already upon it. This punch landed squarely upon the blood demon, releasing a shockwave that rippled outward. With a single blow, the blood demon's armor was nearly torn asunder, more than half of it falling away. Before it could prepare a counterattack, Lu Sheng's second punch followed suit. Bang, bang. Two punches landed, and the blood demon found itself at a disadvantage. With a furious roar, the myriad bloodlines erupted, unleashing a terrifying force aimed straight at Lu Sheng. He felt his mind momentarily blank. And then that dreadful force struck his chest. Boom! The near-destructive impact engulfed him, plunging Lu Sheng into darkness. The moment of impact, he momentarily lost his sight. Gasping, he spat out a mouthful of reverse blood. It was only when his body collided solidly against the towering giant corpse that he finally came to a halt amidst the blood, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Lu Sheng's gaze remained fixed on the blood demon. That moment, the blood demon writhed. Its body, previously disquieting, began to transform. The blood demon's muscles bulged, its bloodlines receding into its body, and it emanated an enigmatic power. Before Lu Sheng could discern the change, a far more overwhelming sense of oppression descended upon him. The weight of this pressure made his mouth twitch involuntarily, akin to a colossal mountain bearing down upon him. Stifling any inclination to resist that it could actually control part of the power of this thousand-zhong giant corpse, Yusheng was taken aback. If it were merely a straightforward battle against the blood demon, he would have felt no fear. However, the overwhelming power emanating from the colossal corpse instilled a profound sense of oppression deep within his soul. Observing Yusheng, who was completely suppressed, the blood demon let out a maniacal cackle. Confidently approaching him. "Boy, all the blood energy you've absorbed today will be put to my use. That weren't you quite arrogant just a moment ago? Why so deflated now?" The blood demon wore a sinister grin, clearly believing he had Yusheng at his mercy. Utilizing the oppressive aura of the giant corpse, he had gained a significant advantage and charged directly towards Yusheng. That Yusheng's gaze locked onto the blood demon. The latter moved with incredible speed that if he were to succeed, it would not just mean the loss of blood energy, but could potentially lead to Yusheng's demise. System, 4 times to enlighten the giant corpse. While it was not 5 times, 4 times would still allow him to wield a portion of the giant corpse's power. That a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! 4 times enlightenment of the 1,000-foot giant corpse completed. Mental suppression is now accessible. Instantly, Yusheng felt a surge of confidence. Giant corpse, unleash your oppressive force. At that moment, the blood demon was mere moments away, just as the blood demon reveled in his triumph. The overwhelming pressure suddenly enveloped him. Before he could react, Yusheng's fist was already barreling towards him. What? The blood demon barely had time to process the situation before a tremendous force exploded against his face. Bang! Fist after fist rained down upon him. With the giant corpse's suppression, the blood demon's strength was already significantly curtailed. Coupled with Yusheng's unexpected assault, he found himself entirely at a disadvantage. 800,000 pounds of force descended upon the blood demon like a torrential downpour, rendering him utterly incapable of retaliating. "Stop, please don't." Under the excruciating pain, the blood demon could not help but wail. Yusheng, however, did not relent, for the blood demon still possessed some fighting spirit. Though he was compliant in word, his heart remained unwilling. Boom! Unfaltering, Yusheng's fists continued to rain down, and the blood demon cried out in agony as blood vessels ruptured all over his body, leaving him without resistance. "Please stop." In response to the blood demon's pleas, Yusheng calmly inquired, "Are you willing to submit?" Yes. The blood demon was aware that if this continued, it would soon meet its end. Even with its tough exterior, it could not withstand Yusheng's relentless assault. Ding! Blood demon submission confirmed. Reward: 5 times enlightenment. Only after the system's announcement did Yusheng finally cease his onslaught. Gazing at the now battered blood demon, Yusheng offered a faint smile before approaching the colossal corpse for the final enlightenment. System: enlighten the giant corpse. Ding! 1,000-foot giant corpse enlightenment completed. As the system's announcement concluded, the entire 100 refinements sacred pool began to tremble. That a low rumble arose, and blood surged violently, powerful energies erupting forth from the giant corpse. Yusheng was taken aback. "What is happening?" Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked aloud, and the blood demon, who had been thoroughly subdued, also displayed a look of concern. The heavy sword peak is built upon the giant corpse. If you wish to control it, the power unleashed will undoubtedly stir the entire mountain. This commotion is no trivial matter. The blood demon spoke in astonishment, never expecting Yushing to have the ability to control the giant corpse. Boom! Just as the blood demon finished speaking, the surrounding blood surged violently, and the entire mountain trembled. This spectacle quickened Yushing's heartbeat. Such a disturbance would likely incite chaos. Yushing cast a puzzled glance at the blood demon, wondering how it knew he had taken control of the giant corpse. Before he could voice his question, the blood demon seemed to read his thoughts. I am the essence of a demonic beast's blood, intertwined with the will of this towering giant. Naturally, I can sense your manipulation of it. Having been thoroughly beaten by Yushing, the blood demon had no desire to conceal the truth, eager to avoid further punishment. I see, Yushing began, but the tremors of the giant corpse grew more intense, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that swept through the area. Boom! Those on Heavy Sword Peak felt the tremors and looked up in alarm. What is happening? Is Heavy Sword Peak about to collapse? The expressions of the crowd changed dramatically, panic spreading as the mountain quaked, boulders tumbled, and trees fell. Even the steps of the training grounds began to crack, and many disciples could no longer maintain their composure. While the other peaks remained undisturbed, Heavy Sword Peak was in turmoil. Could a formidable presence be breaking through, or is there something terrifying hidden within Heavy Sword Peak? As the crowd gasped, an enigmatic force surged forth, causing the entire Heavy Sword Peak to shake even more violently. Under such turmoil, the peak's master, Li Jianan, stood suspended in midair, surveying the surroundings but failing to discern any abnormalities. This is bad. Even the peak master cannot identify the cause. On the summit of Heavy Sword Peak, boulders had already begun to fall, and several unprotected pavilions were crushed under the weight. Dust billowed, and the atmosphere was fraught with anxiety. Li Jianan furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the entire peak, but still failing to find anything amiss. Meanwhile, within the 100 Refinements sacred pool, Yushing was submerged in the boiling blood water, alternating between a searing pain and the relentless vibrations of the giant corpse. What should I do? He turned to the blood demon, his voice tinged with urgency. How should I know? The blood demon sighed. Equally at a loss, both man and beast were engulfed in anxiety. A figure suddenly appeared atop Heavy Sword Peak, a gray-robed elder. This man, bearing a heavy sword on his back, exuded an aura of lethal intent the moment he appeared, causing the crowd to feel a weight in their hearts. The wind howled, and the elder's robe billowed ominously, revealing that he possessed but one arm and one leg. Yet, even so, his imposing presence commanded respect. Master Duanyue has arrived. With the master here, we are safe. The appearance of Master Duanyue, renowned for his prowess in slaying dragons with his heavy sword despite his physical limitations, brought a wave of reassurance to the people. As the fierce winds howled, Duanyue let out a cold snort, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged violently before he stomped down. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted from within the mountain, and countless incantations rose into the air, golden light cascading from the peak to the base. The massive influx of spiritual energy was completely siphoned away by Duanyue's single step. The resonating sounds faded. Heavy Sword Peak returned to tranquility. Were it not for the sight of the toppled pavilions, one might think it was merely a dream. Continue your cultivation. Everyone, it was merely an accident. The Duanyue's deep voice reverberated throughout Heavy Sword Peak. Upon hearing this, the crowd exhaled in relief, their anxious hearts finally at ease. Follow me. Duanyue addressed Li Jianan, who has entered the 100 Refinements sacred pool. Once the surroundings were clear, Duanyue inquired, Disciple Yushing. He entered the 100 Refinements sacred pool, using the opportunity to impart the 100 Refinements body technique to the disciples of Heavy Sword Peak. Li Jianan replied candidly, without concealing anything. The 100 Refinements body technique. Duanyue raised an eyebrow, his eyes filled with surprise. That it was astonishing to think that such an ancient technique could be acquired by a newly initiated disciple. This young man is selfless, sharing the insights and key points of the 100 Refinements body technique without reservation. Compared to the single opportunity afforded by the sacred pool, we have certainly not lost out. Li Jianan added, explaining that the value of the 100 Refinements body technique was paramount in establishing a solid foundation for talented disciples. while the precious spiritual herbs within the sacred pool were indeed valuable. They paled in comparison to the 100 refinements body technique, each serving their own purpose. However, they had not anticipated that Yuxing would cause such a tremendous uproar. Hearing this, Duan Yuan nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, and made his way toward the 100 refinements sacred pool. After just a few steps, he arrived above the sacred pool, probing the blood water with his spiritual sense. Upon sensing Yuxing's presence, he wasted no time. Good lad to in a flash, Duan Yue appeared beside Yuxing. Upon seeing the blood demon subdued by Yuxing, he was filled with astonishment. Indeed, you are exceptionally gifted. To have subdued such a notoriously troublesome blood demon, your strength must have surpassed 700,000 pounds by now. Duan Yue remarked, unable to conceal his amazement. Your flattery is unwarranted, Yuxing replied sincerely. Regrettably, this blood demon has been painstakingly cultivated by our heavy sword peak for many years, absorbing vast amounts of blood energy. Intended for the next peak master. Who would have thought it would fall into your hands first? It's a heavy burden for me to bear. Duan Yue's next words caused Yuxing's expression to shift slightly. Internally, he cursed the old fox for his cunning. Had he not already learned of the blood demon's identity, he might have been deceived by Duan Yue's words. Clearly, Duan Yue felt a sense of imbalance at having the blood demon captured by Yuxing. Yuxing offered a faint smile, feigning embarrassment as he replied, since you say so, I will leave the blood demon within the sacred pool as long as someone from Heavy Sword Peak can subdue it. I have no objections that in the present day, the colossal corpse of 1,000 zhang has been transformed by him, and everything lies firmly within his grasp. Should Lu Sheng so desire, the blood demon could even position itself at the very core of this immense body, rendering even Duan Yu powerless. Unfazed by Duan Yu's moral coercion, Lu Sheng remained entirely undaunted. Chapter 15. Hidden motives. Given his current strength, he could not hope to command the power of the giant corpse. Thus, the blood demon must inevitably remain within the 100 refinements sacred pool. Duan Yu, upon hearing this, offered an awkward smile. While the blood demon was indeed extraordinary, fostering animosity with Lu Sheng would not bode well for the Heavy Sword Peak. The future of Lu Sheng was beyond his prediction, and after a moment's contemplation, Duan Yu hatched a plan. Since the blood demon had already been subdued by the Daozi, Heavy Sword Peak might as well consider it an embellishment, contributing to the Daozi's cultivation. With circumstances having reached this point, Duan Yu found himself with no other recourse. Thank you, Senior, for your benevolence, that I shall remember this kindness and will repay it in the future. Lu Sheng declared. Regardless of whether he could keep such a promise, he felt compelled to express his gratitude, lest the old man attempt to make things difficult for him. Given his current strength, he would undoubtedly face some hardships that was merely a grandiose promise. If one were to paint a picture, it ought to be rendered with precision. Unfortunately, upon hearing this, Duan Yu merely smiled faintly, seemingly indifferent. He turned his gaze toward the colossal corpse beside him, his eyes suddenly sharpening. For reasons unknown, Duan Yu's expression shifted several times, his demeanor becoming erratic, as though he had glimpsed something unfathomable. Noticing Duan Yu's sudden change in expression, Lu Sheng felt a flicker of alarm and an inexplicable concern. Have you come into contact with this gigantic, demonic corpse? Duan Yu inquired gravely. The power contained within this 1,000-zhang giant corpse is beyond your capacity to bear. Not only you, but even I would find it impossible to withstand its consequences. This entity has existed since the inception of Heavy Sword Peak, and I owe part of my strength to its influence. If you have not touched it, do your utmost to keep your distance. Duan Yu spoke. He scrutinized Lu Sheng closely. Although these words were fabrications, he delivered them without a hint of trepidation. If entangled with this gigantic corpse, one could expect misfortune and curses, which could spell doom for your cultivation journey. Duan Yu spoke earnestly. Had Lu Sheng not been privy to the origins of this gigantic corpse, he would likely have been thoroughly frightened. Gazing intently at Duan Yu, Lu Sheng's heart was tumultuous, having not anticipated such cunning from the esteemed ancestor. Turning his gaze to the blood demon, he found it cowering in a corner. Seemingly concerned about the implications of Duan Yu's words, in response, Senior, I have not made contact with this 1,000-zhang giant corpse. I was merely drawn here by the blood demon, and have only just subdued it. Lu Sheng clarified. After a brief pause, he continued, As for the giant corpse, I sense some profound power within, a kind of resonance that felt almost communicative, since Duan Yu had audaciously attempted to deceive him. Lu Sheng, not to be outdone, began to weave his own fabrications, his words laced with sincerity. The blood demon, overhearing their exchange, looked on in astonishment, now fully aware of humanity's formidable nature. This realization quelled any rebellious thoughts it might have entertained, and it resolved to wholeheartedly follow Lu Sheng. Upon hearing Lu Sheng's words, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Duan Yu's eyes, and his heart raced. Though it transpired in an instant, Lu Sheng perceived this anomaly. Evidently, Duan Yu was privy to some secrets regarding the gigantic corpse that as Lu Sheng concluded his statement. Duan Yu's excitement surged within him, yet the prior conversation had left him troubled. The techniques he practiced stemmed from this colossal, transcendent corpse, yet due to their incompleteness, he had been trapped in a bottleneck for a century. For the past 100 years, he had sought a means to communicate with the giant, never imagining that Lu Sheng could resonate with it. In light of the commotion at Heavy Sword Peak, Duan Yu found Lu Sheng's words utterly credible, and he could hardly believe that a mere youth would dare to deceive him. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that the details he had fabricated about the giant corpse could tarnish his reputation if revealed. Moreover, should Lu Sheng discover his ulterior motives, he might find himself at a disadvantage. Thus, Duan Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, maintaining his imposing presence. After a moment, he spoke again. "I did not expect you to have such a connection with this giant corpse. As far as I know, it harbors a mysterious legacy. If you can resonate with it, there lies the opportunity to acquire this fortune that is the Daozi of Taiwi Sword Sect. I feel obliged to protect you. Rest assured, you may communicate with the giant corpse without fear, for I shall shield you from its influence." Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng's heart was tumultuous. He replied to Duan Yu with utmost seriousness. "Thank you, Senior, but I have pressing matters to attend to. It is challenging to communicate with the giant corpse through this faint connection that I have already attempted it. Yet the corpse showed no response that I appreciate your goodwill. But alas, I must attend to other matters today. You need not worry. Although the giant corpse is enigmatic, I have safeguarded Heavy Sword Peak for centuries and possess profound knowledge of it," Duan Yu reassured him. "Your concern is noted, but I still have pressing matters to attend to. I shall take my leave for now." Observing the seemingly insincere Duan Yu, Lu Sheng resolved to depart from the 100 Refinements sacred pool post-haste. After Lu Sheng spoke, Duan Yu nodded, signaling that Lu Sheng could indeed leave. With his vital energy surging, Lu Sheng swiftly ascended. With a splash, he broke the surface, feeling considerably lighter. Yet, before he could fully relax, Li Jianan appeared before him, evidently perplexed by the commotion at Heavy Sword Peak. Chapter 16. The Acquisition of Tinyuan Dan. Upon seeing Li Jianan, a glimmer of light sparkled in Lu Sheng's eyes. Reflecting on Duan Yu's fabricated narrative, Lu Sheng concluded that Li Jianan's previous remarks had also been improvised on the spot. Realizing this, Lu Sheng deduced that the Tianyuan Dan within the Giant K Hall was merely something Li Jianan was reluctant to part with. As for the elder's objections, they were merely a pretext. With this thought in mind, Lu Sheng formulated a plan, his gaze fixed on Li Jianan, his face brimming with a smile. "The is ancestor Duan still present?" Li Jianan inquired. "Indeed." Lu Sheng had scarcely finished speaking when Duan Yu appeared above the 100 Refinements sacred pool. Observing the sudden arrival of Duan Yu, Lu Sheng swiftly shifted his tone. "Peak Master, might I borrow the Tianyuan Dan from the Giant K Hall for a time? I urgently require it to break through my current limitations. Without the elixir, I fear I will squander considerable time. However, I assure you, upon completion of my cultivation, I shall dedicate myself to nurturing more exceptional disciples for Heavy Sword Peak." Seizing the moment while Duan Yu was still present, Lu Sheng sought to secure the elixir. Should he miss this opportunity, it could be long before another arose, and Lianzhu would likely not withstand such torment. Hearing Lu Sheng's request, Li Jianan's expression clouded with hesitation. "The Tianyuan Dan is indeed incredibly precious, and it is not solely my decision to make," he replied, promptly rejecting Lu Sheng's plea. "Very well, that I in that case. I fear I will be unable to return to Heavy Sword Peak for 3 months. My power is advancing too swiftly and requires time to stabilize," Lu Sheng countered, recognizing that only Duan Yu could assist him in this predicament. "Unless you can cough, since you are so in need. The Tianyuan Dan can indeed be lent to you, but in return, you must frequently visit Heavy Sword Peak. Before Li Jianan could finish speaking, Duan Yu abruptly interrupted him. Currently, Lu Sheng is indeed a coveted asset. If he could establish communication with the towering corpse, making a breakthrough would pose no challenge. Moreover, given Lu Sheng's innate talent, his potential surpasses that of Duan Yu as long as he does not meet an untimely demise along the way. He is destined to become a formidable power in the future. With Lu Sheng's protection, the heavy sword peak would undoubtedly feel much more secure. Li Jianan gazed at Duan Yu, whose resolve was unwavering. And after a moment's hesitation, he retrieved the Tianyuan Dan very well. This Tianyuan Dan shall be entrusted to you as per the wishes of our ancestor. Reluctantly, Li Jianan handed over the vial containing the Tianyuan Dan to Lu Sheng. Upon receiving the Tianyuan Dan, Lu Sheng felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. I shall not disappoint the expectations placed upon me, Lu Sheng said respectfully, to which Duan Yu nodded slightly. After acquiring the Tianyuan Dan, Lu Sheng chose not to linger and, after bidding farewell to the two, departed from the 100 Refinements sacred pool. During this visit to the Heavy Sword Peak, he had enlightened the giant K-Hall, acquired the 100 Refinements golden body technique, further enlightened the towering corpse puppet, subdued the blood demon, shattered the 8th limit, and finally obtained the coveted Tianyuan Dan. Continuing on his journey, Lu Sheng made no stops and swiftly ascended to the peak of Wu Dao. Upon arriving at Wu Dao Peak, he made a beeline for Bai Lu. For now that the Tianyuan Dan was in his possession, it was imperative to administer it to Lien Zhu as soon as possible. After locating Bai Lu, Lu Sheng stated directly, I have obtained the Tianyuan Dan. We must hasten to treat Lien Zhu's injuries. Really? Bai Lu exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment, finding it hard to believe that Lu Sheng had managed to procure the elixir from the hands of the Heavy Sword Peak's master. Lu Sheng wasted no time and promptly handed the Tianyuan Dan to Bai Lu. I shall go treat Lien Zhu's wounds now. With the Tianyuan Dan in hand, Bai Lu leaped with excitement. Lu Sheng followed at a leisurely pace. Sensing Bai Lu's exhilaration, it was evident that Lien Zhu had endured much torment, which made Bai Lu particularly sympathetic. Bai Lu pushed open the small wooden door and eagerly presented the Tianyuan Dan to Lien Zhu. Consume this elixir. I shall assist you in healing your injuries. Understood. Following the instructions, Lien Zhu swallowed the Tianyuan Dan, and immediately the potent medicinal power surged towards her crown. Observing this, Bai Lu did not hesitate. She rapidly mobilized her spiritual energy, pinpointing the location of the medicinal force. Bai Lu guided the medicinal power to disperse throughout Lien Zhu's body, knowing that if Lien Zhu attempted to endure the full force directly, her current physical state would likely shatter her meridians. That as time passed, Bai Lu's forehead was soon beaded with perspiration, while Lien Zhu's face flushed red as she bore the painful sensations brought on by the healing. After half an hour, Bai Lu finally exhaled a breath of relief, a glimmer of surprise shining in her eyes. Master, all the forces that tormented Lien Zhu have been completely eradicated. Good that I in that case. You may proceed to guide her in her cultivation. After departing from Bai Lu and Lien Zhu's abode, Lu Sheng sought to nurture his own physique, preparing to solidify his cultivation level and lay the groundwork for breaking through the 9th power limit. Upon returning, Lu Sheng seated himself cross-legged, allowing the vital energy within him to commence its circulation. That in a single day, he had experienced a tremendous surge in power. A typical person would surely struggle to cope. Yet Lu Sheng relied on the 100 Refinements golden body technique to stabilize his foundation, avoiding any chaotic disruptions. Although he had already attained an impressive strength of 80,000 pounds, the subsequent 20,000 pounds proved to be a formidable challenge to increase. Lu Sheng mused inwardly, feeling an insatiable urge as he sensed the colossal power coursing through him. With his eyes gently closed, the vital energy raced through his meridians, and after completing 2 full cycles, he felt his strength stabilize even further. While the increase was not substantial, he found himself imbued with a sense of steadiness compared to before. After a night of cultivation, he emerged from his meditative state just as the first light of dawn graced Wu Dao Peak. Having just finished freshening up, Lu Sheng was greeted by the sound of chattering and commotion emanating from below Wu Dao Peak. What could be causing such a ruckus at Wu Dao Peak? Lu Sheng pondered, for he knew that only he, Bai Lu, and Lien Zhu occupied the peak. It was perplexing to hear such noise. Driven by curiosity, he made his way down the mountain, and before he could reach the foot of Wu Dao Peak, he spotted a group of disciples in the body refinement realm. Feeling a sense of unease creeping in, Lu Sheng sensed that something was amiss. From several hundred meters away, the crowd caught sight of Lu Sheng's figure. "He's here. Do you think our raucousness will get us chased away? How could that be? He is currently the honorary elder of Heavy Sword Peak, if we seek his guidance and are turned away. Even the Peak Master would not condone it." As Lu Sheng approached, the crowd gradually quieted. When he finally laid eyes on the group of body refinement disciples, his brow furrowed, and he began to contemplate the situation. "What brings you all to Wu Dao Peak this early?" Lu Sheng inquired, surveying the nearly 100-strong assembly. "That we have come to seek your guidance, Daozi. Yesterday, during the martial arts demonstration, there were many explanations we found difficult to comprehend. Today, we hope you can elucidate some key points for us." As the blue-robed disciple in the front spoke, the crowd began to murmur in agreement. Amidst the clamor, Lu Sheng's apprehension grew. Chapter 17. Moral Coercion. Lu Sheng refrained from responding directly, instead scrutinizing the crowd. Observing the nearly 100 individuals before him, he surmised that most of them had been sent here under someone else's directive. Lu Sheng was no fool. He had encountered individuals who sought knowledge voluntarily, but he had never witnessed such a large group coming together for guidance. Furthermore, it was dawn, and those who could rise early to cultivate were certainly not dullards. He had already shared his insights during the martial arts demonstration, and even those of lesser talent should have grasped the underlying principles. They would not encounter a bottleneck within just a day. A glint of cold determination flickered in Lu Sheng's deep-set eyes. Noticing the silence from Lu Sheng, some in the rear began to grow anxious, raising their voices as the honorary elder of Heavy Sword Peak. Receiving the Peak Master's stipend, possessing strength that surpasses ours, and talent that is rare in a millennium, we only seek a few words of guidance from you. Indeed, during yesterday's martial arts demonstration, you were imposing and became our object of admiration. We implore you to explain further and alleviate our confusion." Confronted by this aggressive and almost threatening crowd, Lu Sheng's lips slowly curved into a smile, his resolve crystallizing within, fixating his gaze on the assemblage. He spoke slowly. "Since your desire for cultivation is so fervent, I cannot extinguish your enthusiasm. Yesterday, I thoroughly explained the many principles of the 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique, and I trust you have all made progress." Lu Sheng said with a smile, eliciting a chorus of affirmative responses from the crowd. "Daozi, I made great strides yesterday, yet today I find myself at an impasse, and I earnestly beseech you for further clarification." Observing the moral pressure being applied by the crowd, Lu Sheng scoffed quietly, reiterating, "Since you have all made progress, it stands to reason that you have no questions regarding my explanations from yesterday. I achieved the 6th power limit solely through the 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique." As his words fell, the crowd erupted in excitement. Although he had anticipated this reaction, the impact of hearing it from Lu Sheng's own mouth was markedly different. Amidst their clamoring, Lu Sheng pressed on, "Dear friends, based on my explanations, if you have encountered a bottleneck today, it is at the very least a 4th limit that if you have not reached that, it is undoubtedly due to a lack of serious comprehension yesterday. I dedicated my precious cultivation time to provide you with insight. If you are unwilling to listen, even if I strive to teach, there will be those who remain stagnant, since you did not grasp it thoroughly yesterday. I suggest you return and consult with your peers. Otherwise, the essence of what I explained today will still elude you." As Lu Sheng concluded his remarks, some in the crowd nodded in apparent understanding. Recognizing the confusion among the gathered individuals, Lu Sheng realized his initial objective had been achieved. "You attempt to morally coerce me. As long as I possess no sense of obligation, you will not succeed. Moreover, while I do not refuse to teach, if you did not fulfill my expectations yesterday, you must face the consequences today." With Lu Sheng's speech, the once aggressive disciples found their momentum shattered. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Sheng made his next demand, "That if you have comprehended yesterday's teachings, I shall continue to instruct you. However, if there are deficiencies, I kindly ask you to step back and return once you have fully grasped the concepts. I shall now commence an assessment. Anyone who can withstand my sword intent may remain to hear my teachings." As his words echoed, the crowd exchanged glances, realizing that their initial plan had been dismantled by Lu Sheng. Sword intent, condense. Upon uttering these words, a fierce wind whipped up, and an aura of deadly intent surged forth, swiftly enveloping the space. The temperature around them plummeted, and the crowd felt as though they had plunged into an abyss. Even breathing became a struggle. The moment the sword intent coalesced, many of the disciples in the front row began to tremble uncontrollably. Under the oppressive force of the sword intent, they quaked and started to retreat. In the entire Taiwi sword sect, there were but a few who could condense their sword intent in the body refinement realm, let alone this legendary first-grade sword intent. They were utterly unable to resist. Under the terrifying pressure, the group found their limbs shaking, their spirits crushed, devoid of any thoughts of rebellion. The overwhelming force swept through their souls, leaving them feeling as if they were on the brink of the underworld. Step back. One of the individuals gritted his teeth and remarked that he had come solely for personal gain, not out of genuine desire for knowledge. It was indeed not worth injuring one's sword heart for a trifling benefit. With this thought, the crowd began to retreat, no longer willing to withstand the oppressive force. Daozi, we have yet to fully comprehend. Let us temporarily withdraw today. Under the terrifying pressure, this group of people ceased to struggle, leaving the Wudao Peak in a dejected state. Observing their departure, Lu Xing merely smiled indifferently before returning to his cultivation. What? You mean that lad scared off over 100 people merely with his sword intent? In a courtyard, Wang Yin exclaimed in anger, I never expected that boy would be so unfazed by such tactics. Wasn't he keen on teaching? Wang Yin's expression twisted with fury. He had intended to use the crowd to undermine Lu Xing, but was surprised to find that his scheme had been seen through. As Daozi, Lu Xing was not someone he could confront directly, leaving him with no choice but to resort to underhanded methods. If that is the case, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. As Daozi and an esteemed elder of the Heavy Sword Peak, since you refuse to impart your wisdom, I shall speak the truth. With that, a sinister smile crept across Wang Yan's face. Just as Lu Xing entered a state of cultivation, rumors began circulating within the Taiwi sword sect, branding Lu Xing as arrogant and disrespectful to his elders. That it was said that today, Daozi Lu Xing had used his sword intent to force those seeking knowledge to flee from Wudao Peak. Indeed, he is merely relying on some innate talent and a modicum of understanding to act so presumptuously that I can hardly believe I once admired him. It seems I was mistaken. Does he not realize how arrogant he appears? I wonder if the Peak Master is aware of this, that I believe his teaching that day was merely a fade to impress some female disciples, engaging in dubious conduct. His motives are impure, and his heart deserves punishment. Numerous opinions began to spread, yet Lu Xing remained oblivious, deeply engrossed in his cultivation. Him. Even if he were aware, he would not care. In this world, strength reigns supreme, that if he were to attain the power to sever mountains, even the 6 Peak Masters would bow before him. Without strength, being Daozi was still of little use. 3 days later, Lu Xing had stabilized his realm, his power nearing the limit of the 9 breaks. Stretching his body, he felt a crackling sensation throughout, at that moment filled with boundless energy. The limit of the 9 breaks was within reach. Lu Xing let out a breath, satisfied with his current state. He opened his door and stepped out into the courtyard. Whoosh! The moment he left the courtyard, a surge of sword energy shot into the sky, instantly capturing Lu Xing's attention. A first-grade sword intent. He exclaimed in surprise. There were only 3 people on Wudao Peak who could have condensed a first-grade sword intent. Chapter 18. The Thousand Illusions Sword Intent. Lu Xing gazed into the sky, where sword intent surged and transformed endlessly. The sword energy ascended, surrounded by layers of radiance, creating numerous sword shadows that made it difficult to discern the true essence of the sword intent. The Thousand Illusions sword intent must have been comprehended by the little girl Lianzhu, Lu Xing thought to himself. This first-grade Thousand Illusions sword intent indeed stemmed from Lianzhu's own inheritance. Upon realization, Lu Xing looked towards Lianzhu's direction with satisfaction. Her ability to condense a first-grade sword intent was a testament to her talent. After years of hardship, Lianzhu had indeed undergone a transformation. Breaking free from her constraints, she must have maximized the value of the Tianyuan pill. Lu Xing could not help but marvel, recognizing that her opportunity to comprehend sword intent was a clear indication that, with Bai Lu's assistance, Lianzhu had absorbed the residual medicinal power, awakening her own inheritance after a night of metamorphosis. In the realm of heaven and earth, a beam of sword light transformed into myriad swords. Creating a wondrous spectacle, the faint sound of breaking air igniting Lu Sheng's blood. However, Lu Sheng's expression soon changed as he focused on the sky, his brow furrowed. "This is not good," he exclaimed, rushing towards Lianzhu's location. Although the Thousand Illusion Sword intent was comprehended by Lianzhu, it was still influenced by inherited power. Judging by the current trend, Lianzhu had not fully grasped this force. Her body might not withstand it. Realizing this, fine beads of sweat appeared on Lu Sheng's palms as he hurried towards Lianzhu. Having long endured the torment of inheritance, her spirit was weary and frail. In her current state, she likely could not fully control the power. If this continued, not only would she lose the precious opportunity to comprehend sword intent, but her very soul might also shatter, leaving her in a state of idiocy. Upon reaching Lianzhu's side, Lu Sheng saw Bai Lu, drenched in sweat, attempting to guide her. Unfortunately, Lianzhu's spirit was too weak for Bai Lu to intervene. Despite Bai Lu's considerable cultivation, she could not help Lianzhu through this crisis. "Sister, how is it?" Lu Sheng inquired. "The situation is dire if it continues like this. Lianzhu's soul may well be destroyed beneath this sword intent," Bai Lu replied anxiously. Taking a deep breath, she circulated her spiritual energy once more, but given Lianzhu's current condition, she was still unable to intervene. Hearing this response, Lu Sheng's mind raced with countless thoughts that I wonder if I can enlighten this Thousand Illusion Sword intent. Lu Sheng contemplated, then lifted his gaze, noticing that the entire Wudao Peak was enveloped in sword intent, interweaving and pressing down upon them. Suddenly, Lianzhu's body began to convulse. If this continued, in less than half a stick of incense, her soul would perish. Ding. Enlightening the Thousand Illusion Sword intent requires an enlightenment opportunity. With the system's announcement, Lu Sheng felt a sense of relief. Enlighten the Thousand Illusion Sword intent, Lu Sheng thought, subsequently using his enlightenment opportunity on the Thousand Illusion Sword intent. After the enlightenment, the rampant Thousand Illusion Sword intent on Wudao Peak immediately calmed, and Lianzhu's pained expression vanished. Lu Sheng exhaled deeply, gradually guiding the Thousand Illusions Sword intent into Lianzhu's spirit. During this process, he began to comprehend the Thousand Illusions Sword intent as well, with Lu Sheng's assistance. The sword intent was gradually brought under Lianzhu's control. After a quarter of an hour, Lianzhu completely mastered the first-grade Thousand Illusions Sword intent. Buzz, accompanied by a resonant hum, the sword intent on Wudao Peak erupted once more. Thousands of swords converged, creating a multitude of sword shadows surrounding the Taihui sword sect. As auspicious clouds descended, golden light tearing through the clouds, showering down upon Wudao Peak, that a wondrous phenomenon unfolded, and the six peak masters were awakened by the sword intent. The masters of the six peaks emerged. Who has comprehended the first-grade sword intent? The master of the fast sword peak exclaimed, his eyes filled with astonishment. This child should join my illusion sword peak. Upon sensing the Thousand Illusion Sword intent, the master of the illusion sword peak revealed a smile. Not only that, but the masters of the heavy sword peak, the broken sword peak, the deceptive sword peak, and the shield sword peak also gradually appeared. The matter of accepting disciples must be considered carefully. We must also heed the opinions of the disciples, amidst the myriad of sword intent in the boundless illusions. If this child were to join my illusion sword peak, he could receive the best resources. The master of the illusion sword peak stated confidently. As the six discussed, Lianzhu's comprehended sword intent erupted once more. Only then did they realize where the sword intent was originating. Wudao Peak. The six exchanged glances, realizing that the sword intent causing a stir within the Taihui sword sect was actually from Wudao Peak. Today, it seems you may return empty-handed. This child hails from Wudao Peak. If we continue to contend, would that not be a bit excessive? The master of the illusion sword peak proposed, given that Wudao Peak only has 3 disciples. We might as well present a congratulatory gift. Treating it as a gesture to honor her cultivation, the master of the illusion sword peak made the suggestion. The others nodded in agreement, expressing no dissent. A congratulatory gift was trivial for them, that if Lianzhu were to achieve success in the future, they too would reap some benefits, and given the limited number of disciples at Wudao Peak, her growth would undoubtedly benefit the entire Taihui sword sect. After the master of the illusion sword peak suggestion, the several peak masters stepped into the void. The disciples watching this scene were filled with envious gazes. Who at Wudao Peak has comprehended the first great sword intent? Just a few days ago, Lu Sheng grasped it, and now another has emerged. There are only 3 disciples at Wudao Peak. Truly extraordinary. As they watched the 6 peak masters hasten towards Wudao Peak, the disciples gazed on with envy. Moments later, the 6 peak masters gathered at Wudao Peak. Upon their arrival, Lu Sheng, Bai Lu, and Lianzhu welcomed the masters. Senior brothers, you have come to Wudao Peak amidst your busy schedules. Bai Lu has failed to greet you properly. Enough, let us dispense with the formalities for now, that we are here for the young one who has comprehended the first grade sword intent. Consider these gifts as assistance on her path of cultivation. The master of the fast sword peak said with a smile, producing a treasure box and handing it to Lianzhu. Thank you, senior. After expressing her gratitude, Lianzhu respectfully accepted the treasure box. This is but a small token from an old woman. Please accept it, young one, that the master of the illusory sword peak chuckled, and soon after, the other peak masters presented their respective congratulatory gifts. These offerings were of considerable value to Lianzhu. At the very least, her path of cultivation had been well paved by the 6 peak masters. The remaining items could be sourced by Lu Sheng. After the 6 peak masters delivered their gifts, they prepared to take their leave. With only 3 disciples at the Wudao Peak, they felt it inappropriate to linger any longer. Having presented their gifts, it was time for them to depart. Just as the 6 peak masters were about to leave, Lu Sheng suddenly smiled and said, "Esteemed peak masters, should I not also receive a gift?" Upon Lu Sheng's remark, not only were the 6 peak masters taken aback, but Bai Lu nearby also exhibited a look of astonishment. Chapter 19. Gifts from the 6 peaks. These gifts were intended to celebrate Lianzhu's comprehension of the first grade Thousand Illusions sword intent. Could it be that Lu Sheng had also grasped a first grade sword intent? The 6 peak masters were momentarily speechless, scrutinizing Lu Sheng with curiosity before inquiring, "What do you mean by this?" Daozi. This gift was given in honor of Lianzhu's understanding of the first grade sword intent. Could it be that? Before the question could be completed, Lu Sheng revealed a smile, and the confidence gleaming in his eyes startled the 6 peak masters. They had begun to surmise the truth. Before anyone could speak, Lu Sheng responded, "To speak candidly, I too have comprehended the first grade Thousand Illusions sword intent." As his words echoed, he began to condense the first grade Thousand Illusions sword intent amidst the astonishment of the onlookers. At the moment the sword intent coalesced, a melodious sword chant resonated in the air, and the sword intent soared skyward. At that moment, the 6 peak masters widened their eyes, captivated by Lu Sheng. Their pupils dilated, rendering them incapable of articulating their emotions. To possess 2 first-grade sword intents at the body refinement realm was far beyond what they had anticipated. The 6 exchanged glances, struggling to suppress their excitement. Considering Lu Sheng's talent, his future achievements would undoubtedly surpass theirs. If they were to present a gift, it would be well worth it. While everyone was still immersed in astonishment, the master of the shield and sword peak stepped forward first, producing a superior grade spiritual artifact. "Since Daozi has comprehended another first-grade sword intent, my gift shall certainly be fitting." The master of the shield and sword peak presented Lu Sheng with a protective robe known as the Starry Robe. Accepting the Starry Robe, Lu Sheng respectfully replied, "Thank you, esteemed elder." The others, witnessing this, also stepped forward, preparing to present their own spiritual treasures. That an elderly lady, warm and amiable, remarked, "Our illusory sword peak possesses no particularly precious treasures, but I shall bestow upon you this superior grade spiritual artifact, the Phoenix Song Jade Hairpin. This hairpin can transform into a flying sword to catch enemies off guard." Lu Sheng accepted the Phoenix Song Jade Hairpin, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your kindness, esteemed elder." We shall meet often in the future. There is no need for such formality," the elderly lady responded. "This is a pair of swift movement boots. A superior grade spiritual artifact. Once worn, it grants a 10-fold increase in speed, whether in pursuit or retreat," chuckled the master of the quick sword peak. Lu Sheng received the swift movement boots, sincerely thanking him. "This is a body refinement pill, a superior grade elixir that can break through a limit of power," stated the master of the broken sword peak, handing Lu Sheng a jade vial. Upon receiving the vial, he was greeted by a wave of rich medicinal fragrance that invigorated his senses. This is a jade pendant containing the sword energy of a spirit bridge realm cultivator, capable of resisting a strike when caught off guard. said the master of the mysterious sword peak, presenting a jade pendant, which Lu Sheng felt to harbor hidden strength upon receiving it. By this time, 5 of the 6 peak masters had presented their gifts, and everyone turned their gaze towards Li Jiannan. The other gifts were all superior-grade spiritual artifacts, and given that Lu Sheng had recently extorted a heavenly origin pill from him, Li Jiannan had suffered a significant loss. He was already satisfied with the superior-grade spiritual artifacts. If he could obtain all the necessary spiritual items today, he need not worry about resources. Under everyone's scrutiny, Li Jiannan produced a long sword. Before he could speak, the expressions of the other peak masters shifted, and even Lu Sheng, who was prepared to accept the spiritual treasures, revealed a look of astonishment. This is the Chongyuan sword, forged by Master Duanyue himself. A top-tier spiritual artifact. As Li Jiannan's words fell, Lu Sheng hastily accepted the Chongyuan sword, saying, "Thank you, esteemed elder." Though the sword was a gift from Li Jiannan, he felt a pang of regret. This sword, crafted by Duanyue, was widely known to have the potential to evolve into a sacred artifact, but he had thought it was meant for the next master of the heavy sword peak. But unexpectedly, it was bestowed upon Lu Sheng. The others were left in shock, unsure how to react. The Chongyuan sword could already be considered a quasi-sacred artifact, with a chance to become a sacred artifact in the future. They could hardly fathom Li Jiannan's generosity. Before anyone could speak, Li Jiannan continued, "Daozi's residence is nearing completion. Soon you shall be able to commence your cultivation. Master Duanyue has specifically instructed that any resources from the heavy sword peak are available to Daozi." While saying this, Li Jiannan felt a twinge of discomfort. Such treatment was rarely encountered. Were it not for Duanyue's repeated persuasion, he would find it hard to agree, especially since the Chongyuan sword had been refined over many years. Now standing just a thin line away from becoming a sacred artifact, he trusted Duanyue's words that as long as Lu Sheng could assist them, the swordsmanship of the heavy sword peak would elevate beyond that of the other peaks. From Duanyue's tone, Li Jiannan had already surmised that Lu Sheng must have uncovered an astonishing secret following the journey to the 100 refined sacred pool. Otherwise, Duanyue would not have treated him so favorably. Lu Sheng accepted the gifts from the 6 peak masters, his heart brimming with anticipation. After all, the Chongyuan sword was a genuine quasi-sacred artifact, a weapon he could wield in battle, while other weapons were indeed formidable. Should they become known to others, he would inevitably face life-and-death struggles that Li Jiannan, facing the astonishment of the others, offered no explanations, and soon the 6 peak masters took their leave, with the gifts bestowed. It could be said that a bond had been formed with Lu Sheng that in the future, should Lu Sheng attain greatness, a mere word of guidance could cultivate a host of talents, particularly given Lu Sheng's understanding of the 100 refined golden body technique, which had already reached the ears of the other peak masters. Once everyone departed, Bai Lu gazed at Lu Sheng in astonishment, her eyes filled with disbelief. "Daozi, why does the master of the heavy sword peak regard you with such esteem?" "The value of this sword far exceeds all the gifts from the other 5 peaks," Bai Lu inquired, her voice tinged with surprise. Lu Sheng smiled slightly and replied, "During my visit to the heavy sword peak, I shared insights on the essentials of the 100 refined golden body technique with them, and subsequently entered the 100 refined sacred pool, where I experienced some fortuitous encounters." "Fortuitous encounters? Could it be that the commotion at the heavy sword peak was caused by you?" Bai Lu questioned in confusion. "That would be somewhat accurate. After entering the sacred pool, I absorbed an excessive amount of blood energy and was attacked by the blood demon. After shattering the blood demon 9 times, I was drawn underground. The 100 refined sacred pool is over 1,000 fathoms deep, and within it lies a colossal corpse that reaches the heavens. For some unknown reason, I shared an eerie connection with this giant corpse. After subduing the blood demon, the colossal corpse underwent a transformation. Later, the unusual activity at the heavy sword peak attracted Master Duanyue, who was very surprised to learn of my subtle connection with the colossal corpse." Lu Sheng refrained from mentioning the enlightening encounter with the giant corpse, providing a brief overview instead, and he noticed Bai Lu was left in a daze. Bai Lu stared at Lu Sheng, her expression shifting dramatically as if she had heard something shocking. She gazed intently at Lu Sheng, seemingly seeking confirmation. Chapter 20. The Terror of the Blood Demon. Where is the blood demon now? Bai Lu asked in astonishment. Though she knew little about the colossal giant, she was somewhat familiar with the blood demon. Upon hearing her inquiry, Lu Sheng smiled slightly and said, "Come forth," with a thought. The blood demon transformed into a small kitten, scampering over. However, upon seeing this, Bai Lu's eyes widened in shock. She saw through the blood demon's transformed appearance and felt a surge of tension at the sight of it. "Daozi, you must not touch that blood demon. You are yet unaware of its terrifying nature." The blood demon, true to its name, could be explained through the words blood and demon. The term blood refers to its ability to devour and manipulate the life force of others. A manifestation of an exceedingly wicked innate supernatural power, the Dio not be deceived by its harmless appearance. Bai Lu paused before continuing. As for demon, it refers to the inner demon. It can even induce inner demons in those with superior cultivation. Do not think to control the blood demon. It is an exceedingly dangerous entity. Moreover, it may very well originate from the colossal corpse. If it is indeed its inner demon, you will find it even harder to control. At that moment, Bai Lu's demeanor was exceptionally serious. She had seen through the blood demon's guise and cautiously offered Lu Sheng a warning. Meanwhile, Lianzhu felt no sense of terror from the blood demon in its kin form. Instead, she found it rather adorable that as she looked at the seemingly harmless kitten, Lianzhu knelt down, attempting to pet the blood demon. Seeing this, Bai Lu's heart raced, and she hurriedly admonished Lianzhu, "Be careful. Do not touch it." Startled by Bai Lu's reprimand, Lianzhu halted her movements, afraid to proceed. Lu Sheng, observing this, chuckled and said, "Sister, there is no need for concern. This blood demon has already submitted to me." With that, he turned to the blood demon and commanded, "Sit." With the command issued, the blood demon obediently settled beside Lianzhu. Unfortunately, after being reprimanded by Bai Lu, Lianzhu dared not reach out to touch it. Observing Lianzhu's cautious demeanor, Lu gently encouraged, "Why not try to pet it?" Tentatively, Lianzhu extended her hand towards the blood demon, only to be surprised when this transformed little kitten wagged its tail, clearly relishing her gentle strokes. Witnessing this scene, Bai Lu was taken aback. She had never anticipated that the blood demon could be so easily tamed. "That I in her heart," she mused. No wonder it was chosen as the disciple by the master. Amidst her astonishment, she too cautiously reached out to pet the blood demon, now appearing as an endearing feline, captivating both of them. Bai Lu channeled her spiritual energy while forming seals with her other hand. A series of luminous rings manifested around the blood demon. Eventually, these rings merged into its body, enhancing its cuteness even further. I have placed certain restrictions upon it. Below the spiritual bridge realm, one cannot discern the true form of the blood demon. But do not let your guard down, that if others discover that you are nurturing a blood demon, they may take action against you, Bai Lu thoughtfully advised. Bai Lu was utterly astonished by Lu's recent transformations. After realizing that Lu had gained complete control over the blood demon, she understood why Duan Yu held Lu in such high regard. He likely possessed many secrets within the 100 Refinement Sacred Pool. This was certainly within Duan Yu's expectations. Hence, the Heavy Sword Peak constructed a residence for him, ensuring that Lu would frequently visit. It seemed that Master Duan Yu had numerous plans in store. As long as you refrain from causing harm to Lu, all will be well, Bai Lu contemplated. Although only the three of them resided on Wudao Peak, they were not to be underestimated. Once she calmed the tumultuous thoughts in her mind, Bai Lu began to assess Lu. "Master, how much strength have you attained?" Lu's aura had undergone a significant transformation, emanating an invincible presence alongside an overwhelming sense of power. "That I suspect your strength has increased considerably in recent days. I have reached the 8th breaking limit, nearing 90,000 pounds of strength. Once the time is ripe, I will be able to enter the 9th breaking limit," Lu replied honestly, feeling no need to conceal details from Bai Lu, as long as it did not pertain to the system. Taking a deep breath, Bai Lu steadied her racing heart, gazing at Lu in astonishment. The 8th breaking limit, possessing nearly 90,000 pounds of strength. Your prowess already exceeds that of your peers by a great margin, but do not rush your breakthrough. Now that you have reached this stage, you may strive for the legendary Great Perfection realm. Achieving 90,999 pounds of strength and establishing an unparalleled foundation. As she spoke, Bai Lu pondered whether there were better resources to offer Lu, given that Lu had already refined his body through the 100 Refinement Sacred Pool. Ordinary spiritual herbs could no longer support his further breakthroughs. Realizing this, Bai Lu resolved internally, "Master, I had not anticipated your rapid progress. That it seems I must venture out to seek some spiritual herbs." Feeling a tinge of guilt, Bai Lu considered that if Lu were to join another peak, he might be drained of resources for cultivation. Although he bore the title of Daozi, by the time he enjoyed the privileges, his strength would already be formidable. With Lian Zhu's condition now fully treated, her subsequent progress rested solely upon her own training. Bai Lu entrusted Lu with her care for the days to come, for she needed to address the cultivation issues of both Lu and Lian Zhu, as resources on Wudao Peak were scarce, necessitating her search for some rare resources that other peaks were reluctant to part with. "Rest assured, sister, I will take good care of Lian Zhu," Lu assured her. Lian Zhu, with her extraordinary talents, would find it relatively easy to acquire some techniques, especially given Lu's status as Daozi in that case. "I shall prepare to depart. Lian Zhu, you will accompany your uncle Shi for the next few days," Bai Lu instructed. "Okay," Lian Zhu replied. Freed from the torment of the thousand illusions sword intent, she no longer required excessive supervision. And Lu only needed to pay her slight attention. Once arrangements were finalized, Bai Lu descended the mountain. After watching her depart, Lu took a moment to assess Lian Zhu's physical condition. Although she had grasped the first-rank sword intent, her body still appeared frail. The 100 refinement golden body technique was indeed precious, yet it was somewhat too domineering for her. Given Lian Zhu's current state, it would be more suitable to seek gentler body tempering techniques, avoiding any hasty endeavors that might compromise her foundation. Recognizing these issues, Lu resolved to take Lian Zhu to Heavy Sword Peak. The body tempering techniques there were most profound and diverse, and with Duan Yu's favorable disposition towards Lu, he should encounter no obstacles in obtaining the techniques he sought. "Lian Zhu, let us journey to Heavy Sword Peak together," Lu said, gently taking her hand. Lian Zhu responded. Having endured years of torment, she lacked the joy typical of her peers. Observing this, Lu instructed the blood demon to transform into a small cat to accompany Lian Zhu. The trio, 2 humans and 1 cat, set off briskly towards Heavy Sword Peak. Lu silently hoped that Heavy Sword Peak would not disappoint him. Chapter 21. The Great Foundation Technique. As the two ascended the steps, Lian Zhu gazed around in curiosity, her eyes lingering on the flowers and grass. Since her injuries had eased, her world had taken on a more beautiful hue. Lu affectionately patted Lian Zhu's head, feeling an innate sense of protectiveness towards the little girl, akin to that of an older brother watching over his sister. Having gained some understanding of Heavy Sword Peak, Lu navigated his way to the scripture pavilion smoothly. What puzzled him, however, was the way others seemed to avoid him, reminiscent of the day when hundreds had come seeking knowledge. Lu instinctively sensed that there were those who were slandering him. With a sigh, he dismissed the thought, recognizing it to be merely the petty schemes of some small-minded individuals that in this world, where martial prowess reigned supreme, the allure of fame and fortune felt remarkably trivial. Moreover, his status as Daozi surpassed even that of the peak masters. Once he became powerful, even the masters of the major peaks would have to show him some respect. Before long, Lu and Lian Zhu arrived at the scripture pavilion of Heavy Sword Peak. Upon entering, they were greeted by a disciple who oversaw the pavilion. "That I presume this is your first visit to the scripture pavilion," the disciple said with a smile, though a hint of malice gleamed in his eyes. Noticing the disciple's shifty demeanor, Lu's gaze hardened slightly. "How do you know that?" he replied coolly. Upon hearing this, the disciple stood with his hands behind his back, raising his head proudly, exuding an air of arrogance. "It is an unwritten rule here, at Heavy Sword Peak, that all first-time visitors to the scripture pavilion must be accompanied by a senior brother to familiarize themselves with the rules, lest they violate them and incur the elder's wrath." His self-assured words fell on Lu's ears, only prompting a derisive smile from him. "How laughable, to extort money while weaving such grand tales," Lu coldly retorted. Then took Lian Zhu's hand and proceeded deeper into the pavilion. After dodging the disciple, a flicker of anger crossed his features, and before he could speak, someone nearby interjected, "He doesn't seem to be from Heavy Sword Peak. He bears no emblem of it." This remark, the disciple's smirk faded, and he quickly stepped forward to block Lu's path once more. "No one is allowed to enter the scripture pavilion without permission from Heavy Sword Peak," he bellowed, his aura surging dramatically. Lu frowned at the outburst, Meeting the disciples' gaze directly, that if you continue to act so recklessly, do not blame me for being impolite. He warned that as the disciples' shout echoed. Lian Zhu's expression turned worried, and she cautiously hid behind Lu. Noticing this, Lu halted, retrieving the Daozi gold token from his waist. Open your eyes and see what this is. When the Daozi gold token appeared, the disciple's expression shifted, and after a moment of scrutiny, he burst into uproarious laughter. What is that to me? The scripture pavilion is off limits to those who are not disciples of Heavy Sword Peak. If you have any sense, leave now, or do not blame me for being ruthless. His demeanor was threatening, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Lian Zhu trembled, her arms shaking at the sight. But Lu no longer held back. Since you do not recognize it, I will summon someone who does. With that, Lu raised his voice. Li Jiannan, come forth. His call resonated powerfully, causing the disciple's face to darken. The spiritual energy within him surged. You dare to call the Peak Master's name? You insult your elders. I shall administer justice here and now. With an angry shout, the disciple's aura intensified, his fists enveloped in a glow of martial energy. Preparing to strike, Lu stood firm, protecting Lian Zhu with his left hand, unafraid. Foolish boy, you are courting death. A mere blood refinement realm wretch dares to invoke the Peak Master's name. Today, you shall taste pain. The disciple's energy boiled over, his presence reaching a fever pitch. Enough! Just as tensions reached their peak, Li Jiannan appeared at the scripture pavilion, his imposing presence casting a shadow over the disciple. The latter's face turned pale as he turned to look at the Peak Master, his legs trembling. You dare to ignore the Daozi gold token, and now you wish to strike. You have quite the audacity. Li Jiannan's voice reverberated in his mind like a thunderclap, instantly dissipating the previously aggressive aura. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hastily exclaimed, I, a lowly individual, am blind to the presence of the Daozi. I humbly request your punishment. Lu Sheng, observing the sudden capitulation of his opponent, could only shake his head slightly. This man had committed heinous acts, having harmed countless new disciples. Had he not crossed paths with him today, it was likely that hundreds more would have fallen victim to his schemes. These newcomers, already devoid of wealth, would undoubtedly struggle for resources in the coming months if extorted further. Lu Sheng was not inclined to speak on the matter of punishment, leaving such malevolent behavior to be dealt with by Li Jiannan. For years you have bullied the fresh entrants and defied the Daozi. I sentence you to 3 years of solitary confinement as a demonstration to others. Upon Li Jiannan's decree, the man turned pale and instantly fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. Peak Master, Daozi, I acknowledge my wrongs, that I beseech you for leniency. 3 years of solitary confinement is beyond what I can endure. I have long heard of your extortion of newcomers. Do not entertain any illusions regarding today's punishment. Li Jiannan replied, leading Lu Sheng into the scripture pavilion, completely disregarding the man's pleas. Daozi, this place houses some rare cultivation techniques. Feel free to transcribe any you require. I must express my gratitude to the Peak Master, Lu Sheng said, before commencing his search for body-enhancing techniques for Lian Zhu. Observing this, Li Jiannan chose not to interrupt. Given the immense regard that Duan Yue held for Lu Sheng, he found it inappropriate to voice any objections. Furthermore, as long as Lu Sheng frequented the place, he would be considered a part of the Heavy Sword Peak. His title as honorary elder also served to forge a connection with this prodigy. After an extensive search through the body-enhancing techniques, Lu Sheng's eyes lit up upon discovering the Tai Su Gu Ji Shu. This technique, once mastered, would pave the way for the cultivation of the Bai Lian Jin Shinju, making it highly suitable for Lian Zhu. After transcribing the Tai Su Gu Ji Shu, Lu Sheng turned his attention to finding a combat technique for himself. After a brief exploration of the scripture pavilion with Lian Zhu, Lu Sheng's gaze settled on a combat technique titled Dai Jia Ji Li. This technique could be applied to both swordsmanship and boxing, theoretically allowing for an infinite stacking of power as long as the body was sufficiently robust. Each strike would amplify its force. Contemplating the description of the technique, Lu Sheng recognized its potential to enable him to unleash extraordinary strength. With his power nearing the 9-breaking limit, this technique was indeed a perfect fit. Having made his selection, Lu Sheng promptly stored it away. With his desired techniques chosen, he prepared to leave with Lian Zhu. To prevent any ill-intentioned disciples from troubling Lu Sheng, Li Jianan kindly escorted him out of the scripture pavilion. The Daozi's residence will soon be completed. Do not hesitate to voice any needs you may have. Thank you, Peak Master. Chapter 22. The indomitable spirit of Li Jin after bidding farewell to Li Jianan. Lu Sheng descended the mountain with Lian Zichu as they passed the training grounds. Lu Sheng abruptly halted. Captivated by the scene unfolding before him, that a crowd had gathered around the arena, where two individuals stood, Li Jin and Wang Yin. Observing the situation, Lu Sheng paused, a question forming in his mind. How did these two come to be in combat? Li Jin was challenging Wang Yin. Given his strength, it seemed he was only inviting trouble. Indeed, Wang Yin had reached the 4-breaking limit, rendering him virtually invincible among the newcomers. Rumor had it that Li Jin had confronted Wang Yin for spreading slander about Lu Sheng, thus instigating this challenge. That it was a pity that Li Jin's strength seemed insufficient for the task. The crowd buzzed with speculation, and upon hearing this, Lu Sheng couldn't help but smile, surprised that anyone would defend his reputation. However, Li Jin had previously regarded him as an adversary. With his arms crossed, Lu Sheng contemplated the two combatants. Wang Yin, today you will pay the price for your actions, Li Jin declared fiercely. After receiving guidance from Lu Sheng, he had attained the 3-breaking limit, and with Lu Sheng's magnanimity now being sullied, he felt compelled to stand up. You overestimate yourself. If you wish to defend that brat, at the very least, possess some strength. This level of power will only lead to your own downfall. Could it be that someone like Lu Sheng had admirers? With a furious shout, Wang Yin recalled the moment he was sent flying by Lu Sheng's punch, his anger igniting anew. Come on, show me your strength. With muscles bulging, Wang Yin's blood surged within him as he stepped forward. The sound of air being sliced echoed around. That Li Jin, seizing the moment, unleashed his full power without reservation, channeling all his strength into his fists as he charged at Wang Yin. You are overstepping. Wang Yin scoffed, a hint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Bang. The two collided, both staggering back 2 steps. As Wang Yin felt the tremendous force from Li Jin, astonishment flickered across his face. Before he could react, Li Jin's fist was once again upon him. You dare. Taking advantage of Wang Yan's momentary lapse, Li Jin struck swiftly, the sound of air being displaced ringing in his ears as his punch landed squarely on Wang Yan's chest. That a dull thud resonated from within, and after Li Jin gained the upper hand, Wang Yan's fury ignited. As Li Jin prepared to strike again, Wang Yin unleashed a flurry of punches, obscuring Li Jin's view with a barrage of blows. Under such pressure, Li Jin began to retreat, gritting his teeth to withstand Wang Yan's onslaught. Bang! The two exchanged consecutive blows, blood splattering from their fists, and after a few moments, both Li Jin and Wang Yin bore signs of swelling. Seizing the opportunity as Wang Yin gasped for breath, Li Jin launched another attack, a fierce gale of punches rushing towards Wang Yin. In the moment of Wang Yan's negligence, Li Jin's fist collided with his face. With a heavy impact, Wang Yan's expression contorted in pain, and under the force of the blow, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face paling. Despite landing a successful strike, Li Jin's situation was dire. He lacked a strength advantage, although he had struck multiple times. He was utterly exhausted. You are courting death. Wang Yin, clutching his swollen cheek, was now furious, ignoring everything. He charged at Li Jin, fists raining down like a torrential downpour. With every step, Li Jin, already drained of stamina, found himself retreating, repeatedly on the receiving end of Wang Yan's punches. Bang! After sending Li Jin flying with a punch, Wang Yin stomped on his chest, his eyes blazing with fury, staring down at Li Jin. A sinister smile crept across his face. Kneel and beg for mercy, and then tell the other disciples that Lu Sheng is arrogant and deceitful, disrespecting his elders. That moment, Li Jin erupted into laughter. You! How dare you! Spitting a mouthful of saliva, he retorted, a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. The Daozi has treated us well. To defame him would require my death. Everyone look! This man is small-minded and cannot stand to see others shine. Think for yourselves. If Lu Sheng were truly as he claims, would he impart the Bai Lian Jin Shenju? As his words fell, the crowd turned their gaze towards Wang Yin, realization dawning upon them that I wondered why there was so much slander about Lu Sheng lately. It turns out you were the source. That I must say. Had Li Jin not exposed you, I might have believed it. You shameless wretch, I never expected your jealousy to run so deep. Amidst the crowd's murmurs, Wang Yan's lips twitched in anger, his eyes blazing with fury. Wang Yan, I underestimated your shamelessness. I truly misjudged you. As the commotion grew, more and more people gathered around the training grounds, and seeing this scene unfold, Wang Yan's heart sank, with Li Jin now beyond his control. His fury had nowhere to vent. Since you were so intent on defending him, my punches will show no mercy. With that, he prepared to strike again. Just then, Lu Sheng emerged from the crowd, his gaze fixed on Wang Yan, causing the atmosphere around them to shift ominously. The onlookers readied themselves for an exciting spectacle. Wang Yan, poised to attack, felt a tightening in his chest. The aura emanating from Lu Sheng was akin to that of a terrifying dragon. As Lu Sheng approached, Wang Yan instinctively took 2 steps back, his previous bravado evaporating. I hear you have been spreading rumors about me. Lu Sheng's voice was icy as he stood beside the arena. Witnessing Lu Sheng's formidable presence, Wang Yan broke into a cold sweat, swallowing hard. Ever since he had been sent flying by Lu Sheng's punch, he had been haunted by the experience. Now, facing Lu Sheng, he was utterly terrified. I am asking you a question. Ascending the arena, Lu Sheng approached Wang Yan. After uttering a dismissive remark, Wang Yan's legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Slap. Before Wang Yan could respond, a sudden slap landed on his face with tremendous force. He felt an overwhelming power strike him, his head snapping to the side, and his body was flung away. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he realized with agony that he could no longer control his mouth. This single slap shattered any thoughts of resistance. Lu Sheng stood beside him like an imposing mountain, suffocating him in a silence that if I hear any more slander about me, you will pay with your life. Yu Sheng spoke coldly, and as his words fell, Wang Yan nodded vigorously as if he were pounding garlic, not daring to exhibit any hesitation. After speaking, Yu Sheng turned his gaze towards Li Jin beside him and declared, If you wish to grow stronger, then rise and follow me. Chapter 23. Do you want to become stronger? Upon hearing these words, Li Jin was momentarily taken aback. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Yu Sheng had already left the arena, taking Lian Zhu's hand as they departed from the scene. Rising from the ground, Li Jin hurriedly followed in Yu Sheng's footsteps, making his way towards Wudao Peak. Once they arrived at Wudao Peak, Yu Sheng meticulously explained the Taishu Foundation establishment technique to Lian Zhu. After addressing numerous queries, he encouraged her to engage in self-cultivation. Having arranged Lian Zhu's training, Yu Sheng turned back to Li Jin. The reason for his assistance to Li Jin was primarily due to the latter's ability to discern right from wrong and his courageous spirit in standing against the powerful, qualities that were exceedingly rare. Especially after Yu Sheng had overshadowed him, Li Jin still managed to regain his composure. Unlike the arrogant Wang Yan, on another note, Yu Sheng needed a person for trials. The ripple combat technique required someone to test its might, and he could seize this opportunity to enhance his own abilities while simultaneously aiding Li Jin. A win-win situation. Observing the approaching Li Jin, Yu Sheng inquired, Do you desire to become stronger? Indeed, Li Jin replied resolutely. Having realized through his encounter with Wang Yan that in this world, only strength holds true significance, that if you wish to grow stronger, you must withstand my punches, in other words, you must endure continuous blows. Yu Sheng stated solemnly, Feel free to strike. Li Jin responded earnestly. Upon hearing this, Yu Sheng instructed him to prepare himself, that I will only use 30% of my strength, but you must resist with all your might. With that, Yu Sheng's fist was already forming, the power within him surging forth, and in an instant his fist was aimed directly at Li Jin. This approaching force, nearing 30,000 pounds, compelled Li Jin to defend with all his strength. Bang! After one punch, before he could catch his breath, the second punch was already upon him. This is the second punch, still at 30% strength. The second punch of the ripple technique had escalated to over 30,000 pounds. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, Li Jin's heart raced. This punch was evidently much stronger than the last. Suppressing his astonishment, he quickly retaliated. As another punch fell, the immense force struck his fist, causing Li Jin to feel his internal energy roiling. Teetering on the brink of collapse, you are too slow. Focus and accelerate your punch formation. Yu Sheng seized the opportunity to offer guidance. The third punch was already before Li Jin. The powerful wind from the blow startled him, prompting him to abandon his offensive and cross his arms in defense against Yu Sheng's onslaught. Bang! The terrifying impact surged towards his chest, and after this punch, Li Jin felt his entire body convulsing. A surge of blood rising in his throat, threatening to spill forth. Too powerful, Li Jin thought to himself. Yet it was far from over. Yuxing's fourth punch had already gathered its force. An oppressive sensation akin to a river flowing into the sea enveloped him. Standing before him like an invincible war god, Yuxing unleashed a punch that struck Li Jin's gaze. His muscles tensed, and the energy within him surged violently. Boom! With a thunderous roar, Li Jin's body was sent flying. As Yuxing's fourth punch struck with a force exceeding 40,000 pounds, by the time the fifth punch came, it would reach 50,000 pounds. This was merely at 30% strength. After the fourth punch, Yuxing felt a throbbing ache in his muscles. While the ripple technique was formidable, the physical toll of delivering countless punches was daunting. Watching Li Jin, who had been sent sprawling by his punch, Yuxing made slight adjustments and prepared for another strike. Get ready. Do not falter. With Yuxing's command, Li Jin's heart raced with alarm. If this continued, he might very well be beaten to a pulp. Stabilizing his internal energy, adjusting his breathing, and changing his rhythm, Yuxing's fists fell relentlessly. Li Jin continuously adapted his defensive stances, and after a day of this brutal training, his body was covered in bruises. Under this merciless barrage, Li Jin was nearing 40,000 pounds of strength, on the verge of breaking through the fourth limit. After 5 days of Yuxing's relentless training, he had fully mastered the ripple combat technique, and Li Jin had shattered the 5 limits, now possessing strength exceeding 50,000 pounds. In less than a week, Li Jin had undergone a transformation. Despite his battered body, he wore a smile. Yuxing had not only bestowed upon him an increase of 20,000 pounds in strength, but also a robust willpower forged through combat. After enduring Yuxing's brutal regimen for 5 days, Li Jin's mindset had significantly improved, and his combat experience had been enhanced. After all, in such an extreme mode, if one could not transform, they would have long since succumbed and retreated. Once Li Jin broke through the 5 limits, Yuxing instructed him to stabilize his foundation, and he took the opportunity to impart the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique to Lianzhu. Having undergone the nurturing of the Taishu Foundation establishment technique, Lianzhu's physique had grown considerably stronger, now comparable to her peers, enabling her to begin practicing the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique. Lianzhu, come here, Yuxing called out to her, as she practiced diligently. All right. Upon seeing Yuxing, she joyfully ran over. Today, I will teach you the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique. Is that all right? Yuxing inquired, observing her cheerful demeanor. Yes. Sit properly. I shall now begin to explain the essentials of the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique. You must progress step by step. After settling Lianzhu, Yuxing commenced his explanation of the technique's fundamentals. After a quarter of an hour, Yuxing had conveyed the primary tenets of the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique to Lianzhu. Upon hearing this, she slowly closed her eyes and began to circulate the energy within her body. Yuxing stood by, observing Lianzhu, ready to guide her at any moment. As Lianzhu entered a state of cultivation, her complexion grew rosy, and the energy within her meridians became increasingly turbulent. Half an hour later, Yuxing sensed a surge of power emanating from Lianzhu. Has she already broken through her power limit? Yuxing thought in astonishment. Although Lianzhu's body had grown formidable after the nurturing, reaching the first limit within half an hour was truly remarkable. With such exceptional talent, it seems I need not offer excessive guidance. Yuxing mused, realizing that overly instructing her could stifle her innate abilities. Given her young age, if she could comprehend it herself, he would not interfere further. With this thought in mind, Yuxing retrieved a body-nurturing pill gifted by the Peak Master of Pijian Peak and swallowed it whole. Theoretically, this pill could enable a breakthrough of a limit. However, upon ingestion, Yuxing found himself unable to directly transcend his boundary. Having already surpassed the 8th limit, Yuxing's physique was extraordinarily robust, and with the refinement of 2 first-grade sword intents. This pill only yielded minimal effects. It seems that if I wish to break through, I must seek a vigorous battle. This pill merely elevated him to the pinnacle of the 8th power limit. The final step necessitated combat with another. Relying solely on resources and cultivation, it would be challenging to advance. Unfortunately, within the entire Taiwi sword sect, only one woman had achieved the 6th power limit. Far from sufficient for him to unleash his full strength. Feeling an abundance of untapped power coursing through him, Yusheng was filled with regret. Looking up towards the distance, at that moment, the sound of bells resonated from within the 6 peaks. Chapter 24. Uninvited guests. The bells rang out from all 6 peaks, and upon hearing the chimes, Li Jin turned his gaze towards the direction of Zhongjin Peak, though he was cultivating at Wudao Peak. Ultimately, he was a disciple of Zhongjin Peak. With the bell tolling, he knew he must return. Daozi, Li Jin approached Yusheng, but was interrupted before he could finish. The bells have rung. You should return promptly. With the 6 peaks summoning their disciples. Yusheng naturally would not hinder Li Jin. Upon hearing this, Li Jin nodded slightly and said, "Thank you, Daozi." With that, Li Jin hurried towards Zhongjin Peak. Not long after Li Jin's departure, Bai Lu arrived, stepping through the air. "Master, this is a pill that enhances vitality and strengthens the foundation." As she spoke, Bai Lu handed a jade vial to Yusheng. Upon returning to Wudao Peak, she did not pause but instead gestured for Yusheng to look towards the distance. Following Bai Lu's gaze, Yusheng beheld 2 massive 100 refinement ships floating high in the sky, a sight that elucidated the reason behind the summons from all 6 peaks. That my early return is precisely due to these 100 refinement ships. Observe the 2 vessels in the sky. They appear significantly smaller than the one from last time. These 2 ships are personal flying vessels owned by individuals within the 100 Refinements Sacred Land. Known as 100 Refinements Flying Boats. Though they currently glide slowly, when propelled at full speed, their velocity rivals that of cultivators in the Cave Heaven Realm. Moreover, their defensive capabilities are astonishing. Beneath the Cave Heaven Realm, there are no alternatives. Even cultivators in the Cave Heaven Realm would require considerable effort to bring them down. Bai Lu explained to Yusheng, noting that the arrival of these 200 refinements flying boats heralded potential discord. The owners of these 2 vessels were the 2 holy sons of the 100 Refinements Sacred Land. Bai Lu paused before continuing. The 100 Refinements Sacred Land and Taiwi Sword Sect are both among the 3 great sacred lands. Yet the foundation of the 100 Refinements Sacred Land now far surpasses that of the Taiwi Sword Sect. According to the paths of cultivation, there are 3 veins, each possessing a holy son. As Bai Lu elucidated, Yusheng began to gain insight into the 100 Refinements Sacred Land. That it seems that the Taiwi Sword Sect may not only have the 100 Refinements Sacred Land as an adversary. Lu Sheng inquired, some of the top sects in the southern region have already begun to encroach upon the Taiwi Sword Sect, harboring ambitions to usurp it. Presently, the strength of the 100 Forging Sacred Land is gradually on the rise. While the Taiwi Sword Sect is seemingly in decline, as this shift unfolds, a significant gap has emerged between the 2. At this point, Bai Lu let out a faint sigh, but upon gazing at Lu Sheng, a glimmer of light appeared in her profound eyes. With Lu Sheng present, there is no need for concern. As long as he is nurtured, it is merely a matter of time before the Taiwi Sword Sect returns to its former glory. Their purpose for coming this time is to crush the Sword Sect disciple Jinshin, establishing an overwhelming advantage. Upon finishing her statement, the 200 forging flying boats had already drawn near, beneath the clouds. The 2 vessels appeared particularly magnificent. Under the watchful eyes of the Taiwi Sword Sect members, a man and a woman emerged from the boats. Each stood on the deck of their respective vessels, a smirk playing at the corners of their mouths, their demeanor haughty, as if they were in the comfort of their own home, entirely indifferent to the gaze of the crowd. The pair hovered in midair, their eyes surveying the entire Taiwi Sword Sect. After a moment, the man spoke slowly. What a pity, what a pity. The Taiwi Sword Sect occupies such a vast territory, yet I did not expect there to be a lack of a leading figure. Throughout the entire sect, I have not discerned anyone of exceptional talent. I had thought the newly recruited disciples might possess some innate brilliance, but instead, they are merely a group of wastrels. The man's arrogant words fell from the flying boat, inciting fury among the onlookers. Junior sister, observe that amidst the 6 peaks surrounding the Taiwi Sword Sect lies a basin devoid of spiritual energy. Such a barren configuration, lacking in mountains and rivers. I wonder who conceived this idea. The 2 exchanged barbs, their words dripping with derision towards the Taiwi Sword Sect. Given the current state of the Taiwi Sword Sect, it seems it no longer qualifies as a sacred land. Soon other sects will take its place. You all should prepare yourselves psychologically. The woman proclaimed loudly, her voice echoing between the 6 peaks. After uttering this remark, the pair turned their gaze towards Wudao Peak. As if they had planned this all along, Upon seeing the desolate Wudao Peak, a hint of mockery appeared in their eyes, and they locked their gaze on Lu Sheng. They burst into laughter, exclaiming how laughable. The Taiwi sword sect truly believes it possesses the qualifications of a sacred land, daring to confer the title of Daozi. Even more unfathomable is that any Tom, Dick, or Harry within the sword sect can claim the title of Daozi. Your audacity is truly remarkable. The two directed their scorn towards Lu Sheng, their words laden with derision to this moment. Atop Wudao Peak, Lu Sheng fixed his gaze on the duo, his mind already brimming with thoughts. There was no need for him to respond. The pair's arrogant declarations had thoroughly incensed the disciples of the Taiwi sword sect, igniting a chorus of insults from all the peaks. Speak such nonsense. If you have the ability, come down and fight me. How dare you boast from a turtle's shell? Yes, come down and face me. Will you taste the might of my fists? The clamor of disdain echoed throughout the entire sword sect. Upon hearing this, the two displayed disdainful expressions. You lot wish to duel with me. Do you truly believe the disciples of the Taiwi sword sect possess such courage? Are you unaware of the vast chasm that lies between us? The man laughed heartily, casting a glance at the woman beside him, unable to suppress the amusement in his eyes. Junior sister, why don't we show them what true talent looks like? Otherwise, these fools may live in their own delusions until the end of their days. Wastrels, today I shall demonstrate the prowess of the holy son of the 100 Forging Sacred Land, and see if your so-called Daozi can match my strength. His confident words reverberated throughout the sword sect as the two exchanged glances before preparing to descend upon the Taiwi sword sect. How arrogant! Are the people of the 100 Forging Sacred Land truly so lawless? It is truly disheartening to realize that the 100 Forging Sacred Land exists in such a cultivation environment. A voice from below cried out in anger, in the face of the crowd's rebuttals. The man stood at the edge of the flying boat, looking down at the throng from a height of 1,000 meters. Foolish mortals, today you shall witness what true strength is. With that, he leaped from the 1,000-meter height. Junior sister, I shall await you below. After conversing with the woman, his body plummeted directly from the flying boat. Witnessing this scene, the crowd who had been hurling insults furrowed their brows. What if this fool dies? Will it bring us trouble? If he perishes, the 100 Forging Sacred Land will suffer a great embarrassment. The crowd debated. Some began to sense that something was amiss. The man leaped from a height of 1,000 meters without a hint of hesitation. Chapter 25. Li Jin faces off. The man's strength exceeded everyone's expectations. As the crowd watched in astonishment, he plummeted from the sky, his garments rustling in the wind. The blood transport realm. Does he truly possess such formidable strength? As the crowd pondered, the man was already nearing the ground. Amidst the astonished disciples of the Six Peaks, a thunderous roar erupted from the ground, followed by a cloud of dust and flying stones. Amidst the heavy rumble, the crowd widened their eyes, the cacophony falling silent as they all gazed at the deep pit created by the man's descent. Their eyes went wide with disbelief. As the dust settled, the man emerged slowly from the pit, his physique entirely unscathed. This height poses no challenge for me. Jiang Chen, I wonder how many within the Taiwi sword sect can achieve such a feat. Upon landing, Jiang Chen burst into laughter, observing the stunned faces of the crowd, his arrogance growing even more pronounced. The youthful disciples of the Taiwi sword sect, come forth. Today, I shall face as many as you dare to send. His brazen words flowed from Jiang Chen's lips as his declaration echoed. The surroundings erupted once more into chaos. The crowd could no longer tolerate this man, yet considering his leap from a height of 1,000 meters. Such strength warranted cautious handling done on Wudao Peak. Bai Lu observed this spectacle, her brow furrowing slightly. She then addressed Lu Sheng, saying, The 100 Forging Sacred Land is divided into 3 branches. This young man specializes in physical cultivation and belongs to the 100 Forging branch. The other 2 branches focus on spiritual power cultivation and soul cultivation, known as Wan Ling and Tai Xian. From his current state, he should be nearing the 8th power limit, far surpassing anyone in the Taiwi sword sect. At this point, Bai Lu turned to Lu Sheng, adding with a meaningful tone, Of course, the sect master is an unparalleled divine son, which is a different matter entirely. Lu Sheng was momentarily taken aback by Bai Lu's words. Before he could respond, the woman from the other flying boat gracefully descended from a height of 1,000 meters, gliding down like a feather. the entire process executed amidst the astonishment of the crowd. Only upon landing did the crowd realize that she had already condensed spiritual energy in the blood transport realm. This scene also prompted contemplation from Lu Sheng. It appeared she belonged to the Wan Ling branch. This woman hails from the Wan Ling branch, and her cultivation method is quite unique, allowing her to condense spiritual energy even in the blood transport realm, making her strength second only to Jiang Chun. Bai Lu seized the opportunity to explain that I am Jiang Chun. I am Wang X. Today, we challenge the youthful generation of the Taiwi sword sect. Anyone who considers themselves invincible may step forward that a smile graced their faces. Yet their eyes brimmed with disdain. After speaking, they circled the peaks, their provocative gazes intensifying, inciting teeth-gritting anger among the crowd. Today, I too wish to gauge the strength of the Taiwi sword sect's Daozi. But in my view, the entire sword sect is composed of wastrels. Their arrogant laughter echoed in the surroundings. Back at Heavy Sword Peak, Li Jin's anger ignited upon hearing these words. Today, I, Li Jin, shall challenge the so-called Holy Son of the 100 Forging Sacred Land. With a cold shout, Li Jin could no longer contain himself. With Lu Sheng's assistance, he had broken through the 5th power limit in recent days, and he felt compelled to repay Lu Sheng's guidance on the path ahead with his life. Even if he were to be outmatched, he could not endure the humiliation of his benefactor being insulted. After letting out a resounding roar, Li Jin charged towards the pair. How ridiculous! What mere cats and dogs dare to challenge me? Jiang Chun sneered, disregarding Li Jin as he rushed forward. Come. Today, I shall show you the gap between us. With a cold shout, he launched a powerful strike that as his fist flew forward, a sound akin to a thunderous explosion echoed through the air. In an instant, his fist was upon Li Jin. Such strength, and you wish to challenge the Daozi. You truly overestimate yourself. The opponent's punch, formidable as it was, elicited no fear from Li Jin after enduring the ravages of Yagyu. Despite the disparity of 20,000 Jin in strength, he exhibited no hesitation. The energy and blood within him surged forth as he struck with his right fist, unleashing the power of his entire arm. With a resounding crash, the moment their forces collided, Li Jin's feet sank into the earth, yet he gritted his teeth and braced himself against the initial assault from his adversary. The conclusion of the first blow left Jiang Chun startled. He had not anticipated that this individual could withstand his attack. Observers atop the Heavy Sword Peak were equally perplexed, astonished that Li Jin, having only been initiated for less than a month, possessed such strength. Recalling Li Jin's recent association with Yagyu, they felt they had found the rationale behind his prowess. As the crowd speculated, Jiang Chun launched his second strike. His intent to kill ignited after the first blow was resisted. You may have endured my initial attack, but you remain nothing more than a waste of potential. With a fierce shout, his fist descended once more. This time, Jiang Chun unleashed his full power. Under the terrifying momentum, Li Jin steadied his mind, crossing his arms defensively. Channeling his energy and blood, he lowered his center of gravity, embodying the steadfastness of an old ox. With a dull thud, the sound echoed as Li Jin faced Jiang Chun's prideful fist, summoning all his strength to withstand the onslaught. The immense pressure caused his chest to churn with suppressed blood. After forcibly stifling the rising blood within him, Li Jin's complexion turned crimson, having reached his limit. Seeking death, Jiang Chun's attack was once again met by Li Jin, igniting a fury within him that compelled him to strike again. Under the weight of his powerful punches, Li Jin was forced to retreat step by step, a scene that weighed heavily on the hearts of the onlookers. Had Li Jin had another 6 months of training, he could have stood a chance. Alas, he had only just begun his journey. The gathering atop Heavy Sword Peak lamented, and upon hearing their murmurs, Jiang Chun's muscles tensed. After breaching Li Jin's defenses, he delivered a crushing blow to his chest. The resounding impact reverberated in Li Jin's mind, leaving him feeling as though he were uncontrollably propelled backward. After expelling a mouthful of reverse blood, he found himself bereft of the will to continue fighting. With Li Jin vanquished, Jiang Chun smiled indifferently, raising his noble head in mockery. Did I ask this all? It seems the disciples of the Taiwi sword sect are not so formidable after all. That I ask there any brave soul willing to step forward and serve as my punching bag? Jiang Chun scanned the Taiwi sword sect, a smirk playing on his lips that on Wu Dao Peak. Bai Lu could not restrain herself from inquiring, Is the sect master not yet prepared to intervene, given the current state of the Taiwi sword sect? Only Yagyu could contend with him that if this continues, it may sow seeds of doubt among the disciples. That Yagyu's gaze remained fixed on the two, his deep eyes betraying no emotion. After a brief smile, he responded, "There should be other disciples within the Taiwi sword sect. If I strike first, some may not be satisfied." Chapter 26. The heart of the strong despite the Taiwi sword sect's recent decline. It should not be so weak as to lack challengers. That as Yagyu's words fell, Bai Lu smiled nonchalantly, her gaze directed toward the direction of Fast Sword Peak. The Taiwi sword sect had suffered greatly in the blood refinement trials. As a sect that primarily focused on swordsmanship, sword intent, and sword techniques, the emphasis on body refinement was comparatively less significant. In contrast, the 100 Refinements Sacred Land placed a high premium on body refinement. Boasting countless techniques, with its disciples predominantly specializing in this area. One could only say that the two sects prioritized different paths. If the sword sect could not shatter the limits of strength, it would be wiser to break through sooner and begin gathering spiritual power. Bai Lu's words elicited a nod from Yagyu. Nonetheless, allowing two disciples of the blood refinement realm to brazenly boast was not beneficial for the entire sword sect. A competition between the younger generations of the two sacred lands, if transposed to the realm of spiritual transformation disciples, would not reflect the current state of the sword sect. Bai Lu sighed deeply, her profound gaze settling on Fast Sword Peak. Amid their scrutiny, a graceful figure descended from Fast Sword Peak, her feet lightly treading the stone steps. With the breeze tousling her hair, she appeared as though she were a celestial being. Su Ziding, a disciple of Fast Sword Peak, called out, "Dare you engage me in battle?" Her eyes glinted with the fervor of combat as she turned to Wang Xiner. With a slight smile, Wang Xiner narrowed her eyes and replied, "You are not my match." Unsheathing her long sword, her spiritual power erupted forth. Hailing from the Wanling lineage, she held a distinct advantage in the blood refinement realm. The two boasted similar strengths, both reaching the 7-breaking limit. Su Ziding, hearing her words, responded with a dismissive smile. "Enough with the idle chatter. Come face my blade." As her long sword emerged from its sheath, a resonant cry sliced through the air, and Su Ziding's blade surged forth towards her opponent. Wang Xiner, upon witnessing this, let out a cold laugh, her own spiritual power enveloping her long sword as she confronted Su Ziding directly. The initial clash commenced with a swift approach. Clang! Sparks flew as the sound of their swords clashing resonated. And both retreated a few steps after their first exchange. Briefly pausing, Su Ziding soared into the air, her long sword shifting deftly as her light footwork brought her before Wang Xiner. In response, Wang Xiner swiftly adapted her technique, launching a relentless barrage of strikes, with sword light coalescing upon her blade as her spiritual energy surged, propelling her into the AI. Su Ziding followed suit, stepping forth with ghostly agility. Momentarily suspended in mid-air, in an instant, their swords clashed repeatedly, and sparks erupted, eliciting astonished gasps from the surrounding disciples. Sister Su's strength is indeed formidable. Finally, the opportunity had arisen for this woman to face some hardship. Disciples from various peaks were intently observing the fierce exchange between Su Ziding and Wang Xiner, noting how their hands danced swiftly, sometimes soaring into the air. Such combat surpassed the realm of blood refinement in their eyes. Regrettably, Sister Su was ultimately at a disadvantage due to her lack of spiritual energy. That if this continued, Wang Xiner, bolstered by her spiritual power, would gradually gain the upper hand, and Sister Su might ultimately fall short. As time passed, it became apparent that Su Ziding was beginning to tire. The pressure exerted by her opponent's aerial assaults posed a significant challenge to her physical stamina. In a series of clashes, Su Ziding found herself retreating, her forehead glistening with beads of sweat. "You are not my match," Wang Xiner taunted from midair, her eyes brimming with arrogance. Hearing this, Su Ziding's wrist moved in a flurry, her bamboo sword deflecting her opponent's strikes, yet she found herself ensnared in the pressure of Wang Xiner's dominance. "You are about to lose." At this moment, Wang Xiner's spiritual energy was nearly depleted. She needed to conclude the battle swiftly, for prolonging it would yield unfavorable consequences for her as well. With a sudden surge of energy, she unleashed her remaining spiritual power, intensifying her sword strikes. Su Ziding, already fatigued, found herself completely on the defensive. The clangor of their swords reverberated, and the onlookers held their breath, witnessing only a flurry of sword shadows. This style of combat was truly eye-opening for everyone present. However, with a sudden flurry of urgent clangs, Su Ziding stumbled, nearly losing her balance. Clang! With the final strike, the moment arrived when her internal energy surged, leaving her with no possibility of resistance. Wang Xiner pointed her sword at Su Ziding, her eyes gleaming with triumph. "You have lost," a smile graced her lips, and in that moment, Wang Xiner radiated confidence. She surveyed the entire Taiwi sword sect with an air of superiority, each movement igniting the ire of those around her. Disciples from the Six Peaks sighed in unison, initially believing Su Ziding might turn the tide. Yet in the end, she was subdued by her opponent's advantage and spiritual power. What a pity. I hope Sister Su's heart remains untainted by this defeat. Once we reach the spiritual transformation realm, I will not be intimidated by them. What is so impressive about relying on superior body refinement techniques? A chorus of dissatisfaction echoed among the Six Peaks. While the two victors exchanged glances of arrogance at the onlookers, exuding an air of defiance that on Wu Dao Peak, Bai Lu turned to Yagyu and asked, "Will you not intervene? If you can vanquish all the young disciples of the 100 Refinements' sacred land, the opportunities of the Six Peaks in the Taiwi sword sect will be yours for the taking." Observing Yagyu, who remained a passive spectator, Bai Lu urged him on. Upon hearing her words, Yagyu refrained from responding directly. To act solely for the sake of opportunity would paint him as an ungrateful individual. Before Yagyu could challenge his opponents, the two distant figures turned their gaze toward Wu Dao Peak. Jiang Chun and Wang Xiner fixed their sights upon Yagyu, the pride in their eyes becoming increasingly difficult to conceal. They had not anticipated that the two disciples sent forth by the Taiwi sword sect would be so easily overwhelmed. I wonder where the so-called prodigy of the sword sect is hiding. Perhaps he is weeping in his bed. Jiang Chun proclaimed loudly, his resonant voice echoing throughout the sword sect. Amidst the reverberations, Wang Eker derisively remarked, "How incredibly cowardly! I never expected a dignified Daozi to lack even the courage to show himself. I thought this journey would allow me to spar with the Daozi, yet he cowers inside his shell, too afraid to emerge. How disappointing, truly disappointing." Upon her utterance, Jiang Qin retorted once more that I in the midst of their mutual scorn. Lu Xing merely observed the two jesters with an indifferent gaze. Beside him, Bai Lu could not help but inwardly lament Lu Sheng's formidable resolve, which had grown to such an extent that it evoked her admiration. In the face of such foul words, he remained unfazed, like a concealed predator, leaving no one aware of when he might unleash his fury. Chapter 27. External invaders and internal strife. While Jiang Chun and Wang Exe exchanged their barbs, chaos had already erupted among the Six Peaks. Although everyone knew Lu Sheng had only been initiated for a mere fortnight, they had succumbed to disarray under the provocations of their adversaries. Though unspoken, their gazes were fixated in the direction of the Enlightenment Peak, as the Dozi. Lu Sheng should, under any circumstance, maintain order within the ranks that on the Heavy Sword Peak. Wang Yan's eyes sparkled with malice, and he whispered a few words to a nearby disciple, his speech rife with curses and reproaches directed at Lu Sheng. Once his scheme was set, he dispatched several trusted aides to infiltrate the crowd. As the Daozi, he only dares to strike hard against his own, bullying the weak. This 100 Refinements sacred land has been brazen for too long, yet the Daozi remains hidden. How utterly laughable, Wang Yin muttered. And upon hearing him, the crowd simmered with indignation. Indeed, the Daozi enjoys the resources of the Six Peaks, yet when outsiders provoke him, he hides within his shell like a turtle. What a disgrace, with the first voice of agreement. Those who had previously been too timid to act against the 100 Refinements sacred land found an outlet for their pent-up frustrations, beginning to denounce Lu Sheng. It is because of him that the entire Taiwi sword sect suffers such humiliation and indignity. The esteemed Daozi dares not show his face, resembling a head-shrinking turtle. As voices rose in unison, those filled with ire began to vent their grievances upon Lu Sheng. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Yan's heart brimmed with delight, his face twitching with barely contained laughter as he regarded the agitated crowd. There is no need for such excitement. Perhaps he believes himself too weak to act, which is why he does not dare to strike. I believe the best solution is to strip him of his Daozi title. Since he has failed to uphold the responsibilities of a Daozi, he should not be entitled to enjoy these resources. Yes, we should report to the Peak Master that the Heavy Sword Peak will no longer grant access to Lu Sheng. Under Wang Yan's incessant coaxing, the once rational crowd had completely boiled over. Jiang Chun and Wang Xer, witnessing the internal strife of the Heavy Sword Peak, could hardly suppress their amusement. That the Enlightenment Peak. Lu Sheng regarded Jiang Chun and Wang Xer with a hint of perplexity. Sister, they arrived at the Tai Hui sword sect aboard the 100 Refinements flying vessel, so audaciously provoking the disciples of the Six Peaks. Does the higher echelon of the Tai Hui sword sect not intervene? This is tacitly permitted by the two sacred lands. The clashes and competitions among the younger generation pertain to an ancient battlefield. The current crop of exceptional disciples from the 100 Refinements sacred land far exceeds their allotted slots. Thus, they have set their sights on the Tai Hui sword sect. Although the sword sect is not what it once was, it still wields the name of sacred land and can secure its rightful quotas. At this point, Lu Sheng began to comprehend the situation. No wonder they were so brazen. The challenges among the younger generation were also agreements made by their predecessors. Even so, the Tai Hui sword sect could only acquiesce. Unable to refuse that, of course, should they fail in their challenges, they would need to offer equally valuable items, as well as a slot to enter the 100 Refinements sacred land. After uttering these words, Bai Lu cast a meaningful glance at Lu Sheng. Now you should understand, this battle must be one that I expect you to take action, for the sake of securing that slot. Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng understood all too well. Since that was the case, he should no longer hold back. Observing that not only had no one from the sword sect stepped forward, but they had also begun to engage in infighting, he could not help but smirk at his own predicament, that he then turned to the side and addressed Lien Zhu. Little martial ant, would you like me to take you to observe the battle? At these words, Bai Lu looked on in astonishment, but upon seeing Lien Zhu's current state, she was utterly taken aback in just a few days. Lien Zhu had already restored her body and surpassed a limit of strength. It seemed that under Lu Sheng's guidance, she had embarked upon the path of cultivation. Reflecting on the recent events, Bai Lu felt a profound sense of satisfaction. All right. Lien Zhu glanced at Bai Lu, and with no opposition from her, she cheerfully agreed to Lu Sheng's proposal. Lu Sheng took Lien Zhu's hand and slowly made his way down the mountain. Even as he descended, the derisive taunts from the Tai Hui sword sect showed no sign of abating. That lad is truly cowardly. I fail to grasp why the Holy Master would appoint him as the Daozi, to comprehend the first tier of sword intent. Such a person is unworthy. He enjoys the resources of the Six Peaks. Yet when calamity befalls the sword sect, this man hides like a turtle. Were I the Daozi, I would be the first to charge out, even at the cost of my life, amidst the clamoring of the Tai Hui sword sect. Lu Sheng, with Lien Zhu in tow, steadily made his way down the mountain, his expression remaining remarkably calm. The crowd's malevolence toward him showed no signs of waning, yet Lu Sheng remained unfazed that a true strongman does not concern himself with empty titles. In this world where strength reigns supreme, as long as he possesses sufficient power, all infamy shall be erased. Little martial uncle, what are they saying? Lien Zhu inquired, bewildered by the uproar of the Tai Hui sword sect. These are merely the excuses of the weak venting their frustrations. Lien Zhu, when facing provocations from others in the future, do not let it disturb your heart. Lu Sheng gently ruffled Lien Zhu's hair in response. I understand. Hearing the raucous discussions, Lien Zhu's expression turned pensive, her heart aching for Lu Sheng. Yet, observing his unperturbed demeanor and recalling his earlier words, she fell in a deep contemplation. Lu Sheng descended the steps, and as he left the Enlightenment Peak, the crowd's attention remained fixated upon him. This lad won't truly take action, will he? I suspect he is merely going to concede that if he were to strike. Would he not have done so by now? Perhaps he has mentally prepared himself to endure a beating, hoping for the opponent to go easy on him. They watched Lu Sheng approach Jiang Chun. Their discontent remained palpable. How absurd! To step forth now for a beating. Does he not make the sword sect appear even more disgraceful? Why didn't he act sooner? Drifting about like a woman. I am eager to see how many punches he can withstand. Amidst the crowd's chatter and the taunts of the two from the 100 Refinements sacred land, Lu Sheng finally reached the battlefield. Upon seeing Lu Sheng, the two who had been laughing heartily suddenly fell silent. Chapter 28. On-site instruction under such scrutiny, Lu Sheng's calm demeanor was indeed unexpected. What astonished them further was the profound depth in his eyes, reminiscent of a vast ocean of stars, rendering him inscrutable. In that instant when Lu Sheng emerged, the two from the 100 Refinements' sacred land furrowed their brows, sensing a peculiar aura emanating from him. Judging solely by this aura, Lu Sheng's strength far surpassed that of the two before him. At this moment, he resembled a poised cheetah, ready to pounce on its prey and deliver a fatal strike. Under the weight of his formidable presence, the two fell into a brief silence, awaiting Lu Sheng to speak. "I am pressed for time. You may come at me together." As the crowd watched in anticipation, Lu Sheng's declaration reverberated through the air. The entire Taiwi sword sect was set ablaze with excitement. Their gazes fixed upon Lu Sheng, filled with incredulity. How audacious! With just this statement, he has completely overshadowed his opponents. So bold. I admire that. I wonder if this young man, in his arrogance, will end up on the receiving end of a beating. I hope he can back up his bravado with substance. Amidst the shock, some voices continued to mock him. "Come on, let's give him a thrashing." Within the Six Peaks, alongside the jeers, there arose a surge of fervent sentiments. As Lu Sheng spoke, some individuals found their frustrations released. The Daozi. Even if he must lose, he ought to do so with some flair. Amidst the cacophony of insults, there were even those who began to commend Lu Sheng. After all, he had only just embarked on his journey. This battle was bound to end in defeat, but as the holy son of the Taiwi sword sect, he could not afford to be timid. In an instant, the discourse within the Taiwi sword sect became polarized on the heavy sword peak. After much contemplation, those whose anger had subsided turned their gazes towards Wang Yan. "Didn't you say the Daozi is as cowardly as a mouse? Too afraid to show himself. To call him a timid turtle, you, a mere novice, should be bold enough to challenge him." As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Yan was rendered speechless that he never expected that the newly initiated Lu Sheng would actually dare to confront the two formidable figures of the 100 Refinements' sacred land. What astonished him even more was Lu Sheng's audacity to utter such reckless words. Although the situation was awkward at present, the thought of Lu Sheng soon being pummeled filled him with anticipation. Meanwhile, the two opponents were jolted from their shock, with Jiang Chen sneering before stepping forward. "Kid, with such arrogance, you must have never tasted defeat." Lu Sheng, however, paid no heed to Jiang Chen and turned his attention to the nearby Lian Zhu, instructing her, "In the upcoming bout, my little martial uncle will deliberately slow down his strikes. You must observe carefully and grasp the nuances." Lian Zhu nodded earnestly in response. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's expression darkened instantly. Lu Sheng's blatant disregard for him was infuriating. Not only was he exceedingly arrogant, but he also intended to use him as a training dummy for others. Rage surged within Jiang Chen as he fixed a steely gaze on Lu Sheng, the fury in his eyes threatening to erupt. Observing the defenseless Lu Sheng, a murderous intent began to brew in his heart. "As for your sword, don't blame me for not giving you a chance to draw it if you lose." He scoffed, his fists clenched tightly, ready to unleash his fury upon Lu Sheng. The Taiwi sword sect, rooted in the essence of swordsmanship, distinguishes starkly between wielding a sword and being unarmed. Today, he aimed to make Lu Sheng concede wholeheartedly. As Jiang Chen's anger flared, Lu Sheng merely smiled indifferently, utterly dismantling his opponent's pride. "With your pitiful skills, you are not worthy of forcing me to draw my sword." The declaration echoed between the Six Peaks. Upon hearing this, the crowd's gazes toward Lu Sheng grew fervent. Such audacity is commendable. Lu Sheng, who has been in the sect for less than half a month, embodies the spirit we aspire to. Victory or defeat is of little consequence now. They cautioned against being swayed by the words of certain individuals, asserting that Lu Sheng's aspirations could not be easily deciphered by others. After Lu Sheng's appearance, Li Jin began to shift the crowd's perception, providing explanations to those who were uninformed. Although some remained skeptical of Lu Sheng, the confidence in his words ignited a fervor within them, even inciting a desire to confront Jiang Chen directly. Jiang Chen, upon hearing this, narrowed his eyes, unable to suppress the fury boiling within him. At that moment, he had lost all semblance of reason. Blinded by rage, Jiang Chen, despite being momentarily intimidated by Lu Sheng's aura, was convinced that his opponent was merely a braggart He knew Lu Sheng had been a novice for less than half a month. Regardless of his innate talent, he could not possibly rival him. This encounter was not only about securing a spot in the 100 Refinements sacred land, but also about shattering Lu Sheng's resolve, extinguishing any hope for the Taiwi sword sect. The flames of wrath engulfed him. Jiang Chen's internal energy surged, and the formidable intent of his punch coalesced in mere moments. He stood before Lu Sheng. "You better show some real strength, or I will make you question your very existence." The moment his words fell, his tremendous fist, weighing nearly 80,000 pounds, struck out. Lu Sheng, faced with Jiang Chen's imminent assault, exhibited not a trace of panic, that a subtle smile graced his lips, and the confidence radiating from his eyes even instilled a sense of trepidation in Jiang Chen. "Lien Zhu, pay close attention," he instructed, and with that his fist surged forward. The energy coursed through him, muscles tensed, and as he gathered his strength to strike, the onlookers collectively held their breath, sensing the tension in the air. The sheer audacity of his display seemed almost reckless, and Wang Yin, witnessing the unfolding drama, couldn't help but smirk, eagerly anticipating the imminent thrashing Lu Sheng would receive. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated across the 6 peaks as Lu Sheng's fist met Jiang Chen's attack with unwavering steadiness. The tremendous recoil forced Jiang Chen to stagger back several steps, struggling to contain the backlash of his own energy. His face flushed crimson, he found himself at a disadvantage. The arena fell silent as Lu Sheng's punch landed. Appearing deceptively slow, yet within that languid motion, the spectators discerned the ominous gathering of an invincible force. With a single blow, the dust settled, and Wang Yan's smile faltered, his eyes wide with disbelief that he rubbed them in disbelief. Unable to fathom Lu Sheng's newfound prowess, effortlessly absorbing Jiang Chen's assault, this the weakling you spoke of, incapable of enduring a single blow? It seems the rumors of his frailty were entirely propagated by you. You are indeed a disgrace to the Taihui sword sect. Faced with the scorn of the crowd, he longed for a chasm to swallow him whole. Simultaneously, Wang Yan's resentment towards Lu Sheng intensified. Had it not been for his lack of strength, he would have torn Lu Sheng apart. Chapter 29. 1 against 2. How could this be? Jiang Chen mused inwardly, reeling from the fact that Lu Sheng's punch had rendered him utterly defenseless. He locked eyes with Lu Sheng, feeling an overwhelming pressure emanating from him, the situation spiraling beyond his control. Again, he roared, charging toward Lu Sheng, his energy surging as he concentrated every ounce of his strength. With his gaze fixed on Lu Sheng, a murderous intent erupted within him. Yet, Lu Sheng remained unruffled, instead glancing at Lien Zhu, now moving at a fraction of his usual speed, allowing her to observe every intricate detail. Lowering his center of gravity, he braced himself against Jiang Chen's furious punch, his own force rapidly coalescing. The second punch of the stacking waves was successfully formed, and an extraordinary power, surpassing the limits of mere physicality, erupted from Lu Sheng. The sound of air being displaced echoed around them as Jiang Chen closed the distance in that instant. Lu Sheng smiled faintly, the disdain in his eyes creating a sense of panic within his opponent. Boom! The two forces collided, and in that fleeting moment, Jiang Chen's expression contorted in agony as a sharp pain radiated from his fist, sending him hurtling backward under the immense gravitational force. Lu Sheng's seemingly effortless strike caused Jiang Chen's internal energy to surge violently, forcing him to expel a mist of blood. The advantage is mine. I shall pursue this victory. Lu Sheng turned to Lien Zhu, declaring, and at that moment, Jiang Chen looked at Lu Sheng in astonishment. Are you treating me as your training subject? He thought, aware that any moment of hesitation could plunge him into dire straits. This battle had been firmly dominated by Lu Sheng, and he could afford no lapses in his concentration. As Lu Sheng charged toward him, Jiang Chen recalled Li Jin's movements and crossed his arms defensively. Yet mere defense would only lead to his downfall. Lu Sheng's mocking laughter echoed as his invincible iron fist struck down upon Jiang Chen's crossed arms. Like a tidal wave breaching a dam, the tremendous force surged toward Jiang Chen, propelling him backward in an instant. In midair, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, utterly subdued by Lu Sheng's overwhelming power. Following the second blow, the entire Taihui sword sect was left in shock. Even Li Jin, who had practiced alongside Lu Sheng for 5 days, stared in wide-eyed disbelief that he had thought Lu Sheng exerted at least 70% of his strength in their training. However, even at his limit, Lu Sheng had barely unleashed 30%. Observing Lu Sheng on the battlefield, Li Jin, drawing from his days of absorbing punishment, anticipated an even more ferocious onslaught to come as the crowd erupted in cheers. Li Jin found himself equally exhilarated, but he could hardly fathom that Lu Sheng, a newly initiated disciple, possessed such formidable strength that in less than half a month of training, he had attained this level of prowess. It was inconceivable how the sacred son of the 100 Refinements' sacred land could dare challenge him, that it seemed that the true extent of Lu Sheng's abilities had been largely concealed. Had it not been for the need to instruct others, Jiang Qin would have already been flat on his back. With each punch, Lu Sheng's overwhelming intent resembled that of an invincible war god. Amidst the crowd's shouts, Wang Yin slinked away, having come to witness Lu Sheng's humiliation only to be astounded by his strength, that on the other side, Jiang Qin, thoroughly overwhelmed, wore a grim expression, the murderous intent in his eyes dimming significantly. Meanwhile, Wang Xiner observed the unfolding scene, her once proud demeanor sinking as she realized Lu Sheng's formidable prowess had far exceeded her expectations. Just as she hesitated to intervene, Lu Sheng swiftly approached Jiang Qin once more. The sound of air splitting echoed around them, and the indomitable intent of his punch coalesced once again that moment. Even Wang Xiner, several meters away, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. "Junior sister, let us strike together." Jiang Qin, now terrified by Lu Sheng's previous blow, no longer dared to underestimate him and urgently called for Wang Xiner's assistance. This was a matter of vital importance regarding the resources of the sacred land. Given Lu Sheng's brazen challenge to both of them, she could no longer make excuses and promptly joined the fray. What a shameless display! Do the two sacred sons of the 100 Refinements' sacred land lack any sense of shame? The taunts of the crowd echoed around them, but the two were undeterred, fully focused on vanquishing Lu Sheng. Witnessing Wang Xiner's engagement, Lu Sheng felt no pressure. Instead, he was invigorated. "Lianzhu, today my little martial uncle will let you experience the combat techniques of the stacking waves." His voice erupted amidst the astonishment of the two, and the first punch landed squarely on Jiang Qin. Before the resounding noise had dissipated, Wang Xiner charged forth that, "Do you also wish to endure a beating?" As she confronted Wang Xiner, Lu Sheng offered a detached smile, and in the moment her beautiful eyes widened in shock, he unleashed a punch. The fierce wind from his fist rushed towards her. Under this overwhelming pressure, tumultuous waves surged within Wang Xiner's heart. Fear began to take root regarding Lu Sheng's strike. Under the terrifying weight of his aura, Lu Sheng's fist struck with a thunderous boom. Wang Xiner's body was sent flying, as if she were a kite severed from its string, propelled backward by the force. With two punches delivered, silence fell upon the Six Peaks, and the onlookers gradually regained their senses amidst their astonishment. Incredible! To face two opponents while maintaining absolute dominance. This Daozi's talent is unparalleled throughout the ages. I am eager to see if these two can still smile under Daozi's suppression. Initially, they harbored concerns for Wang Xiner's attack. But as Lu Sheng's fist fell, it became evident to all that he now resembled an invincible war god. The mere blood transformation realm was no match for him. "Come again," observing the two, who had already lost their spirit. Lu Sheng took the initiative to pursue, simultaneously glancing back at Lianzhu, signaling her to pay attention to his striking details. Muscles tensed, the vital energy within him surged forth, and then that overwhelmingly oppressive force surged towards Jiang Qin. "Weren't you quite arrogant? Why can I no longer hear your boastful cries?" Lu Sheng had reached Jiang Qin, and seeing the panic in his eyes, he wasted no time in launching his punch. At that moment, not far away, Wang Xiner soared through the air, her speed remarkably enhanced by her spiritual power. As the two closed in, Lu Sheng merely scoffed. The earth-shattering punch landed on Jiang Qin, accompanied by a deafening roar, sending his body flying once more. Under the immense force, a distinct sound of bones fracturing echoed from Jiang Qin's fist. Meanwhile, Wang Xiner unsheathed her long sword, aiming it at Lu Sheng. Sensing the murderous intent reflected in her eyes, Lu Sheng felt a surge of anger. Faced with her lethal assault, he held nothing back. He pivoted his body to evade the sword's edge, then struck down upon the spine of her blade. causing the sword's radiant energy to erupt in a brilliant explosion. The violent impact destabilized Wang Xiner, and before she could regain her composure, Lu Sheng's fist was already upon her face. "You have crossed the line." With those words, before the crowd could comprehend Lu Sheng's swift movement, Wang Xiner spat out blood and was sent retreating, her complexion paling under the crushing force that had inflicted internal injuries. Just as Jiang Chun, having regained his composure, felt a chill within, his gaze suddenly shifted towards Lianzhu. Chapter 30. A failed scheme leading to loss. Countless thoughts flooded his mind that if this battle proceeded normally, victory was no longer within his grasp. The moment his eyes fell upon Lianzhu, a cunning plan began to form in his heart. Should he lose this battle, the 100 Refinement Sacred Ground would suffer immense resource depletion. Today, even at the cost of his pride, he must secure victory. With this thought, he began to gather his strength, harboring intentions towards Lianzhu. As Lu Sheng charged once more, Jiang Chen's treacherous scheme commenced. Feeling the weight of despair pressing down upon him like a colossal mountain, he adjusted his course. Boom! A punch landed, and Jiang Chen defensively braced himself, enduring Lu Sheng's strike. The intense shock forced him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His face ashen. Under such overwhelming pressure, he not only failed to regain his strength, but also turned to fix his gaze on Lianzhu. "Lu Sheng, you have left me no choice," with a cold sneer. Jiang Chun dashed towards Lianzhu. As Jiang Chen pivoted, Lu Sheng furrowed his brows, his murderous intent now uncontrollable. That moment, the onlookers in the Six Peaks broke into a sweat. Jiang Chun had turned his spearhead towards Lianzhu. How shameless! The esteemed son of the 100 Refinement Sacred Ground would entertain such thoughts. The crowd shouted in outrage, yet they could not halt Jiang Chen's advance towards Lianzhu. His actions ignited Lu Sheng's fury. And against Jiang Chun, who had already disregarded the rules, he held nothing back. In that case, I shall fight without restraint today. With a chilling roar, his murderous aura surged forth, causing the temperature around them to plummet. Jiang Chun, advancing forward, suddenly felt a chilling breeze against his back. Under the impact of that murderous intent, his limbs involuntarily trembled. He stood before Lianzhu, yet before his plans could materialize, a fierce wind from a fist approached from behind. A sense of crisis enveloped him. It felt as though he were on the road to the underworld, and he could not help but shiver. Boom! Lu Sheng unleashed a devastating punch directly onto Jiang Chen's back, and the sound of shattering bones rang out clear and crisp. A tremendous force surged into Jiang Chen's body, sending him flying through the air. The agony of his back tearing apart twisted his expression. He had completely lost the will to continue fighting. As the crowd witnessed Jiang Chen being sent flying by Lu Sheng's punch, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. A failed scheme leading to loss. Outmatched in strength, and yet harboring crooked thoughts. How could the 100 Refinement Sacred Ground appoint such a fool as their son? It seems their downfall is imminent. Hearing the scornful remarks directed at him, Jiang Chun, already gravely injured, felt his anger boil over, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. The searing pain radiating from his back robbed him of any remaining fighting spirit. Lu Sheng cast a dispassionate glance at Wang Xiner, his icy gaze instilling fear. After much internal struggle, Wang Xiner finally lowered her noble head, reluctantly uttering, "I concede." Seeing the two defeated opponents, Lu Sheng could not be bothered with them any longer. I end this battle. They had served as perfect training fodder for him. After their defeat, they boarded the 100 Refinement flying boat, standing on the deck, looking down upon the crowd, and coldly declaring, "This level of strength is truly laughable. Once our Daozi from the 100 Refinement Sacred Ground appears, you shall be soundly defeated." "Ha! Empty boasts. Anyone can talk big. That if you have the ability, let him come," the crowd retorted with laughter, after being beaten. "You still flaunt such arrogance that I wonder if your face is thicker than the soles of my shoes. If you're not satisfied, come down and face me." In response to Jiang Chen's harsh words, the crowd erupted in mockery. The battle concluded, and Lu Sheng's appearance only deepened the awe he inspired. The words of Wang Yin fell flat, as the Six Peaks cheered Lu Sheng's name, and in an instant, he garnered countless admirers. Surveying the Six Peaks, Lu Sheng allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. He did not care much for fame, yet having followers was not a bad thing. This battle not only repelled the invading foes, but also enhanced his strength. Lianzhu, Let us return with my junior sister. Lu Sheng grasped Lien Zhu's hand and headed towards the Enlightenment Peak. This battle is one you should reflect upon. Although the opponent was far from my equal, many details within the fight merit contemplation that do not forget those deliberately slowed movements of mine. Lu Sheng advised, this. Lien Zhu, who had been walking alongside him, suddenly halted, looking up at Lu Sheng with a youthful smile. I remember everything. Under Lu Sheng's guidance, they made their way to the Enlightenment Peak to this moment. The name of Daozi resonated throughout the 6 peaks, invigorating the entire Taiwi sword sect. The crowd cheered. The various peak masters gazed at Lu Sheng from afar. This young man's talent has far surpassed our expectations. I hope the gifts we sent him a few days ago will assist him in some way. A once-in-a-millennium prodigy, may he lead the Taiwi sword sect to reclaim its former glory. The peak masters were profoundly impressed by Lu Sheng. As he gradually ascended the Enlightenment Peak, he entrusted Lien Zhu to Bailu. I sense that my strength will continue to rise. I need to enter seclusion immediately, Lu Sheng stated. Understood. Should you require anything, the sect master can summon me at any time. Bailu's eyes sparkled momentarily. Before she replied, I never anticipated that today's battle would ultimately benefit Lu Sheng, that if the 100 Refinements Sacred Land were to learn of this, they would likely be so enraged they might spit blood. After bidding farewell to Bailu Lien Zhu, Lu Sheng hastened to his residence. Although the skirmish was brief, each of his punches reached the zenith of power and under the augmentation of the overlapping waves. His body experienced maximum compression. The final few strikes even pushed him to his limits. Otherwise, that one blow would not have directly breached Jiang Chen's formidable defenses, shattering several of his bones. That single strike was sufficient to keep him recuperating for half a month. Once all was prepared, Lu Sheng retrieved the jade vial that Bailu had entrusted to him. Upon uncorking it, a fragrant aroma filled the entire room, and with a deep inhalation, every cell in his body awakened. At this moment, he was at the pinnacle of the 8 breaks limit, and without a second thought, he swallowed the elixir as it entered his body. The surge of vitality and blood coursed through him. And bolstered by this power, Lu Sheng began to channel the medicinal energy to refine his physique. Exhaling deeply, he felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation wash over him. An inexplicable euphoria enveloped his being. And soon his muscles began to quiver while the joints in his bones emitted creaking sounds. It was not long before a resounding thud resonated within him, indicating that he had thoroughly shattered the 9th power limit. The colossal force of 90,000 pounds surged forth, and as he inhaled deeply, every pore in his body began to expand. With 90,000 pounds of strength, he was tantalizingly close to the legendary Great Perfection realm. Lu Sheng sighed in contemplation, only to find the surrounding spiritual energy suddenly stirring. Chapter 31. Adding fuel to the fire, a breakthrough into the spirit transformation realm. This was the first thought that crossed Lu Sheng's mind, as he sensed the changes within his body and felt the surrounding spiritual energy beginning to boil. The natural spiritual energy was now flowing into his body, prompting Lu Sheng to ponder. He had not actively absorbed the spiritual energy, yet it was seeping through his pores into his meridians. Would one automatically transition into the spirit transformation realm after breaking the 9 limits? Lu Sheng felt no control over the situation. He was on the verge of stepping into a new realm. Realizing this, he hastily suppressed the tumultuous power within him, knowing that this was not the optimal moment for a breakthrough. Lu Sheng silently reminded himself to restrain the surging power within, forcefully halting the progression of his breakthrough. After reaching the 9th power limit, he clearly sensed that beyond it lay a vast expanse, and he resolved to pursue the legendary Great Perfection. Having interrupted his breakthrough, Lu Sheng resumed practicing the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique to elevate his strength. Having already attained 90,000 pounds of power, he was not concerned about this final stretch of time. Achieving the rumored Great Perfection would undoubtedly yield new revelations. Hence, Lu Sheng relinquished the opportunity to enter the spirit transformation realm and continued to temper his body. Aspiring to enhance his cultivation within the blood transfer realm, the 100 Refinements Sacred Land, 200 Refinements flying boats gradually docked, and soon Jiang Chun and Wang Xing'er appeared. However, the expressions on their faces revealed no signs of excitement. Their demeanor alone led the onlookers to speculate about the outcome. Both were sons of their respective clans and had already distinguished themselves among their peers. Would they return empty-handed after encountering the now-dwindled Taiwi sword sect? As the crowd marveled, Jiang Chun painfully withdrew from their sight, while Wang Exner swiftly returned to her residence. Her feeling of invincibility shattered by Lu Sheng, Tio seek another breakthrough now posed a daunting challenge for her mindset. Upon returning, Jiang Chun hurried to his senior brother, Li Wushuang, Dade's fellow sons of the Sacred Land. Li Wushuang had already entered the spirit transformation realm, earning considerable renown for his strength and talent. Senior brother, you must advocate for me, Jiang Chun lamented as he approached Li Wushuang. His pleading expression momentarily stunned Li Wushuang, who was suddenly flooded with myriad thoughts. Did my junior brother encounter hostility from the Taiwi sword sect? Li Wushuang questioned, noticing Jiang Chun's unusual pallor. Given his understanding of the Taiwi sword sect, they should not have triumphed over the 100 Refinements' sacred land at the blood transfer realm. That was their stronghold. It would be understandable if they faltered in the spirit transformation realm, but their body refinement techniques were their pride. Observing Jiang Chun's despondent demeanor, he felt compelled to take this seriously. The Taiwi sword sect bullied me with their will tactics, and there were others interfering with my battle, disrupting my mental state. After multiple rounds, I was utterly exhausted. Jiang Chun recounted, the disciples of the Taiwi sword sect mocked me to protect the dignity of the 100 Refinements' sacred land. I had no choice but to confront that so-called his dismay. The individual was even more despicable, launching a sneak attack when I was unprepared. After achieving an unlikely victory, he became insufferably arrogant and dismissive of us. At this juncture, Jiang Chun tentatively glanced at Li Wushuang, who was already seething with anger, and he continued to embellish his tale. This scoundrel even claimed that everyone from the 100 Refinements' sacred land is worthless. Not only the sons, but even the Daozi would be ruthlessly trampled by him, showing us no respect whatsoever. As he spoke animatedly, Li Wushuang was swayed by Jiang Chun's rhetoric that I never imagined that the now-fading Taiwi sword sect would stoop to such depths. It truly leaves us aghast. Li Wushuang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Based on Jiang Chun's account, this individual was undoubtedly brimming with arrogance. If left unchecked, it would be a disgrace to the 100 Refinements' sacred land and an indelible stain. With this thought, Li Wushuang's resolve solidified. What is this person's strength? He inquired, glancing at Jiang Chun. If it weren't for the wheel tactics, he would not have been my match, that he merely relied on the resources of the entire Taiwi sword sect to forcibly elevate his strength, that I estimate he has only managed to break through the 7 power limits, and won by sheer luck. Jiang Chun responded indignantly. Since he is so arrogant, I shall teach him a lesson and let him taste the might of the 100 Refinements' sacred land, Li Wushuang declared, his determination unwavering. Once I enter the spirit transformation realm, I will personally challenge him, allowing him to witness what true genius looks like. After a brief pause, Li Wushuang continued, I also wish to see just how vile the disciples of the Taiwi sword sect can be. Li Wushuang's voice resonated with strength, and an aura of murderous intent emanated from him. Jiang Chun, upon hearing this, felt a surge of joy in his heart, already envisioning the scene of Lu Sheng receiving a beating. He firmly believed that once his senior brother intervened, Lu Sheng would undoubtedly face a devastating defeat. All right, I have grasped the situation. You should focus on recuperating now. Understood, Jiang Chun replied, leaving Li Wushuang's quarters with satisfaction. On Wudao Peak, Lu Sheng had entered a state of seclusion, diligently refining his body and continuously enhancing his strength. As time passed, he felt a subtle increase in the power within him, with the tempering of the 100 Refinements' golden body technique. Lu Sheng's muscles became increasingly robust, exuding an aura of pressure even while seated. 3 days later, Lu Sheng's strength had reached 99,999 pounds, yet he found himself unable to advance even a fraction further. Having reached the pinnacle of the 9th power limit, it was time for Lu Sheng to emerge from his retreat. Although it had been 3 days since his victory in battle, the legend of his prowess continued to circulate throughout the Taiwi sword sect. The disciples had begun to idolize Lu Sheng. Whenever his name was mentioned, their faces would light up with joy. Unbeknownst to Lu Sheng, who remained on Wudao Peak, this scene unfolded. Shortly after his retreat concluded, Bai Lu arrived at his courtyard. Master, you have triumphed over the 2 sons of the 100 Refinements' sacred land. According to our wager, they are obliged to grant you an opportunity to enter the forbidden area of the 100 Refinements Sacred Land. And this quota naturally belongs to you. Bai Lu began, her meaning unmistakable. Lu Sheng understood that their agreement was thus. Having emerged victorious, he would not easily forfeit this chance. Thinking this through, Lu Sheng felt no urgency to break through. The body refinement techniques within the 100 Refinements Sacred Land were even more profound than those on the Heavy Sword Peak. As he prepared to embark on this journey, he realized he should seek opportunities for himself within the 100 Refinements Sacred Land. We shall soon be heading to the 100 Refinements Sacred Land. Master, if you have no other matters to attend to, it would be unwise to pass up this opportunity, Bai Lu remarked, gazing at Lu Sheng. Puzzled by his contemplative expression. Chapter 32, Journey to the 100 Refinements Sacred Landing. You are set to travel to the 100 Refinements Sacred Land. Reward, 5 opportunities for enlightenment. The system's announcement echoed in Lu Sheng's mind. Upon hearing this, he hesitated no longer and inquired, when shall we depart for the 100 Refinements Sacred Land? In 1 hour, Bai Lu replied. Given the circumstances, Lu Sheng nodded slightly and said, Very well, I have decided to proceed to the 100 Refinements Sacred Land. He had yet to break the final shackles, contemplating whether he could shatter them through the forbidden area of the 100 Refinements Sacred Land. This journey should present him with an opportunity. Take me to see Lianzhu, Lu Sheng said to Bai Lu, his voice measured. After spending these days together, he found Lianzhu's performance quite remarkable and wished to assess her progress over the past few days. Master, please follow me. Lianzhu has made significant advancements recently. I believe she has gleaned some techniques from observing your battles. Bai Lu smiled lightly as the two conversed while walking, and before long, they arrived at the place where Lianzhu was practicing. From a distance, her youthful face bore an unexpected hint of anger. Ha! Lianzhu exclaimed softly, and then with a swift motion, she unleashed a punch that resonated with a faint thud in the air. After landing her strike, she gathered her strength once more. After several consecutive attacks, beads of sweat began to dot Lianzhu's forehead. Witnessing this scene, Lu Sheng revealed a satisfied smile. Considering her talent, she would likely reach the pinnacle of the 9 breaks power limit by the age of 15 or 16. Lianzhu sank her center of gravity, channeling her energy into her dantian, and concentrated her punching force before employing the strength of her upper body to unleash a series of blows. Establishing dominance, Lianzhu paused momentarily. Lu Sheng quickly offered a reminder. Turning her head to see Lu Sheng in the distance, Lianzhu displayed a glimmer of surprise, promptly following Lu Sheng's guidance to resume her punches. With a gentle breeze brushing against her face, Lianzhu gradually found her rhythm. Amidst the sounds of slicing air, her punches layered upon one another, and with merely the force of 10,000 pounds. Her prowess was already commendable in Lu Sheng's eyes. Observing Lianzhu's fierce determination, Bai Lu was taken aback. She had not anticipated such a dramatic transformation in Lianzhu under Lu Sheng's tutelage over the past few days. Despite her young age, among the newly initiated disciples, nearly a third could not hope to defeat her. Lu Sheng, noticing Bai Lu's astonishment, proceeded to explain. Bai Lu nodded in agreement. Although many prodigies had emerged among the disciples, some still lingered at the initial power limit. Under the might of Lianzhu's punches, the only advantage others had lay in their height, making it no simple feat to best her. Furthermore, Lianzhu possessed a first-grade sword intent to temper her body, rendering her physical strength comparable to that of an average person. After a quarter of an hour, Lianzhu gradually ceased her movements, sweat trickling down her temples. The top of her head even began to emit vapor. Lu Sheng approached Lianzhu, who had finally paused. You have made considerable progress these days. Do not let it go to your head. Rest assured, Master Uncle, I shall double my efforts. Lianzhu replied, simultaneously shaking her small fists. Very well. For these days, continue to practice diligently as I have instructed that do not forget the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique. Master Uncle will be away from the Taiwi sword sect for a while, so you must train well with your master. Upon hearing Lu Sheng's words, a flicker of disappointment crossed Lianzhu's eyes, and her earlier excitement faded. Do not worry. I will return before long, Lu Sheng assured, gently patting her head. All right then, please take care, Master Uncle. Understood. After bidding farewell to Lianzhu, Bai Lu led Lu Sheng down the mountain. Their destination, the 100 Refinement Sacred Land, would be visited together with Su Ziding, who had already broken through the 7 power limits and was considered a standout within the sword sect. Along the way, Bai Lu began to introduce Lu Sheng to various details that Su Ziding, "Don't we only have one quota?" Lu Sheng inquired, skeptical that the 100 Refinement Sacred Land would be so generous. Su Ziding's sister is an honorary elder of the 100 Refinement Sacred Land. Her presence will help alleviate some unnecessary troubles. Bai Lu explained, noting Lu Sheng's astonishment, "That I see." Lu Sheng nodded slightly, recognizing that being an honorary elder was no small feat. Such a title, which involved receiving funds without active duty, was reserved for the truly powerful. As they conversed, they arrived in the plaza. From a distance, a colossal Kuan was lurking above the Taihui sword sect, and Su Ziding was also present at the scene. Gazing up at the giant Kuan, Lu Sheng's eyes widened in awe, and memories from a past life surged forth. The Kuan is so immense that it cannot be contained in a single pot. Smiling faintly, Lu Sheng continued forward under Bai Lu's guidance. This is the unique Kuan of the Taihui sword sect, said to possess the bloodline of the Kuanping, capable of soaring into the sky, compared to the 100 Refinement Sacred Land's flying vessels. It is luxuriously superior, Bai Lu remarked, her eyes filled with confidence as she looked at the giant Kuan that go forth. "You need not worry on this journey. With Master Duan Yue escorting you, everything is under control." As Lu Sheng set off, Bai Lu reiterated her encouragement. Upon reaching the plaza, Lu Sheng turned to the already arrived Su Ziding, momentarily taken aback. The light cascading upon Su Ziding's fair skin, coupled with the gentle breeze stirring her flowing dress, rendered her breathtakingly beautiful. "Please, both of you, come aboard," a calm voice resonated from within the Kuan, belonging to Duan Yue. Without waiting for a response, a force pulled them onto the Kuan, and under the constraints of a unique formation, they entered a vast space. Once aboard the Kuan, Lu Sheng was unaware of Duan Yue's whereabouts as their ascent commenced, propelled by a mysterious force from within the fish, heading towards the 100 Refinement Sacred Land. After their defeat in the challenge, they could no longer prevent Lu Sheng's arrival. Upon learning of this, the 3 ancestral masters of the 100 Refinement Sacred Land convened a meeting that Li Wushuang and Jiang Chun prepared to welcome Lu Sheng, even bringing out some rather inconsequential items. After all, the opportunity to enter the Forbidden Grounds was exceptionally precious. If Lu Sheng gained entry, one of them would inevitably be barred from entering. With the 3 factions dividing the quota, and several holy sons involved, the distribution was already unfair. Now, to grant Lu Sheng another opportunity, the elders of the 3 factions had erupted in disagreement. After a heated exchange, the elders consented to target Lu Sheng. Even if he had a chance to enter the Forbidden Grounds, they would ensure he faced difficulties. While the 100 Refinement Sacred Land was devising their plan, Lu Sheng had already begun his steady approach aboard the Kuan. As the Kuan advanced, they drew closer to the 100 Refinement Sacred Land. Seated atop the Kuan, Lu Sheng gazed into the distance, where the mountain gates between 2 peaks gradually came into view. "It seems we will be stopping just before the mountain gate," Lu Sheng murmured. There remained a considerable distance and 100 steps to ascend before reaching the mountain gate, and from afar, Lu Sheng sensed an imposing aura that seemed to repel them. As he pondered this, the Kuan arrived at the plaza before the mountain gate. As it descended gently, the 2 would need to walk the remaining distance to the 100 Refinement Sacred Land. Chapter 33. A display of authority. Upon reaching their destination, the Kuan released Lu Sheng and Su Ziding, who landed softly on the plaza. Lu Sheng's gaze fixed ahead, where a sense of oppression began to envelop them. "Let us proceed," Lu Sheng said to Su Ziding beside him. "Very well." The 2 strode forward, and as they did, the oppressive sensation intensified. Upon reaching the steps, Lu Sheng sensed something was amiss. Looking up at the mountain gate, he beheld a menacing black dragon's head suspended between the 2 peaks. At that moment of eye contact, Lu Sheng felt a jolt to his very soul, overwhelmed by a wave of brutality, ferocity, and palpable menace. Under such pressure, Lu Sheng glanced at Su Ziding, who had yet to ascend the steps and already appeared somewhat unwell. From a distance, spectators awaited, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle, and familiar faces were among them. "This little trick is truly a disgrace to the sacred land's reputation," Lu Sheng scoffed, then boldly ascended the steps. As he stepped onto the stairs, a surge of vital energy surged within him. flooding his mind with various illusions and a chilling aura of slaughter. The terrifying pressure swept over him like a storm, and Lu Sheng discerned that there were formations at play upon the steps. If it were merely the oppressive force of the Black Dragon, an ordinary person might endure it, but when combined with the formation's enhancement, even the average individual would struggle to withstand such pressure. How far do you think he can ascend? With the formation's support, 30 steps would likely be his limit, but if he could not reach the mountain gate of the 100 Refinement Sacred Land, then the quota for the Forbidden Grounds would naturally be out of reach. The elder beside the mountain gate smirked disdainfully, his eyes glinting with malice. Opportunities must be seized. We of the 100 Refinement Sacred Land have offered this chance. If the Taiwi Sword Sect cannot grasp it, do not blame us. The two exchanged glances, their faces betraying cunning smiles. Regrettably, when Lu Sheng approached the steps, he did not falter. This meticulously arranged suppression seemed to have no effect on him. In no time, Lu Sheng reached the 20th step, leaving Su Ziding behind in astonishment. Under this pressure, her complexion paled, and her mental state was clearly affected. Illusions flooded her mind, and amidst the endless carnage, Su Ziding felt dizzy, hesitant to advance swiftly. Under the weight of the Black Dragon's oppression, after reaching the 20th step, Su Ziding had already grown weary. "Stay close behind me," Lu Sheng instructed Su Ziding. "Thank you," Daozidat. Su Ziding, filled with trepidation, did not hesitate as she followed Lu Sheng to the rear. Utilizing Lu Sheng's defensive stance, the pressure surrounding her alleviated considerably. Lu Sheng advanced step by step, not lingering for long. Were it not for his concern for Su Ziding behind him, his pace would have been even swifter. After the span of a single incense stick, Lu Sheng had already ascended to the 80th step. Leaving Su Ziding in a state of shock, she closely trailed Lu Sheng, yet the ominous emotions flooding her mind rendered her dizzy. The inexplicable mental pressure continuously affected her state of mind. While Lu Sheng appeared utterly unfazed, his resolute gaze seemingly harboring an indomitable belief, unperturbed by the malevolence emanating from the Black Dragon. Upon reaching the 80th step with apparent ease, Lu Sheng smirked scornfully, and the intent of the heavenly sword surged forth. The sword intent coalesced, causing those far below at the mountain gate to lose control of their swords amidst a cacophony of ringing. Suddenly, a surge of righteous energy manifested. The heavenly sword's intent began to solidify, and this unparalleled force, which triggered a chorus of swords humming in resonance, materialized above Lu Sheng's head that a sword chant reverberated. And in an instant, the overwhelming aura of slaughter dissipated, the sword intent erupting, causing the head of the Black Dragon above the mountain gate to tremble violently. Subsequently, the intense mental pressure began to crumble, and the surrounding formations fell into disarray. This the first-grade sword intent. Su Ziding was astounded. With merely a thought, Lu Sheng's sword intent erupted, instantly dispelling the mental pressure around them. "Follow me." Such a mundane phrase left Su Ziding in a daze as she gazed incredulously at Lu Sheng, her worldview completely overturned. The malevolence and mental pressure generated by the Black Dragon were shattered by Lu Sheng's sword. And under his guidance, she confidently ascended the 100 steps. This scene, witnessed by many, left them utterly astonished. As Lu Sheng reached the 100th step, the mountain gate of the 100 Forging Sacred Land stirred with commotion. And an extraordinary phenomenon arose in the sky, as if the light of the great Tao were descending gently. Having effortlessly breached the Black Dragon's barrier, the 100 steps appeared as mere illusions before him. The elders were struck with astonishment, and the ancestors of the three lineages revealed expressions of horror. This youth's talent is frighteningly immense. What Jiangchen claimed must surely be false, judging by the aura he exudes. He has likely already reached the 9th breaking limit that if allowed into the Forbidden Ground, he could indeed shatter his shackles and achieve an unparalleled foundation. Initially, it was thought that these 100 steps would at least confine Lu Sheng for half a month. Yet he had flawlessly passed in less than a single incense stick. Not only that, but the Black Dragon's head also suffered a jolt. First-grade sword intent, the 9th breaking power limit. This youth, as the Tao child of the Taiwi Sword Sect, is already more than qualified. The ancestor of the 100 Forgings lineage sighed, his eyes filled with envy to Tio the Common Eye. Lu Sheng's display seemed merely imposing, yet to the ancestors, it was the mark of supreme talent. The ancestor of the giant Kuan, Duan Yue, could hardly suppress the grin on his face. Upon arriving at the Hundred Forging Sacred Land, he had harbored some concerns, but he had not anticipated Lu Sheng's overwhelming prowess. Not only did he breach the opponent's barrier, but he also crushed their mental pressure with his first-grade sword intent. How audacious. I admire this. To be so domineering at the doorstep of another proves just how steadfast Lu Sheng's mind is. Having crossed the 100 steps, Lu Sheng and Su Ziding proceeded towards the mountain gate. At this moment, figures began to appear beside the gate, the first among them being the defeated Jiang Chun. Lu Sheng understood Jiang Chen's intentions. He simply wished to witness a spectacle, but alas, the 100 steps posed no challenge to him whatsoever. Lu Sheng's deep-set gaze was inscrutable, and in the fleeting moment when their eyes met, an inexplicable tremor surged through the souls of those present, an overwhelming sense of dread swelling within. Beside him, the somewhat flustered Su Ziding, upon seeing Lu Sheng radiating an aura of invincibility, felt her heart settle. She followed closely behind Lu Sheng, striding confidently, her skirts billowing in the wind, a sight that left the Hundred Forging Sacred Land members drooling. Upon reaching the mountain gate, Jiang Chen's gaze turned sharp, and a murderous intent burst forth from him, his aggressive aura drawing attention. Regrettably, Lu Sheng regarded him with indifference, as if he were a stranger, casting a dismissive glance that bore a hint of scorn. Instantly, a sense of defeat surged within Jiang Chun, simmering anger igniting within him. This blatant disregard was an unvarnished slap to the face. Yet recalling Lu Sheng's overwhelming punch intent, he felt a twinge of trepidation. As Lu Sheng was about to step into the mountain gate, a figure rushed towards them from a distance, bellowing, "Impudent young one! Halt here, Chapter 34. Can't afford to play?" Lu Sheng turned his gaze towards the voice. Spotting a gray-robed disciple striding forward with an imposing demeanor, flanked by followers whose eyes brimmed with arrogance, nostrils almost pointed skyward, this individual advanced. Jiang Chun smirked derisively, glancing at Lu Sheng with a sense of triumph. The Tao child of the Taiwi sword sect? I never anticipated such a dismal display. Li Wushuang shouted coldly, his tone laced with arrogance, prompting those around him to echo their agreement. Observing this, Lu Sheng paused to assess the situation. It seems that to enter the Hundred Forging Sacred Land, he must first deal with a few individuals that I had thought someone had dared to seize my opportunity to enter the forbidden ground, only to discover it was the still disgraced Tao child of the Taiwi sword sect. I wonder how formidable this esteemed Tao child truly is. As far as I know, the Tao child's victories were merely the result of unsavory tactics. Li Wushuang surveyed the crowd, and upon hearing this, the onlookers began to jeer. If that is indeed the case, I advise you to leave the Hundred Forging Sacred Land while you still can. If you cannot match our skills, do not resort to tricks to claim the resources of our land. Your strength is insufficient. The crowd ridiculed him. A smile spread across Li Wushuang's face. While the onlookers reveled in their glee, an elder coughed lightly, suppressing his mirth, and said, "Guests are to be treated with respect. Such clamor is unbecoming." The elder feigned anger as he spoke, prompting Li Wushuang to clasp his hands and feign compliance. Responding with a smirk, "I shall heed the elder's teachings." Despite this, a glimmer of murderous intent filled Li Wushuang's eyes as he regarded Lu Sheng. The opportunity to enter the forbidden ground was rightfully his. Today, he intended to bar Lu Sheng from the Hundred Forging Sacred Land while also delivering a warning that a loss is a loss. Who would have thought that the Hundred Forging Sacred Land cannot afford to lose? Lu Sheng shook his head slightly, his expression one of disdain. This indifferent tone struck the crowd, causing their expressions to shift abruptly. Lu Sheng's mockery of the Hundred Forging Sacred Land within their domain was a blatant affront. If Li Wushuang allowed Lu Sheng's provocations to continue unchecked, the prestige of the Holy Sun would undoubtedly suffer a significant blow. How ridiculous! When has the Hundred Forging's Sacred Land ever lost? Li Wushuang sneered, and as he spoke, the crowd began to speculate. It seems the Taiwi sword sect has resorted to all manner of underhanded tactics just to secure a single victory. Truly shameless. The sword sect is in such decline, yet they still dare to demand resources. It seems they will soon be supplanted by other sections amidst the discussions. Li Wushuang cast a scornful glance at Lu Sheng and proclaimed, "Since you are so determined to seize my opportunity to enter the Hundred Forging's Sacred Land, then so be it that I, Li Wushuang, am a man of my word, if you can truly impress me." I shall relinquish my claim to the forbidden ground. However, should you lack the strength, know that my fists are not to be trifled with. I Wu Shuang's gaze bore down on Lu Sheng with a fierce intensity. Observing Lu Sheng's unflinching demeanor, he declared loudly, I shall restrain my strength to the blood-moving realm, refraining from using spiritual power. If you can defeat me, I Li shall grant you passage. Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng merely chuckled derisively. Competing in pure strength within the blood-moving realm, if it were a truly fair contest, he would undoubtedly prevail. Yet before he could respond, Su Ziding anxiously tugged at his sleeve, her eyes filled with concern. Dao child, this individual has broken the 8 limits of strength within the blood-moving realm and is trained in the ancient body refinement techniques of the 100 Forging Sacred Land. Possessing a staggering strength of 90,000 pounds at his peak. Seeing the worry etched on Su Ziding's face, Lu Sheng calmly replied, no need for concern. I know my own capabilities. Dao child, can you truly be certain he won't use spiritual power? Su Ziding whispered again, voicing her apprehension that if the 100 Forging Sacred Land allowed its disciples to block the entrance, it was likely that Li Wushuang would also be permitted to use spiritual power. In that case, they could dismiss Lu Sheng's demands, claiming he was simply outmatched, which would be a tremendous loss for them. While the two conversed, the many disciples of the 100 Forging Sacred Land erupted into laughter. It is said that disciples of the Taiwi Sword sect are all cowards. Seeing it today, it truly holds true. Haha, even the Dao child is so timid. It is hard to imagine what the ordinary disciples are like. Dragging around a turtle shell all day. I had thought this year's Taiwi Sword sect had found a talented disciple, who knew he was just another useless one, shamelessly claiming the title of Dao child. Amidst the crowd's banter, Li Wushuang's amusement could no longer be contained. Lu Sheng, today, if you cannot defeat me, you shall surely undergo body refinement before you step into the mountain gate. Li Wushuang stood with his hands behind his back, his arrogance on full display. The surrounding crowd cheered in agreement. The Holy Sun is magnificent. If he dares to accept, he shall surely taste the fists of the 100 Forging Sacred Land. Let this lad witness what true talent entails. The cacophonous clamor reverberated before the mountain gate, yet the elders standing nearby remained utterly indifferent, allowing the ruckus to persist. Observing the boisterous disciples, Lu Sheng turned his gaze towards Li Wushuang and said with an air of indifference, Since you wish to be beaten today, I shall oblige. His words, cold and laced with a hint of murderous intent, prompted Li Wushuang to snort disdainfully before stepping out of the mountain gate. Eager to engage Lu Sheng in battle and crush him, this audacious youth dared to accept the challenge, and it was time he tasted the bitterness of defeat in the face of the provocation from the disciples of the 100 Refinement Sacred Land. Lu Sheng remained unperturbed. He turned to the side and addressed Su Ziding. Please step back a distance. All right. Upon seeing Lu Sheng's resolute gaze, Su Ziding nodded slightly and moved away, establishing a safe distance between the two combatants who were poised for a showdown before the mountain gate. Admitting defeat at this juncture would not be too humiliating. However, once I have him beneath my feet, the dignity of the Taiwi Sword sect shall be utterly obliterated. Li Wushuang's fighting spirit surged, and he could scarcely contain his inner joy. After uttering this declaration, he glanced over at Jiang Chun, as if to inform him that his senior brother would avenge him. The disciples of the 100 Refinement Sacred Land erupted into cheers, their raucous voices echoing in the air. While Lu Sheng remained completely unaffected, his gaze fixed upon his opponent, that a glint of killing intent flickered in his deep-set eyes in the blink of an eye. Every muscle in Lu Sheng's body was primed for battle as he coldly regarded Li Wushuang, his dispassionate words emerging from his lips. I advise you not to resort to tricks. Otherwise, your defeat will be most grievous. As his icy words fell, the crowd was momentarily taken aback by his imposing aura, but upon regaining their senses, their shouts grew even louder. Overconfident, today I shall show you the true meaning of the invincible fist seal. Li Wushuang raised his head, his fighting spirit igniting as he filled the arena with an overwhelming energy. His bulging muscles exuded an undeniable sense of power. Chapter 35. Do you yield? You insignificant trash from the Taiwi Sword sect. Today I shall allow you to experience what true strength feels like. After a cold shout, Li Wushuang's muscles tensed, and an immense force erupted forth. Strike! The sudden surge of energy astonished everyone present. When the weight of 90,000 pounds manifested, the disciples of the 100 Refinement Sacred Land gasped in awe. Brotherly, invincible, so powerful, this aura made my heart skip a beat. With one punch, this disciple of the Taihui sword sect shall surely fall. Clad in a gray robe that billowed in the mountain breeze, Li Wushuang exhibited an air of invincibility in every movement, leaving the gathered disciples astounded. Even Su Ziding, observing from a distance, was momentarily taken aback. It must be said that Li Wushuang's current aura had reached the pinnacle of the blood refinement realm within the 100 Refinement Sacred Land. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Li Wushuang smirked disdainfully, unleashing his full power as he charged towards Lu Sheng, that he was determined to shatter Lu Sheng with this punch, to validate his title as Holy Son and reclaim his rightful place. With this thought in mind, Li Wushuang held nothing back, unleashing a torrent of 90,000 pounds of force. Lu Sheng's gaze remained locked on his opponent, his internal energy surging as he stepped forward. And with a swift movement, his fist was unleashed. The sound of rushing air filled the ears of those present. At the moment Lu Sheng struck, everyone felt an overwhelming sense of pressure akin to an army charging forth. The fierce wind from his punch was unstoppable, and as he unleashed his blow, Li Wushuang's eyes widened in horror, unable to believe the terror emanating from Lu Sheng's fist. Boom! In the instant of their collision, the dreadful force coursed through their bodies that Li Wushuang, unable to withstand the tremendous power, instinctively staggered back 2 steps, a movement that froze the expressions of the overconfident disciples. The jubilant cheers around them abruptly ceased. And when they turned to look at Lu Sheng again, their eyes were filled with astonishment. This single punch left the entire 100 Refinement Sacred Land in stunned silence, the crowd awkwardly swallowing their astonishment. Unable to believe this scene was unfolding before their eyes, the elder observing the battle furrowed his brow. His gaze towards Lu Sheng now markedly altered, that if Li Wushuang had not underestimated his opponent, then Lu Sheng's strength was indeed sufficient to contend with many of the holy sons of the 100 Refinement Sacred Land. Seeking death, Li Wushuang roared in fury, realizing the true might of Lu Sheng. His full-force attack had been so effortlessly neutralized. This reality had already shaken his once invulnerable confidence. Invincible fist seal, first strike. With a fierce shout, Li Wushuang surged forward, his internal energy spiraling wildly as he approached Lu Sheng with a ghostly footwork. "You are too weak." Upon reaching Lu Sheng, Li Wushuang heard the taunt. The onlookers had anticipated that the prepared Li Wushuang would easily subdue Lu Sheng, but to their astonishment, as the second punch collided, Li Wushuang's body was forced to retreat several steps. Compared to before, he appeared even weaker. In the second collision, the disciples of the 100 Refinement Sacred Land felt as if they were stepping into an abyss. Just moments ago, they had been filled with bravado, yet now they stood in stunned silence. At this moment, the mountain gate felt so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Not far away, Su Ziding gazed at Lu Sheng, her heart racing uncontrollably. Lu Sheng's effortless suppression of Li Wushuang signified that his power had far surpassed the weight of 90,000 pounds. Indeed, it was likely that upon returning from the 100 Refinement Sacred Land, he would reach the rumored great perfection. A chilling thought crossed Su Ziding's mind, and she took a deep breath to steady her racing heart. This is bad. While she pondered, Li Wushuang had already summoned his spiritual energy in secret. His fists were enveloped in a layer of fist radiance, energy swirling, causing Su Ziding to silently sweat for Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng, keenly aware of Li Wushuang's subtle movements, recognized the shift in balance. The elder and disciples of the 100 Refinement Sacred Land had also observed this. Noting that Li Wushuang's strength had increased, yet again did I end this situation, Lu Sheng's advantage was rapidly dissipating. However, the elder from the 100 Refinement Sacred Land made no move to intervene. He had tacitly permitted Li Wushuang's actions. How ridiculous! Is this the so-called righteousness of the 100 Refinement Sacred Land? I truly wonder how you can shamelessly claim that the Taihui sword sect is unjust. Lu Sheng scoffed, shedding any reservations. His gaze locked onto the distorted face of Li Wushuang as his fist power began to accumulate. "Invincible fist seal," Li Wushuang replied coldly, gathering his fist radiance, his strength surging once more. Rising waves. In the face of such shameless behavior, Lu Sheng no longer held back, launching a powerful strike that a terrifying aura erupted from within him, and with a single punch exceeding 100,000 pounds. He struck Li Wushuang's fist. Crack, the crisp sound resonated, and the surrounding crowd erupted with excitement. Under Li Wushuang's spiritual energy enhancement, they believed Lu Sheng's wrist bone would shatter, rendering him unable to continue. Yet in the next moment, Li Wushuang's expression twisted in agony as a wave of excruciating pain surged through his mind. "Did I ask this all you have?" Lu Sheng replied coldly. "Did I ask?" Li Wushuang staggered back. He unleashed a flurry of punches. The advantage of the rising waves had been established, and Lu Sheng seized the opportunity that a multitude of heavy punches manifested before Li Wushuang. The next blow landed squarely on his chest, causing blood to surge forth as Li Wushuang coughed up a mouthful of reverse blood, his face turning pale and weak. He gasped weakly, expending all his remaining spiritual energy solely for defense. Boom! Unfortunately, Lu Sheng continued his relentless assault, showing no signs of mercy. With each successive strike, Li Wushuang's clothing tore apart, his protective spiritual energy dissipating, and the following attacks landed with bone-crushing force, eliciting his cries of anguish. In extreme agony, Li Wushuang could no longer endure. A glimmer of desperation appeared in his eyes. "That I concede." Under the barrage of heavy blows, several of Li Wushuang's bones fractured, and he coughed up several mouthfuls of reverse blood. His body was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground, which cracked under the impact, splintering in numerous places. Finally, under Lu Sheng's overwhelming pressure, he could no longer withstand the onslaught and admitted defeat. Only when Li Wushuang declared his surrender did Lu Sheng cease his fists. Gazing at the fallen adversary with a smirk, "So, you yield." His words echoed in the ears of the crowd, whose previously arrogant demeanor had vanished without a trace. To Li Wushuang, groaning on the ground, hesitated for a moment. But Lu Sheng's fists began to coalesce once more. "Did I yield?" The words escaped Li Wushuang's lips weakly as he slumped to the side. "That is well. Had I known this would be the outcome." Why the initial resistance? Upon entering the mountain gate, the system's announcement echoed in his ears. Ding! Entering the 100 Refinement Sacred Land, awarded 5 opportunities for refinement. Before Lu Sheng could proceed further, an elder approached, his gaze devoid of any goodwill. "Disciple, follow me to the manor for a brief stay." As soon as the words left his lips, Lu Sheng sensed something amiss. It was evident that the elder was stalling for time. Chapter 36. The Soul of the Mountain. In response, Lu Sheng said, "I apologize for my earlier impudence. Please escort me to the forbidden area without any need for hospitality." And he spoke thus because he had already anticipated the unfolding of events. However, upon hearing this, the elder merely smiled coldly. "The forbidden area requires some time to open. The disciple must wait in the manor for a few days. But rest assured, your cultivation will not be affected upon arriving at the 100 Refinement Sacred Land." The other party spoke thus, and upon finishing, Lu Sheng slightly nodded, his heart already on high alert. The other party was indicating a desire to enter the Forbidden Land, a foolish ambition indeed. How shameless of the 100 Refinement's holy land. He had no choice but to be wary. "Then please lead the way, Elder," Lu Sheng said with a smile. After uttering this, he surveyed the surrounding crowd, and as his piercing gaze fell upon them, they all lowered their heads, afraid to meet his eyes. With Lu Sheng's indifferent smile, Jiang Chun in the distance felt a tumult of emotions, the sense of defeat intensifying. Meanwhile, the fallen Li Wushuang was so incensed that he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Under Lu Sheng's crushing pressure, their invincible spirit had begun to wane. Lu Sheng and Su Ziding, under the elder's guidance, commenced their journey to the residence provided by the 100 Refinement's holy land. After several twists and turns, they were brought to a secluded area in the back mountains that they asked for the so-called estate. It was merely a yard that was somewhat better than his own small abode. "You may rest here for a few days. When the Forbidden Land opens, I will send someone to notify you," the elder said slowly. As his words fell, Lu Sheng nodded slightly, understanding in his heart that the 100 Refinement's holy land simply wished to delay time. With this thought, he no longer felt the need to be polite. "You may leave," he stated. Upon hearing this, the elder's expression darkened, and though he opened his mouth, he ultimately swallowed his words. He repeatedly reminded himself, "A small concession prevents major disruptions." and thus restrained his urge to explode. After departing the courtyard, he let out a cold laugh. "Kid, you won't be able to dance for much longer." With a dismissive smile, he left the back mountains. And as the elder departed, 2 guards of the transformation spirit realm stood at the entrance of the yard. Seeing this, both Lu Sheng and Su Ziding comprehended the intentions of the 100 Refinements Holy Land. "You should choose a room to rest in," Lu Sheng suggested, recognizing that they had no other option under the circumstances. "Daozi, should I inform the ancestor?" Su Ziding asked anxiously. Given the situation, if they were truly delayed, they would return empty-handed. "There is no need for that. I will make my own decisions. Let us observe the situation quietly and avoid alarming the snake by stirring the grass," Lu Sheng replied. After hearing this, Su Ziding nodded slightly. Based on Lu Sheng's previous strength, she felt there was no need for excessive worry. After all, such a talent as his would surely be protected by the Tai Wei sword sect, even if it meant tearing apart their relationship. With this thought, Su Ziding found a room and entered. Upon stepping into the empty chamber, Lu Sheng did not pause but directly called upon the system. Illuminate the mountain soul. The mountain soul required 3 opportunities for enlightenment. "Would you like to proceed?" "Enlighten." Lu Sheng responded resolutely. As his words fell, the system panel indicated a reduction of 3 enlightenment opportunities. Enlightenment complete. As the system announcement reappeared, Lu Sheng revealed a smile, his consciousness beginning to connect with the mountain soul. His consciousness melded with the giant mountain. An ancient figure appeared in his awareness. "Master, what are your commands?" Upon sensing Lu Sheng's communication, the mountain soul respectfully inquired. "Transport me into the forbidden land," Lu Sheng commanded. "Understood." The mountain soul replied. Yellowish energy enveloped him. A wave of dizziness washed over Lu Sheng. When he regained clarity of the scene before him, he realized he had entered the forbidden land. Looking up, Lu Sheng beheld the dilapidated mountain gate and the distant ruined palace. It appeared that this so-called forbidden land was likely the remnants of an ancient sect, which, despite having faced calamity and complete destruction, still held some hidden fortunes within. Lu Sheng mused, noting that the surrounding scenery would not deviate significantly from his conjectures. "Conceal my information. Do not let others discover it," Lu Sheng instructed the mountain soul. After all, he had entered the forbidden land clandestinely, and if discovered by the elders of the 100 Refinements Holy Land, they would likely expel him. "You command." With the aid of the mountain soul's power, Lu Sheng began to wander within the forbidden land. Before long, he perceived a large number of elders appearing in this forbidden area. Indeed, the people of the 100 Refinements Holy Land were intent on concealing the critical locations. From a distance, he observed as they hastily arranged formations, isolating numerous treasures, and even began to set up illusions. Malicious intent, Lu Sheng thought, recognizing the pettiness of the 100 Refinements Holy Land. Their actions not only aimed to leave him empty-handed, but also sought to lead him into a dead end. He discreetly observed the elders as they continued to set up formations, and after half an hour, they arrived at a stele. Surrounding the stele were 9 columns of pure white jade, with numerous totems carved into the blue stone bricks beneath them. As spiritual energy circulated, these 9 jade pillars continuously supplied power to the stele, causing the runes within to shimmer. Amidst the flashing golden light, the flow of the great Tao could be faintly perceived. "This is the inheritance spirit stele," Lu Sheng thought in astonishment, while the mountain soul transmitted a message to him. Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng's mind began to formulate a plan that he decided to remain still, hiding in the shadows to observe the elders as they continued setting up formations. The individuals were drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. After enduring for half an hour, they finally departed from the location of the inheritance spirit stele. Once the crowd had left, Lu Sheng once again communicated with the mountain soul that "I wish to go to the inheritance spirit stele, you command." The mountain soul's slightly weary voice echoed in his mind. With the aid of the mountain soul, Lu Sheng safely arrived before the inheritance spirit stele. Standing before the stele, Lu Sheng could not help but feel his heart racing as he surveyed the surroundings, which were grand beyond measure. Stepping onto the blue stone bricks, Lu Sheng slowly approached the inheritance spirit stele. Such a precious item was not one he would let slip away. Just as he prepared to place his right hand on the stele to initiate enlightenment, he sensed an unusual movement around him. The blue stone bricks beneath his feet began to tremble inexplicably, and then the 9 jade pillars emitted beams of holy light, their radiance merging into the steel. Golden runes illuminated, and a sense of mystery surged within him. The great Tao flowed around him, and a vast power arose. The holy light emanating from the 9 jade pillars began to encircle Lu Sheng. And under this extraordinary phenomenon, he gazed at the steel, feeling a profound shock within that he had not anticipated that the 100 Refinements Holy Land possessed such an artifact. Unfortunately for them, it was now his. As he spoke, Lu Sheng reached out to initiate enlightenment. Just as he was about to act, a profound force emanated from within the inheritance spirit steel, and when he finally focused, the spirit of the artifact appeared before him. Chapter 37. The inheritance spirit steel as the artifact spirit manifested. Lu Sheng was momentarily taken aback. Before he could utter a word, the spirit began to circle around him that a genius. The excited exclamations echoed in Lu Sheng's ears. Faced with the spirit's flattery, he did not respond, but instead fixed his gaze intently upon this being. The artifact spirit was enveloped in a layer of dark light, continuously spiraling around Lu Sheng as it observed him. To reach the peak of the 9 breaks at such a young age, this talent is truly unprecedented. Surely the entire 100 Refinements Holy Land holds you in high regard, the spirit exclaimed excitedly, its wide eyes sparking a sense of suspicion in Lu Sheng. What an odd way for the esteemed inheritance spirit steel to behave. It seemed rather like a charlatan. Not allowing Lu Sheng a moment to respond, the spirit continued, from my observations over the millennia in the 100 Refinements Holy Land, your talent is unmatched. Not to mention, in nearly 1,000 years, you are the only one to reach the limit of 9 breaks. And you are on the verge of achieving the legendary great perfection. As it spoke, the artifact spirit's eyes glimmered with excitement. You flatter me. I merely had a stroke of good fortune, Lu Sheng replied with a smile, deliberately returning the courtesy, eager to discern the spirit's true intentions. Haha, a rare talent and still so humble. Your abilities have deeply moved me, and thus today I intend to bestow upon you a great opportunity. What do you think? Upon finishing this statement, the artifact spirit suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, floating above the inheritance spirit steel, pretending to respond to Lu Sheng with utmost gravity. Let us see, Lu Sheng replied, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his profound gaze rendering the spirit unable to discern his thoughts. At this moment, the artifact spirit cleared its throat and solemnly stated, throughout the ages, few possess your kind of extraordinary talent. By chance, today we are fated to meet, and I have decided to present you with an ancient cultivation method. This can aid you in breaking through your shackles, establishing an unparalleled foundation, and crafting a solid base for your future path to invincibility. The sudden seriousness of the artifact's spirit caused Lu Sheng to furrow his brow. Such an attitude made the ancient cultivation method seem exceedingly trivial. You are most kind, but this ancient cultivation method may not necessarily suit me, I believe that someone more fitting will undoubtedly emerge. Lu Sheng replied with a slight smile, intentionally responding in this manner to test the spirit's authenticity. Last night, I observed the celestial phenomena. To the north of the starry night, Sirius appeared, and to the south of the continent, the dual flowers bloomed. Soon, a great upheaval will occur, and you are one of the variables within it. This ancient cultivation method can assist you in your journey that I have waited for several days, and at last, I have awaited you. Regardless, you must take a look at whether this cultivation method suits you, lest my extended wait be in vain. It lurked above the spirit monument, speaking in a cryptic manner. That moment, Lu Sheng was already convinced that this entity was problematic. He gazed intently at the being before him, subtly sensing that its aura was in stark contrast to the righteous energy emanating from the ancestral spirit monument. Though it resided within this monument, it could not conceal its malevolent soul. Even with deliberate attempts at subterfuge, the dark energy radiating from within it could not be entirely suppressed. At this juncture, Lu Sheng understood that if his divine consciousness were to penetrate the spirit monument, it would undoubtedly be met with hostility. Contemplating this, Lu Sheng chuckled. In that case, I cannot let your good intentions go to waste. There are even more astute geniuses within the 100 Refinements sacred land. Once I exit, I shall recommend them to come here. And no sooner had he spoken than the spirit residing above the monument changed color, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in its eyes. It had waited for a millennium, finally encountering a vessel capable of withstanding its soul's power. Even if its true nature was recognized, it would not relent. You, young one, are refusing to drink the wine offered to you, and instead choose the bitter brew. Since you are so obstinate, I shall personally send you to the afterlife. With a cold shout, the spirit exuded an aura of darkness, and a wave of killing intent enveloped Lu Sheng. In that instant, Lu Sheng discerned the true visage of his opponent, and inwardly lamented the peril he faced. Confronted with the oncoming malevolence, he placed his right hand upon the spirit monument. Declaring, "System, activate the spirit monument's inheritance." Without waiting for the system to complete the activation, he coalesced the intent of the heavenly sword. As the sword intent materialized, a resounding force appeared before Lu Sheng. Facing the encroaching evil spirit, he scoffed, "Prepare to meet your demise." With a surge of righteous energy erupting forth, the malevolent entity collided directly with the heavenly sword's intent, although its power was significantly diminished. A trace of amusement flickered in its eyes that a mere disciple of the blood transformation realm possesses such hidden depths. How intriguing! Alas, today, this perfect vessel shall belong to me. That a sinister cackle escaped the lips of the evil spirit. In the next moment, it lunged once more at Lu Sheng, its overwhelming dark power threatening to invade his consciousness. Activation of the spirit monument's inheritance complete, the system announced, allowing Lu Sheng to exhale with relief. Spirit monument, annihilate the evil spirit. Upon establishing communication with the authentic spirit, Lu Sheng immediately issued a command to attack. Understood. With the spirit's response, the entire spirit monument erupted in brilliance, golden runes soaring forth. A nine-colored holy light enveloped the surroundings, and at that moment, the nearby white jade pillars began to channel their spiritual energy to support the spirit monument. As the monument transformed, the evil spirit, which was advancing towards Lu Sheng, suddenly trembled in disbelief. Impossible! The spirit should be under my control. How can it awaken? The evil spirit exclaimed, its previously indomitable aura dissipating entirely. In its panic, a wave of pressure emanated from the spirit monument. Before the malevolent entity could flee, a beam of white jade light encircled it, completely subjugating its essence. Master, the soul power of the evil spirit is exceedingly formidable. For now, we can only suppress it. The spirit monument replied. Then suppress it for the time being. But why has this malevolent spirit appeared within the monument? In response to Lu Sheng's inquiry, the spirit sighed and explained, few have the ability to activate the spirit monument. So for thousands of years, I have remained in a half-asleep state, unaware of when I was overtaken by the evil spirit. Had you not awakened me in time, this spirit would have eventually devoured me. The spirit expressed its gratitude, and Lu Sheng nodded slightly, aligning with his suspicions. Such ancient inheritances seldom present themselves. Had it not been for the evil spirit's excessive eagerness, Lu Sheng might have been deceived by its words. Bring me into the spirit monument's inheritance, he commanded. With the matter resolved, it was now time for him to seek opportunities. As you wish, master. The spirit responded, conjuring a beam of white jade light that drew Lu Sheng into the internal space of the spirit monument. When the white light dissipated, Lu Sheng found himself in an expansive, boundless realm. Gazing around, he perceived an infinity of surroundings, with distant horizons dotted by countless stars. Upon closer inspection, he noticed ancient tomes of profound techniques floating before him. Sensing the power emanating from them, Lu Sheng nodded contentedly, acknowledging the awe-inspiring nature of the spirit monument's contents. Chapter 38. The ancient 10,000 sword technique. As Lu Sheng surveyed the myriad techniques before him, he prepared to delve into their intricacies when the spirit interjected, Master, while you may select from the numerous techniques here, I believe that those in the distance are ancient legacies worthy of your prowess. Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng turned his gaze toward the horizon and discerned that the twinkling lights of the stars represented ancient inheritances. Examining the techniques nearby, although they radiated strong energies, upon closer inspection, some were incomplete texts. For an ordinary individual, these would suffice for cultivation. Yet Lu Sheng sought more. Casting his gaze far beyond, he inquired, how may I obtain those techniques in the distance? Those techniques will choose their master. You must stand upon the star observation platform. If they recognize you, They will naturally emit radiance and rush towards you, the spirit respectfully replied. Without hesitation, Lu Sheng followed the spirit's guidance and slowly ascended the star observation platform. At that moment, the multitude of techniques began to stir, the starlight growing increasingly restless. The vast expanse was suddenly illuminated by countless stars, each one surging forth in a dazzling display towards Lu Sheng. The sight of this celestial cascade, akin to shooting stars, left Lu Sheng in awe. The spirit of the spirit monument, witnessing this spectacle, was rendered speechless. Lu Sheng stood upon the star observation platform, resembling a commander facing an army. Exuding an unmatched aura, the spirit monument radiated such brilliant light. The 9 white jade pillars outside fervently absorbed spiritual energy. Quickly, conceal the phenomena from the outside world. Lu Sheng urged the spirit. Such an unusual occurrence would undoubtedly attract attention from the 100 Refinements' sacred land. Having infiltrated secretly, he could not risk discovery, lest he be executed on the spot. Heeding Lu Sheng's command, the spirit suppressed the anomalies emanating from the spirit monument. Once the external phenomena subsided, the brilliance before Lu Sheng became increasingly blinding, as the techniques clamored for his attention. With a wealth of ancient techniques before him, Lu Sheng focused intently, commencing his selection. After a brief moment, Lu Sheng's gaze settled upon a particular sword technique, the ancient 10,000 sword technique. Upon perusing its contents, he was thoroughly satisfied. This technique was exceedingly domineering, capable of overwhelming adversaries merely through its imposing presence. Unstoppable force, commanding the realms, upending the universe. This was the essence of the ancient 10,000 sword technique's threefold assault. Nodding in approval, Lu Sheng stowed the ancient sword technique away, having chosen the sword technique. Lu Sheng's eyes wandered toward the other techniques. Phantom flowing steps. He retrieved another technique, feeling a sense of satisfaction wash over him. You may all withdraw now. As he spoke, the remaining techniques, albeit reluctantly, returned to their original positions. Witnessing Lu Sheng's commanding demeanor, the spirit was profoundly shaken. Such talent and strength were truly extraordinary. After securing the 2 ancient techniques, Lu Sheng turned to the spirit, inquiring, "Are there other places of inheritance within this forbidden area?" Since he had come this far, he could not leave empty-handed. The 100 Refinements' sacred land had shown him disrespect, and he could not allow them to escape unscathed. The spiritual herb garden, the 100 Refinements' sacred hall. The Nirvana pool, the spirit spoke. A smile crept across Lu Sheng's face. "Take me to the spiritual herb garden first." "Certainly." The spirit complied, using its white jade power to transport Lu Sheng to the spiritual herb garden. Upon arrival, Lu Sheng was astonished by the scenery surrounding him. The garden, nestled against the mountains, with a stream flowing nearby, was teeming with countless spiritual herbs aged over 1,000 years, alongside a multitude of century-old herbs. Observing his surroundings, it was evident that the elders of the 100 Refinements' sacred land had previously visited this place, planting new herbs. Since that is the case, I shall not hold back to 1,000-year blood dragon mushroom. 1,000-year dragon saliva grass, Lu Sheng exclaimed excitedly, harvesting the herbs with fervor. After a brief span, he had thoroughly explored the exquisite herb garden. With only ordinary herbs remaining, he gathered them all and decided not to linger further. Now, let us proceed to the 100 Refinements' sacred hall. Upon receiving the command, the spirit immediately transported Lu Sheng to the 100 Refinements' sacred hall. Upon landing, Lu Sheng gazed at the area, recognizing it as the training ground for disciples of the body refinement realm. Surrounded by arrays of formation, Lu Sheng activated the blood energy within him. He stepped inside. With a resounding boom, as Lu Sheng entered the 100 Refinements' sacred hall, the surrounding arrays activated, and a gravitational force surged toward him. Before he could fully comprehend the scene around him, wooden stakes came hurtling toward him at breakneck speed, leaving him momentarily astounded. This is a place to train speed and strength. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself. Evading the onslaught of stakes under such gravitational pressure was no small feat. Layered waves. Observing that retreat was no longer an option, Lu Sheng unleashed a powerful punch, sending splinters flying as the wooden stakes shattered instantly. Before he could catch his breath, an increasing number of stakes surged toward him. Phantom flowing steps. As the incantations of his martial arts echoed in his mind, Lu Sheng commenced his practice of body techniques. Aided by the phantasmal flow step, His movements gradually became more intricate, allowing him to navigate the 100 Refinements Sanctuary with greater ease. After half an hour, Lu Sheng had become somewhat familiar with the phantasmal flow step. And with the assistance of the 100 Refinement Sanctuary, his agility advanced rapidly. The enhancement from gravitational forces accelerated both his agility and strength significantly. Lu Sheng sighed inwardly, pondering that if time were not a constraint, he would undoubtedly perfect his body techniques in this very place. Moments later, Lu Sheng entered a new training arena, swordsmanship. Lifting his gaze to the resounding characters that adorned the entrance, he hesitated briefly before stepping inside. The ancient techniques passed down through generations were not something Lu Sheng wished to miss. With his current prowess, even if he returned to the Taiwi sword sect, he would find few suitable sparring partners. Since the 100 Refinements Sanctuary boasted arrays, he could not let this opportunity slip by. Surveying his surroundings, Lu Sheng noted the area was rather dilapidated, evidently not yet fully explored by the disciples of the 100 Refinements Sanctuary. Drawing his long sword, he stepped into the array. Under the array's suppression, he swiftly grasped the ancient technique of the Tsangu myriad sword art, with a preliminary understanding of the two ancient martial arts. Lu Sheng was now prepared to proceed to the next site of inheritance. Not yet satisfied after leaving the 100 Refinements Sanctuary, Lu Sheng, guided by the spirit of the artifact, began to scour the area. Within this forbidden ground, elixirs and spiritual treasures were abundant. He thoroughly looted several undiscovered inheritance locations. The next site of inheritance awaited, the Nirvana Pool. Upon uttering this, the artifact's spirit transported him to the vicinity of the Nirvana Pool. Before the Nirvana Pool, Lu Sheng nodded in satisfaction. Even from the mist emanating from it, he could sense its extraordinary nature. Chapter 39. Yielding with grace after a moment's hesitation, Lu Sheng leaped into the Nirvana Pool. This must be the ancient sect's body-tempering ground of the Blood Realm. Relishing the sensation of reclining within the Nirvana Pool, he felt a faint prickling sensation throughout his body as the medicinal properties coursed through him. In the Nirvana Pool, he activated the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique to further temper his physique. That as time passed, the slight prickling intensified, although compared to the sacred pool of the Heavy Sword Peak, the 100 Refinements Sacred Pool felt considerably gentler. Within this Nirvana Pool, the master could freely absorb medicinal properties. Once the body reached its limits, the pool would alter the composition of the spiritual herbs to aid in recovery. This cycle could be repeated, allowing for a maximum of 9 rebirths, significantly enhancing physical strength. With the spirit of the artifact's guidance, Lu Sheng understood that this faint prickling sensation would cause ordinary individuals to grimace in pain. However, having previously absorbed the rampant essence within the 100 Refinements Sacred Pool, his physical strength had long surpassed that of an average person. Resolutely, he activated his blood energy, ravenously consuming the medicinal properties within the pool. After a short while, the medicinal energy had been depleted. Subsequently, layers of runes began to activate, and a gentle wave of medicinal force surged into his body. Under the influence of these two contrasting medicinal energies, Lu Sheng felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Although there was no substantial increase, the potency of the later doses would surely become more concentrated with time, that as expected. Half an hour later, Lu Sheng completed 6 rebirths. When he reached the 7th, his entire body flushed crimson, the influx of medicinal energy producing a tearing pain that surpassed that of the 100 Refinements Sacred Pool. Exhaling deeply, Lu Sheng continued to absorb the medicinal energy. His body was coated in grime, yet the energy within him surged onward. Gritting his teeth against the intense pain, he endured the trials of the Nirvana Pool, with a thunderous sound, as the surrounding medicinal energy was entirely absorbed. A gentle force enveloped him. The redness of his skin subsided, and his body began to assimilate the residual medicinal energy. Under the nurturing influence of this mild energy, Lu Sheng felt his strength once again ascend. With such potent body-tempering elixirs, if he could not enhance himself, he would find it exceedingly difficult to attain the rumored state of perfection. After a brief respite, the 8th rebirth commenced, following the conclusion of the gentle medicinal force. A dramatic transformation occurred within the Nirvana Pool. Lu Sheng glanced around, observing that the vast pool had suddenly plunged into darkness. Toxic substances, Lu Sheng exclaimed, realizing it was almost pure poison. Before he could devise a strategy, The toxins from the Nirvana pool had already infiltrated his body. He realized the previous gentle medicinal energy had enveloped his internal organs. In other words, he would not perish in the short term, but would endure torment within this venomous environment. Cursing inwardly, Lu Sheng lamented the arduous nature of the body-tempering journey as a wave of excruciating pain washed over him. Clenching his fists tightly, his teeth ground together audibly under the duress of agony, yet he continued to circulate his blood energy to absorb the toxic liquid. After a stick of incense, Lu Sheng's body turned a deep black purple. His entire being transformed. Amidst the torment, his fingernails dug into his flesh, and his arms trembled uncontrollably. He accelerated his efforts, needing to absorb the poison swiftly. Otherwise, the medicinal energy would be eroded by the toxins. Noticing the changes within him, Lu Sheng furrowed his brow. Daring not to hesitate further, he began hastily absorbing the surrounding poison. Meanwhile, the previously absorbed medicinal energy was rapidly corroded by the toxins. If his internal organs fell victim to the poison, all his efforts would be in vain. In this critical moment, Lu Sheng could no longer afford to be concerned about the pain. Amidst near-fainting agony, he awaited the Nirvana pool to become clear once more. As the familiar process repeated, the milky white medicinal energy merged into his body, the toxins receded, and his physique underwent a revolutionary transformation. The final step. Savoring a fleeting moment of bliss, Lu Sheng felt an increase in power with each breath. When the Nirvana pool regained its clarity, a pungent smell of blood assailed his senses. Demon beast essence. As the essence entered, the entire Nirvana pool began to boil. Lu Sheng surveyed his surroundings, noting the 33 divine beast totems lighting up. Divine beast essence? This is impossible. Overwhelmed by the transformation of the Nirvana pool, Lu Sheng was utterly astonished. The potency of this essence far exceeded that of the 100 Refinements sacred pool. It should not be divine beast essence. But this pool of spiritual liquid would likely be impossible for anyone else to utilize. Lu Sheng mused, only then realizing that with the release of the essence, the surrounding spiritual energy had dimmed slightly. Under these circumstances, it seemed the medicinal energy within the Nirvana pool could only sustain him alone. With the demon beast essence now released, Lu Sheng would not squander such a precious resource. Soaking in the Nirvana pool, he prepared to shatter his shackles. The realm of perfection. Here I come. Taking a deep breath, as the onslaught of the demon beast essence surged through him, Lu Sheng's power began to undergo a metamorphosis. Time passed unmeasured until the Nirvana pool became clear once more. Lu Sheng slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, a glimmer illuminating his deep-set eyes, breaking free from the shackles of the heavenly path. He had reached beyond perfection. Surveying his surroundings, he felt an extraordinary lightness throughout his body, a hint of invincibility subtly manifesting to that moment. The spirit of the mountain suddenly spoke. Master, someone is visiting your small courtyard at the back of the mountain. As the words fell, Lu Sheng glanced at the clear waters of the pool and decided not to linger. Please transport me back. Certainly. Within the forbidden ground, the elders of the 100 Refinements Sanctuary had already set up an array, and their schemes were about to unfold. Upon returning to the courtyard, Lu Sheng peered through the window toward the outside. Several elders walked ahead, followed by a number of disciples from the 100 Refinements Sanctuary. The pomp was somewhat excessive. The elder in the blue robe knocked on the door before calling out, "The forbidden ground has been opened. Please follow me." Only then did Lu Sheng lazily emerge from the house. Glancing at the gathered elders, he raised his gaze slightly and casually remarked, "The 100 Refinement Sanctuary is so lackadaisical. I have lost interest in the Forbidden Ground excursion." As his words fell, the blue-robed elder first froze. Then his lips twitched slightly. Such indifference toward the Forbidden Ground elicited astonished looks from the many disciples behind him. He could not possibly think that the Forbidden Ground of the 100 Refinement Sanctuary was akin to the rubbish of their Taiwi sword sect. It was like a pig's nose poking a giant onion. A farce. Even the Holy Sons fought tooth and nail for a spot in the Forbidden Ground. I see this brat is merely putting on airs. In the end, he would still obediently follow the elder to the Forbidden Ground. Such posturing was futile in the 100 Refinements Sanctuary. If he truly had the capability, he should not attend. I would like to see if this lad possesses the guts to relinquish his spot in the Forbidden Ground. As they scoffed at Lu Sheng's disdain for the forbidden ground, the crowd hurled derisive comments that in the face of their cacophony. Lu Sheng turned his gaze to the side, focusing on Su Ziding. The spot for entering the forbidden ground, I will give it to Su Ziding. Chapter 40. Yielding for Lu Sheng, the various sites of inheritance within the forbidden ground had already been traversed. Even if he were to enter once more, he would gain no substantial benefit. Bestowing it upon Su Ziding would maximize the benefits. One spot for two individuals. Why not? As Lu Sheng's words echoed. Those who had previously questioned him displayed expressions of shock. The spot for the forbidden ground was fiercely contended among the three great holy sons, yet Lu Sheng treated it as a mere trinket. Casually gifting it away, this lad's mind not quite right. Could he truly do such a thing for the sake of courting a girl? This is nothing less than pure sycophancy. A sheer waste of opportunity. Should the Taiwi sword sect become aware of this, it is likely that he would be stripped of his title as Daozi. How laughable it is that the Taiwi sword sect has allowed such a person to hold the position of Daozi, for it will undoubtedly lead to numerous troubles in the future. Many male disciples shook their heads in disbelief, their gazes towards Lu Sheng filled with disdain. In contrast, the female disciples beside them spoke enviously, saying, "If someone were to pursue me for that coveted spot in the forbidden grounds, I would not refuse." Do you really think anyone would take a liking to someone of your caliber? It is purely this fool's folly to hand over such a precious opportunity. As Liu Xing's words fell, the crowd outside the courtyard began to murmur excitedly. Daozi, that spot in the forbidden grounds is far too precious. The young lady cannot possibly bear such a gift. Su Ziding's eyes were filled with anxiety. She could hardly withstand such a grand gesture. Moreover, Liu Xing's current talent and status symbolized the future of the Taiwi sword sect. That spot in the forbidden grounds was of utmost importance. If it were to be taken from her, she would likely face the ire of the Lord of the Quick Sword Peak upon her return. I have made up my mind. You may go with the elder, Lu Sheng said with an air of nonchalance. As his words echoed, the elders in front of him revealed expressions of astonishment, soon followed by smiles. Su Ziding glanced at her sister, unsure of how to explain the situation. That moment, Su Murang feigned calmness, yet her heart was in turmoil. What on earth is this young man up to? Su Murang mused, contemplating that such a significant gift could easily have a holy son running errands for it within the 100 refinements sacred land. She scrutinized Lu Sheng, hoping to discern his intentions. But his composed demeanor left her unable to fathom his thoughts. Elder Su, what is your opinion on this matter? The sudden change in Lu Sheng left the blue-robed elder, who had come to escort him, at a loss. The surrounding elders wore troubled expressions, glancing towards the seemingly composed Su Murang. Since he has willingly relinquished it, let that spot in the forbidden grounds be granted to Su Ziding. Su Murang took a deep breath. Since Lu Sheng had so graciously offered it, she would not let her sister lose out. Very well, as he wishes. Let Su Ziding enter the forbidden grounds, the blue-robed elder responded solemnly. Since Lu Sheng had decided not to go, they naturally would not refuse. Although the inheritance grounds within the sacred land had been entirely sealed, even the smallest morsel was still a morsel, as long as Lu Sheng did not enter. This opportunity would remain untouched. They held no fear of Su Ziding's strength. Even if she were to enter the forbidden grounds, she would pose no threat to the 100 refinements sacred land. Liu Xing's willingness to forfeit the spot was a stroke of good fortune for them. "Miss, please follow us," the blue-robed elder addressed Su Ziding. Upon hearing this, Su Ziding looked at Lu Sheng with gratitude, her eyes brimming with complex emotions. Since departing from the Taiwi sword sect, Lu Sheng had not paid her much attention. Why would he bestow the spot in the forbidden grounds upon her? Following closely behind Su Murang, a torrent of thoughts surged through her mind. And at that moment, she could not comprehend the reason behind Liu Xing's voluntary relinquishment of such an opportunity. Su Murang, walking ahead of Su Ziding, noticed her sister's unusual demeanor. After a faint smile, her gaze curiously drifted towards Liu Xing's small courtyard. Moments later, under the guidance of the elders, Su Ziding arrived at the entrance of the forbidden grounds. Why now? Several hundred disciples had gathered to watch, their eyes fixed upon Su Ziding, murmuring in awe. "Ah, to use a spot in the forbidden grounds to woo a girl. What a clever strategy. Lu Sheng, you are truly despicable," Li Wushuang bellowed from the crowd, for this opportunity had originally belonged to him. Yet he found it had been taken by Lu Sheng to curry favor with a woman. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, but alas, it was too late to change the course of events. Su Ziding, the entrance to the forbidden grounds has been opened. Go forth and seek your fortune, Su Murang instructed solemnly, a hint of severity in her gaze. All right, Su Ziding nodded in agreement, stepping into the forbidden grounds. Passing through the shimmering barrier, she entered a new space, and before she could take more than a few steps, a wave of dizziness washed over her. As she surveyed her surroundings, she realized she had delved deep into the forbidden grounds. Just as Su Ziding was taken aback, a resonant voice echoed in her mind. Young lady, I have been sent by the Master to guide you in avoiding the illusionary formations and to help you seek your fortune. Master, is it Lushing? Su Ziding inquired, puzzled. Indeed, came the response from the mountain spirit that a wave of shock surged through Su Ziding's heart. She could hardly believe that Lushing possessed such abilities that he has already entered the forbidden grounds. Realizing this, she gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. The Daozi possesses such extraordinary capabilities. Overwhelmed with surprise, she began to advance swiftly, following the mountain spirit's guidance. With the spirit's assistance, Su Ziding successfully located the first hidden inheritance site of the 100 Refinements sacred land. As she stepped inside, the scenery around her began to shift rapidly. Looking around, she saw incomprehensible totems resonating in the air. Body refining technique. Su Ziding exclaimed in bewilderment, as white mist began to emerge and the gravitational pressure in this area gradually intensified. Then, a divine beast let out a low roar, and a pressure originating from deep within her bloodline enveloped her. Sensing the changes around her, Su Ziding sat cross-legged, channeling her vital energy to adapt to her surroundings. This body-refining hall was of no use to Lushing anymore, so he had chosen not to explore it. Compared to the Nirvana pool, the body-refining hall was vastly inferior, as the medicinal power within the Nirvana pool was sufficient for only him. Thousands of years ago, only the Sex Daozi could undergo body refining, while the restrictions in this body refining hall were significantly relaxed. Even so, its effects were akin to those of the 100 Refinements sacred pool at Quicksword Peak. After a short while, Su Ziding reached the peak of the 7 breaking power limit. Taking a deep breath, she began to gradually accelerate the circulation of her vital energy, that as the medicinal power permeated her, and the gravitational pressure increased. Su Ziding became drenched in sweat, her complexion slightly flushed, the limit of the 8 breaking power. Su Ziding exclaimed in astonishment as the shackles within her body shattered. With the help of the body refining hall, her strength successfully reached 80,000 pounds. That moment, divine beast totems began to swirl around her, that a phoenix's cry resounded throughout the area, and holy light enveloped her as she was surrounded by this extraordinary phenomenon, her every breath enhancing her power. This spectacle was clearly visible within the 100 Refinements sacred land. As the extraordinary occurrence unfolded, Su Ziding within the forbidden grounds began to stabilize her newfound strength. Chapter 41. The Sacred Land in shock within the 100 Refinements sacred land. The blue-robed elder's expression darkened, his lips twitching slightly. The onlookers around him wore expressions of astonishment. The emergence of such a phenomenon signified that Su Ziding had attained a significant opportunity in the forbidden grounds. The blue-robed elder let out a bitter laugh, sighing heavily. The formation within the forbidden grounds had been arranged by him. Now that Su Ziding had entered the inheritance site, he could not escape accountability. He glanced at the others beside him, whose faces were equally grim, unable to find joy in the situation. Although Su Ziding's strength posed no threat to the 100 Refinements sacred land, the resources within the forbidden grounds rightfully belonged to them. The elevation of a disciple from the Taiwi sword sect was far more painful than death for him. While the blue-robed elder was growing increasingly restless, the Grand Elder of the 100 Refinements lineage approached. Hovering in midair, he gazed at the phenomenon unfolding in the sky, his expression particularly grim, a terrifying fury brewing in his eyes. Elderly, why has such a situation arisen? The Grand Elder surveyed the surroundings. Noticing the envious gazes of the disciples of the 100 Refinements sacred land, which only fueled his anger further. The blue-robed elder raised his head to look at the slowly descending phenomenon. Forcing himself to respond, this is merely an unforeseen accident, that he was at a loss as to why Su Ziding had accessed the inheritance site. He had clearly set up illusionary formations and various concealment spells. Even if Su Ziding had collided with the palace, She should not have been able to enter. Yet, witnessing the current situation, he found himself stammering and attributing it to sheer misfortune. The Grand Elder stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His gaze fixed on the gradually materializing phenomenon, his fury still simmering within. "That I hope not to witness such accidents again," he coldly retorted. The blue-robed elder nodded repeatedly, earnestly assuring, "Certainly, certainly, unfortunately," before he could finish speaking. Another radiance erupted from within the forbidden grounds. The light ascended, revealing a trace of killing intent in the Grand Elder's eyes. The icy aura instantly leaked out, drawing the attention of those around him. Seeing the surprised expressions of the crowd, he had no choice but to suppress his inner rage. The spirit tablet of inheritance. As soon as the words fell, the elder in the blue robe began to tremble. For the heritage spirit monument had remained dormant for centuries. Today, it was unexpectedly triggered by an outsider, and this matter would likely be difficult to quell, observing the barely contained fury in the eyes of the Grand Elder. The blue-robed elder felt his heart ascend to his throat. The surrounding elders displayed expressions of shock, struggling to comprehend how the heritage spirit monument, which had not been activated for hundreds of years, could be awakened by Su Ziding, especially under conditions they had deliberately concealed. The countenance of the elders darkened, had it not been for the presence of several hundred disciples from the 100 Refinements' sacred land. They would have erupted in outraged this moment. Within the heritage spirit monument, Su Ziding stood upon the star observation platform, where a dozen stars materialized before her, although they paled in comparison to the brilliance of Liuxing's constellation. This ancient technique was a rare treasure. Suppressing her inner excitement, Su Ziding carefully selected an ancient sword technique to acquire. As she absorbed the ancient method, a surge of azure sword intense soared into the heavens. The sword intent erupted, causing the myriad swords of the 100 Refinements' sacred land to resonate in unison. The disciples could not restrain the trembling of their swords, and with the ascent of the sword intent, countless sword chants echoed in their ears. The azure cloud sword intent had bestowed upon her the supreme swordsmanship, the azure cloud sword art. Witnessing this scene, the Grand Elder could only muster a bitter smile. Such a technique of equal caliber was not even present in the scripture repository of the 100 Refinements' sacred land. Was this truly the legendary azure cloud sword intent? A technique of such quality was unimaginable even for the ancestors of the Three Veins. The fact that such a precious method had fallen into the hands of an outsider was more painful than death itself. An unparalleled technique, yet it did not belong to the disciples of the 100 Refinements' sacred land. Should this news spread, it would surely invite ridicule. They gazed upwards at the overwhelming sword intent that overshadowed the 100 Refinements' sacred land, their hearts consumed by envy and resentment. Among the crowd, Li Wushuang's eyes widened in fury, and he spat out a mouthful of blood in his agitation. Damn it. Wiping the blood from his lips, he glared at the azure cloud sword intent, unable to contain his inner rage. This should have been my opportunity. Liuxing, you shall not escape unscathed. What made it even more intolerable was that Liuxing had so readily bestowed this opportunity upon another, slapping the face of the 100 Refinements' sacred land. Regrettably, the outcome was now beyond anyone's control. Before the entrance to the forbidden area, the elders harbored a seething anger. The blue-robed elder dared not raise his head. It was only a matter of time before he would be held accountable once Liuxing and Su Ziding departed from the 100 Refinements' sacred land. The Grand Elder hovered in the air, his gaze fixed on the upper reaches of the forbidden area, as the situation transcended his capacity to endure. Within the forbidden area, Su Ziding slowly descended from the star observation platform, overwhelmed with excitement at the strength of the technique she had acquired. Thank you, Daozi. Although she was uncertain if Liuxing could hear her, Su Ziding understood that this opportunity was significant enough to draw the Daozi of the 100 Refinements' sacred land to her side. Such a favor would be difficult for her to repay. With the assistance of the Mountain Soul, Su Ziding began her practice of swordsmanship in the 100 Refinements' sacred hall, after departing from the heritage spirit monument. Though no further phenomena manifested, the presence of many elders remained tense, as if awaiting judgment like condemned prisoners. Fortunately, there were no other places of inheritance within the forbidden area. Otherwise, she might have visited them all. Faced with the Grand Elder's sardonic remarks, the blue-robed elder could only smile wryly. The situation was enough to cost him dearly. Liuxing had already become a formidable challenge, and now they were inadvertently nurturing Su Ziding for the Taiwi sword sect. While the 100 Refinements Sacred Land had sufficient confidence to crush the Taiwi Sword sect, the sects in the southern region poised to seize the mantle of the Sacred Land would likely have to wait another century. "You had better clean up well." After a considerable time, the Grand Elder said with a sigh. Upon hearing this, Su Miron's expression shifted slightly. His meaning was clear, since the other party had entered the place of inheritance. There was only one last resort: destroy what could not be obtained. However, the timing was not yet ripe. Should they directly eliminate her, it might provoke a confrontation between the two great sacred lands. Although the Taiwi Sword sect was on the decline, its elders had not yet perished. And once war broke out, the 100 Refinements Sacred Land would also struggle to withstand the consequences. After a lengthy interval, a flicker of light reappeared at the entrance to the forbidden area, and only then did the elders breathe a collective sigh of relief. Under the gaze of the onlookers, Su Zitting slowly emerged from the forbidden area, eliciting astonished expressions from the disciples of the 100 Refinements Sacred Land that I must see just how remarkable a woman it is that would compel that boy to relinquish his place in the forbidden area. As Su Zitting gradually exited the forbidden area amidst the crowd's murmurs, before the elders could even open their mouths to inquire, the sky suddenly darkened. With a resounding thunderclap, the entire 100 Refinements Sacred Land trembled. The Grand Elder gazed toward the horizon, his brow furrowed. Chapter 42. The 3 Yuan Cataclysmic Calamity. A thunderclap echoed, followed by ominous clouds rolling in. The dark clouds stretched for thousands of miles, blocking out the sun, and in an instant, the entire 100 Refinements Sacred Land was engulfed in gloom. This moment, light dissipated and darkness descended. Many disciples looked skyward, witnessing the last glimmer of light being swallowed by the dark clouds, rendering the surroundings pitch black. In this impenetrable darkness, the disciples of the 100 Refinements Sacred Land began to panic. As it turned dark, they struggled to suppress their inner turmoil and spoke slowly. Boom! The sky was filled with the furious roars of thunderbolts, and in such an environment, it felt as though the apocalypse had arrived. Some newly initiated disciples were already in a state of disarray, casting frantic glances at the Grand Elder floating in midair. The oppressive dark clouds shrouded the sky, and heavy thunderbolts writhed above, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. It was as if the dark clouds bore the seal of death, come to collect souls. In that moment, it felt as though the gods were retreating and demons were descending. "Why is the sky so dark?" the blue-robed elder murmured, his eyes filled with confusion, as he had never encountered such a phenomenon before. "Is it heavenly thunder?" Su Miron looked up at the sky, the oppressive clouds causing her to frown involuntarily. The many elders present were all astonished by the spectacle before them. They pondered in disbelief. The rumbling from above showed no signs of abating, the thunderous roars shaking their very souls. After a considerable time, the Grand Elder, standing in the air, forced a bitter smile and spoke slowly. "This is not a heavenly tribulation, but rather the divine retribution that annihilates all." Once this seemingly casual remark left his lips, the surrounding elders turned to gaze at him in confusion. What is divine retribution? Finally, someone could no longer contain their curiosity and asked aloud. Divine retribution is the condemnation of the heavens, an existence that annihilates all. When divine retribution descends, to touch it is to face utter obliteration. In contrast, a heavenly tribulation is merely an obstacle on the path of cultivation. As long as one is well prepared, there is a significant chance of overcoming it. As the Grand Elder's words fell, the shock on the faces of the elders remained palpable. To attract divine retribution, one must possess an unparalleled talent that occurs once in an eon, that if nothing goes amiss, it should have been summoned by the Daozi of the Taiwi Sword sect. Upon uttering this, he could only smile bitterly, directing his gaze towards the courtyard where Lu Xing resided. Upon hearing this, the previously suppressed hearts of the crowd suddenly felt a wave of relief. They had not anticipated that it was that boy who had drawn down divine retribution. It seemed today he was undoubtedly doomed. This boy had been so arrogant that even the heavens could not bear to witness it, and had come personally to collect his life, thus ridding the world of a scourge. Understanding the might of divine retribution, the disciples of the 100 Refinements Sacred Land could not suppress their smiles. Once that boy perished, what would the Taiwi Sword sect have left to compete with them? What a pity! If he had entered the forbidden area, it would have been a win-win situation. Nonetheless, this way, dying beneath the heavenly tribulation would be immensely gratifying. Amidst the crowd's discussions, the dark clouds in the sky thickened, and the booming thunder of divine retribution threatened to shatter eardrums. Lu Sheng had shattered the shackles of the heavenly path, his power exceeding perfection. The heavens could not tolerate him and would inevitably seek to obliterate him. Looking up at the immensely oppressive heavenly tribulation, Liu Sheng's blood surged with power, and he prepared himself to face the impending trial. That moment, 3 streaks of light suddenly appeared in the 100 Refinements' sacred land. The ancestors of the 3 veins had arrived. A thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd as they beheld the 3 ancestral figures swiftly approaching the horizon. With the ancestors' appearance, the young disciples rejoiced. For it seemed the heavenly tribulation would surely eradicate him. As the ancestors emerged, the crowd became acutely aware of the terrifying nature of the heavenly tribulation. Meanwhile, Su Ziding, who had just exited the forbidden area, gazed at the gathering storm of divine retribution in the distance, her heart filled with concern for Lu Sheng. Initially, as the heavenly tribulation began to gather, she had prayed that with Liu Sheng's abilities, he would surely overcome it. However, now that the 3 ancestral figures of the 100 Refinements' sacred land had appeared, the situation had exceeded her expectations. Looking up at the thunderclouds, her heart raced with anxiety. That I must have faith in him. She reassured herself, trying to convince her mind. Such a talent wasted on the Taiwi sword sect is truly a shame. Sighing, she lamented, what a tragedy it would be if such a genius were to perish beneath the heavenly tribulation. It would be too late for tears then. The master of 100 Refinements lamented, it is truly regrettable that such an unparalleled genius has not received proper guidance. That to be subjected to the wrath of the heavens at the blood transformation stage is a heavy burden. If he cannot endure it, it would indeed be a great loss. The opportunity for the rise of the Taiwi sword sect has been squandered, while it may be a boon for us. The thought of a genius perishing stirs a certain discomfort within me. Do you not feel distressed at the prospect of him leading the Taiwi sword sect to glory? Your perspective is rather narrow. After their discussion, the 3 masters stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, gazing into the distance at Lu Sheng. Beyond the sacred land of 100 Refinements, atop the colossal Kuan, Duan Yu observed the rapidly changing sky, his expression shifting slightly. What a remarkable boy, hiding such depths. Taking a deep breath, the usually composed Duan Yu felt a flicker of panic. That I wish you luck. With a deep sigh, Duan Yu found himself at a loss. To withstand the heavenly punishment, there are only 2 methods. One is to set up a formation to obscure the heavenly secrets, a skill now lost to time. The other is to bear the heavenly tribulation, which would cease upon its completion. However, in such circumstances few survive. For millennia, no one on the continent has possessed the qualifications to face the heavenly wrath, and the profound and esoteric formations that could alter fate have long since vanished. Thus, Lu Sheng is left with no choice but to endure the tribulation. As the heavenly tribulation gathered, the heavens had already pronounced his death sentence. The rolling thunderclouds resembled a series of death warrants. With a resounding roar, as the thunder grew louder, a ring of tribulation appeared above Lu Sheng, surrounded by a faint luminous barrier. As the thunderclouds above coalesced, the crowd was left in shock, and the master of 100 Refinements slowly uttered, the 3 Yuan annihilation thunder tribulation. Given Lu Sheng's strength at the blood transformation stage, it was certain he would be reduced to ashes. As the words fell, Su Ziding's arm began to twitch uncontrollably. She bit her lip, silently praying for Lu Sheng. Upon hearing the master's words, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Li Wushuang's mouth. Lu Sheng, your arrogance has drawn the ire of the heavens. Following the triumphant laughter, a beam of light descended from the dark clouds, and the surrounding thunderbolts began to surge. This light locked onto Lu Sheng, and in the next moment, the thunder would strike. The 3 Yuan annihilation tribulation. If he could withstand all 3 strikes, his power would surely undergo a transformative leap. Yet, should he falter, his soul would be extinguished. Chapter 43. The thunder tribulation tempering the body crack. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, the thunder tribulation descended from the heavens, a devastating pressure sweeping through the area. Beneath the suffocating weight of the thunder, Lu Sheng slightly raised his head, his deep-set eyes seemingly harboring the vastness of the cosmos. The thunder tribulation tempers the body, forging an unparalleled foundation. As the blood within him surged, he sat cross-legged, allowing the rampaging thunder to strike him. In an instant, the annihilating thunder enveloped him. When the first bolt fell, it seemed certain he would meet his end. Even if he survived, he would emerge severely scorched, as the first thunder of the 3 yuan annihilation tribulation concluded. The area where Lu Sheng stood was now charred black, and the surrounding earth emitted wisps of white smoke that in the darkness. The disciples of the 100 Refinements' sacred land could no longer discern Lu Sheng's form. With the first strike of heavenly punishment having fallen, Lu Sheng exhaled a breath of turbid air. The thunder surged within him, and a sharp pain coursed through his skin. Under the searing agony, Lu Sheng even felt a hint of enhancement. Slightly moving his limbs, he braced himself for the second strike of heavenly punishment. That moment, those disciples who had wished for Lu Sheng's immediate demise stood agape, staring at him in disbelief that he survived. It seems this boy is preparing to endure another strike. The 3 yuan annihilation tribulation, for one of his stature to withstand a thunder strike, was already a feat deserving of admiration. But alas, when the second strike falls, he is likely to be reduced to mere dust. Such malicious speculation. In my view, he will still endure the second strike. Your envy is quite evident, that a voice from the side scoffed. Glancing at Lu Sheng with a hint of admiration, draw the attention of the heavens speaks volumes of Lu Sheng's prowess. Yet within the 100 Refinements' sacred land, envy and resentment prevailed among the many. As the thunder began to gather once more, various expressions appeared on the faces of the crowd. Some astonished, others cursing Lu Sheng to perish beneath the thunder. The palms of the 3 masters were slick with sweat, their earlier fondness for the genius having dissipated. Lu Sheng had successfully weathered the first thunder strike, yet the most troubling thought in their minds remained. Lu Sheng is a disciple of the Tai sword sect. If he truly survives the 3 strikes of heavenly punishment, he will undoubtedly astonish all, and once he grows in strength, the Tai sword sect shall remain untouchable. The 3 gazed intently at Lu Sheng, their faces growing heavy with concern. The internal conflict rendered them speechless as they awaited the next thunder strike. Boom! The entire 100 Refinements' sacred land resonated with the sound, and under the thunder's might. The crowd inhaled deeply, their eyes filled with awe. The tribulation clouds roiled, and a colossal vortex appeared in the sky, brimming with thunderbolts. The intermittent roars echoed like the wrath of the heavens. Judgment Day had arrived. Could he truly withstand the heavenly punishment? The Grand Elder looked at Lu Sheng, his face betraying shock at this moment. Lu Sheng sat bare-chested, his well-defined muscles reflecting a subtle glow as he calmly meditated beneath the storm clouds. His composed gaze left the 3 masters astounded. Confident and unafraid, with such spirit, he overshadowed the 3 holy sons. The master of 100 Refinements shook his head slightly, deeply moved by Lu Sheng's fearless demeanor. While even the elders behind him displayed signs of panic, a mere boy, barely in his teens and at the blood transformation stage, faced the 3 yuan annihilation tribulation without a hint of fear. Such resolve could be deemed invincible. Crack! Once more, the thunder roared, and a purple bolt descended from the tribulation clouds that in the pitch-black night. This bolt shone exceptionally bright, momentarily illuminating the darkness as if it had been cleaved in two. Amidst the deafening roar, the thunder surged into Lu Sheng's body, an endless radiance erupting from the 100 Refinements' sacred land. The power that annihilated all had fallen. Within 100 meters, trees collapsed, and no flora survived within 1,000. In excruciating pain, Lu Sheng furrowed his brow, the vitality within him surging rapidly. As the second bolt struck, every cell in his body was bathed in thunder, and the sensation of pain that penetrated his soul was forcibly endured. Soon after, he detected a charred aroma. His skin began to undergo transformation, and as the second bolt concluded, the sound of his bones cracking echoed throughout his body. With the thunder's end, silence enveloped the area. All eyes were fixed upon Lu Sheng, eager to ascertain whether this figure, now resembling charred wood, was still alive. Not far away, Su Ziding gazed intently at Lu Sheng, holding her breath, her eyes wide. As Lu Sheng once again moved his body. Her heart skipped a beat, and in her excitement, she covered her mouth, tears brimming in her eyes. Just one more to go. Hold on. Su Ziding clenched her fists, her heart inexplicably entwined with Lu Sheng's fate. She looked up at the sky as the thunder began to coalesce once more, her heart tightening in sync. Not far away, Su Mirang shook his head at the scene, a hint of disdain in his gaze. Only one final bolt remains. Barring any mishaps, he should be able to withstand this heavenly punishment. Such talent. Why has it not emerged within the 100 refinements sacred land? The three venerable masters displayed expressions of envy. And as their words fell, the disciples who had mocked Lu Sheng fell silent. When the third lightning tribulation began to gather, the entire Balian sacred land fell into a profound stillness, all awaiting the final judgment of the heavenly Tao. At this moment, the tribulation clouds coalesced, and thunder once again surged forth. Amidst the collective gaze of the multitude, the heavens erupted in a furious roar, and then a lightning tribulation of unprecedented power surged toward Lu Sheng. With a resounding crash, the entire space seemed to be rent asunder. As the thunderbolt descended, the mountain shook violently, dust swirling in the air as countless trees collapsed in an instant, following the deafening roar. A massive pit, 10 meters deep, appeared where Lu Sheng had stood. The ground within 100 meters around him was overturned, and upon the scorched earth, a dark silhouette began to undergo a transformation. Lu Sheng slowly emerged from the deep pit. Following the tribulation, he had undergone a qualitative metamorphosis that as the crowd stood in astonishment. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and sunlight broke through, casting its golden rays down. The miles-long clouds swiftly receded, the darkness fading away as light emerged. Then came auspicious clouds descending, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar. The dragon's resonance flowed across the horizon, golden light radiating forth. And purple chi rose from the east, as holy light illuminated Lu Sheng, rendering him akin to an invincible war god, standing beneath the vast canopy of the heavens. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers of Balian sacred land fell into an eerie silence, their hearts brimming with envy, jealousy, and resentment. In that moment, the grand sacred land was so quiet that a falling pin could be heard as Lu Sheng withstood the three elemental annihilation tribulations. The sounds of the world seemed to diminish. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, the three venerable masters moved swiftly toward Lu Sheng. Chapter 44. The seeds of malice have sprouted at this moment. Lu Sheng radiated a golden light, the vitality within him beginning to transform. Bathed in holy light, he greedily reveled in the changes brought about by his breakthrough. The sound of dragon roars echoed in his ears, and as the holy light enveloped him, the vitality within him also underwent a metamorphosis. Transitioning from the blood transport realm to the spirit transformation realm, his internal vitality began to evolve into spiritual power, while the long-accumulated strength within him surged forward dramatically, with a foundation built upon years of accumulation. At this moment, countless strands of vitality flowed into his organs, and then the spiritual power infused him, invigorating every cell in his body. Crackling sounds erupted from his entire being as Lu Sheng closed his eyes in bliss. Entirely oblivious to the three venerable masters who had approached him, embracing nature, he stood upon the scorched earth, greedily absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Before long, the skin burned by the lightning completely peeled away, revealing his sun-kissed complexion anew. Having entered the spirit transformation realm, he temporarily drained the spiritual energy from his surroundings. Stretching his limbs, he sensed an innate strength akin to that of a young, true dragon. 1,000,000 pounds of force coursing through him. Only after completing his metamorphosis did he gradually open his eyes, as sunlight flooded into his gaze. Lu Sheng lazily stretched, showing no regard for the arrival of the three venerable masters. Is this boy truly so arrogant? They mused that he dares to disregard the venerable masters. Were he an ordinary disciple, he would likely have been silenced immediately. To disregard one's elders, even a prodigy, must face annihilation. They were astonished that Lu Sheng could overlook the venerable masters they held in such high esteem, and countless disciples of Balian's sacred land silently condemned him in their hearts, amidst the murmurs of the crowd. Lu Sheng turned to the approaching three venerable masters and clasped his hands, saying, "Taiwi sword sext Daozi." Lu Sheng pays respects to the three esteemed seniors. Upon hearing this, the crowd scoffed even more, Lu Sheng's demeanor revealing his utter disregard for Balian's sacred land. Just as the disciples of Balian's sacred land seethed with indignation, the Balian master laughed heartily, breaking the tense atmosphere, gazing at Lu Sheng, who emanated an aura of invincibility. He revealed a satisfied expression, though a glint of cunning shone in his deep-set eyes. This Daozi possesses unparalleled strength and talent, a gift that would surely remain underdeveloped should it remain in Taiwi's sword sect. After speaking, the disciples behind him were momentarily taken aback. Should Lu Sheng join Balian's sacred land, he would undoubtedly overshadow many of their holy sons. Instantly, the three sacred sons displayed astonished expressions, unable to suppress their inner thoughts. Facing the inquiries of the three venerable masters, Lu Sheng smiled faintly and replied indifferently. The Taiwi sword sect possesses a profound foundation, and the resources provided are more than sufficient. Haha, do not be hasty in your rejection. What Taiwi sword sect can offer you, Balian's sacred land can equally provide, and the various secret realms here are beyond what the sword sect could hope to match. As he spoke, the Balian master wore a confident smile. Should you agree to join Balian's sacred land, you would enjoy the resources of the three branches, your status surpassing that of the holy sons. Any conditions you can propose, I shall gladly accept. What say you? Were it not for the fact that Balian's sacred land already had a Daozi, he might have directly conferred Lu Sheng the title of Daozi of the three branches. Such an extraordinary being, if Lu Sheng agreed to join, could be reinstated as Daozi, or even elevated as a divine son. The Balian master offered enticing conditions, which ignited a fervor among the crowd. These conditions surpassed what the current Daozi enjoyed, and the Balian master's willingness to extend such promises to retain Lu Sheng spoke volumes. In light of such comparisons, one could only imagine the magnitude of Lu Sheng's prodigious talent. Yet Lu Sheng found these conditions utterly trivial, mere empty promises that if he were to acquiesce to Balian's sacred land's demands, he would become nothing more than a reed swaying in the wind. Moreover, all that he had achieved today was inextricably linked to Taiwi's sword sect. Lu Sheng could not bring himself to commit such an act of ingratitude. Senior jest, if sufficient resources alone could sway my heart, it would seem too cheap, he continued. I trust that you do not wish to persuade me to betray the sword sect with mere words. For if other sects were to offer even greater resources in the future, would that not imply I could also betray Balian's sacred land? As his words fell, the Balian master's expression shifted dramatically. Lu Sheng's intentions had become abundantly clear. He would never join Balian's sacred land. Furthermore, he had leveled a scathing critique against their actions. At this juncture, the three venerable masters exchanged glances, and a palpable aura of hostility began to permeate the air. Then you must consider carefully. You have already stepped into Balian's sacred land. If you refuse, do you believe you can leave here standing? The Balian master stepped forward, an oppressive aura akin to a towering mountain enveloping Lu Sheng. In response, Lu Sheng merely smiled coldly, his eyes glinting with amusement. How absurd! Since I set foot in Balian's sacred land, I have never contemplated leaving easily. With a scoff, he met the gaze of the three masters, an indomitable spirit radiating from him. The tension in the air became palpable, holding the disciples and elders of Balian's sacred land in rapt attention. They struggled to comprehend how Lu Sheng could withstand the pressure of the three venerable masters. Maintaining his fearless demeanor, in other words, the actions of Balian's sacred land disgusted me. In defeat, I willingly concede, yet I find it hard to fathom that a sacred land would resort to such shameless tactics for a mere quota in a forbidden zone. Allowing disciples from the spirit transformation realm to create difficulties, while concealing opportunities within the forbidden zone's formations. If you can't afford to lose, why engage in such games? Such disgraceful methods tarnish the name of the sacred land. It is embarrassing to witness such tactics employed by you, and yet you invite me to join Balian's sacred land. Lu Sheng's derisive laughter and indifferent words exploded like thunder amidst the crowd. Recalling the numerous troubles he had faced from Balian's sacred land, his inner fury erupted. As soon as he spoke, several elders bowed their heads, unable to face their disciples due to the shame of their actions. The elder in blue clenched his fists. According to Lu Sheng's allegations, he was well aware of the formations within the Forbidden Zone. This suggested that Su Ziding's entrance into the land of inheritance was not coincidental, but rather premeditated. Realizing this, he was struck with alarm, cold sweat trickling down as he grappled with how Lu Sheng had discerned such secrets. The expressions of the three venerable masters confronting Lu Sheng contorted. Such disgraceful deeds being exposed in public left their reputations in tatters. Have you fallen silent? Lu Sheng coldly inquired, observing the three who struggled to contain their rage. disregarding one's elders and so brazenly provoking Balian sacred land. Your days are numbered, the Balian master declared, his internal spiritual power surging rapidly, that in an instant. The pressure akin to a roaring river surged forth, constricting Lu Xing's chest. Under this overwhelming force, the Balian master had already prepared to eradicate Lu Xing before the onlookers. To wish to eliminate me, yet needing to resort to so many excuses, what a disgrace for a sacred land's master. Lu Xing shook his head slightly, employing the phantom flowing steps to retreat several paces swiftly. You don't think this will save you, do you? Chapter 45. Awaiting the showdown, the Balian master advanced a step, instantly matching Lu Xing's pace. With a single stride, he closed the distance between them, and his colossal palm prepared to descend. Ta-da! This is it. This boy is surely doomed to perish at the hands of the master. Such a prodigy, yet he speaks such reckless words. Does he not realize he stands in Balian's sacred land? Has he always been this audacious? Joining the sacred land would afford him a life of comfort. Surely that is better than being replaced by the sword sect. It seems his intellect may lead to his demise. The numerous holy sons of Balian's sacred land breathed a sigh of relief at this scene, mocking Lu Xing that if he were to join Balian's sacred land, their own brilliance would be overshadowed. Having him perish at the hands of the Balian master would be the best outcome. Have you made up your mind on how you wish to die? The Balian master fixated on Lu Xing, his murderous intent enveloping him completely. Die. Could it be that I am mistaken? Is this truly the manner in which the 100-forging sacred land receives its guests? From 1,000 meters away, the resonant voice of the Grand Master Duanyue swept forth, enveloping the entire 100-forging sacred land in an overwhelming pressure. Upon his arrival, Duanyue unsheathed his heavy sword, the sound of its song echoing throughout the sacred grounds. Under the immense sword intent, the Grand Master of 100-forging frowned slightly. The current situation had become exceedingly difficult to resolve. Paying no heed to the three lineage masters, Duanyue pointed his heavy sword directly at his adversary. The murderous intent in his eyes unmistakable. The temperature around them plummeted, causing many disciples of the 100-forging sacred land to tremble involuntarily. The one known as the Dragon Slayer with a heavy sword. When his sword intent enveloped the area, even the three lineage masters changed their expressions in fear that a powerful aura cast its shadow over the entire sacred land as Duanyue coldly fixed his gaze upon them. Uttering indifferently, "If anything befalls my sword's sex Daozi, the entire 100-forging sacred land shall pay the price." The resonant words penetrated the souls of those present, causing the Grand Master of 100-forging to twitch at the corners of his mouth. Utterly at a loss to be threatened by a one-armed, one-legged individual at his own doorstep was a bitter pill to swallow. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, the 100-forging sacred land had no justification to eliminate Lu Xing. Although the three of them could defeat Duanyue, they could not ensure the safety of the entire sacred land. Lu Xing, Su Ziding, we depart, Duanyue stated, glancing at the three lineage masters who stood frozen in place. The disciple understands, Lu Xing replied with a faint smile, then turned to look at Su Ziding in the distance. With Duanyue's presence, they felt no apprehension. Su Ziding joined Lu Xing's side, and together they swaggered out of the 100-forging sacred land. What disgraceful behavior the 100-forging sacred land has exhibited. You shall come to regret this. Lu Xing sneered, staring directly at the three lineage masters. Such a nonchalant statement sent a chill through their hearts, leaving them with a sense of foreboding. Spirit of the Inheritance Tablet. Master, I am here. Seal the forbidden ground. Without my command, do not reopen it. Understood. After the spirit responded, it harnessed the power of 9 white jade pillars to initiate the forbidden power. And moments later, the forbidden ground was completely sealed. Where is the mountain soul? Master, I am here. Fall into slumber. Yes, following Lu Xing's command, the mountain soul began to enter a dormant state, and thereafter, the spiritual energy of the mountains and waters within the 100-forging sacred land would gradually dissipate. Since they had caused such an inconvenience, Lu Xing felt no need to hold back. As for the so-called invitation from the other party, Lu Xing had already discerned that even if he agreed to join the 100-forging sacred land, the resources promised would likely not be forthcoming. Instead, it would invite peril. A genius could only bring comfort to others in death. If Lu Xing remained alive, the sword sect would undoubtedly come to demand their due. Only in death would peace be assured. After arranging all of this, Lu Sheng and Su Ziding boarded the Great Kuan and returned to the Taiwi sword sect together. Upon the Great Kuan, Lu Sheng circulated his spiritual energy, becoming familiar with this unfamiliar power, while the residual vitality within him quietly transformed. Entering the spirit transformation realm, the more robust his physique, the greater the amount of spiritual energy he could condense and transform. Once he had fully stabilized his realm, Lu Sheng began to cultivate the ancient 10,000 sword art. Lacking the impetus of spiritual energy to deepen his prior understanding, he could only grasp its form and intent. Struggling to comprehend its true profundity, that it was only after entering the spirit transformation realm that Lu Sheng could unleash its full potential. After Lu Sheng's departure, an awkward atmosphere enveloped the entire 100 Forging sacred land. The onlookers exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed, while the three lineage masters simmered with anger, not knowing how to express it. Just then, the Daozi of the 100 Forging sacred land emerged from seclusion. With a resounding roar, Daozi Li Bufan hovered in midair. Observing the astonished expressions on the faces of the crowd and the appearance of the three lineage masters, he realized that they were not waiting for his emergence, but rather that something significant had transpired within the 100 Forging sacred land. With this in mind, Li Bufan made a beeline for the three lineage masters. Upon learning of Lu Sheng's actions, a dismissive smile crossed his lips. With just half a month remaining until the ancient battlefield opened, this half-month would serve as the final countdown of his life. Having just entered the spirit transformation realm, I could crush him with one hand. Once I step into the ancient battlefield, I shall demonstrate to him the consequences of provoking the 100 Forging sacred land. Li Bufan's confident voice echoed throughout the sacred land, and upon finishing, a smile finally appeared on the faces of the three lineage masters. The master of all spirits looked at Li Bufan, visibly pleased with his resolution, then turned to the other two. Such an exceptional Daozi should be allowed to enter the forbidden ground to seek opportunities and solidify his realm. When he enters the ancient battlefield, he shall overpower the masses. With this, the Taishan master and the 100 Forging master nodded slightly, consenting to his proposal. Then it is settled. If there are no other matters today, you shall re-enter the forbidden ground to seek your fortune. The master of all spirits declared with a smile. Since the inheritance tablet could be awakened by Su Ziding, Li Bufan would certainly not miss out on this opportunity. From this day forth, he intended for the Daozi of the 100 Forging sacred land to be utterly invincible among the younger generation. I shall heed my master's orders. The disciple will not disappoint you. In half a month, I will assuredly slay him, Li Bufan replied solemnly. Yet inwardly, he scoffed, secretly thinking, the Daozi of the sword sect, not even worthy to carry my shoes after just entering the spirit transformation realm. However, I must thank you. Otherwise, I would have to achieve merit once more to enter the forbidden ground. Let us proceed. We shall open the forbidden ground. With these words from the 100 Forging master, the disciples of the sacred land collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. They had all been shaken by Lu Sheng's imposing presence, and now that the Daozi had emerged from seclusion, they could finally hope to regain some ground and even slay him in half a month's time. This ignited a glimmer of hope in the hearts of the despondent crowd that in half a month, the hopes of the entire Taiwi sword sect will be utterly shattered. With the Daozi re-entering the forbidden ground, a monumental change is likely to ensue. Let us wait and see. At this moment, both the elders and disciples placed great expectations upon Li Bufan. They urgently needed someone to help the 100 Forging sacred land vent its frustrations. For being mocked at their own doorstep was simply intolerable. Chapter 46. The 100 Forging sacred land in peril. The elders responsible for opening the forbidden ground had gathered, and soon the crowd began to channel their spiritual energy to inscribe the runes. Under the watchful eyes of all, 3 elders moved their hands gracefully. As the runes were absorbed into the forbidden ground, the totem beside the entrance came to life. The blue-robed elder stood before the entrance of the forbidden ground, beads of sweat forming on his forehead without his notice. After a brief moment, he looked at the unresponsive entrance with growing perplexity. What is happening? The master of all spirits inquired, confusion evident in his tone. It must be an accident. Let me try again. Taking a deep breath, he faced the now illuminated totem, yet the entrance remained stubbornly closed, causing a rising sense of panic within him. considering the bizarre occurrences that transpired when Su Ziding entered the forbidden ground. An ominous premonition began to brew in his heart. Observing the trembling hands of the blue-robed elder, the three lineage masters felt a chill run down their spines, and their expressions darkened, in light of Lu Sheng's earlier remarks. Unease gnawed at their hearts. Do not rush. Take your time, the Tai Xin master advised, observing the anxious demeanor of the blue-robed elder. The three lineage masters fixed their gazes on the entrance to the forbidden ground. While the blue-robed elder's method for opening it was not incorrect, they were puzzled as to why, despite following all procedures, the forbidden ground remained impervious. After a stick of incense had burned, the blue-robed elder wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, his expression turning increasingly grim. Over 1,000 disciples held their breath, not daring to make a sound, fearful of inciting the wrath of the masters, which would lead to disastrous consequences. Masters, it seems there is an issue with the entrance to the forbidden ground. The blue-robed elder stammered. As soon as he spoke, the 1,000 disciples displayed expressions of shock. If the forbidden ground were to remain closed, the consequences for the 100 Forging sacred land would be unimaginable. What issue? The 100 Forging master exclaimed in anger, his voice brimming with wrath. The blue-robed elder, chastised, became even more flustered. He glanced back at the entrance and hurriedly said, "Perhaps I was too careless. There must be a misstep in the process." Upon hearing this, the Tai Xin master sighed, resigned, and remarked, "It must be due to the frequent openings today. The forbidden ground lacks spiritual energy that we should wait a few days before attempting to open it again." This reasoning seemed merely an excuse. The Daozi, overhearing this, felt displeasure welling within him. Given the circumstances, it was clear that Lu Sheng had affected the forbidden ground. Yet how could a newly initiated spirit transformation realm waste be capable of preventing its opening? As the crowd expressed their astonishment, the master of all spirits cleared his throat and addressed the assembly, raising his voice. "Everyone, please withdraw." Recognizing the wisdom in the master's words, the crowd complied and began to disperse. But was the reason for the closure of the forbidden ground truly as the master had stated? What do you think? The forbidden ground had existed for millennia and had been opened hundreds of times. The elders would surely know the cause of such an occurrence, and this explanation seemed far too far-fetched. So, is it truly related to the Daozi of the Tai Sword sect? Along the way, many disciples chattered, speculating why the forbidden ground could not be opened. Perhaps, after all, he can invoke divine retribution, and according to his claims, he is thoroughly aware of the changes within the forbidden ground. It seems the elder's little tricks may have been uncovered by him, as for completely sealing the forbidden ground. I doubt he is capable of that. After the disciples departed, the Grand Master, accompanied by numerous elders responsible for unlocking the forbidden grounds, entered the council chamber. That a discussion ensued, during which the elder in the blue robe voiced his thoughts. Upon hearing this, the three grandmasters felt it was nothing short of fanciful, for with Lu Sheng's abilities, such a feat seemed unattainable. Yet, the reality was that the forbidden grounds could not be opened. While the 100 refined sacred land found themselves at a loss, Lu Sheng had already returned to the Tai Sword sect aboard a colossal Kuan. "If the Daozi has no further matters, I shall return to the Heavy Sword Peak for my cultivation," he stated. After the three descended, Duan chuckled. Despite being invited once more, Lu Sheng remained reluctant to enter the blood pool again. Returning to the Grandmaster, "I have just broken through to the transformation spirit realm and need to stabilize my foundation. Perhaps I shall trouble you at a later date. In that case, I shall return to the Heavy Sword Peak first." After Lu Sheng's refusal, Duan smiled faintly, feeling a slight disappointment. Given Lu Sheng's currently revealed talents, he had a significant opportunity to seize this chance, yet Lu Sheng was unwilling. Once Duan departed, only Lu Sheng and Su Ziding remained in the square. Su Ziding gazed at Lu Sheng, her eyes filled with myriad thoughts. "I am grateful to the Daozi for this opportunity," she said. "As fellow disciples of the Sword Sect, it is my duty to assist. No need for thanks. If there are no other matters, I shall take my leave." Lu Sheng replied with a smile. "Indeed, may we meet again by fate." After watching Lu Sheng depart, Su Ziding found herself lost in contemplation. She had initially believed Lu Sheng's generous offer must have ulterior motives. However, she was taken aback to realize he had asked for nothing in return. And throughout their journey, they had barely conversed. As she watched Lu Sheng's retreating figure, an inexplicable sense of loss washed over her. When we meet next, perhaps we shall be on divergent paths." With a soft sigh, she gazed after Lu Sheng, feeling an urge to chase after him, doubt if he had any excessive demands. Then what nonsense. Shaking her head to clear her thoughts, Su Ziding made her way towards the Swift Sword Peak. Upon Lu Sheng's return to the Enlightenment Peak, he found Li Jin and Lian Zhu practicing in the martial arts arena he had constructed. "Lian Zhu," Lu Sheng called out, and a glimmer of joy appeared in Lian Zhu's eyes. "Little Shu, you have returned." Lian Zhu joyfully ran over to his side, and Lu Sheng could perceive that in just a few short days, Lian Zhu had undergone a remarkable transformation. Glancing at Li Jin, who was training in the distance, he nodded in satisfaction. Seeing Lu Sheng's arrival, Li Jin also paused. "Daozi, your punching technique has reached an unmatched caliber, yet it still lacks the imposing aura of a single warrior standing against 1,000 foes. With a bit more practice, your strength can be further enhanced." Observing the respectful Li Jin, Lu Sheng offered guidance. "Thank you for your insights, Daozi. In my view, your power has reached the limit of the 7 breaks." Indeed, Li Jin had indeed undergone a metamorphosis. It was evident that those who endured hardship grow swiftly. Lowering his gaze to Lian Zhu, he noted that Lian Zhu now possessed the strength of the 6 breaks limit. "Master!" At that moment, Bai Lu approached from a distance. Upon seeing Bai Lu halt outside the martial arts arena, Lu Sheng understood that she had come with important matters to discuss. "Lian Zhu, continue your training. I will return shortly." "Understood." After setting Lian Zhu down, Lu Sheng walked towards Bai Lu. "Senior sister, what arrangements do you have? The ancient battlefield will open in half a month, and I will explain some details to you." Bai Lu replied as she led Lu Sheng towards the back mountain. The ancient battlefield is an event that ordinary disciples have no right to access, not even the Holy Sun. Chapter 47, The Ancient Battlefield. It is a long story. Let us discuss it as we walk. Bai Lu guided Lu Sheng towards the back mountain, and he followed closely. Very well. The so-called ancient battlefield was, in fact, the site of a great war between humanity and the extraterritorial fiends a millennium ago. That battle was critical to the survival of humanity, and after it, the strength of the human race was significantly diminished 1,000 years ago. The powerful extraterritorial fiends manipulated the demon god tower. Attempting to seize this realm, to prevent further incursions from these fiends, humanity paid a bloody price in that conflict. Bai Lu recounted this. Her eyes were filled with sorrow. Although this battle did not directly impact her, the selflessness and dedication of the predecessors who bled to protect this land moved her deeply. Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng too felt a yearning towards the ancient battlefield. The ancient battlefield was indeed the site where the extraterritorial fiends clashed with humanity's mighty. To secure victory, a powerful being, at the last moment, cleaved the heavens and earth with a sword, carving out a realm that isolated those fiends and the ancient battlefield from the rest of existence. As Bai Lu walked, she explained to Lu Sheng. Hearing this, Lu Sheng's body trembled. The notion of cleaving the heavens and shattering the void was a power he could only admire from afar. From Bai Lu's gaze, Lu Sheng gleaned a rough understanding of the outcome that on the surface, humanity appeared victorious. Yet in truth, it was not so. The ancestors sacrificed themselves to seal the extraterritorial fiends within that realm. But they could not destroy them. After being sealed, the extraterritorial fiends sought to break free and return to the world, but to prevent their emergence. All who participated in that great war remained behind to guard the first level of the demon god tower, transforming into indomitable heroic spirits. Hearing this, a chill ran down Lu Sheng's spine. This selfless belief, sacrificing oneself for the sake of all, even he would hesitate, guarding the demon god tower, benefiting future generations, yet within their limited lifespans. They perished in their arcs of duty. Contemplating this, Lu Sheng felt a deep resonance. A millennium had passed, and those ancestors had long departed, yet they remained as indomitable spirits, still safeguarding the demon god tower. Although the ancestors within the demon god tower had passed away, they continued to protect the populace, while the seal of the tower required reinforcement from them. Bai Lu's eyes were resolute as she turned to Lu Sheng. Recognizing that with his talents, entering the ancient battlefield could yield significant growth. The only drawback was that he had only just entered the transformation spirit realm that in these 15 days, you may have a chance to elevate your strength again. Once inside the demon god tower, Opportunities will await you that I will dot a chance that arises once every decade. He would not let slip by. No wonder the 100 refined sacred land dared to provoke the Tai Hui sword sect. In the face of the allure of the ancient battlefield, who could resist? Regrettably, their attempts to pilfer would lead to their own loss. Had Lu Xing not been present, they would have succeeded. However, he alone altered the outcome. After a brief pause, Bai Lu continued, after the demise of the ancestors, countless legacies were left behind within the ancient battlefield. It is precisely because many of these legacies were severed in that realm that future generations have struggled to reach the heights of a millennium ago. Even though that battle occurred 1,000 years ago, our power still pales in comparison to that of ancient times. The cataclysmic war not only obliterated human legacies, but also claimed the lives of all the mighty. Although Bai Lu had never witnessed the scenes of that time, mere hearsay was enough to astound her. The three great sacred lands each had ancestors among those who fell, their heroic spirits undying. Every decade, there exists a chance to enter, but the instability of that space allows only those in the transformation spirit realm to enter. Therefore, once you break through to the transformation spirit realm, I will have the opportunity to secure a spot for you. Of course, upon entering, there is also a crucial task to undertake. After saying this, Bai Lu's heart bore some concern. After all, many talents at the transformation spirit realm from the three great sacred lands had suppressed their realms for a long time. Compared to Lu Xing, they possessed significant advantages. Time, battle experience, and the accumulation of techniques placed Lu Xing at a disadvantage. Senior sister, speak freely, Lu Xing encouraged, noticing Bai Lu's hesitation. This task is assigned by the most powerful being, who used the sealing techniques devised by the three great sacred lands to better seal the fiends. After uttering this, Lu Xing smiled lightly, appearing particularly at ease. Senior sister, do not worry. It is merely the transformation spirit realm. With this relaxed smile, the weight in Bai Lu's heart finally lifted. Lu Xing consistently astonished her. His confidence suggested he would gain substantial advancements during this journey, that I will do my utmost to help you secure this opportunity. If you succeed in this task, you will receive legacies from the ancestral spirits, Bai Lu indicated. Upon hearing her description, Lu Xing understood that the ancient battlefield was replete with opportunities, resembling fragments of humanity's fractured civilization. The flourishing of ancient times was destroyed by the extraterritorial fiends, and if future generations wish to grow stronger, they must piece together these fragments. Once the legacies of the ancient era are fully recovered, they would have the chance to take a step further, returning to a glorious age. Regrettably, given the current circumstances of the three great sacred lands, these legacies would undoubtedly not be shared. However, this was not a concern for Lu Xing. He was disinclined to dwell on it.as for matters regarding the ancient battlefield. Focus on stabilizing your realm and enhancing your strength during these days. After saying this, Bai Lu continued to lead Lu Xing onward. Follow me for now. As Lu Xing gazed in astonishment, Bai Lu gently reminded him. During their conversation, she guided Lu Xing into the heart of the mountain. Upon descending the steps, Lu Xing discovered, much to his surprise, that within the barren expanse of Wudao Peak, there lay a hidden cave abode. Senior sister, where is this place? He inquired, realizing that despite his prolonged stay at Wudao Peak, he had been unaware of this extraordinary sanctuary. Bai Lu formed intricate hand seals, and as the barriers were dispelled, she replied with a smile, "You have broken through. It is time for you to possess a flying sword of your OW." As her words echoed, the surrounding spiritual energy surged with remarkable intensity. Lu Xing surveyed his surroundings, noticing numerous formations in operation. It appeared that Wudao Peak was not as desolate as he had once imagined. Upon entering the cave, Lu Xing beheld an array of swords elegantly displayed. The cave was slightly cool, suggesting it had not been visited in a long while. These are the swords once wielded by our master, the Hunyuan sword god, Bai Lu remarked, her gaze tinged with melancholy. It has been decades since master has made an appearance, and the world believes that the Hunyuan sword god has passed away. Yet, I do not share this belief. Given master's prowess, those who wish him harm are few. Even if ensnared, he possesses means for survival. Bai Lu's eyes shimmered with determination as she spoke earnestly to Lu Xing. Chapter 48. Who stole my sword under Bai Lu's guidance? Lu Xing scrutinized the swords surrounding him. According to her, these were all replicas once used by the Hunyuan sword god, and indeed, The 10 or so swords exuded a peculiar aura as Liuxing's right hand glided over the hilt of each sword. He arrived at a conclusion. While these swords were remarkable, they bore no marks of having been wielded by the Hunyuan sword god. Having grasped the Hunyuan sword god's legacy sword techniques, Liuxing could distinctly sense that these swords lacked any true sword intent. Turning to Bailu, he said, "Senior sister, these swords must be replicas. The genuine ones are likely not here." Bailu paused momentarily, her heart stirred by his insight. Indeed, these were replicas, and she had not anticipated that the esteemed disciple would discern this so easily. "Follow me," she instructed, leading him to a concealed compartment. But as she channeled her spiritual energy, a resounding rumble echoed, and a secret chamber gradually materialized before them. Upon entering, Liuxing felt a profound stirring within him. The chamber's center, devoid of resplendent light, cradled a sword embryo upon a disc the size of a stone mill. Surrounding the sword embryo were layers of engraved talismans, subtly drawing in the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. Liuxing's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the sword embryo. This sword embryo was the Daluo sword embryo. The Hunyuan sword god had once acquired 2 such embryos, one serving as his personal flying sword, while the other was left here, brimming with untapped potential. Only the esteemed master could fully unleash its power within the entire Taiwi sword sect. Since she intended to bring Liuxing into the cave, Bailu felt no need to conceal anything. The Daluo sword embryo had remained here for ages, a legacy left by the Hunyuan sword god for his disciples, and thus she deemed it unnecessary to hide it. "You have inherited Master's legacy. This sword embryo rightfully belongs to you. When Master returns, he shall have no objections." The Hunyuan sword god had departed in haste, leaving many matters unattended. Yet Liuxing had already received his inheritance, and so the sword embryo was naturally his. With that, Bailu placed a hand upon the disc, and the array symbols began to activate, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to intensify. Moments later, a beam of light erupted forth, accompanied by the sound of a sword song, as the sword embryo began to levitate above the disc. Seeing this, Liuxing wasted no time. He sat cross-legged, preparing to refine it. A thread of consciousness merged with the sword embryo, prompting his internal spiritual energy to surge. The spiritual energy coursed through his meridians, and faint halos of the Tao began to manifest around him. Observing this scene, Bailu felt a flicker of astonishment. She thought to herself, having just entered the transformation realm, he possesses such dense spiritual energy that in the ancient battlefield, he will not be at a disadvantage. As Liuxing commenced the refinement of the sword embryo, Bailu sensed the spiritual energy being drawn away and was filled with astonishment. In the secret chamber, Liuxing was enveloped by Tao halos, his entire being greedily absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Under these circumstances, the Daluo sword embryo was rapidly being refined. From within the obsidian sword embryo, 7-colored divine light began to radiate, and as Liuxing urged his spiritual energy, the sword embryo started to tremble. Amidst the resonating sound of the sword song, Liuxing hastened the refinement process. The humming intensified, and at this moment, the sword embryo was shaking violently, causing the spiritual energy within the secret chamber to become chaotic. Bailu, witnessing this spectacle, was alarmed and intended to caution Liuxing, only to find that the frenzied spiritual energy was instantaneously siphoned away by him. A formidable pressure surged toward the sword embryo, causing it to cease its trembling in an instant, and a cascade of radiant light filled the chamber. After the sword embryo settled, Liuxing withdrew the pressure and slowly opened his eyes. In that moment, his deep gaze emanated an aura of authority, rendering the sword embryo submissive. "Master, the sword embryo has yet to be fully refined," Bailu urged as she watched Liuxing rise to grasp the Daluo sword embryo. Before her words could conclude, Liuxing's right hand clasped the hilt. A resonant song of the sword rang out, and at the moment of the sword embryo's backlash, a torrent of spiritual energy from within Liuxing surged into it, completing the refinement. Remarkably, he had refined the Daluo sword embryo in just a quarter of an hour, transforming it into his personal flying sword. Bailu looked on with envy. Although the Daluo sword embryo was not overwhelmingly powerful, its unmatched potential was evident, and the fact that it had submitted to Liuxing in such a brief time was enough to astound all. Before Bai Lu could voice her thoughts, a resonating hum echoed from the surroundings, and the now tranquil secret chamber began to stir once more. The spiritual energy boiled over, and the swords outside the chamber emitted a chorus of ringing sounds. Before Bai Lu could comprehend the cause, the sword she bore began to tremble, hinting at a desire to unsheathe itself. Realizing the implications of this, Bai Lu hurriedly opened the secret chamber and made her way outside the cave. The resonating sounds of the sword echoed in her ears, and radiant golden light surged forth from within the cave. At this moment, auspicious purple energy descended, and auspicious clouds gathered as Bai Lu rushed to the summit of Wudao Peak. Her eyes alight with astonishment. Standing atop the mountain, she beheld the 6 peaks, each resonating with melodious sounds. "Master, how much more mysterious can you be?" With a deep sigh, Bai Lu was utterly captivated by Liu Xing's exceptional talent. Gazing at the 6 peaks, she witnessed one sword after another soaring into the sky, all due to Liu Xing's refinement of the Daoyuo sword embryo. The moment his personal flying sword was forged, a natural auspice emerged, with myriad swords converging in homage. At that instant, Liu Xing, sword in hand, exuded an unmatched sharpness that as the melodious sounds of the swords rang out. He gradually emerged from the cave, casting his gaze skyward as countless long swords floated atop Wudao Peak. Upon reaching the summit of Wudao Peak, the entire Taihui sword sect resonated with harmonious sounds, drawing the attention of all the peak masters towards Wudao Peak. Feeling the tremors of their swords at their waists, they exchanged bewildered glances. Why is this young man so formidable? The master of Heavy Sword Peak pondered aloud. If not for his overwhelming strength, his personal flying sword would surely fly to him. The Dao child's strength has evidently advanced further. Such speed leaves his peers in the dust, the master of Illusion Sword Peak remarked. Filled with a WAT this moment, swords from all 6 peaks surged forth. Bowing in reverence to Wudao Peak, countless disciples gazed towards Wudao Peak, their eyes filled with astonishment. Which formidable being has summoned such an omen? My sword is running away. The phenomenon arose from Wudao Peak, likely instigated by the Dao child. Such a natural omen, with myriad swords converging, raises questions about the cause. That it must be due to his breakthrough into the transformation realm and the refinement of his personal flying sword, summoning the auspicious purple energy and the convergence of countless swords. The Dao child must have gained significant insights in the 100 Refinements Holy Land. His return signifies a complete transformation of his strength, making such an omen quite normal for him. The summit of the 6 peaks was now crowded, with all eyes drawn to the swords congregating atop Wudao Peak, a torrent of thoughts swirling in their minds. Chapter 49. Learning from experience. As the crowd marveled, the myriad swords on Wudao Peak resonated in unison, while auspicious clouds gathered. Amidst the golden light and the myriad of extraordinary phenomena, Liu Xing's Daoyuo sword embryo finally underwent its transformation. Truly, the Dao child's talent was beyond comprehension. From a distance, the spectacle unfolded at Wudao Peak, where the swords harmonized in a symphony, and Liu Xing stood atop the mountain like a legendary warrior. Should I possess but half the talent of the Dao child in this lifetime, I would have no worries, one observer mused. The crowd sighed in wonder, while Liu Xing atop Wudao Peak merely smiled faintly as he retracted his spiritual power. The oppressive aura released by the Daoyuo sword embryo began to dissipate. Bai Lu gazed at Liu Xing's seemingly effortless demeanor, her heart filled with astonishment. Even her own sword quivered faintly. The multitude of swords, condensing in the sky, began to descend slowly, and only then did the extraordinary phenomenon in the heavens gradually fade. As everyone watched, Liu Xing commenced the nurturing of his divine powers. After refining his innate flying sword, he was to cultivate his innate divine abilities. Once the spectacle concluded and the myriad swords fell from the sky, they each embedded themselves into Wudao Peak. Bai Lu observed the densely falling swords, her brow furrowed. It seemed they would have to wait for the disciples to come forth and claim them. Stealing her emotions as she regarded the extremely calm Liu Xing, Bai Lu focused intently on him. Moments later, Liu Xing slowly opened his eyes, emanating a palpable pressure, causing the swords embedded in the ground to resonate once more. Amidst the reverberating sound of sword chants, Liu Xing's innate flying sword finally settled into tranquility. The brilliance upon his sword flickered, signifying that a divine power had indeed been nurtured. Remarkably swift, Bai Lu thought to herself. The speed at which Lu Sheng nurtured his divine powers is astonishing. He has just refined his flying sword and already mastered his innate divine ability. She could hardly comprehend the source of Lu Sheng's extraordinary prowess. Master, what kind of divine power have you attained? Bai Lu inquired, her curiosity piqued. Given Lu Sheng's current state, it was evident that the divine power he comprehended was anything but ordinary. The extraordinary phenomenon previously triggered showcased Lu Sheng's talents and strength, far exceeding her expectations. Even with her mental preparations, Bai Lu was still taken aback. Now, Lu Sheng had grasped divine powers in mere moments, and she was eager to discover what exceptional abilities he had acquired. Senior sister, watch closely. As soon as the words left his lips, Lu Sheng wielded his sword, and with the sound of its chant, the surrounding scenery transformed in an instant. In that moment, Bai Lu's eyes widened, her brow furrowing as an inexplicable sense of pressure enveloped her heart. When she beheld her surroundings anew, she suddenly realized she found herself deep within a desert. Before Bai Lu could react, 1,000-meter sword beam descended from the heavens, an overwhelming sense of impending doom, akin to a river breaching its banks, threatened to engulf her. Under such extreme pressure, Bai Lu abruptly understood the nature of the recent transformation. "Break!" she exclaimed softly, channeling her spiritual power, and with a tremor of her body, the surrounding illusion shattered completely. Even so, she exhaled deeply, still in shock from Lu Sheng's display. This is an illusion, complementing the 1,000-illusion sword intent. Bai Lu stated after regaining her composure. Senior sister is correct. This is the first divine power, fishing for the moon in the well, resonating with the 1,000-illusion sword intent, capable of conjuring illusions with a mere wave of the hand. However, I must admit, with my current strength, encountering a master would still allow them to dispel it in an instant. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu rolled her eyes in disbelief. And you are not satisfied with this? Within the same realm, relying solely on this illusion is enough to defeat your opponents. After uttering this, Bai Lu seemed to realize something, her gaze turning inquisitive as she looked at Lu Sheng. Does master imply that there is a second divine power? As she spoke, Bai Lu's chest rose and fell rapidly. To comprehend two divine powers in such a short span. What kind of talent did Lu Sheng possess? With this thought, Bai Lu's heart was overwhelmed with astonishment, while Lu Sheng merely smiled faintly, betraying no surprise whatsoever. The second divine power is flowing light. As the words left his lips, the flying sword shot into the sky. And then, bursting forth with sword intent, it transformed into a stream of light, disappearing into the horizon in an instant. While Bai Lu was still in shock, a swift sound echoed as the flying sword raced past them. This is the divine power of flowing light. Once activated, the speed of the innate flying sword increases tenfold, and when paired with sword techniques, its lethality is further enhanced. After receiving Lu Sheng's explanation, Bai Lu's understanding of the world shattered completely. Lu Sheng spoke so casually, while her heart was tumultuous with waves of emotion. Observing Bai Lu, who was left speechless in shock, Lu Sheng held back a thought lingering in his heart. He wished to reveal that his innate flying sword possessed a third divine power. Yet it had not yet fully matured. Once the time was right, the third divine power would be born. Bai Lu regained her composure. She noticed disciples from the 6 peaks beginning to ascend Wu Dao Peak. Their gazes fixed on the multitude of swords embedded there, their astonishment rendering them speechless. All of your swords are upon Wu Dao Peak. Once you locate them, please make haste to leave, allowing space for your fellow brothers and sisters. Bai Lu declared, her voice imbued with spiritual power, resonating throughout Wu Dao Peak. Upon hearing her, the crowd complied, promptly beginning their search for their swords. Witnessing this scene, Lu Sheng felt a surge of exasperation. He had not anticipated that refining a sword embryo would trigger such an event. After a considerable time, thousands of flying swords remained atop Wu Dao Peak. While even more disciples continued their ascent from below, it seemed they would be searching for their swords for the better part of a day. Forget it. I shall return to my cultivation, Lu Sheng thought, his patience wearing thin. That moment, a youth clad in gray robes approached Lu Sheng directly. Upon seeing Bai Lu beside him, a glimmer of excitement sparked in his eyes. Peak Master, Daozi I, Lu Chun, seek to join Wu Dao Peak to cultivate the supreme path. I humbly request your approval. With this declaration, Lu Chun bowed deeply. Bai Lu's expression shifted slightly, and she coldly replied, Wu Dao Peak does not easily accept disciples. If you wish to learn, you should return whence you came. With that, she flicked her sleeve and turned to leave that if this precedent were set, half of the newly initiated disciples in the Taiwi sword sect would flock here. Naturally, she would not consent. After her refusal, Lu Chen cast a pleading glance at Lu Sheng, a look that sent a chill down Lu Sheng's spine, filling him with deep confusion. Daozi, your summoning of the celestial phenomenon, myriad swords to the temple, has filled me with admiration. To become your disciple and remain at Wu Dao Peak for cultivation is my greatest aspiration. Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng's heart sank, but he glanced at Bai Lu, who had already walked away, and inwardly lamented, Indeed, I have suffered from a lack of experience. Faced with such earnestness from Lu Chen, he shook his head slightly, having no intention of accepting a disciple. Wu Dao Peak has no plans to recruit disciples. And there are few cultivation resources here. You should return, Lu Sheng stated decisively, aware that his status would lead to a loss of significant resources if he accepted Lu Chen. Daozi, I will strive to secure my own resources. Lu Chen replied resolutely, gazing earnestly at Lu Sheng, determined to remain at Wu Dao Peak. Do not let a moment of impulsiveness cloud your judgment. The Peak Master has no intention of taking on disciples. And I lack the time to instruct you. After saying this, Lu Sheng hastily departed from the contentious scene, knowing that if this trend continued, Wu Dao Peak could see an influx of thousands of disciples. Given the current situation at Wu Dao Peak, the resources available were far from sufficient, and he had little time to teach others. Once Lu Sheng was gone, Lu Chen clenched his fists, stubbornly declaring, Even if Daozi disagrees, I will remain at Wu Dao Peak. Even if it costs me my life, I wish to be buried here. With that, Lu Sheng had already vanished from sight. Nevertheless, Lu Chen remained, diligently cultivating at Wu Dao Peak. After the phenomenon concluded and the disciples retrieved their swords, they gradually departed to Liu Chen, however, obstinately stayed behind to cultivate. With the extraordinary occurrence at an end, and everyone having reclaimed their swords, matters returned to normal, allowing the Peak Masters to commence arrangements for entering the ancient battlefield. With only 3 spots available among the peaks, and now that Lu Sheng had triumphed at the 100 Refinement Holy Land, 5 additional spots have been granted. However, these 5 spots would be allocated by Lu Sheng himself. As it stood, Lu Sheng was the sole individual from Wu Dao Peak eligible to enter the ancient battlefield. Realizing this, the Peak Masters began to plot in their minds that at the foot of Wu Dao Peak, amidst the 1,000 steps, the Peak Master of Shield Sword Peak and the Peak Master of Broken Sword Peak unexpectedly crossed paths. Upon seeing each other, they paused momentarily before feigning calmness as they regarded one another. Haha, did we not previously agree that the spots for the ancient battlefield are to be determined by Daozi? We shall not request any from Wu Dao Peak. It is entirely at Daozi's discretion. The Peak Master of Shield Sword Peak laughed as these words fell. The Peak Master of Broken Sword Peak smiled slightly. Waving his sleeve as he continued forward, I merely came here to discuss matters with Daozi. May I ask what brings you here? After speaking, he cast a knowing glance at the Peak Master of Shield Sword Peak. A subtle hint of smugness flashing in his eyes. The two, locked in mutual contemplation, harbored countless schemes within their hearts. After a moment of stillness, the Peak Master of Broken Sword Peak replied, Daozi has triggered a celestial phenomenon, and I am greatly in admiration that I wish to seek some opportunities here, which might also enhance the strength of the disciples from Broken Sword Peak. Hearing the other's excuse, they exchanged knowing smiles. In that case, let us proceed together. The two individuals harbored ulterior motives, yet neither wished to openly express their intentions regarding the coveted slots at the ancient battlefield, upon ascending the myriad steps to the summit of Wu Dao Peak. Their gazes sharpened immediately. The 6 present exchanged glances, followed by an awkward smile. It was a situation that could not be elucidated even if 1,000 mouths spoke. What was particularly surprising was that only 5 Peak Masters had arrived among the 6 peaks. As the Quick Sword Peak had sent Su Ziding in their stead, the sight startled the other 5, who had learned that Su Ziding was to accompany Lu Sheng on this journey. With this thought, they inwardly lamented the unfairness of it all. Now that Su Ziding had reached the spirit transformation realm, considering her exceptional talent, she could be regarded as a prodigious disciple of the Taiwi sword sect. Second only to Lu Sheng, the The peak masters ceased their chatter, each beginning to calculate in their minds. While they speculated on the outcome, Lu Sheng approached leisurely from a distance. The moment he revealed himself, the expressions of the six shifted. Now, merely standing there with his treasured sword, an air of invincibility emanated from him. After entering the spirit transformation realm, a faint aura surrounded him, suffused with an enigmatic charm. As he regarded the six who had been waiting for some time, Lu Sheng strolled confidently to their forefront. Meeting their gazes, he feigned ignorance, inquiring, "What brings you all to Wudao Peak today?" Upon uttering this question, he cast a sly glance at several peak masters. Li Jianan, the master of the heavy sword peak, responded, "We have come to inquire if there are suitable candidates for the several slots in the hands of the Daozi. Might there be any arrangements?" After Li Jianan spoke, others chimed in with their thoughts. Upon hearing their words, Lu Sheng nodded slightly, though his eyes revealed an inscrutable glint. It is well known that each peak should possess 3 slots for the ancient battlefield. And while I hold 5, they are the assets of Wudao Peak. Upon delivering this statement, the 6 present visibly paled. Although unspoken, a sense of foreboding gripped their hearts. Observing their reactions, Lu Sheng cleared his throat and continued. "As you all are aware, Wudao Peak is a desolate place, lacking in resources, unlike the 6 peaks that are replete with various techniques and secret realms." With this remark, the 6 began to ponder how many spiritual treasures they could offer. They contemplated the true value of these slots. While Lu Sheng remained composed, his gaze fixed on the shifting expressions of the crowd, that he understood that they had come well prepared. Even a single slot would incite a fierce competition among the younger generations of the 2 sacred lands. A rare opportunity indeed. Dividing these 5 slots among the 6 peaks may prove insufficient, Lu Sheng concluded, and the 6 began to form their own strategies. The Daozi was correct. Wudao Peak's limited numbers indeed imposed significant restrictions on resources. However, from the perspective of the old woman, these slots were also resources, making a barter both reasonable and justifiable. The master of the illusory sword peak smiled slightly, then stood up, walking towards Lu Sheng amidst the astonished gazes of others. "You," the master of the broken sword peak hesitated. Yet before he could voice his thoughts, a surge of chaotic spiritual energy erupted beside him. "You are deceiving us." The master of the shield sword peak was momentarily taken aback. But it was too late. In that fleeting moment, the master of the illusory sword peak had taken several steps forward, her hands weaving through the air, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to swirl. From her sleeves, a mist of white vapor materialized, prompting the others to instinctively step back. In light of this unusual occurrence, the remaining peak masters furrowed their brows, their expressions darkening. Only Su Ziding, standing aside, gazed at the scene before her in bewilderment, feeling a sense of panic. After all, such techniques were beyond her current capabilities, and given her limited strength, competing in schemes with these seasoned veterans felt somewhat overwhelming. Witnessing this spectacle, Su Ziding's heart raced, her anxiety mounting as the white mist rose. Lu Sheng perceived that the surroundings had begun to shift. Chapter 51. Cunning and crafty. While Lu Sheng was still in astonishment, the old woman's voice floated into his ears. "Daozi need not worry. This is an isolated realm created by the old woman, where only the 2 of us can converse, and the others remain oblivious." Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng scanned his surroundings, nodded slightly, and then turned to the master of the illusory sword peak. "Daozi, within my illusory sword peak lies a spiritual spring, whose millennia-old spiritual liquid not only purifies spiritual energy, but also alters one's constitution, enhancing talent and cleansing the mind. It is highly beneficial for cultivators in the spirit transformation realm. Having established an unparalleled foundation in the blood transformation realm, one should refine their marrow and bones upon entering the spirit transformation realm, thus strengthening their foundation immensely and surpassing their peers in power." The old woman's words stirred Lu Sheng's interest. With the aid of the spiritual spring, his strength could indeed be further enhanced. The matter of foundation was of utmost importance. His solid base accumulated in the blood transformation realm had allowed him to dominate others upon entering the spirit transformation realm, achieving a perfect physique. Lu Sheng sensed the vast disparity in power. This realm too would follow suit. Only with a robust foundation could one engage in cross-realm battles. Seeing that Lu Sheng was intrigued, the old woman continued with a smile. "If Daozi is willing, I can trade one slot for your favor. Regardless of your willingness, I can grant Lianzhu a slot to enter as well. With this, Lu Sheng no longer hesitated, agreed upon his agreement. The master of the illusory sword peak revealed a smile. Thank you, Daozi. With Lu Sheng's consent, she saw no need for further concealment. With a flourish of her long sleeve, the surrounding mist dissipated, and the two reappeared before the onlookers. Before the mist had fully cleared, Li Jianan stepped forward, causing the master of the broken sword peak, who was about to move, to pause in realization of a missed opportunity. Daozi, this is a divine technique. I hope it catches your interest. As Li Jianan presented a technique, Lu Sheng paused briefly before accepting it. In terms of combat techniques, divine techniques were exceedingly rare. Possessing one would further bolster his strength. Moreover, the master of the heavy sword peak, Duan Yu, had safeguarded him all along. Had it not been for Duan Yu's prowess in suppressing the three ancestral masters of the 100 refined sacred land, he might have been left behind. Once Lu Sheng secured the combat technique, Li Jianan revealed a satisfied smile. In this situation, there was no need for Lu Sheng to articulate anything further. The others had already grasped the outcome. Before Lu Sheng could voice his stance, Su Ziding approached him. Daozi, this is a piece of star-patterned steel, capable of elevating the grade of your innate flying sword. Additionally, I feel immensely honored for the assistance provided by the 100 refined sacred land. I am profoundly grateful. As she spoke, her eyes brimmed with gratitude, yet her heart raced, her cheeks flushing slightly. I hope Daozi will accept this star-patterned steel. After uttering these words, Su Ziding, somewhat flustered, placed the star-patterned steel into Lu Sheng's hands. Very well, I shall accept it. Lu Sheng took the star-patterned steel, and Su Ziding finally found a moment of calm, the redness in her cheeks receding slightly. However, she continued to glance at Lu Sheng nervously, fearing he might return the star-patterned steel to her. When Su Ziding met Lu Sheng's gaze, she felt momentarily disoriented. Until we meet at the ancient battlefield. With this declaration, it was clear that Lu Sheng had agreed to bestow a battlefield slot upon her. Thank you, Daozi. Su Ziding hurriedly expressed her gratitude before stepping back. She observed Lu Sheng from the side, her mind swirling with thoughts. Since returning from the 100 refined sacred land, her heart had been in turmoil. She pondered why Lu Sheng would offer her such assistance without cause. With his talent, even a mere word from him could drive the female disciples of the Six Peaks into a frenzy. Moreover, the slot to enter the Forbidden Land was of far greater value than the resources offered by the Peak Masters. Yet to this day, Lu Sheng had not made any demands. Perhaps I am overthinking this. Su Ziding mused inwardly, and when she looked back at Lu Sheng, she was struck by his imposing presence. Especially his calm demeanor when extorting the Peak Masters left her in awe, while she felt timid before these seasoned figures. Lu Sheng stood before them unflinching, actively negotiating for his own interest. As Su Ziding wrestled with her conflicted feelings, Lu Sheng found that only 2 slots remained in his possession. The other 3 Peak Masters exchanged glances, their eyes filled with schemes on how to secure a slot for themselves. They even entertained the notion that someone might withdraw from the competition. The masters of the Shield Sword Peak and Broken Sword Peak turned their gazes toward the master of the Guile Sword Peak, the intent in their eyes becoming increasingly evident. Understanding the scrutiny of their predatory gazes, the master of the Guile Sword Peak chuckled. Since you two are so eager to contend, I shall refrain from meddling in this matter. The 3 slots of the Guile Sword Peak are sufficient for our needs. I have merely come to join the excitement today. As for the rest, I look forward to seeing how you two might sway the Daozi. The master of Gue Jian Peak took 2 steps back, his calm visage revealing little regret. Gue Jian Peak had long been overshadowed by its esoteric cultivation techniques, resulting in a dearth of talent. Many exceptional disciples were disinclined to join its ranks. Consequently, this created a vicious cycle, rendering Gue Jian Peak the weakest among the 6 peaks, with its 3 slots deemed sufficient. Given this reality, there was no need for him to squander the limited resources in vying for slots against Dunjian Peak and Pajian Peak. After the master of Gue Jian Peak spoke, the remaining 2 masters exchanged knowing smiles, beginning to believe that the slots for the ancient battlefield were already secured, with Lu Sheng still holding 2 slots. It seemed there was no need for contention. The 2 turned their gazes towards the master of Gue Jian Peak, their eyes betraying a hint of gratitude. Observing this scene, Lu Sheng couldn't help but smile. internally marveling at the cunning of the two seasoned players, who appear to be quite pleased. "What do you intend to offer in exchange for access to the ancient battlefield?" Lu Sheng inquired as the two reveled in their perceived advantage. The two exchanged glances, about to respond, when a familiar voice suddenly echoed in Lu Sheng's mind. "Master, one slot for the ancient battlefield has already been reserved." This was by Lu's voice, and upon hearing it, Lu Sheng's expression subtly shifted. The current situation was precarious with one less slot. Noticing Lu Sheng's changing demeanor, the two masters felt a twinge of apprehension. Could there be a complication? The master of Dun Jian Peak thought to himself. Casting a glance at the master of Po Jian Peak, his resolve solidifying, Lu Sheng was equally perplexed as to why someone would preemptively claim his slot. This slot was intended for the sect leader. But of course, if the master was unwilling, it could be exchanged for resources, and he could explain later. Then by Lu's voice resonated in his ears once more. "Sect leader?" Lu Sheng mused internally. He had yet to encounter the sect leader since arriving at Tai Hui Sword Sect. Filled with curiosity about this enigmatic figure he had never met, he felt compelled to comply with Bai Lu's request at this moment. The masters of Dun Jian Peak and Po Jian Peak looked at Lu Sheng with puzzled expressions, tinged with concern. "Gentlemen, due to unforeseen circumstances, one of the slots is reserved for the sect leader, leaving only the final slot available." Lu Sheng clarified that if the two were dissatisfied, they would naturally seek an audience with the sect leader. Upon hearing this, both masters began to formulate their plans, recognizing that the slots were now in Lu Sheng's hands, and one was reserved for the sect leader, a reality they were acutely aware of. The master of Po Jian Peak, seeing this, hastily stepped forward and produced a tome. "Daozi, this tome will assist you in absorbing more spiritual energy in the transformation spirit realm." Before he could finish, the master of Dun Jian Peak wore a smirk, his eyes reflecting disdain. Sensing the tension, Lu Sheng detected the unmistakable scent of competition. The tome in the master of Po Jian Peak's hands was indeed inferior compared to those previously presented. Observing the master of Dun Jian Peak, it was evident he had something more substantial to offer. Thus, Lu Sheng remained silent, waiting for the duel between the two. "Brother Wang, in my humble opinion, while this tome may assist in energy absorption, its quality suggests a lack of sincerity on your part," the master of Dun Jian Peak remarked with a smile, calculating his own trump card, feeling confident of victory. "Qin Feng, do you possess any rare spiritual treasures?" The master of Po Jian Peak retorted without reservation. Upon hearing the response, Qin Feng's smile could no longer be contained. He fixed his gaze on the other party and burst into laughter. "I possess no spiritual treasures, as I am yet uncertain whether they would be suitable gifts for the Daozi. Without spiritual treasures, you still exude such confidence. Could there be other rare items?" The master of Po Jian Peak's brow furrowed, the tension palpable. The matter of the ancient battlefield slots was of great significance. If a talented disciple urgently required a slot, there would undoubtedly be those willing to pay any price for rare items. "I merely brought some spirit stones today," Qin Feng replied cheerily. At the mention of spirit stones, the master of Po Jian Peak scoffed, deeming his tome far more valuable. "Spirit stones? Ha!" Just as the derisive words were about to escape, Qin Feng produced the spirit stones, unleashing an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy that filled the air with a shimmering glow. In that moment, everyone present couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. "Exquisite spirit stones!" someone exclaimed, sending a ripple of shock through the assembly. One exquisite spirit stone equated to 10 upper-grade spirit stones, 100 middle-grade spirit stones, or 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Typical disciples might possess only a few lower-grade stones, and even the most privileged among them would possess only a handful of middle-grade stones. That upper-grade stones were a luxury, while exquisite spirit stones were beyond the reach of ordinary disciples. 100 exquisite spirit stones could amount to the annual tax revenue of a small nation, leaving the surrounding peak masters utterly dumbfounded. The master of Po Jian Peak, still clutching the tome, stood frozen in disbelief. The two had become incomparable, rich beyond measure. Lu Sheng mused inwardly, unable to suppress his astonishment at such wealth, while contemplating the implications for both parties. This tome was not particularly essential for him, and there was no need for hesitation. Those 100 exquisite spirit stones were undeniably appealing. Furthermore, having acquired the spirit stones, he could procure resources for Lianzhu in the future if needed. Ultimately, Lu Sheng awarded the last slot to the master of Dunjian Peak, thus completing the distribution of the 5 slots. The only one dissatisfied with this outcome was the master of Pujian Peak. The others departed from Wu Dao Peak with joyful hearts, making their way down the mountain. After the crowd dispersed, the master of Huanjian Peak remained momentarily atop Wu Dao Peak. Daozi, my Huanjian Peak, shall grant Lianju a slot. You may take her along, the elderly woman declared, a glimmer of excitement illuminating her eyes at the mention of Lianju. Lu Sheng understood her implications. Lianju's 1,000 illusion sword intent was exceptionally suited for cultivation at Huanjian Peak, yet she was originally from Wu Dao Peak. Transferring her to Huanjian Peak seemed somewhat inappropriate. The excessive fondness of the master of Huanjian Peak led her to cast aside her rigid thoughts, for every powerful individual dreams of nurturing a peerless genius. Come with me, she said, offering a slot to the spirit pool. Lu Sheng would not refuse such an opportunity, especially considering Lianju's current talent warranted more than ordinary chances for her cultivation, that he led the master of Huanjian Peak towards the training grounds. Upon arrival, the master of Huanjian Peak looked at Lianju, astonished by her prowess, which had surpassed that of her peers. That as she gazed at Li Jin in the distance, she couldn't help but take a deep breath. Daozi, if all goes as expected, Wu Dao Peak could very well claim the top 3 potential spots in the sword sect. With just one glance, she recognized Lu Sheng's formidable strength, the last time she encountered Lianju. Despite possessing first-grade 1,000 illusion sword intent, her physical constitution had been somewhat frail. This time, however, she had undergone a transformation, dominating her fellow disciples, all thanks to Lu Sheng's guidance. They are exceptionally gifted and work diligently, naturally setting them apart from the rest, Lu Sheng remarked, then turned to Lianju. Lianju, go with your little master uncle to Huanjian Peak to AT his call. Lianju hurried over, glancing at the master of Huanjian Peak. A hint of confusion reflected in her eyes. Little one, come along with me, the master of Huanjian Peak said with a warm smile, her uncontainable joy causing her face to crinkle with wrinkles. Seeing the elderly woman so fond of Lianju, Lu Sheng made no attempt to intervene. To it seemed that his access to the spirit pool was likely a gift from Lianju. For such slots were indeed precious, and ordinary individuals seldom had the chance to enter. Daozi, let us depart. Lu Sheng nodded, then took Lianju's hand as they made their way to Huanjian Peak. Shortly thereafter, the 3 arrived at the back mountain of Huanjian Peak, where the spirit pool nestled amidst the forest. The surrounding scenery was not particularly beautiful, yet the tranquil environment offered a soothing reprieve. As the spirit spring flowed, Lu Sheng sensed the presence of numerous formations enhancing the area. Daozi, this is the location of the spirit spring. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me. The master of Huanjian Peak said, preparing to leave after guiding them to the site. The air was thick with spiritual energy, and with every breath, Lu Sheng felt his cells greedily absorbing the ambient energy. Taking a deep breath, he felt his internal organs relax in bliss. Gazing ahead, Lu Sheng wore a contented smile. Lianju, be cautious as you enter the spirit spring, he advised. Understood. Lianju responded with cheerful exuberance. Chapter 53, The Scoundrel. Lu Sheng leaped into the spiritual spring, subsequently drifting away into the distance. The spring water meandered and twisted, obscured by the trees, rendering Lu Sheng unable to discern the scenery ahead. He decided to recline within the flowing water, allowing the gentle currents to guide him. With his eyes half closed, Lu Sheng's internal spiritual energy began to circulate. Under the profound density of this energy, he commenced the purification of his sword spirit. As the sword spirit was cleansed by the spiritual force, Lu Sheng's physique began to transform, that a vast torrent of spiritual energy surged within him. And through this cleansing, he entered a state of unity with heaven and man.in merging with his sword spirit. He experienced a revolutionary shift in his comprehension of sword intent and with the flow of spiritual energy. He sensed the breaking of his bottleneck, entering the mid-phase of the transformation of spirit realm. Upon perceiving the changes within his physique, Lu Sheng smiled faintly. After a quarter of an hour of enlightenment, his affinity with his innate flying sword had deepened, and simultaneously, his 2 strands of first-grade sword intent had been enhanced. In this state, he was more than capable of achieving invincibility within the transformation of spirit realm. As the waters carried him further away, Lu Xing opened his eyes to find he was no longer in the same place. That it was time to check on Lianzhu. Lu Xing mused that, under such concentrated spiritual energy, Lianzhu should experience a breakthrough, that he needed to guide her promptly to avoid any misdirection. That moment, Lu Xing's pupils dilated, and even his deep-set eyes betrayed a hint of alarm. Were there others who had entered this place? He pondered, following his gaze to see a woman meditating by the shore. The water had soaked through her garments, revealing her curvaceous figure, droplets cascading down her flawless skin. And the play of light and shadow created a scene that momentarily stunned Lu Xing, that a sense of foreboding washed over him. Her attire was scanty, and the water had rendered her skin a delicate shade of crimson. After a silent lament, Lu Xing resolved to leave, but just then, a surge of sword intent erupted around her, forcefully condensing first-grade sword intent. He was taken aback, hesitating as he had intended to depart. Should this endeavor fail, the consequences would be dire. Lu Xing mused that this person's identity was extraordinary. At the very least, she was the chief disciple of the illusionary sword peak, that it was unlikely to be so simple. He quickly dismissed this thought. Among the 6 peaks, Li Jin and Su Ziding were already the representatives of genius. Though he was at the Enlightenment peak, he had never heard of anyone from the illusionary sword peak like her. Lu Xing found this matter uninteresting, merely perplexed by her recklessness. Should she fail and her sword intent scatter, it would lead to her demise, and given her situation, it seemed she was in grave danger. What a pity! Observing the scene, Lu Xing shook his head slightly. The woman's expression was now one of grimace, clearly tormented by the sword intent. Just as Lu Xing was about to leave, he noticed Lianzhu had entered a state of enlightenment nearby. Very well, I shall assist you for now. Lianzhu was at a crucial juncture, and if she were to be influenced negatively, it could lead to significant setbacks. With this thought, Lu Xing swiftly approached the woman, and upon reaching her, he sensed a chaotic sword intent raging within her. Steady your mind. Condense your sword intent. Lu Xing slowly articulated 6 words, placing his right hand on her wrist. With a surge of spiritual energy, the Hunyuan sword intent erupted forth, instantly exuding an overwhelming aura of invincibility directed at the woman. As Lu Xing's first-grade sword intent surged forth, the tumultuous sword intent within her began to stabilize. Her previously grim expression gradually softened. With a final push, gather your strength. Observing the now stabilized woman, Lu Xing spoke once more. Good. Hearing Lu Xing's encouragement, the woman nodded slightly and swiftly drew the surrounding spiritual energy. Clang! The sound of metal colliding echoed in the air as the first-grade sword intent erupted from within her. That moment, Lu Xing felt the surrounding spiritual energy boiling forth, the waters churning in response. To avoid disturbing Lianzhu, he hurriedly suppressed the waves around them. When everything settled, the woman's garments had been torn apart, leaving only the thinnest layer of clothing beneath. Lu Xing's gaze faltered, preparing to avert his eyes, but the woman opened her eyes. Thank you, she said, but before she could finish, she became acutely aware of her condition, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson as she realized her bindings had vanished. Scoundrel, she exclaimed angrily, attempting to retaliate, but Lu Xing's hand held her back before she could grasp her sword. You. The woman summoned her spiritual power, yet found herself unable to escape Lu Xing's grasp, her anger causing her chest to rise and fall rapidly. Though a layer of fabric concealed her, she felt as though Lu Xing had seen through her entirely. Having just condensed your first-grade sword intent, you should capitalize on this opportunity to solidify it, Lu Xing advised, releasing her and then hastening towards Lianzhu. The woman, seeing this, had no choice but to relent, her mind reeling from the shock of Lu Xing's ability to subdue her with his mid-phase transformation of spirit strength. Reflecting on the earlier events, she felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Unfortunately for her, Lu Xing did not linger, instead making his way to Lianzhu, who was currently breaking through the 8th threshold of power. Lianzhu's unique physique made her ability to surpass this limit nothing short of miraculous, and Lu Xing could not allow any missteps. Arriving beside Lianzhu, he grasped her small hand, sending a gentle stream of spiritual energy into her. Follow my rhythm, and begin to temper your body, Lu Xing softly instructed, having discerned that there were still unrefined energies within her. After a short while, Lian Zhu found her footing, the previously restless power within her calming to stillness. Meanwhile, the woman recalled the first-grade sword intent Lu Sheng had helped her condense, and her heart filled with understanding. Gazing at Lu Sheng, her expression turned peculiar. To break through the 8th threshold of power. This little girl. As the woman looked at Lian Zhu, her demeanor shifted to one of unease. Under Lu Sheng's guidance, the power within Lian Zhu rapidly accumulated, reaching a critical bottleneck. Everything is in place. Now, break through, Lu Sheng encouraged. Observing Lian Zhu's momentary hesitation. All right, Lian Zhu affirmed, channeling the vigor within her to assault the 8th threshold of power. Boom! A muffled sound resonated, and Lu Sheng smiled. Lian Zhu had completed her breakthrough, and he no longer needed to worry. Now, stabilize your realm, he advised, watching Lian Zhu's excitement. Okay. After her breakthrough, Lian Zhu joyfully responded, then closed her eyes once more to solidify her newfound state. With such an opportunity, Lu Sheng would not let Lian Zhu slip away easily. Having entered the mid-phase of the transformation of Spirit Realm, Lu Sheng decided to leave the spiritual spring and ascend to the shore to tea that moment. The earlier woman had changed into fresh attire and approached Lu Sheng. Holding a long sword. Chapter 54. Taking advantage of me, Lu Sheng regarded her, clearly aware that she was struggling to accept the earlier events, that it was unfortunate that her clothing had been too flimsy, shattering under the onslaught of sword intent. Moreover, Lu Sheng was her savior. Without his guidance, she would have been utterly torn apart by the sword intent. Lu Sheng felt no guilt, if she intended to make a fuss over it. He was disinclined to engage, that he paid little mind to the approaching woman. Thank you for your assistance earlier. I apologize for my earlier accusations, she said as she reached his side, her tone icy, yet acknowledging the truth of the situation. It's no trouble. Anyone would have lost their composure in such circumstances, Lu Sheng replied, then turned his attention back to Lian Zhu in the spring. Once Lian Zhu had stabilized her realm, he intended to leave this place of turmoil, that as a cultivator, his primary focus was on enhancing his strength. Everything else was but fleeting clouds. Might I challenge you to a duel, Daozi? I wish to test your sword intent. The woman said coldly, her voice laced with a fierce determination, that in the spring. She had been thoroughly suppressed by Lu Sheng, and today she was intent on experiencing his first-grade sword intent, seeking to reclaim her dignity. Having just helped you condense your first-grade sword intent, the outcome has already been determined. Such a duel would only harm your sword heart, that I believe it is best to forego this, Lu Sheng replied, not pausing as he made his way back to the spring. Lian Zhu, let us return, that he paid no heed to the irate woman behind him, leading Lian Zhu toward the enlightenment peak. Watching Lu Sheng depart, the woman's chest heaved rapidly, clearly overwhelmed by her anger. You, she shouted, but alas, Lu Sheng had already left. Once Lu Sheng reached the enlightenment peak, he spotted Li Jin, who had been pacing back and forth. Lu Sheng studied Li Jin closely. His aura had evidently shifted, suggesting a recent breakthrough. Li Jin, why do you wander here instead of ascending the mountain? Lu Sheng inquired, deducing that Li Jin was concealing something. Daozi, I'm just clearing my mind, Li Jin stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. Seeing this, Lu Sheng confirmed his suspicions, and then looked down at Lian Zhu. You may return first. I wish to have a word with him. Lian Zhu cast a glance at Lu Sheng, hesitating momentarily before acquiescing. Although you are not yet a disciple of Wu Dao Peak, you are still practicing here. Should you encounter any insurmountable issues, do not hesitate to speak. Observing Li Jin, who appeared torn between words, Lu Sheng continued, the masters of the 6 peaks will surely grant me some consideration, so you need not worry. It was only at this juncture that Li Jin lifted his gaze to Lu Sheng, and after a brief pause, he slowly began to speak. I have been cultivating at Wu Dao Peak, making rapid progress, and upon returning to Heavy Sword Peak, I successfully completed a breakthrough. However, I was expelled shortly thereafter. The brevity of his statement caused Lu Sheng to hesitate. Such actions were evidently rather harsh. Have you been expelled from Heavy Sword Peak? Lu Sheng inquired, perplexed. Given Li Jin's talent, he was undoubtedly the foremost among the new disciples. And those who had already entered the spirit transformation realm would eventually be surpassed by him. With the foundation Lu Sheng had provided, Li Jin could advance even more swiftly and further. Logically speaking, Heavy Sword Peak should not abandon such a prodigy. As for Daozi, I have not heard of any expulsion. I was merely temporarily driven away from Heavy Sword Peak, Li Jin replied, uncertain of the reasons behind this predicament, which left him equally bewildered. Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng grasped the intentions behind Heavy Sword Peak's actions. Are you aware that Wu Dao Peak has 3 slots available for entry into the ancient battlefield? He hinted, observing Li Jin's puzzled expression. This revelation. Li Jin's pupils widened as he suddenly comprehended that Heavy Sword Peak's motive was to have him utilize Wu Dao Peak's quota to enter the ancient battlefield. A surge of indignation welled up within him. Wu Dao Peak possessed 3 slots, yet currently only 2 individuals were present. Heavy Sword Peak's actions were tantamount to attempting to usurp one of those slots without due cause. Lu Sheng smiled at the flustered Li Jin, expressing his disdain for Heavy Sword Peak's approach. Rest assured, I shall take care of this matter, that he patted Li Jin's shoulder with a reassuring grin. Thank you, Daozi is nothing. One might as well make the most of resources. However, Heavy Sword Peak's conduct is rather irksome. Lu Sheng replied with a nonchalant smile before making his way towards the mountain summit. Now that Heavy Sword Peak had taken 1 slot from him and was attempting to claim another, they would soon have 5 representatives. This situation was ample evidence of their unscrupulousness. Lu Sheng shook his head, choosing not to dwell on the matter further as he proceeded to the summit. Behind him, Li Jin looked at Lu Sheng with gratitude, his earlier apprehensions dissipating as a result. Once Lu Sheng returned to Wu Dao Peak, Bai Lu approached him. Zunju, the leaders of each peak will soon converge for a meeting, and the sect master will also be present, she informed him as she approached Daozi. He naturally had the right to participate in this meeting regarding the ancient battlefield. Indeed, Bai Lu confirmed, her attention drawn to the unusual glint in Lu Sheng's eyes. Let us go together. Lu Sheng refrained from elaborating, as he had yet to determine how to address the situation, that he certainly would not simply relinquish this slot without a fight. Lu Sheng was no fool that Wu Dao Peak's resources were already scarce, and to be at the mercy of others would be utterly unacceptable. Although he could enjoy the resources of the 6 peaks, when it came to high-level resources such as secret realms, no one would agree to be exploited. In this context, Lu Sheng understood that he had to enhance his strength. Once he surpassed the disciples of the 6 peaks, no one would dare oppose his demands for resources. The title of Daozi must be substantiated by one's own prowess. Lu Sheng sighed internally. Even before reaching the council hall, he was already strategizing. How could he, a dignified Daozi, suffer a loss? Even if he were to venture into the 100 Refinements sacred land, he would not be at a disadvantage. Within the Tai Hui Sword sect, Lu Sheng would not allow himself to be trifled with. Bai Lu observed Lu Sheng's slightly unusual demeanor, secretly pondering her thoughts. The two exchanged few words along the way, and before long, under Bai Lu's guidance, they entered the council hall. Once seated, Lu Sheng turned to Bai Lu, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Sensing the undercurrent of understanding, Bai Lu was already aware of Lu Sheng's intentions. Lu Sheng leaned back in his chair, his hands resting on the armrests, exuding a latent aura of authority. The leaders of the 6 peaks felt a flicker of surprise at this presence. Since Lu Sheng's return from the 100 Refinements sacred land, they had heard whispers of his legendary exploits. Observing Lu Sheng in this state, the leaders chose not to speak further, for Lu Sheng's status was slightly elevated in this context. Chapter 55. The sect master appears. Lu Sheng turned to Li Jiannan, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Noticing Lu Sheng's demeanor, Li Jiannan feigned ignorance, as if nothing had occurred. As he averted his gaze, Lu Sheng offered a detached smile and spoke softly. I have heard that Heavy Sword Peak has expelled Li Jin from their ranks. What is the reasoning behind this action? His calm words echoed through the council hall, momentarily stunning Li Jiannan, who felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his spine. That he certainly had not anticipated that Lu Sheng would broach such a topic in this setting. Since Peak Master Li has expelled Li Jin, he shall henceforth be a disciple of Wu Dao Peak. Such an exceptional talent is one we must cherish, Lu Sheng proclaimed, casting a glance at Bai Lu. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu's realization struck. It was this very issue that had preoccupied Lu Sheng during their journey. Given that such a talent has been expelled from Tai Hui Sword sect, it would indeed be regrettable. Wu Dao Peak would gladly accept this youth, Bai Lu stated earnestly, her resounding voice reverberating in the council hall. Upon hearing this, Li Jiannan's expression shifted slightly. In a moment of desperation, he could only offer a feeble defense. Daozi. I am unaware of the details. Upon my return, I shall investigate thoroughly. Li Jiannan's response elicited knowing smirks from the other peak leaders, as they sought to have Lu Sheng secure a slot for Li Jin. This would effectively allow Heavy Sword Peak to obtain 2 slots for entry into the ancient battlefield. What a cunning old fox, Lu Sheng silently mused, recognizing that the leaders of the 6 peaks were astute. How could Li Jiannan possibly be oblivious to this? He likely harbored similar thoughts. Just as Lu Sheng prepared to counter further, 2 figures approached from outside the council hall. Did I at her? Lu Sheng gazed towards the entrance, his heart racing. At that moment, a young girl stepped forward, followed by a woman he had encountered at Ling Quan Peak. The sight startled Lu Sheng. The young girl was none other than the sect master. Bai Lu's whispered words reached Lu Sheng's ears, and he focused intently, bracing himself for the unfolding events. Though he found it difficult to accept that as the two approached, the woman met Lu Sheng's gaze, her eyes brimming with a fierce combat spirit. Lu Sheng exchanged glances with her, distinctly sensing the impending surge of her battle intent. Such fierce resolve was not to be trifled with. Recognizing the intensity of her aura, Lu Sheng rose slightly, taking a serious seat at the marble table, subtly exuding the potential of a war god. However, concerning the meeting regarding the ancient battlefield, the woman restrained herself. Once the sect master took her seat, everyone straightened in their chairs, awaiting her words. The provocation from the 100 Refinements Sacred Land has been met with success. Daozi has accomplished a feat that enhances our sword sect's reputation, thus allowing us to vent some of our frustrations. The sect master's gaze fell upon Lu Sheng, her tone entirely unbecoming of a child. The glory of the sword sect pertains to every disciple, myself included. Now that all peak leaders are present, I shall grant you some face. Lu Sheng modestly replied. The girl, hearing this, rolled her eyes, as if to say, no need for pleasantries. Let's have a match if you have the ability. Having just joined the sword sect, I have already achieved such merit. I should make my contribution known. With that, the sect master wasted no time, her wrist flicking to reveal a sudden burst of spiritual light. It was a death substitute puppet, given the perils of the ancient battlefield, and with the intent to kill already brewing from the other side during Lu Sheng's upcoming visit to the 100 Refinements Sacred Land. This puppet would serve as an additional layer of protection. After presenting the death substitute puppet to Lu Sheng, the sect master declared, "Thank you, sect master." Upon stowing it away, Lu Sheng observed the envious glances from those around him. With such a treasure, it could indeed save one's life in a dire situation. After a moment of calm, the sect master surveyed the assembly before speaking slowly. The journey to the ancient battlefield holds great significance. Each peak must select disciples who possess both strength and talent to participate, though we must not allow personal selfishness to hinder the entry of our gifted disciples. Once she finished speaking, all present nodded earnestly in agreement. Now then, I ask each peak to deliberate briefly before submitting the names of those who will take part in the ancient battlefield to me. As soon as the words of the sect leader fell, a smile crept upon Lu Sheng's lips. He cast a glance at Li Jiannan beside him, his mind already brimming with thoughts. Lu Sheng elegantly picked up a brush and swiftly completed the list, handing it over to Bai Lu for safekeeping. This scene did not escape the notice of the anxious Li Jiannan, whose eyes subtly revealed a hint of panic. The matter of the list was of utmost importance. Once confirmed, it could not be altered. With a slight sigh, he hastily conveyed a message to Bai Lu. Master Bai, there are still slots available at the Wu Dao Peak. Perhaps, before he could finish, Bai Lu turned to him and replied. At this moment, the decision lies with the Daozi. If Master Li has further thoughts, you may contact the Daozi directly. Upon hearing Bai Lu's response, Li Jiannan's heart tightened, but he had dealt with Lu Sheng on several occasions, yet had never managed to gain the upper hand. It seemed that today, some concession would be necessary for clarity. However, time was of the essence, and he could only hurriedly reach out to Lu Sheng. Daozi, regarding the slots, I trust Master Li understands that there are others at Wu Dao Peak, but it is solely I who can enjoy the resources of the 6 peaks. Lu Sheng's response was also considerate of Lianzhu. As the Daozi, he was naturally unbound by constraints, but Lianzhu was on the cusp of entering the spirit transformation realm, and the resources at Wu Dao Peak would undoubtedly restrict his development. Hearing this transmission, Li Jiannan could only nod in agreement, replying, "Rest assured, Daoist in the future, disciples of Wudao Peak will have the freedom to visit any training ground at the Heavy Sword Peak, their status equivalent to that of a personally taught disciple of the Peak Master. Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng revealed a smile. This kind of treatment demonstrated his good conscience. Observing the earnest expression on Li Jiannan's face, Lu Sheng retrieved the list from Bai Lu and, with a flourish of his hand, inscribed the name of Li Jin on the paper. The other Peak Masters, witnessing this scene, could not help but silently lament, all questioning what sort of agreement Lu Sheng had reached with Li Jiannan. Only when Lu Sheng inscribed Li Jin's name did Li Jiannan finally exhale in relief. Once the list was submitted, the sect leader examined it one by one, nodding before producing a wooden token. This object was a treasured artifact sealed by the Taiwi Sword sect. Everyone's gaze turned to the wooden token in the sect leader's hand. As it appeared, the surrounding spiritual energy became chaotic, and the array symbols etched upon it sent a jolt of inspiration through their minds, flooding them with countless thoughts. This token should be entrusted to someone of formidable strength. Do any of you have recommendations? As the token emerged, the Peak Masters began to discuss among themselves that it was at this moment that a notification echoed in Lu Sheng's mind. Beep, mission accepted, reward, 10 points of transformation value. Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng was momentarily taken aback. 10 opportunities for transformation. This was the first time the system had offered such a generous reward. However, he hesitated for a moment. That it appeared that this journey to the ancient battlefield would not be without its challenges. Lu Sheng mused that the system's lavish reward was a veiled warning of the dangers he was destined to encounter. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Sheng resolved to accept the mission. Turning to Bai Lu beside him, "Senior sister, please help me secure this." As soon as Lu Sheng's words fell, Bai Lu's gaze hardened with determination. Clearing her throat, she turned to the sect leader, Bai Lu. "What is your opinion?" Seeing Bai Lu prepare to speak, the sect leader inquired. Returning to the sect leader, "I believe this task should be entrusted to the Daozi." Bai Lu's voice was not loud, yet it resonated throughout the council chamber. Once she finished speaking, all eyes turned to Lu Sheng. Given his previous performances, he had indeed astonished everyone. However, it was unfortunate that Lu Sheng had only been initiated for a month, and his current realm might prove to be a disadvantage. The sect leader furrowed her brow slightly at Bai Lu's recommendation, her gaze appraising Lu Sheng. While the Daozi's talent is truly unparalleled, there remains a disparity in realm that if the treasured artifact were to be targeted by others, it could pose considerable danger. In my view, my disciple Jiang Siki would be the most suitable candidate. The sect leader had initially intended for her disciple Jiang Siki to undertake the mission. Lu Sheng's mid-level spirit transformation realm momentarily took her aback, but considering the realm alone, Jiang Siki had already surpassed Lu Sheng. So she did not heed Bai Lu's suggestion that any of you have disciples with exceptional talents who have reached the late spirit transformation realm? The sect leader surveyed the other Peak Masters, her piercing gaze sweeping over them. Noticing their subtle head shakes, it was clear that since she had already formed a choice in her mind, they needed to present a disciple of even greater merit than Jiang Siki for her to consider. At this juncture, Lu Sheng was not prepared to concede. He stood tall, his eyes ignited with a fierce determination. With a knowing smile directed towards the opposing side, he began to strategize internally. The sect leader has considered this thoroughly. But if strength is to be prioritized, may I propose a competition with Jiang Siki? As Lu Sheng's words echoed, the battle intent ignited in Jiang Siki's eyes. The sect leader turned to her cherished disciple and smiled. Her curiosity about Lu Sheng's capabilities piqued after so long. "Since we have the time today, let us engage in a contest. You two will compete. The winner shall lead this expedition, while the loser will serve as the deputy. Does anyone have any objections?" As soon as the sect leader's words fell, the other Peak Masters smiled in agreement. "We have no objections." The extraordinary circumstances surrounding Lu Sheng had captivated the interest of the Peak Masters, and they were eager to witness his prowess. "Very well, follow me to the training arena." Without delay, the sect leader led the two of them towards the arena. Moments later, they ascended the platform, and as spiritual energy flowed, the air crackled with anticipation. "Lu Sheng, I await your guidance." Lu Sheng performed a formal salute, his voice resonant. "Jiang Siki," before the sect leader could utter a word, Jiang Siki's spiritual energy surged within her, her eyes shimmering with not only battle intent, but also an underlying murderous aura. Such terrifying power. This woman possessed formidable strength. Lu Sheng would likely find it challenging to withstand her onslaught. Yet, if Lu Sheng were to reach the late spirit transformation realm, the outcome of this battle would remain uncertain, as the pressure emanating from Jiang Siki enveloped the arena. The peak master of broken sword murmured. Not necessarily. The Daozi's strength is beyond the ordinary and should not be underestimated. As the two faced off, Lu Sheng displayed no hesitation. With the circulation of his spiritual energy, a faint, ethereal aura began to materialize around him. Make your move. Do not say, I am bullying you. Jiang Siki replied confidently, and without waiting for the sect leader's signal, she stepped into the air, each stride resonating with the sound of shattering space. With her sword drawn, Jiang Siki's momentum surged rapidly. Sensing her formidable presence, Lu Sheng executed the phantom flowing steps, gliding across the arena with fluid grace that a melodious sword cry echoed as the Deluo sword was unsheathed. The two engaged in a standoff, and then the long swords clashed, clang. In that instant of collision, an immense force surged through Lu Sheng's hand, momentarily startling Jiang Siki before she unleashed her full power. With her sword intent crystallizing, a tempest began to swirl around them, intertwining blue and yellow light that danced in the air, followed by the explosive release of first-grade sword intent, that I shall see how the Daozi withstands my strike. Jiang Siki declared as she surged forward, and the onlookers dared not even blink. Just first-grade sword intent. Lu Sheng shook his head slightly. Empowered by the phantom flowing steps, his movement was exceptionally elusive. In response to Jiang Siki's powerful strike, he did not falter. Ancient sword technique, first form, like a bamboo shoot through the ground. A thunderous roar shattered the void, and golden sword light converged instantaneously, a tempest of spiritual energy erupting from Lu Sheng's being. His robes billowing dramatically, in the blink of an eye, Lu Sheng's demeanor underwent a profound transformation. Under the aegis of the sword light, Lu Sheng refrained from employing first-grade sword intent. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon Jiang Siki and slowly drew his sword. With a sweep of the Deluo sword, the golden sword light cascaded down like an avalanche, imbued with the power to annihilate all. Boom! As the two collided, an endless cacophony erupted, and Jiang Siki's first-grade sword intent was swiftly engulfed. Spiritual energy rippled outward like ripples on water, and as the strike concluded, the onlookers were left in shock, gazing at Lu Sheng in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how he had so effortlessly bridged the gap of their differing realms. Jiang Siki's frustration boiled over. She resolved to unleash her innate flying sword technique, condensing her first-grade sword intent once more to end the chaotic swirl of spiritual energy. Her hair danced wildly, and cracks began to form in the ground beneath her feet. A formidable woman, and yet her innate flying sword technique relies on sheer brute force. The peak masters observed the unfolding drama, recognizing that Jiang Siki had now exhausted her strength. In contrast, Lu Sheng merely smiled faintly. Today, I shall show you what true first-grade sword intent looks like. With a cold chuckle, Lu Sheng's spiritual energy erupted forth, and an overwhelming sword intent surged forth to first-grade celestial sword intent. Gasps filled the air as everyone recalled the day Lu Sheng had joined the Taiwi sword sect. The sword intent soared into the heavens, piercing the sky, as an unfathomable pressure descended upon them. In that moment, Lu Sheng was bathed in golden light, resembling an invincible warrior clad in armor, with the Deluo sword in hand. Its emergence was akin to a thunderclap, shattering the void, as this strike, imbued with terrifying might, hurtled through space towards Jiang Siki. Instantly, Jiang Siki felt a chilling sensation envelop her, as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. An involuntary sense of submission washing over her. Too powerful. This was the sole thought occupying her mind, even as the numerous peak masters observing from a distance were left utterly speechless. Chapter 57. The Surge of Battle Intent. The domineering sword intent, imbued with the power to swallow mountains and rivers and an invincible aura that spanned the cosmos, instantly engulfed Jiang Siki's sword radiance. Under this absolute suppression, Jiang Siki had no choice but to exert all her strength to resist Lu Sheng's first-grade sword intent. Boom! The explosive roar nearly shattered eardrums, and a surge of spiritual energy erupted, blinding light obscuring the battlefield from view. When the sword strike concluded, Jiang Siki was gasping for breath, having expended every ounce of her energy against Lu Sheng's casual blow. Jiang Siki, somewhat disheveled, gazed at Lu Sheng, her eyes filled with astonishment. Reflecting on her previous misconceptions about Lu Sheng, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was then she realized that if Lu Sheng truly intended to strike, she would be utterly defenseless. That I concede. After countless thoughts flashed through her mind, Jiang Siki had no choice but to admit defeat. Her loss was unequivocal. The sect leader's pupils widened in surprise, having initially believed that Jiang Siki would surpass Lu Sheng. Given the disparity in realms, that it was only upon witnessing their battle that she truly comprehended the terror of Lu Sheng. While Lu Sheng still had energy to spare, Jiang Siki had exhausted herself completely. The difference was starkly evident. After a brief pause, the sect leader proclaimed, "The disciple has triumphed. Lu Sheng shall lead the expedition to the ancient battlefield, with Jiang Siki as the deputy. All of you, please gather the disciples who will enter the ancient battlefield." Once the crowd acknowledged her command, they began to prepare for the journey to the ancient battlefield. A quarter of an hour later, the disciples had assembled. This expedition would be led by Bai Lu, who, with a gesture, commanded the colossal Kuan to descend from the skies, its roar resonating deep within their souls. Under Bai Lu's guidance, the disciples boarded the giant fish and set forth toward the ancient battlefield. The ancient battlefield lay at the entrance of the abyssal canyon, where the three great sacred lands would converge, inevitably leading to some friction. However, skirmishes among the younger generation were typically overlooked. With Bai Lu leading, everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. As time elapsed, they drew closer to the abyssal canyon. Suddenly, the group noticed a massive warship in the distance. "Is that from the 100 Refinements' sacred land?" Lu Sheng mused, a flicker of doubt rising within him. The vessel's trajectory was unusual, and Bai Lu had already taken note. Yet, she chose not to alter their course. Disregarding the provocation, Bai Lu continued on her predetermined path, but the nearby 100 Refinements warship, seeing that the Taiwi sword sect did not yield, grew increasingly arrogant. That on the deck of the warship, a woman fixated her gaze on Bai Lu aboard the Kuan, a glint of murderous intent flickering in her eyes. "Bai Lu, today I shall see what further abilities you possess." The woman scoffed coldly to herself, still harboring resentment from the past. Encountering Bai Lu here, she would not easily let it slide. Bai Lu, indifferent, cast a dismissive glance at her, an air of disdain evident in her eyes. The woman then addressed her companions, commanding, "Charge at them." The disciples understood her intent. The woman was the consort of the 100 Refinements sect's leader, and she had come to lead this expedition. Her disciples dared not defy her orders and maneuvered the warship directly toward the Kuan. Bai Lu merely chuckled coldly at the approaching warship, recognizing that the other party's hostility stemmed from jealousy over the past pursuit of the 100 Refinements sect's leader. If the warship dared advance another step, obliteration would be its only fate. Rising slowly from the Kuan, Bai Lu radiated a blue-white light. 13 strands of sword energy surged skyward, and in that moment, the sound of sword chants echoed through the void. Instantly, the surrounding spiritual energy became tumultuous, as if rivers were converging toward Bai Lu. She was enveloped in a halo, her sword intent erupting. The resounding clang of her sword reverberated, the sword energy arcing across the heavens. An overwhelming pressure descending upon them. Holding her treasured sword, Bai Lu merged with it, the gathered blue-white sword radiance resembling a divine light piercing through the mist, bearing down upon the 100 Refinements warship. Breaking the heavens sword technique, first form. Her calm words resonated like thunder within the confines of the warship. At this moment, the disciples of the sword sect aboard the Kuan widened their eyes, utterly astounded by Lu's overwhelming presence. Meanwhile, the woman on the deck signaled her subordinates to halt their advance. Under such tremendous pressure, should Bai Lu truly strike, a single sword could annihilate dozens of talented disciples. To her shock, Bai Lu actually wielded the breaking the heavens sword technique, a technique long believed to be lost. As the woman contemplated in bewilderment, she was also taken aback by Bai Lu's strength. For with just one sword, the temperature around them plummeted, inciting panic throughout the 100 Refinements sacred land. That moment, the woman's expression shifted subtly. In this tense standoff, she found herself cornered. Retreat would equate to conceding. Yet to charge at the Kuan would lead to catastrophic consequences. The tension between the two sides had reached a boiling point, and they were locked in a stalemate. That it was precisely then that a glimmer of hope appeared in the woman's eyes. She turned her gaze to the distance, where a symbol dragon was soaring toward them. This symbol dragon was the mount of one of the three great sacred lands, the Flame Valley. Upon witnessing this, an elder controlling the symbol dragon approached the two parties. That it is normal for there to be some friction between the two great sacred lands. Why must it escalate to a deadly confrontation? The elder spoke slowly, his gaze falling upon Bai Lu, who momentarily startled him. The majesty emanating from the breaking the heaven sword technique was indeed formidable, exuding an aura that suggested it was the only sword that mattered in this realm. The Taiwi sword sect is willing to extend a courtesy to Daoist Qingyun. Shall we let this matter rest? Daoist Qingyun looked at Bai Lu, feeling a twinge of unease in his heart. If this invincible stance faced further provocation from the 100 Refinements' sacred land, the consequences would be dire. Moreover, they were soon to break the seal of the three great sacred lands, should this conflict escalate. Another 10 years would be required to reopen the seal. Very well. If there is a next time, the 100 Refinements' sacred land should not blame me for being merciless, Bai Lu coldly informed the woman. The woman internally scoffed, her expression darkening. Daoist Qingyun smiled with satisfaction, and then guided the symbol dragon toward the entrance. The woman aboard the 100 Refinements warship realized her position was untenable and refrained from further comment. Her heart filled with frustration at Bai Lu's overwhelming strength. Her subordinates, recognizing the futility after being reprimanded, wisely distanced themselves from the Taiwi sword sect's Kuan. This encounter significantly boosted the morale of the Taiwi sword sect, who erupted in cheers, while the members of the 100 Refinements' sacred land seethed with suppressed anger. Their disciple leader coldly glared at the Kuan, declaring, "Lu Sheng, your demise is imminent." That Li Bufan wore a confident smile, his eyes betraying a glimmer of malice. The others beside him clenched their fists, awaiting the arrival of the 100 Refinements warship. Now that the three great sacred lands had gathered, the passage to the ancient battlefield would soon be opened. Chapter 58. Battle with Li Bufan. Following the arrival of the three great sacred lands, various sects began to arrive in succession. However, the opening of the ancient battlefield passage required favorable conditions, necessitating a collaborative effort from representatives of the three sacred lands. Consequently, the entire valley became crowded with people, including some sects lacking qualifications who came merely to spectate. Some brought their disciples to broaden their horizons, while others sought to exchange resources. The Taiwi sword sect found a suitable location to establish their base. You may explore the area, but do not draw too much attention, Bai Lu instructed before departing. Lu Sheng turned to Lian Zhu and Li Jin, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Let us go for a stroll. Observing the bewildered expressions of the two, Lu Sheng encouraged, "Come on." The two followed Lu Sheng, heading toward the distance. Just as they left the encampment of the Taiwi sword sect, a group approached them. Li Jin, upon seeing the approaching crowd, glanced nervously at Lu Sheng. The opposing group was numerous, and he had only recently entered the spirit transformation realm. Should a conflict arise, Lu Sheng would have to bear the brunt of it alone. Lu Sheng, however, merely scoffed with disdain, recognizing the newcomers as members of the 100 Refinements' sacred land. The figure leading the charge emanated a fierce aura, their eyes burning with battle intent. Lu Sheng glanced behind, spotting Li Wushuang among them. Unfazed by the provocation, Lu Sheng did not alter his course, showing no intention of stopping. Observing the burning battle intent in the other's eyes, his own deep gaze remained inscrutable. This situation evoked a sneer from Li Bufan. The Taiwi sword sect's disciple leader truly lives up to the rumors. Arrogant and proud, Li Bufan scoffed, disdain evident in his tone. Faced with Lu Sheng's unwavering demeanor, he inwardly lamented Lu Sheng's excessive posturing. That the disciple leader of the 100 Refinements' sacred land, so lacking in manners as to slander others. Lu Sheng's indifferent words fell upon the crowd, causing Li Bufan's expression to shift slightly. That you're quite cocky, aren't you? I advise you to withdraw from the ancient battlefield. Otherwise, once you enter, I will ensure you feel the full extent of my power. You will regret it when the time comes. Confident words flowed from Li Bufan's lips, prompting a cold, indifferent smile from Lu Sheng. The disdain evident in Lu Sheng's eyes ignited a profound anger within Li Bufan. At the mid-stage of the transformation spirit realm, no matter how fervently the Taiwi sword sect cultivated you, under my peak level pressure in the transformation spirit realm, you possess no capacity for resistance. I shall repay both new grievances and old grudges in full. Everything that the 100 Refinements sacred land possesses shall be returned in kind. Li Bufan scrutinized Lu Sheng repeatedly, astonished by his rapid progress. Yet soon, a wild grin spread across his face. Lu Sheng had only broken through to the mid-stage of the transformation spirit realm in less than half a month. This could only be attributed to the Taiwi sword sect's frenzied resource allocation in preparation for the ancient battlefield. With this realization, Li Bufan could no longer suppress the joy etched on his face. Ignorant and overconfident, Lu Sheng's indifferent gaze, laced with a hint of murderous intent, sent a chill through the air, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Like a hunter, he fixed his gaze upon them, instantly chilling the spines of those disciples from the 100 Refinements sacred land who were poised to mock him. Leaving them utterly astonished, in that fleeting moment, it felt as though the grim specters of life and death had come to claim them. Audacious. Once we enter the ancient battlefield, I shall personally render you powerless. There's no need to wait. I can incapacitate you right now. In the face of Li Bufan's repeated provocations, Lu Sheng cast aside his restraint. As his voice fell, the spiritual energy in the surroundings erupted violently, resembling the swirling of stars, as a tempestuous force surged forth. Such terrifying power gripped the hearts of the onlookers, transforming Li Bufan's haughty demeanor into one of horror. You seek death, faced with Lu Sheng's explosive might. Li Bufan felt an overwhelming pressure that was insurmountable. His pupils dilated as Lu Sheng's fist approached, akin to the sensation of stars exploding, an inexhaustible force barreling towards him. In a flash, Li Bufan threw a punch, engaging Lu Sheng, who stood at the mid-stage of the transformation spirit realm. Yet he felt an immense burden. Boom! The clash resonated with a thunderous roar that reverberated outward, followed by visible ripples spreading in all directions. With a single punch, Li Bufan staggered back several steps, barely managing to quell the surge of blood rising in his throat. In contrast, Lu Sheng remained steadfast, his expression unchanged. Yet within his profound eyes lay an unpredictable danger that sent a chill down the spines of those who met his gaze. Too weak. Slightly shaking his head, Lu Sheng's disdainful look left the disciples of the 100 Refinements sacred land feeling humiliated. Li Wushuang, who had been waiting to witness the spectacle, felt a shiver of disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Lu Sheng had transformed to such a degree in merely half a month. Half a month prior, he could have contended with Lu Sheng using spiritual power. Yet now the disciple of the 100 Refinements sacred land was no match for him. Employing the technique of cascading waves, Lu Sheng's punch became even more formidable. The fierce wind generated by his fist compelled the onlookers to retreat hastily, and his invincible stance inspired a sense of submission. Just as Lu Sheng prepared to strike, a woman approached briskly from a distance, a esteemed gentleman. To meet for the first time and already display such volatility is rather inappropriate, she declared with a raised voice. Upon hearing her words, Li Bufan's face lit up with delight, and he halted his poised fist. Lu Sheng also paused momentarily, showing no intention of retracting his stance due to the woman's arrival. I am Mo Li from the Burning Flame Valley. Lu Sheng from the Taiwi sword sect, he replied courteously, not one to be troublesome. Observing Li Bufan from afar, Lu Sheng lowered his fist. That moment, Li Bufan let out a cold snort, feigning bravado as he retorted, For Mo Li's sake, I shall spare you this time. Ridiculous! Is the 100 Refinements sacred land so inept that it resorts to bravado? Lu Sheng's cold laughter echoed, for Li Bufan was merely putting on a facade of strength. But if you truly wish to prove your might, there is no need to wait for the ancient battlefield. We can settle this now. With that, Li Bufan swiftly evaded Lu Sheng, leaving in frustration. Although Lu Sheng had gained the upper hand with that punch, Li Bufan remained shaken, the immense power still haunting him. Watching the disciples of the 100 Refinements sacred land retreat one by one, Lu Sheng merely shook his head, not letting it trouble him. Let us proceed and see if there is anything of value to be found, he suggested. After the confrontation, Lu Sheng returned to Lin Zhu and Li Jin's side. Both were still reeling from the impact of Lu Sheng's previous formidable punch. Let us go, under Lu Sheng's lead. They began to wander about the area. Chapter 59. The suffering of the world. The vendors setting up stalls here were mostly disciples from ordinary sections due to insufficient resources within their sects. They resorted to bartering items in exchange for cultivation techniques. Lu Xing found this rather regrettable, as such practices could extinguish the potential of some talents. Yet, in this world, there was no other recourse. The trio meandered for quite some time, acquiring only trivial items with nothing truly capable of enhancing their strength coming into their possession. Just as Lu Sheng's interest began to wane, a stall finally presented some precious items. Noticing this, Lu Sheng hastened forward, eager to investigate further. As the trio arrived at the stall, Lu Xing paused, prompting Lian Zhu and Li Jin to halt as well. Lu Xing narrowed his eyes, discerning that the stones being sold by the vendor were extraordinary. Esteemed friend, this is high-quality cloud pattern stone, of exceptional quality, the vendor hastily introduced upon noticing Lu Sheng's interest. Lu Sheng was somewhat familiar with cloud pattern stone. It was an excellent material for sword cultivators. Seeing Lu Sheng's keen interest, the vendor smiled broadly. This cloud pattern stone can refine your innate flying sword, enhancing its sharpness that if used properly, it can elevate your strength by several degrees. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing nodded slightly. The vendor spoke true, and the cloud pattern stone was indeed indispensable for him. What is the price for this cloud pattern stone? He inquired, as he possessed some top-grade spirit stones and various spiritual treasures gifted by the peak masters, which could be exchanged for it. Dear friend, if you happen to possess a complete cultivation technique, that would be even better, as resources of such nature are scarce within my sect, the vendor remarked. Having roughly assessed Lu Sheng's identity based on his attire, that a complete cultivation technique. Lu Sheng was somewhat taken aback. He indeed possessed several. However, this technique does not involve any of the major sect secrets. Otherwise, I would fear the responsibility could weigh heavily upon me. Noticing Lu Sheng's hesitation, the vendor hastily suggested, "Very well, please wait a moment while I check if I have such a technique that in essence." The vendor was implying that the technique could not originate from the Taiwi sword sect. Otherwise, it would lead to dire consequences. Just as Lu Sheng was reviewing his techniques, Li Bufan strode over with purpose. "Are you a disciple of the Flame sect?" Li Bufan questioned angrily. "Yes, indeed, esteemed sir." The vendor quickly replied, recognizing Li Bufan's attire and surmising he was likely from one of the three major sacred lands. Specifically the 100 Refinements Sacred Lands affiliated sect. Indeed, the vendor's demeanor shifted to one of alarm upon meeting Li Bufan's gaze, sensing that the confrontation could turn unfavorable. "Then I shall purchase this cloud pattern stone," Li Bufan declared, casting a smirk towards Lu Sheng as if to flaunt his own strength. "What? Does this fellow think he can simply take what belongs to others?" Li Bufan's subordinate barked angrily, causing the vendor's expression to change drastically, that he swallowed hard, cold sweat pooling in his palms as he turned to Lu Sheng, pleading, "Esteemed friend, please do not take offense. I am merely trying to make a living." Lu Sheng's icy gaze fixed on Li Bufan, a murderous intent beginning to brew within him. "No matter. I see no need to stoop to his level," Lu Sheng replied softly. Upon hearing this, the vendor sighed in relief, gratitude flooding his expression, for a single poor decision could have cost him his life. "Esteemed disciple, here is the cloud pattern stone you requested." The vendor respectfully presented it. "And here is your technique." Li Bufan tossed a cultivation technique towards the vendor, seizing the cloud pattern stone and casting a mocking glance at Lu Sheng. "Competing with me? You're still far too inexperienced, that I am the ancient battlefield. You shall surely perish." With a derisive scoff, Li Bufan departed without further delay, striding into the distance. Observing Li Bufan's triumphant demeanor, Lu Sheng's lips curled into a smile, already anticipating the opening of the ancient battlefield. "Li Bufan, this cloud pattern stone is merely in your custody for the time being." In the depths of his heart, Lu Sheng contemplated as the stall owner cast a glance in his direction. Overwhelmed with guilt, "My friend, I deeply apologize." Upon uttering these words, the stall owner's expression remained far from cheerful. When he opened Li Bufan's martial arts manual, a heavy sigh escaped his lips, and a self-deprecating smile adorned his face. The reluctance etched on his features could not be concealed, yet he could only continue to sigh, harboring a sense of unwillingness that found no outlet for release. "No matter. May we meet again by fate." Lu Xing bore no ill will. After all, Anyone faced with the pressures of survival would hesitate to part with the cloud-patterned stone that he fully understood this predicament. In a world governed by the survival of the fittest, strength equates to the power of speech. Even if he were to drive Li Bufan away on the spot, the stall owner would still be doomed to punishment. Forcing him to sell the cloud-patterned stone to Li Bufan was, in fact, the most favorable outcome. Nevertheless, Lu Sheng believed that the stone would eventually find its way into his possession. Once he entered the ancient battlefield, he would hold nothing back. After Lu Sheng and his companions strolled about without discovering any treasures, they returned to the encampment of the Taihui sword sect. Lu Sheng had scarcely come to a halt when Li Jin approached to deliver news. "Daozi, the stall owner came looking for you just now." "Take me to him," Lu Sheng replied, taken aback. He bore no grudge against the man, so what prompted him to seek out Lu Sheng? "Daozi, I am sincerely sorry for today's events, but due to my humble status, I can only obey others. Had it not been for your magnanimity, I fear I would have found it difficult to make amends." That To express his gratitude, the stall owner presented a palm-sized stone, hoping that Lu Sheng would accept it. The man spoke with regret, retrieving the stone from within his robes. Lu Sheng, observing the stall owner's earnest demeanor, feared that refusing might hurt his feelings, and readily accepted the stone. As it settled in his palm, a slight pressure revealed a gritty texture, though its surface shimmered with a faint luster. Sensing its uniqueness, Lu Sheng felt a jolt of surprise. "Daozi, I stumbled upon this by chance and am unsure of its true nature. However, its peculiar quality compelled me to keep it close," the stall owner hastily explained, noticing Lu Sheng's contemplative expression. Lu Sheng smiled, recognizing the stone as a nebulous stone, a product of the condensed sword intent of formidable sword masters. Refined through extensive trials to achieve such texture, it is one of the most exceptional sharpening stones in existence. Chapter 60. The passage opens upon recognizing the nebulous stone's rarity. Lu Sheng was inwardly astonished. This expression of apology was exceedingly precious. Nebulous stones are rare and difficult to acquire, their origins tied to otherworldly realms, preserved only after enduring rigorous trials. Moreover, they must withstand the ravages of powerful sword energies and intents to qualify as true nebulous stones. However, as Lu Sheng regarded the stall owner, a pang of bitterness welled within him. It seemed the man had discerned his identity and feared potential resentment from Lu Sheng, thus preparing such a grand gift. His claim of ignorance regarding the stone was nothing but a falsehood. Anyone capable of recognizing the cloud-patterned stone would inevitably know the value of this particular stone, especially given its material and the sword intent it emanated. His pretense was merely an effort to avoid offending Lu Sheng. Reflecting on the hardships faced by ordinary disciples, Lu Sheng accepted the stone and, in turn, presented a martial arts manual to the stall owner. Although this was a gesture of goodwill, the stall owner was also motivated by fear of potential repercussions from Lu Sheng, leading him to make this reluctant offering. Lu Sheng was not unreasonable. He sincerely replied, "Let this manual serve as my return gift." "Thank you, Daozi," the stall owner responded, accepting the manual, his excitement barely contained as he slowly opened it as the content unfolded before him, his eyes ignited with fervor, his limbs trembling with barely suppressed excitement. Yet moments later his expression transformed into one of alarm, and he exclaimed, "Daozi, I cannot comply. I dare not cultivate the Taihui sword sect's techniques." Upon seeing the sect's emblem, panic washed over him, and despite his reluctance, he understood the gravity of his own life. Lu Sheng paused, realizing he had overlooked this customary rule, and hastily sought assistance from the other members of the Taihui sword sect. "Do any of you possess a manual that does not belong to the Taihui sword sect?" he inquired of those behind him. The others, clearly lacking alternative manuals, shook their heads helplessly, as few disciples of the transformation spirit realm ventured out for training, leaving them with only the sect's manuals. Witnessing this, Lu Sheng felt a twinge of regret. "Did I have one?" Just as he grappled with his dilemma, Jiang Siki approached briskly from a distance. "This is a manual I fortuitously obtained during my travels, and it holds no value for me. Consider it a token of gratitude for your life-saving intervention," she stated, looking directly at Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng smiled at her excuse, responding, "Thank you. Rest assured, while I have returned the favor, I will not forget your act of saving my life," Jiang Siki added, her tone still tinged with a hint of combativeness, yet her response endeared her to Lu Sheng. Upon receiving the manual, Lu Sheng quickly scanned its contents, finding them complete and of commendable quality, which greatly pleased him. After reviewing it, he handed the manual to the stall owner, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. The situation had been resolved perfectly, leaving Lu Sheng quite gratified. "Thank you for the gift, Daozi. I am profoundly grateful." Originally seeking to apologize, the stall owner found that Lu Sheng had purchased his humble offering, leading to a profound transformation within him. Having previously believed that individuals of high status were often overbearing and unreasonable, he now recognized another quality in Lu Sheng. This is merely a fair exchange. You need not feel apologetic for today, as events that I understand the pressures of life. Lu Sheng responded with a smile. "Daozi, this is a token for entry into our flame sect, should the opportunity arise. I invite you to visit," he said, placing a token respectfully in Lu Sheng's hand. "Until we meet again." Shortly after their farewell, the spiritual energy within the canyon became tumultuous, prompting the onlookers to exchange puzzled glances. "The passage is about to open," Jiang Siki remarked, gazing into the distance. She observed 3 figures hovering in midair, their hands weaving intricate motions as the surrounding rocks crumbled, and a shimmering barrier began to manifest. The disciples watched intently as the 3 prepared to unveil the passage. With the emergence of the barrier, the moment for the passage's opening drew near. Once the ancient battlefield opens, numerous dangers will await. All must exercise caution. Jiang Siki cautioned that a low hum resonated around them, causing all weapons to tremble slightly. Suddenly, the Taoist from Flaming Valley, with elegant gestures, summoned a circular formation around himself, while ethereal ripples appeared before the entrance of the passage, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to surge. "Condense the sword intent," Bai Lu commanded, and 13 beams of sword light shot skyward, shattering the rocks on either side of the canyon as the sword intent exploded. Following this, the incantations began to materialize, and the 3 great sacred lands acted in unison, sending the entire space into a cacophony of rumbling sounds. Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, a massive barrier gradually took shape at the canyon's forefront. As the barrier manifested, the surrounding clouds dispersed, giving rise to extraordinary phenomena that a fierce wind swept through, altering the scene, causing unease among those of weaker strength who began to consider retreating. With a resounding blast, a deafening roar echoed in their ears, and the void shattered as a fissure suddenly appeared, splitting the heavens as if torn asunder. Under the oppressive force, the hearts of the spectators momentarily skipped a beat. Could this be the state of the ancient battlefield? Someone wondered aloud. If it is so terrifying, surely half of us would perish within. This must merely be a prelude to the opening, once the passage stabilizes. It should not be so chaotic, a group of voices speculated, their imaginations running wild regarding the ancient battlefield as all eyes were fixed upon the scene. Bai Lu moved her hands gracefully, blue and white lights swirling around her, merging with the incantations conjured by the Taoist and the barrier formed by the 100 Refinements sacred land, racing toward the passage entrance. The 3 combined their strengths, and the immense force collided with the entrance, sending ripples through the entire space until a passage slowly materialized before them. Only then did the surrounding spiritual energy stabilize. The 3 figures before the passage exhaled in relief, having completed their various formations, revealing a pathway to the ancient battlefield that had now solidified. "Please prepare yourselves," a resonant voice echoed throughout the space, as the 3 great sacred lands and the participating sects readied themselves. Lu Sheng turned to the members of the Taihui sword sect behind him, confirming that everyone was present. "Everyone, prepare, we are about to depart." After issuing the warning, Lu Sheng took Lian Zhu's hand, ready to heed the call. Chapter 61. The ancient battlefield opens as the light burst forth. The passage to the ancient battlefield slowly opened. "Everyone, the passage is now open," a resonant voice declared, prompting the crowd to stir with anticipation. "Let us proceed." Jiang Siki cast a glance at Lu Sheng and proposed, "Let us proceed." Although Lu Sheng held the nominal title of captain, his sole desire was to secure the 10 opportunities for enlightenment that the system promised. As for the matter of leading the team, it was best left to Jiang Siki. As they walked ahead, they guided the others into the passage, stepping into the ancient battlefield. Upon entering the ancient battlefield, The atmosphere among the entire group suddenly grew tense, with everyone taking a deep breath and refraining from speaking loudly. As the team ventured deeper into this forsaken land, an eerie silence enveloped them, and the weight of the atmosphere silenced any attempts at conversation. Lu Sheng surveyed his surroundings, noting that the scenery here was starkly different from the outside world. Under the dim sky, a chilling aura hung in the air. With a blood moon suspended ominously above, did I end this murky twilight? Mist lingered, and an ominous presence pervaded the realm, causing even the usually calm Lu Sheng to furrow his brow. This foreboding atmosphere filled Lu Sheng with a sense of foreboding. The journey through the ancient battlefield would undoubtedly be fraught with peril, and he could not afford to be careless. Turning to Jiang Siki, Lu Sheng sensed a shift in the group's dynamics. Although they had been moving forward steadily, a glance back revealed that the scene behind them had become obscured by thick fog, and he realized that the state of the others had changed. "Let us pause and regroup," he commanded, unwilling to hesitate in this unsettling environment. However, as his words fell, an eerie sensation washed over him. The group hesitated, momentarily stunned, before glancing at Lu Sheng with a hint of confusion and bewilderment reflected in their eyes. "Daozi, why have we halted? The opportunity lies beyond this fog," Jiang Siki inquired, perplexed as her words resonated. The others also turned to Lu Sheng in curiosity, even Li Jin appearing uncertain. "Time is indeed pressing, but have any of you noticed that one of our members is missing?" Lu Sheng scanned the area, realizing that it had only been a short while since they entered the ancient battlefield, yet one person had already gone astray. Moreover, this occurred while they had been moving directly forward, clearly indicating that danger lurked within the mist. Missing someone? The group exchanged glances, their expressions filled with doubt. No, Daozi must be mistaken. Jiang Siki looked at Lu Sheng in astonishment, a flicker of fear evident in her eyes. If they could lose someone under such circumstances, it was indeed a matter of grave concern. "Everyone, be mindful of your numbers," Lu Sheng urged urgently. "Shattered Sword Peak, report in. Broken Sword Peak, all present. Phantom Sword Peak, all present. Shield Sword Peak, Li Tian is missing." A disciple in gray robe surveyed the surroundings, hesitating before finally admitting to this revelation. A chill swept through the group, heightening their vigilance. They had lost one of their own without even realizing it. And no one could recall how long they had been journeying, leaving them with no memory of the absence. Witnessing this, Lu Sheng felt a pang of alarm. The mist must be affecting their mental state. With a quiet sigh, he turned to Jiang Siki and instructed, "Stay here and do not move. Do not issue any commands until I return. Everyone, do not proceed until I return." Recognizing the seriousness of the situation, Lu Sheng resolved to search for the missing disciple. The lives of his fellow disciples were paramount. He could not abandon them lightly. "Understood," the group replied, and Lu Sheng retraced his steps. Soon he spotted Li Tian, who appeared dazed and disoriented. "Li Tian," Lu Sheng called out, and upon hearing his name, Li Tian jolted, his breathing quickening. "Daozi!" Upon seeing Lu Sheng, Li Tian's expression shifted dramatically as he began to take in his surroundings. "Follow me," Lu Sheng urged, refraining from providing further explanation. Those ensnared by illusions required no additional elaboration. If they became too deeply immersed, awakening them could prove exceedingly difficult. Seizing the moment while Li Tian still retained some clarity, Lu Sheng guided him back to the group. Upon returning, he noted that the expressions of the others had shifted somewhat. "Let us advance." "Very well." Thankfully, the group still possessed their wits. This situation could be resolved. After the disturbance, Lu Sheng instructed Jiang Siki to lead, positioning himself at the center of the group to remain alert to any further anomalies that as they progressed. Lu Sheng sensed a peculiar change in the scenery before him. This unsettling condition caused him to furrow his brow. The dense fog obscured their view ahead, leaving him puzzled by this strange sensation. As they delved deeper into the ancient battlefield, he became aware of an invisible force persistently attempting to invade his psyche, striving to ensnare him in a haze of illusions. Tian Jian's sword intent. Lu Sheng inhaled deeply, channeling his sword intent to dispel the mental fog clouding his mind, and in an instant his thoughts became clear and unburdened. With the inner demons vanquished, Lu Sheng felt a weight lift from his spirit. However, when he glanced around, he discovered that the entire group appeared dazed and lethargic, moving forward like soulless puppets, devoid of the vitality of living beings. A chill ran down Lu Sheng's spine. While he could vanquish his own inner demons, he could not do the same for others. Just as his astonishment mounted, the group suddenly came to a halt. Their collective gaze fixed intently on Lu Sheng, their eyes brimming with murderous intent that as he surveyed the surroundings, it felt as though he were ensnared in the realm of the dead, surrounded by vengeful spirits. The desire to rend him limb from limb emanated from the group, accompanied by a palpable drop in temperature. The entire team had ceased their movement, the disciples having completely lost their rationality. As if poised to tear Lu Sheng apart at any moment, Qian Huan soared intent. In this moment of crisis, Lu Sheng swiftly summoned his internal energy, unleashing the 1,000 phantoms of sword intent, enveloping the disciples of Tai Hui sword sect within its embrace, that if he could not change their state, he would instead guide them into their own illusions. Having constructed the illusion, Lu Sheng led the group onward. At that very moment, the mist shifted and a shadow materialized. Just as Lu Sheng prepared to seize it, the shadow fled with astonishing speed, leaving him momentarily startled. Observing the entranced disciples, Lu Sheng could not abandon them. So he pressed on. "Let us continue," he declared, surveying the area. The immediate danger had dissipated, and he led the group forward once more. The entire team remained under Lu Sheng's control within the 1,000 phantoms of sword intent. Alleviating his concerns of unforeseen incidents, as they advanced further, Lu Sheng caught sight of other groups shrouded in the mist. Chapter 62. Blood Corpses. It seems my search for Li Tian has cost us some time. However, given the circumstances, this group must also be ensnared by the illusions. Lu Sheng mused inwardly, unperturbed by this situation, for none could pose a threat to him here, that he had no intention of avoiding confrontation, leading the team onward as planned. Moments later, the disciples of Fenyin Valley came into view. The disciples of Fenyin Valley excelled in alchemy and talismans, showcasing unparalleled strength in certain scenarios. But they lacked an advantage in direct combat. Lu Sheng observed the condition of the Fenyin Valley disciples. Only their leader, Daozi Mo Li, appeared to retain any semblance of rationality, while the others displayed vacant expressions and erratic behavior. Behaving in a manner most unbecoming, Mo Li gazed at the chaotic scene within her group, her eyes filled with helplessness. Despite her attempts to awaken them, her efforts proved futile. Some members of her team even lashed out wildly, creating utter disarray. In contrast, Mo Li's gaze fell upon Lu Sheng, who led the Tai Hui sword sect with an air of tranquility. While his disciples appeared vacant-eyed, they exhibited no signs of turmoil and could not perceive the plight of Fenyin Valley. This disparity sparked Mo Li's curiosity. She could not comprehend why the disciples of Tai Hui sword sect remained unscathed. Lu Sheng, however, had no intention of lingering for long. If he could escape the illusions first, he would gain the upper hand in securing opportunities. That we shall proceed, he declared, leading the team onward. It was at that moment that Mo Li realized something was amiss. The Tai Hui sword sect disciples displayed no unusual reactions, implying that they too were not entirely normal. The only one exhibiting clarity was their leader, Lu Sheng. Understanding this, Mo Li grasped that everything was under Lu Sheng's control. Though astounded, she quickly composed herself, glancing at Lu Sheng with a plea for assistance. "Brother Lu, could you extend a helping hand? I am willing to offer you a reward that would satisfy you," Mo Li implored, aware that without substantial resources, Lu Sheng might not acquiesce to her request. This reality was not lost on Mo Li. Upon entering the ancient battlefield, they had become competitors in a quest for opportunity. In other words, Lu Sheng's restraint from seizing the chance to eliminate them was already a display of mercy. The struggle among the three great sacred lands was a matter of survival. Should Lu Sheng choose to strike, Fenyin Valley would face annihilation, while Tai Hui sword sect's position would be assured. As Lu Sheng continued onward, he made no response to Mo Li's plea that if he stood before a land of inheritance, they would be adversaries, that he was well acquainted with the tale of the farmer and the snake and would not make a grave error. Observing Lu Sheng's unwavering path, Mo Li grew increasingly anxious. He was her last hope, and if she missed this opportunity, her entire team would likely suffer considerable losses. "Brother Lu, I am willing to offer the map of the ancient battlefield as compensation." As Lu Sheng was on the verge of disappearing from view, Mo Li hastily exclaimed, "In that case, It seems we must distance ourselves from the burning flame valley. Lu Sheng paused momentarily, glancing back at Mo Li. From the expression in her eyes, he sensed no deceit. Moreover, everything was under his control, and Mo Li would not dare to lie. This map had been painstakingly crafted by a venerable elder of their sect, its value far surpassing mere inheritance. Very well. Such an item is rare even in the Tai Hui sword sect, and perhaps not even the 100 Forging Sacred Land possesses it. Seeing Lu Sheng's agreement, Mo Li did not hesitate to hand over a copy of the map. With the map in hand, Lu Sheng wasted no time. He summoned the 1,000 Illusion Sword intent once more, and as the illusory realm took shape, the anxious crowd around them fell into a tranquil state, the chaos dissipating. Once the illusion was constructed, Lu Sheng was able to command the people of the burning flame valley. Just as Lu Sheng prepared to lead the way forward, shadows re-emerged. 2 figures. As he marveled at this, the 2 shadows began to oscillate around them. That moment, he felt a surge of restlessness within him, the blood demon stirring with eagerness. Lu Sheng sensed the desire emanating from the blood demon, drawing his sword to slice open his finger, allowing blood to flow. The blood demon emerged, charging straight for the shadows. Observing this, Lu Sheng felt a twinge of curiosity. However, he knew that the blood demon would not easily be harmed. Thus, he continued to lead the team without concern. Before long, the blood demon returned, its aura indicating it had ascended to the later stages of the transformation realm. That it seemed to possess an innate advantage over the unknown entities. After a brief moment, the shadows reappeared, and just as the blood demon was about to engage them, Lu Sheng instructed, "Bring it back." "Understood, Master," the blood demon replied before transforming into a fleeting shadow and dashing away. Upon its return, it brought with it several blood corpses. Lu Sheng examined the bodies, all of which belonged to youthful cultivators. Their garments varied, indicating they were not ancient beings, but rather individuals who had ventured into the ancient battlefield and had ultimately succumbed to the illusions, losing their identities and becoming blood corpses. Concluding this, Lu Sheng commanded the blood demon to consume them. From that point onward, every encounter with a blood corpse resulted in its consumption by the blood demon, which gradually enhanced its power. Lu Sheng faced no dangers. Both the Tai Hui sword sect and the entire Burning Flame Valley remained firmly under his control. He had no reason to fear the exposure of the blood demon's identity. And as time progressed, the number of blood corpses continued to swell. Rather than suffering harm, the blood demon grew, increasingly exhilarated as it hunted. That a quarter of an hour later, Lu Sheng sensed a profound transformation in the blood demon's strength. Now at the peak of the transformation realm, such rapid advancement filled Lu Sheng with awe. No wonder Lu was astonished. If an ordinary person were to nurture a blood demon, they would likely be devoured in the end. Aware of its terrifying potential, Lu Sheng found himself subtly anticipating the growth of this little creature. Continuing his journey, he surmised that soon he would emerge from the fog in search of the inheritance. Progressing steadily, Lu Sheng soon detected the presence of another group ahead at such a swift pace. It was likely the people from the 100 Forging Sacred Land. Only the 3 major sacred lands could boast such a multitude of participants. His quest for Li Tian and the negotiations with the Burning Flame Valley had caused some delay. Naturally, it was expected that the 100 Forging Sacred Land would be at the forefront. However, the fact that Lu Sheng was catching up indicated they too had encountered difficulties. The images of Li Bufan and the unruly members of the 100 Forging Sacred Land echoed in his mind, prompting Lu Sheng to chuckle softly. "I am curious to see the current state of the arrogant and disdainful 100 Forging Sacred Land." He led his team forward, prepared to confront the members of the 100 Forging Sacred Land with unwavering confidence. After taking several strides, he was already nearing their ranks. Peering through the mist, Lu Sheng observed a dozen or so individuals from the 100 Forging Sacred Land moving at an excruciatingly slow pace. Their eyes were vacant, faces etched with confusion. In light of this situation, a smile crept across Lu Sheng's lips. Chapter 63. The end of the fog. As Lu Sheng continued onward, he finally discerned the entirety of the group from the 100 Forging Sacred Land. They appeared to be in even worse condition than those from the Burning Flame Valley. Many among them had yet to notice Lu Sheng's presence. Even the Holy Sun, Wang Yin, failed to detect him. Li Wushuang's gaze was vacant, as if realizing Lu Sheng's arrival. Yet he amusingly waved his hands through the air, looking utterly absurd. The entire group had lost control, and even Daozi Li Buffon's eyes brimmed with skepticism. Upon seeing Lu Sheng, he initially thought he was mistaken and shook his head vigorously, attempting to regain clarity. Observing the calmness of Lu Sheng's team, he was filled with disbelief, unable to fathom how the Tai Hui Sword Sect's members were so untroubled. "See you soon," Lu Sheng scoffed, then led his team forward once more. Li Buffon was momentarily taken aback by Lu Sheng's nonchalant demeanor. This situation far exceeded his expectations, and myriad confrontations with Lu Sheng flooded his mind. Yet he could not comprehend how Lu Sheng remained so composed in this moment. Turning to the members of the 100 Forging Sacred Land, a surge of anger welled within him. "Lu Sheng, when we meet again, I hope you retain this confidence. At that time, I will ensure you are left searching for your teeth, wishing for a fate worse than death," he shouted, his heart filled with murderous intent. Prior to entering the ancient battlefield, he had already plotted Lu Sheng's demise to eliminate future threats. Thus, he was resolute in his determination to avenge both new and old grievances. Without pausing to regroup his disheveled team, he pressed forward, eager to escape the fog and seize any potential opportunities that as Lu Sheng passed by the members of the 100 Forging Sacred Land. He heard Li Buffon's words brimming with malice. With that thought, he shed any lingering mercy. The relationship between the Blood Demon and the Tai Hui Sword Sect could no longer afford him the luxury of allowing his adversaries to grow stronger. Moreover, considering Li Buffon's intense murderous intent, it seemed the 100 Forging Sacred Land had already set its sights on him. In light of this, Lu Sheng concluded that his benevolence would only facilitate the ease with which his enemies could stab him in the back. "Blood Demon, find him some amusement," Lu Sheng commanded, and as the words fell, the Blood Demon understood its directive. Following orders, it plunged into the mist, drawing near to a multitude of blood corpses. With everything in place, Lu Sheng began to advance according to the map's guidance, offering no sympathy for the members of the 100 Forging Sacred Land. That a quarter of an hour later, the fog began to thin, and Lu Sheng could faintly discern the structures ahead. Continuing forward for a while longer, they finally stepped out of the fog's grasp. At this moment, Lu Sheng decided to dispel the illusion, allowing everyone to return to normal. Thousand illusions soared intent, retract. As the illusion dissipated, the group gradually regained their senses. Jiang Siki looked toward Lu Sheng, her eyes filled with astonishment. She surveyed her surroundings and the faces of her companions, a multitude of thoughts flooding her mind, yet she struggled to articulate them. The members of the Burning Flame Valley exchanged bewildered glances, while Mo Li bit her lip, attempting to suppress her shock. But her expressions betrayed her inner turmoil. Recalling the scenes they had just experienced, they all displayed expressions of surprise. In contrast, Li Jin beside them merely smiled slightly, feeling that everything fell within reason upon seeing Lu Sheng. Given his understanding of Lu Sheng, such a maneuver was likely a trivial matter for him. Once the members of the Burning Flame Valley regained their composure, Mo Li sincerely expressed, "Thank you, Lu Sheng, for your assistance. Thanks to your help, not a single person from the Burning Flame Valley was harmed." Historically, participants in the ancient battlefield would lose 3 to 5 individuals just navigating through the fog, wasting a great deal of time. Don't mention it. Lu Sheng replied with a smile, "I simply act in accordance with the rewards I receive. I do not view myself as particularly noble, nor do I seek to inflate my own importance." Once the group had fully awakened, they beheld the scene before them. A dilapidated palace came into view, its glazed tiles and exquisite craftsmanship standing in stark contrast to its current state of ruin. Despite its disrepair, the palace exuded a majestic aura that still left a profound impression. The ground before the palace was paved with cloud stones, and towering stone pillars surrounded it. The flow of spiritual energy imparted an air of mystery to the entire structure. Even in its shattered state, golden light still flickered within, lending it an extraordinary allure. The remnants of the palace bore signs of reinforcement through formations, and its exterior alone attested to the numerous battles it had endured. Lu Sheng recalled the map's annotations, which indicated this place was a sanctuary for heroic spirits, a safe zone. Confirming this, Mo Li turned to Lu Sheng, her gaze pure and devoid of malice as she faced him. Her gratitude overflowed. "Lu Sheng, your assistance in guiding us out of the fog has been invaluable. You may explore this palace first." After Mo Li's suggestion, the others voiced no objections. although entering first might yield the greatest chance of obtaining the inheritance. They understood that without Lu Sheng's aid, they would have taken significantly longer to emerge, and losses would have been incurred. Very well, Lu Sheng replied, though he did not rush to enter. The palace was in a state of disrepair, and the safety within remained uncertain. Blood Demon. Assess the internal conditions of the palace. Lu Sheng conveyed, the Blood Demon has stealthily infiltrated the palace to conduct reconnaissance. Upon reporting to the master, it is evident that this place is teeming with a multitude of blood corpses. Exhibiting considerable strength after a brief moment, the Blood Demon responded, and Lu Sheng comprehended that the heroic spirits here had long since perished, rendering this area no longer a sanctuary. The sheer number of blood corpses suggested that a reckless venture into their midst could spell disaster. As Lu Sheng hesitated, strange movements stirred within the mist. Observing Lu Sheng's reluctance to step forward, Emily felt a twinge of concern, pondering whether the arrival of their rear guard would incite conflict. Just as the group was engulfed in uncertainty, a dozen individuals emerged swiftly from the fog. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that these individuals were battered and bruised, their garments tattered and soaked in blood. The team from the 100 Refinements Sacred Land. A collective gasp escaped the crowd. Indeed, these were the individuals from the 100 Refinements Sacred Land. The remaining members appeared utterly disheveled, having evidently survived a fierce battle. Their condition indicative of substantial losses, that Oli felt a surge of trepidation and a deep admiration for Lu Sheng. With the 100 Refinements Sacred Land having suffered significant casualties, their remaining disciples bore wounds. And in their current state, they were far inferior to the Sword Sect and the Flame Valley. Witnessing the dire state of the 100 Refinements Sacred Land, the crowd suppressed their amusement. Li Bufan cast a glance at Lu Sheng, his eyes betraying a glimmer of murderous intent. Yet, upon noting that Lu Sheng's team had emerged unscathed and bore no signs of battle, he was filled with shock, comparing his own team to Lu Sheng's. The disparity was as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. Chapter 64. Bravery and Strategy. The members of the 100 Refinements Sacred Land had fully exited the mist. Once they were free from the fog, Li Bufan evaded the gazes of those around him, acting as if nothing had transpired. Peering at the palace, a flicker of astonishment crossed his mind, accompanied by a hint of malice in his eyes. Based on his deductions about the palace, it was undoubtedly a place where heroic spirits lingered. Such circumstances could not be overlooked. His indifferent gaze disregarded the individuals from the Taiwi Sword Sect and the Flame Valley, an attitude that left Li astonished as she observed Li Bufan. She found him strikingly unfamiliar, as his demeanor suggested he was intent on being the first to enter the palace. This thought prompted her to cast a worried glance at Lu Sheng, only to discover that the smile gracing his lips was contemplative. Though she had only just met Lu Sheng, his adept maneuvers within the mist had already earned her respect. Li Bufan remained silent, leading his group to circumvent Lu Sheng's team, aiming to enter the palace. Witnessing Li Bufan's decisive actions ignited a fire of indignation within Li. There should be decorum regarding precedence, especially since they had arrived first. Even if they wished to be the first to enter the palace, a simple greeting was the least they could offer to Li Bufan's attitude blatantly disregarded the Taiwi Sword Sect and the Flame Valley, provoking Li's discontent as she demanded, Li Bufan, what do you mean by this? Upon hearing her words, the members of the 100 Refinements Sacred Land exchanged glances filled with disdain, and Li Bufan's expression morphed into a mocking smile. Whoever seizes the opportunity first claims it. Our 100 Refinements Sacred Land is not like you, cowering in fear. Your sacred name has already been tarnished. After retorting, Li Bufan surveyed the surroundings with a cold gaze before charging directly toward the palace with his team. Lu Sheng. Li turned to Lu Sheng, feeling an urge to compel him to intervene. Lu Sheng merely smiled slightly, refraining from obstructing Li Bufan's advance. It matters not, since the 100 Refinements Sacred Land possesses both courage and strategy. Let them lead the charge. Lu Sheng's indifference prompted Li to refrain from further protest. In contrast, as Li Bufan approached the palace entrance, he wore a confident smile, believing that Lu Sheng hesitated out of fear. Unfortunately, this prime opportunity has been relinquished due to your cowardice. After declaring his confidence, the members of the Flame Valley appeared visibly frustrated, casting sidelong glances at Lu Sheng and murmuring amongst themselves. Meanwhile, The Taiwi sword sect observed the spectacle of the 100 Refinement Sacred Lands team with a sense of detached amusement. After being astonished by Lu Xing multiple times, the Taiwi sword sect had placed their complete trust in his judgment. As the dozen members of the 100 Refinement Sacred Land fully entered the palace, a thunderous roar echoed throughout the long silent halls that a strange sound reverberated in their ears, followed by the anguished cries of the disciples from the 100 Refinement Sacred Land. The piercing pleas for help pierced the atmosphere, prompting the members of the Flame Valley to widen their eyes, their breaths growing rapid. Oli glanced at Lu Xing, her previously skeptical gaze now transformed into one of astonishment. Could it be that he anticipated this? Inside the Flame Valley, whispers circulated as they regarded Lu Xing, whose inscrutable gaze seemed to hold a profound insight. It appeared the rumors were true. The disciple of the Taiwi sword sect was not only powerful, but also possessed an uncanny ability to foresee events. As the discussions continued, Li Jin revealed a confident smile, fully aware that Lu Xing understood the dangers that lay ahead. Jiang Siki inhaled deeply, narrowing her eyes as she focused on the interior of the palace. Blood corpses at the half-step celestial realm. Within this palace, they command the advantage of time and space. With teamwork, their strength could rival that of the celestial realm. Jiang Siki murmured to herself. And as she speculated, the screams from within the palace grew increasingly harrowing. Quickly, pull out 2 more, Li Bufan roared. Once they ventured deeper into the palace, he fell into the trap set by the blood corpses. The half-step celestial blood corpses swiftly overwhelmed the entire team, resulting in immediate casualties. Before Li Bufan could retaliate, one disciple was torn apart by a blood corpse, blood gushing forth, the metallic scent invading his nostrils. At that moment, the entire team descended into chaos. Retreat. Within 2 minutes, he had scarcely grasped the situation within the palace when 3 members of the team had already perished and 5 were gravely injured. Hurry, retreat! A low growl resonated through the darkness, a chilling voice that penetrated the depths of the soul, leaving Li Bufan utterly terrified. For those disciples who had not yet been rescued, Li Bufan resolved to abandon them. Hastily preparing to withdraw from the palace, the remaining 10 members were in disarray, their garments soaked in blood. As they escaped the palace, Li Bufan's eyes blazed with fury. Once they regrouped and accounted for their numbers, Li Bufan's countenance darkened, his teeth clenched in frustration. Observing Lu Xing's indifferent demeanor, Li Bufan realized that Lu Xing had refrained from entering, clearly aware of the lurking dangers. Yet, despite such knowledge, Lu Xing offered no warning. Lu Xing, you knew the blood corpses were present within the palace. Why did you not inform me? This has resulted in the loss of 3 disciples from the 100 Refinement's Sacred Land. Li Bufan demanded angrily, his widened eyes suggesting a desire to tear Lu Xing apart. But as his words fell, the others could no longer suppress their amusement, engaging in hushed conversations. How Navi, the 100 Refinement's Sacred Land, is so arrogantly self-assured. Yet they expect others to warn them. Having refrained from kicking them when they're down is already an act of kindness. This fool dares to question Lu Xing, truly believing the 100 Refinement Sacred Land is invincible. Such arrogance may very well lead to their demise on the ancient battlefield. Amidst the murmurs, Lu Xing simply smiled coldly, fixing his gaze on Li Bufan, who remained defiantly unyielding, utterly oblivious to the flaws in his own perspective. Lu Xing slowly uttered, "I am not your father. Why should I inform you?" His indifferent retort ignited the atmosphere. "Indeed, I am not your father. Why should I stop you? Furthermore, who is it that deems themselves both brave and cunning, possessing unparalleled strength, yet falters before mere blood corpses?" Lu Xing's cold smile rendered the members of the 100 Refinement Sacred Land acutely self-conscious, their pride now tinged with embarrassment. Turning to the Taiwi sword sect and the Flame Valley, it became evident that only the 100 Refinement Sacred Land had suffered grievous losses, with more than half of their numbers decimated. In stark contrast, the other 2 sacred lands emerged unscathed, bursting with energy and in fine form. "Lu Xing, you are playing with fire," Li Bufan bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury. Lu Xing merely smiled indifferently, redirecting his gaze toward the interior of the palace. "The reason for your heavy casualties lies in your incompetent leadership." The moment those words left his lips, Li Bufan's rage surged. This blatant provocation was more than he could bear. Chapter 65. Who do you think you are? If you have the capability, lead the members of the Taiwi sword sect into the palace." Li Bufan shouted, eager to witness how Lu Sheng would handle the blood corpses that had claimed the advantages of time and space. Without the celestial realm, it was utterly impossible to resolve such a vexing dilemma, especially with the palace now occupied by blood corpses. He believed Lu Sheng had no chance of success. Thus, he provocatively issued his challenge, yet Lu Sheng merely shrugged, a mocking expression adorning his face. "Then keep your eyes wide open and watch closely." Following his retort, Lu Sheng turned to his team, cleared his throat, and declared, "Everyone, follow me." Upon hearing the news, the members of the Taiwi sword sect revealed smiles and followed Lu Sheng forward. Observing the invigorated Taiwi sword sect, Li Bufan snickered derisively, choosing not to speak further, as he feared Lu Sheng might back down and refrain from entering the palace. After all, the dangers within were not something an ordinary person could withstand. Lu Sheng's entire entourage venturing inside could only spell calamity, and he had already prepared himself to witness the spectacle. The Taiwi sword sect did not linger. They followed Lu Sheng's lead toward the palace. The reason for their entry was that Lu Sheng had learned from the blood demon that there were spiritual treasures within the palace. Were it not for this knowledge, the blood corpses would not have gathered here. As for the significant losses suffered by the 100 Forging Sacred Land, Lu Sheng had anticipated this as well. Positioned at the forefront of the group, Lu Sheng had already established contact with the blood demon within the palace. Once all arrangements were made, Lu Sheng stepped inside, with everyone following closely behind. Striding into the palace, the blood demon transformed into a fleeting shadow, its imposing presence radiating outward, a pressure sweeping across the surroundings. The souls of the blood corpses were suppressed deep within by the blood demon, and within a few breaths, several blood corpses at the entrance of the palace were entirely dealt with by the blood demon. Such a situation required no intervention from Lu Sheng, by the time the blood demon resolved the first wave of blood corpses, the entire group had completely entered the palace. Outside, Li Bufan was astonished. While Lu Sheng and the members of the Taiwi sword sect had already made their way into the palace, he looked toward the entrance, his confusion growing heavier. Why did the half-step, cave, heaven blood corpses not attack Lu Sheng? After waiting for a long time without hearing any cries of distress from the Taiwi sword sect, Li Bufan's heartbeat began to quicken. The people from the Burning Flame Valley beside him also gasped in shock. They had heard that the Taiwi sword sect was on a downward trajectory, even contemplating withdrawing from the 3 great sacred lands. However, seeing the current state of the Taiwi sword sect, they exhibited the demeanor of leading the 3 sacred lands. A trace of doubt appeared in Mo Li's eyes. Compared to the cries of anguish from the 100 Forging Sacred Land, the tranquility of the Taiwi sword sect was bewildering, too placid to comprehend. Inside the palace, the blood demon was unleashing a massacre. Even though the blood corpses had the advantage of time and place, they still could not overcome the blood demon. Lu Sheng led the team, leaving no opportunity for them to strike. Amidst the astonishment, they arrived at the center of the palace. The stench of blood was particularly overwhelming, and at the very heart of the palace, Lu Sheng discovered an egg. This egg was coated in filth, having been tainted by the blood corpses to a considerable extent. Lu Sheng hastened forward, and as he approached the egg, he felt the foul power emanating from its shell. Esteemed guests, feel free to search the surrounding spiritual treasures, Lu Sheng suggested, for this place was also a gathering spot for heroic spirits, though it had been marred by the blood corpses. Nevertheless, many opportunities still awaited. After Lu Sheng's command, everyone began to explore. Lu Sheng's entire focus was on the EGG, that as his internal spiritual energy circulated, he prepared to cleanse the bloodstains from the egg's surface. However, despite expending a considerable amount of spiritual energy, only a portion of the filth was removed. To eradicate it completely would require an immense drain of spiritual energy. Lu Sheng gazed at the eggshell, instantly captivated, from the runes visible on the shell. He surmised that it was an artifact of divine power. Standing still, he surveyed his surroundings and confirmed that this egg was likely the manifestation of a heroic spirit on the verge of dissipating within the palace. Unfortunately, this egg could not be stored away. He could only cradle it. The members of the Taiwi sword sect had thoroughly searched the palace, while the blood demon continued its rampage as numerous blood corpses were devoured. The blood demon's aura grew increasingly formidable, and after gaining significant strength, it was thoroughly satisfied. Observing the group that had nearly completed their exploration, Lu Sheng called out, "Everyone, let us depart. The opportunities we sought have all been secured, and there is no need to squander further time here." Cradling the egg made Lu Sheng particularly conspicuous, eliciting envious glances from those around him. As Lu Sheng exited the palace with the egg in hand, the crowd waiting outside couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. The expressions of the 100 Forging Sacred Land members darkened, leaving them speechless in embarrassment, especially recalling their earlier provocations towards Lu Sheng, which now stung their faces with shame. Not only had Lu Sheng returned unscathed, but he also bore a unique egg, and merely from the aura it emitted, they could sense its extraordinary value. Upon seeing the egg, Li Bufan initially felt a surge of anger, followed by shock. That egg, the intensity in Li Bufan's gaze transformed into fervent desire as a wave of memory surged into his mind. Lu Sheng, that egg is the embodiment of a guardian beast of the 100 Forging Sacred Land. One of the legendary Feng Sheng Jiuqiao. As his words fell, the envious glances of those nearby morphed into jealousy, while the members of the 100 Forging Sacred Land entertained thoughts of seizing it. Aware of the egg's origins, Lu Sheng grew even more vigilant, casting a knowing smile towards Li Bufan. The intent in his words was unmistakable. He coveted the egg. However, Lu Sheng was no fool. Any spiritual treasure from the ancient battlefield belonged to the one who was destined to possess it. Yielding it willingly would be a fool's errand. In the realm of ancient sacred lands, all treasures were considered ownerless. Did the 100 Forging Sacred Land not comprehend this principle? Observing the greedy expression on Li Bufan's face, Lu Sheng scoffed. "Li Bufan, this item belongs to the 100 Forging Sacred Land, acquired by you through mere luck that I, of course, will not simply seize it without cause. Let us compete. Whoever emerges victorious shall claim the egg." Confidence shone in Li Bufan's eyes. He believed that if he unleashed his full power here, Lu Sheng would not stand a chance. Looking at the self-assured Li Bufan, Lu Sheng regarded him with disdain. The egg was rightfully his. Why engage in a duel? To do so would imply that Lu Sheng acknowledged the egg as belonging to the 100 Forging Sacred Land, acquired by chance, thus altering its nature. Lu Sheng dismissed Li Bufan's challenge with a nonchalant smile. "Who do you think you are, daring to challenge me?" The chilling words fell, igniting a furious blaze within Li Bufan's heart. "But if you refuse to drink the wine offered, then do not blame me for not being courteous." With a fierce shout, Li Bufan summoned his spiritual energy, preparing to forcefully claim the egg. Chapter 66. Moral Coercion? As the two engaged in dialogue, the atmosphere around them grew tense, the scent of gunpowder palpable in the air. A moment of carelessness could ignite a battle. That Mo Li, witnessing this scene, quickly cleared his throat and interjected, "Items from the ancient battlefield belong to whoever retrieves them first. This is a long-standing agreement among the 3 sacred lands. As for who ultimately possesses them, that shall be determined when we leave the ancient battlefield. Your quarrel here may disrupt our journey, resulting in a loss for all." Mo Li's words prompted Li Bufan to smirk derisively. The heroic spirits of the 100 Forging Sacred Land guard this place, having sacrificed their lives for the continent. Now, as their resurrection seems imminent, I must welcome them back to the 100 Forging Sacred Land. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Li Bufan's eyes. Whether the heroic spirits could truly be resurrected was not his primary concern. What he desired was the egg in Lu Sheng's possession, along with the divine power inscribed on its shell. Following Li Bufan's proclamation, the members of the 100 Forging Sacred Land stepped forward. "Is the Taiwi sword sect truly so heartless? That egg rightfully belongs to our 100 Forging Sacred Land. In the battle a millennium ago that shook the heavens and moved the earth, they fought valiantly, leaving these aspirations for future generations. That do you intend to seize even this?" The members of the 100 Forging Sacred Land pressed forward, attempting to morally bind Lu Sheng. With each voice adding to the chorus, Lu Sheng maintained a smile, calmly listening to their fabrications and their hollow rhetoric. Lu Sheng remained unfazed, while the members of the Taiwi Sword Sect and the Burning Flame Valley gritted their teeth in frustration. The elder generations of the 3 sacred lands had long agreed that any opportunity or legacy encountered in the ancient battlefield would not be divided by rank or standing. Whoever first laid claim would be its owner. Yet here were the members of the 100 Forging Sacred Land, creating a ruckus and engaging in moral coercion that Li beside them was so furious she was rendered speechless. After a moment, Lu Sheng looked at Li Bufan, who could no longer find a valid argument, that he smiled faintly and said, "Have you finished your speech? From your words, I can sense the 100 forging sacred land's reverence for its ancestors, and I also perceive the noble heart of Daozi Li Bufan. To possess such pure and lofty ideals is truly admirable. I can hardly imagine that the members of the 100 forging sacred land are so virtuous." As Lu Sheng spoke, the smile on Li Bufan's face gradually froze. At first, he thought Lu Sheng was about to surrender the egg, but as Lu Sheng continued, he sensed something amiss. Li Bufan glanced at the surrounding individuals, only to find them awkwardly smiling in response. Their lips twitched involuntarily as Lu Sheng's words were clearly a mockery. Noting the shift in expression among those who had caught on, Lu Sheng decided to drop the pretense and said, "Since you wish to reminisce and feel nostalgia for this egg, I am not unreasonable. Let me put it this way. I regard your wealth as insufficient, so I shall temporarily collect all the valuable items from the 10 of you. If that is not enough, we can supplement it once we leave the ancient battlefield. Certainly, should an opportunity for inheritance arise later, I would be willing to engage in a transaction with you. For the sentiment of longing for the heroic spirits ought to be esteemed. It would be inappropriate for me to refuse. Thus I must reluctantly part with my desires," Lu Sheng stated earnestly. And as his words fell, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings, leaving Li momentarily stunned by Lu Sheng's utterance. "You attempt to impose moral constraints upon me, yet as long as I remain devoid of morality, your attempt shall be futile. Furthermore, Lu Sheng's words serve to ensnare the disciples of the 100 refinements sacred land. They profess indifference to divine powers, merely seeking a fleeting chance to resurrect heroic spirits." Observing Li Bufan's bewildered expression, Lu Sheng continued, "Since these are the ancestral spirits of the 100 refinements sacred land, it is the duty of the Daozi to welcome them back. Surely, you are not incapable of producing even a single spiritual treasure. Such a stance diverges from your lofty ambitions." Upon hearing this, Li Bufan's countenance contorted with indignation, an impulse to curse rising within him. Turning to the smirking Li and the members of the Burning Flame Valley, he realized that he had lost all claim to this egg. Remaining any longer would only lead to further embarrassment. "You silver-tongued trickster, Lu Sheng, just wait and see," Li Bufan bellowed in anger before turning away, leading the disciples of the 100 refinements sacred land from the scene, that he found himself at a loss for words. It was evident that Li was siding with Lu Sheng, and even in the event of a confrontation, he held no advantage. Should they be besieged, they might even perish here, leaving Li Bufan with no choice but to depart. "Let us take our leave as well," with this matter reaching a conclusion. Lu Sheng did not linger, leading the disciples of the Taihui sword sect onward. After counting heads, Lu Sheng prepared to set off, while Li approached his side. "Lu brother, might we accompany you? Our alliance would ensure mutual support along the way." Li paused momentarily before speaking. "Very well." Lu Sheng did not decline. Had he been alone, he would not have sought an alliance. However, considering the entire Taihui sword sect, including Li Jin and Li Yanju, he realized that he could not ensure everyone's safety alone in the face of danger. The group of over 40 people marched forth with great momentum, and shortly after leaving the palace, the sky suddenly darkened ominously. "Daozi, the sky is behaving unusually," Jiang Siki remarked abruptly. "Halt!" Lu Sheng too recognized the abnormality in the heavens, knowing that such a state required caution. Looking up, he beheld thick black clouds rolling in, akin to surging tides, advancing from 100 miles away. The oppressive sensation enveloped his heart, making even the act of breathing feel laborious. Jiang Siki's expression changed dramatically, her face darkening. "This is the dark tide. We must swiftly find a safe haven. If we are caught within it, we shall surely face annihilation." Amidst the sudden turmoil, Jiang Siki grasped the gravity of the situation, and after her words, Li took a deep breath. Although she had thoroughly prepared before entering the ancient battlefield, this was her first encounter with such a predicament, leaving her somewhat flustered. "Quickly, let us seek shelter from the dark tide," Jiang Siki proposed. And Lu Sheng nodded, urging the group to advance swiftly. The team of over 40 dispersed slightly, allowing for a broader search for the location of the heroic spirits. Under Lu Sheng's leadership, they hurried forward. not daring to slacken their pace. In this moment of crisis, everyone's hearts were racing. After a brief interval, the ominous black clouds loomed perilously close, and they could see that the distant sky had been entirely engulfed by darkness. In mere moments, we shall be consumed by the dark tide, Jiang Siki warned. Just as the group was filled with anxiety, a palace came into view not far away. Quickly, ahead lies the gathering place of the heroic spirits. Came a startled exclamation, prompting everyone to hasten their steps. Upon reaching the palace entrance, all present gasped in shock. Chapter 67. The Dark Tide. They had indeed arrived at a place of safety, yet this palace had already been claimed by the remaining members of the 100 Refinement's sacred land. Though only a handful remained, their gazes conveyed disdain as they regarded the newcomers that go. Emily urged, steeling herself. The dark tide drew near, and hesitation could lead them to doom. Once caught within, survival is impossible. Daozi! Jiang Siki turned to Lu Sheng, seemingly seeking his counsel. Let us proceed. Within the ancient battlefield, all items are ownerless. Lu Sheng stated resolutely, undeterred by the adversarial presence, that it was paramount to prioritize their survival. He could not treat the lives of his companions lightly. With his words, the members of the Taiwi Sword Sect and the Burning Flame Valley began to converge upon the palace. The howling storm had reached their ears, and Lu Sheng turned to gaze into the distance, where the encroaching darkness loomed ominously like a harbinger of death. That in such dire circumstances, he hastened to urge everyone into the palace. The group of over 40 moved quickly toward the palace, and as they approached, their faces grew pale. This seemed to be the gathering place of the 100 Refinement's sacred land's heroic spirits. Did someone just say that? The words, once spoken, caused the expressions of the crowd to shift. The enmity between the Taiwi Sword Sect and the 100 Refinement's sacred land was well known. And at that moment, Li Bufan stood defiantly at the palace entrance, his eyes gleaming with arrogance and a mocking smile playing upon his lips. Li Bufan derisively regarded the approaching dark tide, a smirk of amusement evident as he and his companions blocked the entrance. Why the haste, my friends? His languid voice prompted a flurry of murmurs among the crowd. This fellow truly lacks shame. That do you think we fear them? As the dark tide closed in, panic began to ripple through the ranks. Lu Sheng, observing Li Bufan's extreme arrogance, revealed a slight smile. That in the ancient battlefield, all items are ownerless. Does the 100 Refinement's sacred land consider itself an exception? Lu Sheng's resonant voice echoed around them, prompting a dismissive chuckle from Li Bufan, who stated that, I seem to have missed the memo. This is the gathering place of the 100 Refinement's sacred land's heroic spirits. By both reason and sentiment, we must be protected. That as danger approached, the palace could not simply be entered at will. Did he truly believe it to be his private garden? Li Bufan's demeanor was haughty. He had long harbored resentment for Lu Sheng's previous affronts, and today, he was determined to make things difficult. Turning his gaze back to the rapidly approaching dark tide, Li Bufan's smile grew increasingly pronounced. Lu Sheng glanced back. If Li Bufan continued in this manner, he would have no choice but to take forceful action. The howling winds triggered panic, and Lu Sheng's spiritual power surged within him, his eyes gleaming with a murderous intent. The dark tide is imminent. Should you seek to create trouble for us, you shall bear the consequences. Lu Sheng's cold words altered the atmosphere around them. The thick scent of gunpowder filled the air, and Li Bufan scoffed, replying, Given the impending crisis, I shall grant you a reprieve this once. With that, Li Bufan quickly retreated with the members of the 100 Refinement's sacred land, clearing the entrance to the palace as the crowd surged inside. The 40-odd individuals quickly descended into chaos, and Lu Sheng turned his gaze back to the palace entrance, where the dark tide loomed ever closer. Lianzhu, amidst the pushing and shoving, Lu Sheng was forcibly thrust into the palace. Yet Lianzhu found herself unable to blend into the throng. That in the ensuing chaos, Lu Sheng hurriedly exited the palace, making his way toward Lianzhu just as the dark tide drew near. The wild winds kicked up dust and debris, obscuring Lu Sheng's vision, while a crowd still crowded the palace entrance. Daozi catch! Just as darkness threatened to engulf them, Su Ziding, who had just squeezed in, lifted Lianzhu, the last member of their group, into her arms. Lu Sheng swiftly caught Lianzhu, but the throng made it difficult for him to maintain his balance. As the dark tide encroached, those yet to enter the palace grew increasingly frantic. Grasping Lianzhu tightly, Lu Sheng found himself losing control And at that moment, he heard a piercing scream. "Hey!" as the crowd jostled. Su Zitting was hurled backward, instantly engulfed by the surging dark tide. But Su Zitting. Lucian called out, yet there was no response. Cold sweat trickled down his spine. Once consumed by the dark tide, survival was a grim prospect. After ensuring that everyone else had reached safety, Lucian turned to Jiang Siki, his resolve unwavering. "Please look after Lianju. I must go back to save her." Upon hearing this, Jiang Siki was momentarily taken aback. "Daozi, the dark tide is a one-way passage. Indeed, within this darkness lurked malevolent spirits, and in a space devoid of light, both mind and body would face tremendous trials." The others gathered around Lu Sheng, urging him to reconsider. "Brother Lu, even those at the peak of the cave heaven realm cannot withstand the dangers within," Mo Li implored, emphasizing that anyone consumed by the dark tide had no hope of survival. Lu Sheng's entry would only jeopardize his own life. That my decision is made. That Yuxing's profound gaze was fixed upon the ominous dark tide, fully aware of the inherent dangers it harbored. Yet it was Su Zitting who had been consumed in her attempt to save Lianju. If Yuxing were to display such cruelty, even if he survived, he would be left with an indelible scar upon his soul. Additionally, the system hinted at the presence of a dark treasure concealed within the dark tide, a potential means for him to cling to life. For an ordinary person, this would signify certain death, but with the system at his disposal, Yuxing possessed a glimmer of hope that he silently wished for Su Zitting to endure. With determination, Yuxing approached the dark tide, feeling its immense power surge around him, causing his internal spiritual energy to spiral into a frenzy. "Think carefully, Dozy." Li Jin emerged to dissuade him, acknowledging Yuxing's strength but cautioning that he now faced the all-consuming dark tide. Historical records and whispered tales declared that once engulfed, no living being could escape unscathed. "Take good care of Lianju. I shall return shortly." With that declaration, Yuxing hesitated no longer, sensing the overwhelming force of the dark tide. He took a step forward and vanished from the sight of those around him. The members of Fenyan Valley and Taoyi Sword Sect collectively held their breath, a cold sweat breaking out on their brows. The mere presence of the dark tide had stripped them of their courage. Yet here was Yuxing, striding boldly into its depths, his deep-set eyes revealing no hint of panic. "Let us await good news," Jiang Siki remarked, inexplicably confident that Yuxing would return safely with Su Zitting. Chapter 68. Dark beings. It must be said that the members of Taoyi Sword Sect were woefully ignorant, and no soul had ever emerged alive from the dark tide. Since the ancient battleground had been opened, none had ever returned whole, in the instant of being devoured. If one did not escape, even disciples at the spirit transformation realm were doomed to death. Yuxing was merely putting on a brave face. "I suggest you prepare for his funeral," Li Bufan jeered, reclining comfortably in his chair. His intent was to make things difficult for Taoyi Sword Sect, to instill a sense of dread. Yet now, with Yuxing voluntarily entering the dark tide to rescue someone, the weight that had long pressed upon his heart finally lifted. That Li Bufan mocked. The crowd glared at him with righteous fury, enveloped by a palpable aura of hostility, forcing him to fall silent. Within the dark tide, mere moments after Yuxing's entry, his skin was marred by numerous lacerations. All around him was an abyss of darkness. Caught in a tempest where even Yuxing's formidable physique struggled to control his movements. Amidst the howling winds, Yuxing could hardly maintain his forward trajectory and chose to let the dark tide guide him in the search for Su Zitting. A tearing force surged through his body, igniting a searing pain upon his skin. That heaven-splitting sword technique. He shouted, unleashing his sword intent. That in this extreme environment, he began to refine the technique, sharpening it to a lethal edge. As the tumultuous winds roared, drowning out all other sounds, Yuxing relied solely on his vision to discern any imminent threats. Suddenly, a unique force rushed towards him. Yuxing drew the Deluo sword and, with a deft swing, vanquished this the dark being within. He mused, sensing that upon its demise, this dark entity would dissolve into the dark tide, indicating an endless cycle of rebirth. Even if he struck it down, it would regenerate moments later. Wielding his sword, Yuxing furrowed his brow. The dark beings surrounding him had melded into the environment. Without their attack, he found it challenging to detect their presence. The tempest tore at his body. and the multitude of dark beings lurked nearby, sending a shiver down his spine, causing his consciousness to waver to heaven-splitting sword technique. He cried, refusing to hesitate any longer. Channeling his spiritual energy, he swiftly obliterated the threats around him. As his awareness returned, he found himself completely encircled by dark beings within a 10-meter radius. First form of the ancient myriad sword technique, like a bolt through bamboo. He proclaimed, radiant aura swirling around him. And immediately his sword intent erupted forth. The Deluo sword glimmered with a brilliant golden light, causing the surrounding dark beings to retreat in fear. Slash, he commanded, and a crescent arc of sword energy sliced through the air, cleaving the dark beings in twain. Second form, Force of the Nine Provinces, with renewed vigor, Yuxing pressed on, intent on crafting a secure zone around him. With each strike, the dark beings in close proximity were extinguished, merging into the ambient dark energy. After dispatching two foes, Yuxing advanced rapidly, knowing he had to find Su Ziding without delay. Otherwise, the dark beings would render her a mere shell of her former self. Recalling the warnings from others, Yuxing understood that ordinary disciples, once consumed, would lose all sense of direction amidst the chaos, easily succumbing to the overwhelming force that if he encountered a dark being deep within the tide, and his consciousness was seized, he would soon become a mindless husk. Guided by the tempest, he sought out Su Ziding, and after a brief moment, he sensed something amiss nearby at Su Ziding. He called out, his voice barely audible over the howling winds. Though the gale scattered his words, from the depths of darkness emerged a woman, her expression cold and her eyes brimming with lethal intent. Su Ziding. Yuxing's heart sank. The dark beings had ensnared her. The malice radiating from her eyes made it clear that this battle was unavoidable. Overwhelmed by the ferocity of the dark tide and the surprise assault of the dark beings, Su Ziding had succumbed to darkness, leaving Yuxing with no avenue of escape. That I am truly sorry, Yuxing thought, channeling his spiritual energy to vanquish the surrounding dark beings. He surged towards Su Ziding. Employing the Phantom Shadow Step, Yuxing moved with extraordinary speed. First form of the ancient myriad sword technique, like a bolt through bamboo. As the sword energy coalesced, he realized he could not afford to underestimate Su Ziding, who showed no mercy that he needed not only to triumph, but also to avoid harming her. Yet, in her current state, she had lost all semblance of reason and would hold nothing back. As the sword energy gathered, dark forces surged into Su Ziding, an oppressive sensation weighing heavily upon Yuxing's heart. She can still do this? He mused, astonished at how Su Ziding had managed to amplify her power through the dark energy, effectively doubling her strength. When the Deluo sword struck, a terrifying force erupted forth, consuming the dark energy entirely. Utilizing his ghostly speed, Yuxing reached Su Ziding's side just as she noticed him, her sword thrusting toward him without a hint of humanity. Such a reckless attack, Yuxing thought. Recognizing that this desperate assault proved Su Ziding had completely lost control of her body, in a critical moment, Yuxing unleashed immense power with his fingers, striking the spine of her sword with great force. Buzz! The long sword trembled violently, veering off course that moment. Yuxing's Deluo sword came into play, sparks flying as Su Ziding's weapon was sent flying from her grasp. With her weapon lost, the burden on Yuxing's heart lifted. He no longer feared harming her. Stowing away the Deluo sword, he unleashed a barrage of powerful punches, thunderous sounds echoing as he pummeled her. In this state, within mere breaths, Yuxing had completely subdued Su Ziding. He infused his spiritual energy into her, and her previously tranquil expression transformed dramatically. Her body had been thoroughly infiltrated by dark energy. At this juncture, he struggled to discern a method to cleanse it. With a heavy heart, Yuxing furrowed his brow, a flicker of anxiety in his gaze. The Su Ziding's soul was now tainted by dark forces. If this continued, her fate would be dire. Even if Yuxing managed to rescue her now, she would find it exceptionally difficult to return to her former self. The only recourse lay in the treasures hidden within the dark tide. Chapter 69. Temple of the Demon God resolute in his thoughts. Yuxing pressed forward towards the heart of the dark tide. From a distance, he beheld a colossal shadow emerging from its center, his eyes narrowing as he sensed a potent concentration of dark energy. In this abyss, secrets of unspeakable nature surely awaited. That Yuxing's spiritual energy surged around him, resisting the onslaught of chaotic forces. After a brief span, he arrived beside the looming shadow, gazing upward at a towering palace shrouded in dark energy, emanating an aura of dread. Just as he prepared to enter with Su Ziding, he sensed the dark energy around him becoming increasingly agitated. Before he could comprehend, a spectral figure leaped onto the steps of the palace. A mantis. Upon discerning his opponent, Lu Sheng found himself lost in contemplation. Amidst the dark tide, this marked his first encounter with a corporeal being, whose strength likely surpassed that of ordinary dark entities by several folds. The mantis was enveloped in dark power, its eyes shrouded in an ominous mist. Judging solely by the energy that swirled around it, Lu Sheng concluded that the mantis possessed strength comparable to that of the celestial realm. Setting Su Ziding aside, Lu Sheng advanced directly toward the mantis, drawing forth the Deluo sword, its golden radiance shimmering around him. Wave upon wave, he exclaimed softly, feeling his momentum subtly intensify. He could afford no lapse against a foe of the celestial realm. Given his current prowess, relying solely on conventional combat techniques would yield little advantage. Should the battle prolong, with more dark creatures converging around him, his position would become increasingly precarious. Lu Sheng's brow furrowed, and an air of murderous intent swept through his gaze. The mantis leapt with extraordinary speed, its dark power coiling around it as it locked onto Lu Sheng. With a clang, the moment of impact sent a surge of force rippling through the Deluo sword. It was at this juncture that Lu Sheng became acutely aware of the dark energy emanating from the mantis, which surged toward him, threatening to envelop him entirely. Seeking death, he scoffed, muscles tensing as a layer of golden light enveloped him. With a burst of spiritual energy, the encroaching dark force was instantly extinguished, bathed in golden light. Lu Sheng appeared as an invincible war god, his internal energy surging. Activating the phantom flowing steps, he created distance, preparing his next strike before the mantis could close the gap. With a decisive step forward, countless sword rays coalesced behind him. Faced with the mantis, mere inches away, Lu Sheng swung his sword without hesitation. And in an instant, the surrounding darkness was torn asunder by the golden radiance. The explosion of light elicited a flicker of astonishment in the mantis' eyes. The sound of slicing air pierced the silence, and the mantis faltered for a brief moment. As the two collided once more, Lu Sheng's spiritual energy erupted, and the dark force enveloping the mantis dissipated immediately. The surrounding darkness was obliterated in the wake of the golden sword light, and this exchange had tipped the scales in Lu Sheng's favor. Onward, he roared, determined to press the advantage. As his internal energy surged, his strikes grew increasingly rapid, bolstered by the wave-upon-wave technique. The mantis found itself unable to withstand Lu Sheng's onslaught. Countless sword rays converged before him. Amidst the dark tide, Lu Sheng's golden sword light shone like divine illumination, extinguishing the dark forces once more. He unleashed his long sword, sending a 10-meter blade of light slicing through the darkness toward the mantis. The shrieking sound of the blade echoed in his ears, and the mantis, under the crushing pressure, had nowhere to hide, swiftly being cleaved in two. Dark green blood splattered forth, and as the mantis fell, it was quickly consumed by the encroaching dark forces, vanishing into the abyss, with the mantis vanquished. Lu Sheng aided Su Ziding to her feet, gradually ascending the staircase. As he climbed, dark energy surged toward him, and looking down, he observed it swarming like a horde of ants. Retreat, he uttered softly, his spiritual energy radiating outward as golden light emanated from his feet, consuming the rapidly advancing dark forces. Supporting Su Ziding, Lu Sheng moved swiftly, the dark energy receding in his wake. Upon reaching the entrance of the palace, he gazed upward, the temple of the demon god. Standing before the entrance, Lu Sheng felt a shiver of trepidation at the imposing aura emanating from it, silently reflecting. This artifact rivals the sacred treasures of the human race. No wonder the dark tide is so fearsome. After guiding Su Ziding inside, he gently set her down. Surveying his surroundings, Lu Sheng found nothing particularly remarkable within the temple of the demon god. Why does this aura feel so familiar? As he entered, Lu Sheng sensed a familiar essence, recalling experiences in various secret realms, his memory halting at the forbidden area of the 100 Refinements' holy land. Curious, just as Lu Sheng pondered this, he became aware of a distinct energy. Instantly, his expression shifted. If he had merely found the aura familiar moments ago, it now carried a foreboding sense of danger. He could clearly sense that this space was imprisoning an otherworldly demon. Judging by the aura alone, should it awaken, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed that if the temple of the demon god were to be activated, the otherworldly demon would surely take notice that if it stirred, calamity would surely follow. Although the otherworldly demon was confined here, it resided within the dark tide. Even if Lu Sheng could escape its range of attack, the beings within the dark tide were beyond his control. He glanced at Su Ziding. Should he refrain from activating the temple of the demon god, he could not dispel the dark energy afflicting her. Did I end this predicament? Lu Sheng found himself with no alternative. Activating the temple would offer Su Ziding a glimmer of hope. Should he choose not to activate it, her fate would be sealed, destined to perish here, while the awakening of the otherworldly demon would be left to chance. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Sheng resolved himself. Even if danger loomed, he must take the risk. Should the otherworldly demon awaken, he still had other means to survive. However, if he forfeited this opportunity, once the dark tide receded and the temple of the demon god vanished, Su Ziding would truly be beyond redemption. With this thought firm in his mind, Lu Sheng began to connect with the system. System, activate the temple of the demon god. Activating the temple of the demon god would consume 5 activation opportunities. Would you like to proceed? Activate. Lu Sheng placed his right hand upon the temple, and as he issued the command, the system began the activation process. With the 5 activation opportunities expended, the entire temple of the demon god began to transform. Moments later, the encroaching dark energy ceased its assault on Lu Sheng, marking the moment he established a connection with the temple. Before Lu Sheng could smile, a resounding boom erupted from the temple. Following the deafening roar, the dark energy surrounding the temple grew, increasingly chaotic, a clear indication that the otherworldly demon had awakened. Lu Sheng took a deep breath, a torrent of thoughts flooding his mind. Chapter 70. The Otherworldly Demon in the Wake of the Thunderous Sound. Lu Sheng felt a formidable consciousness sweep over him, accompanied by a wave of murderous intent. Remaining still, he understood the importance of maintaining composure in such a situation. If the enemy remained unmoving, so too must he. Observing the unfolding events was the path to survival. Beneath the palace, dark energy surged upward, and within the shadows, a pair of crimson eyes gradually emerged. In an instant, an otherworldly demon fully awakened, its consciousness enveloping Lu Sheng, its crimson gaze betraying a flicker of surprise that a mere human dares to refine our clan's treasure. The otherworldly demon mused, its eyes fixated on Lu Sheng, attempting to discern any peculiar information from him. After a moment, the otherworldly demon remained perplexed. It could not fathom why something it could not fully control had been so effortlessly refined by Lu Sheng. Could this young man be? Just as the otherworldly demon pondered this, the blood demon surged into the palace from the outside. Sensing the aura emanating from the blood demon, a glimmer of light sparked in its eyes. Could it be the plan? Countless thoughts swirled within its mind, recalling the earth-shattering battle from millennia ago, causing its expression to shift dramatically that if this were indeed successful, everything would fall into place. Millennia ago, the otherworldly demon faced defeat, and the most powerful among them concealed the heavenly secrets, reincarnating as a human. Upon maturing, they would seize control of this world from within. Thus, the opportunity to release the otherworldly demons from the ancient battlefield would arise. The otherworldly demons scrutinized Lu Sheng. The young man appeared utterly unafraid, accompanied by the blood demon. Coupled with his effortless refinement of the treasure, the otherworldly demon concluded that Lu Sheng must be the reincarnated figure of legend. With this realization, the otherworldly demon's eyes brimmed with respect as it addressed Lu Sheng. I pay my respects to the blood demon emperor. A booming voice resonated within the palace, startling Lu Sheng slightly. Clearly, the other party had mistaken him for someone else, and there were many secrets yet to be uncovered in this ancient battlefield. Nevertheless, Lu Sheng had no recourse. A sly smile crept across his face as he feigned profundity. Inquiring, "What is the current situation?" His deep voice echoed throughout the palace, and upon hearing it, the otherworldly demon grew even more certain of Lu Sheng's identity. "Returning to you, blood demon emperor, in that fateful battle, we suffered a regrettable defeat, but we also dealt a significant blow to the human race's foundation. After millennia, it is unlikely that the foundation of the human race has fully recovered. Those of our kin who are sealed away are regaining their strength. Awaiting the opportune moment, as well as your command, Blood Demon Emperor. When the time is ripe, this minor seal can be broken in an instant. The otherworldly demon spoke with confidence. Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng's heart skipped a beat. He had initially thought the ancient battlefield posed no further threats, believing they merely needed to reinforce the seals. Yet he remained unaware that these otherworldly demons had not been entirely vanquished. Given time, they would return, and the human race would likely lack the strength to retaliate. With a silent sigh, Lu Sheng nodded, responding, "I understand. You may continue to rest. When the time is right, I will awaken you. Your command shall be obeyed, my lord." After speaking, the otherworldly demon fell back into a deep slumber. Upon hearing this information, Lu Sheng was filled with dread. The situation had become shrouded in uncertainty. Regrettably, given Lu Sheng's limited understanding of the ancient battlefield, he could not extract much information from the otherworldly demon that if his identity were to be revealed, he feared for his very life. Once the demon succumbed to sleep, Lu Sheng proceeded to check on Su Zitting's condition. Presently, her body was saturated with dark energy, and if this continued, she would undoubtedly face life-threatening peril. "The demon temple shall assist in purging the dark energy," Lu Sheng commanded. "Understood." With the aid of the demon temple's power, the dark energy within Su Zitting began to gradually dissipate. As time passed, her aura steadily stabilized, and her once darkened skin began to return to its natural state. Observing this, Lu Sheng let out a sigh of relief. It would not be long before Su Zitting fully recovered. After a quarter of an hour, as the dark energy continued to be expelled, Su Zitting's complexion slowly improved. Lu Sheng placed a pill into her mouth. Resting his right hand on her wrist, as his spiritual energy flowed into her, the medicinal properties of the pill were gradually absorbed. After another 15 minutes, Su Zitting slowly opened her eyes, her consciousness still hazy, and her gaze devoid of clarity. "Daozi, where is this?" After a brief moment of rest, Su Zitting's awareness gradually returned. "Rest assured, you are quite safe here," Lu Sheng replied with a gentle smile. With Su Zitting recovering, Lu Sheng felt a weight lift from his shoulders. "Thank you for saving me, Daozi." "What are you saying?" "I should be thanking you for bringing Lian Zhu here. Otherwise, she would have faced grave danger if caught in the dark tide," Lu Sheng responded. Hearing Lu Sheng's reply, Su Zitting nodded slightly, her once dazed mind gradually clearing. "Once you regain your strength, we shall reunite with the team." Lu Sheng was in no hurry. The dark tide had yet to recede, and the team would not depart the palace lightly. Moreover, the members of the Taiwi sword sect held him in high regard, so Lu Sheng need not worry about the team proceeding without him. Within the palace of the Hundred Forgings' sacred land, the onlookers regarded the rampaging dark tide with grave expressions. Beneath this chaotic power, many felt an indescribable fear. The dark tide is certain death. I truly wonder what the elders of the Taiwi sword sect have told you, or is it that their disciples are simply this brave? Li Bufan laughed heartily. Lu Sheng had already been within the dark tide for half an hour, and in Li Bufan's eyes, there was only one reason for his absence. Lu Sheng had perished within the dark tide. Once the dark tide recedes, you may search for him. Perhaps you will even find his corpse. Li Bufan's arrogant demeanor was growing increasingly difficult to suppress as he looked at the members of the Taiwi sword sect. "Nonsense. Does Lu Sheng require your guidance? The individuals of the Hundred Forgings' sacred land are formidable. Yet why have they suffered losses of several members?" Li Jin scoffed, his fierce gaze unyielding. Li Bufan retorted with a sneer. "Let us wait and see." After a cold huff, he reclined comfortably in his chair, already prepared to witness Lu Sheng's misfortune. Even now, the dark tide showed no signs of abating, and the crowd gazed anxiously at the palace entrance. Although the Hundred Forgings' sacred land was down to just 10 members, their pride remained unshaken. Just as Li Bufan reveled in his triumph, two figures suddenly emerged from the dark tide. "Lu Sheng," Jiang Siki exclaimed, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement, her previously somber expression transforming in an instant. With this, the atmosphere in the palace shifted dramatically. Their earlier concerns vanished completely. Shishu, upon seeing Lu Sheng, Lian Zhu's worry evaporated. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Lu Sheng had successfully brought Su Zitting back from the dark tide, and the oppressive atmosphere dissipated in that moment. Even the members of the Burning Flame Valley wore smiles, with Mo Li gazing at Lu Sheng with deep admiration. If the individuals from the Burning Flame Valley had been consumed by the dark tide, she would have had no choice but to give up. Lu Sheng's ability to bring Su Ziding back unharmed was an extraordinary feat beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. That it was evident that Lu Sheng's strength surpassed what they had witnessed. His hidden cards were beyond their comprehension. Once Lu Sheng entered the palace with Su Ziding, Li Bufan, sitting in his chair, became rigid. He awkwardly stared at Lu Sheng, his earlier confidence evaporating, replaced by an ignorant, forced smile. What? Do you have any questions? Li Jin chuckled, taking delight in Li Bufan's bewildered state. The earlier words Li Bufan had uttered now stung his cheeks with embarrassment. Humph. Merely luck. Li Bufan huffed, unable to accept the outcome. Though he vocalized such claims, he understood all too well what strength was required to emerge from the dark tide, especially to heal Su Ziding within it. The members of the 100 Forging's sacred land wore somber expressions, each one dejected, unable to utter another proud remark. After the dark tide subsided, they continued onward. Following the map from the Burning Flame Valley, Lu Sheng led the way towards the city ahead. After traversing for half an hour, they finally arrived at the city's gates. This city is where the heroic spirits gather. Whether one can gain their recognition depends solely on one's own strength, Jiang Siki proclaimed loudly, her voice echoing with aspirations. Upon her words, the crowd's gaze filled with longing. As they approached the city, the heroic spirits of the Taiwi Sword Sect emerged to welcome their descendants. Dozens of heroic spirits from the Taiwi Sword Sect appeared, and Lu Sheng observed that all 6 peaks had sent forth their spirits. Only the master of the Enlightenment Peak remained deeper within the ancient battlefield, absent from this gathering. The spirits from each peak were there to greet their disciples. Fortunately, Lian Zhu was taken away by the master of the illusory sword peak, holding the token of that peak. Amidst the revelry, everyone found their place, and shortly thereafter, the heroic spirits turned their gazes to Lu Sheng, all displaying faint smiles, each lost in thought. The master of the Enlightenment Peak is still deeper within the ancient battlefield, but I can impart a unique skill to you. Old Lu, this child possesses extraordinary talent. We should refrain from making any moves against him. That if the master of the Enlightenment Peak were to learn of this, he would surely be displeased. That is indeed wise. Let us take our leave for now. The many heroic spirits of the Taiwi Sword Sect laughed heartily, admiration shining in their eyes as they regarded Lu Sheng. Since their confinement in the ancient battlefield, they had never encountered someone as exceptional as him. Regrettably, the current heroic spirits were but ethereal remnants, their souls still lingering. Even though they held Lu Sheng in high esteem, they could not witness his growth firsthand. Shu, we are departing now. Lian Zhu waved her hand in farewell to Lu Sheng. Very well. Lian Zhu had comprehended the first tier of the 1,000 Illusion Sword intent and was best suited to accept the legacy of the illusory sword peak. This arrangement was also sanctioned by the peak's master, which Lu Sheng tacitly approved, as he could not offer a superior inheritance within the Enlightenment Peak. Dozy, until we meet again, one by one, they bid him farewell. Lu Sheng watched as the once great talents of the Taiwi Sword Sect and the exceptional disciples from each peak departed. Feeling a sense of reflection within, these heroic spirits were the pinnacle of the Taiwi Sword Sect, the masters of their respective peaks, who, in their effort to protect humanity, had become trapped within the ancient battlefield. Now, with only their souls remaining, they still remembered the importance of passing on their legacy. Lu Sheng did not dwell too much on this. Now, he intended to solidify his own cultivation and venture deeper into the battlefield to complete his mission. Lian Zhu and the others were still too weak to ensure their own safety, so it was best for them to remain here, alleviating Lu Sheng's worries, with Jiang Siki leading the way. He felt no concerns, at the very least. Given the current state of the 100 Forging's sacred land, it would be difficult for them to pose a threat to the Taiwi Sword Sect. Lu Xiong, you should consider learning the inheritance of our Burning Flame Valley later, Mo Li suggested as Lu Sheng prepared to leave the city. Thank you for your kind offer, Miss Mo, Lu Sheng replied with a smile, knowing well that Mo Li's courtesy was not to be taken seriously. Should he indeed acquire the inheritance of the Burning Flame Valley, managing the aftermath would likely prove challenging at present. Only the members of the Taiwi Sword Sect had been taken away by the heroic spirits. The Burning Flame Valley and the 100 Forging Sacred Land were still awaiting their turn. Soon, the heroic spirits of the three great sacred lands would come to collect their exceptional disciples. With the members of the Taiwi sword sect having departed, Lu Sheng did not linger too long in place. Wielding the half-step sacred artifact, the heavy abyss sword, he headed straight for the city gate. As Lu Sheng exited the city, all eyes were drawn to him. This scene, witnessed by Li Bufan, prompted a cold laugh to escape his lips, his expression growing increasingly smug. Lu Sheng, I wonder if you can create another miracle this time. Such arrogance would surely lead to demise within the ancient battlefield. It was truly baffling how the Taiwi sword sect had nurtured such a foolish individual. Li Bufan mocked coldly, while the others beside him glanced at Lu Sheng. Their eyes filled with derision. Given the current situation, it seemed inevitable that he would plunge into endless warfare after leaving the city, and it wouldn't be long before he would meet his demise here. Just as Lu Sheng departed from the city, a horde of blood corpses rushed towards him from a distance. Judging by their speed alone, it was evident that these blood corpses had already attained the strength of the Dantian realm. Witnessing this scene, Mo Li's heart raced violently. It was clear that Lu Sheng had a measure of confidence despite not having returned yet. The members of Fengyan Valley exchanged glances, their eyes filled with horror. A group of Dantian realm blood corpses could easily overwhelm them, and even if they all descended in a battle, they could only retreat in a disheveled manner. Yet, Lu Sheng showed no fear whatsoever. Seemingly dismissing the blood corpses entirely, Lu Sheng's prowess may very well surpass our expectations. Observing Lu Sheng's calm demeanor, Mo Li couldn't help but sigh as a fellow disciple of the sacred land. She lacked such confidence. The disciples of Fengyan Valley nodded in agreement. Ever since Lu Sheng had returned unscathed from the dark tide, they found it impossible to fathom his true strength. Admiration filled their hearts, and they regarded him as an idol. In stark contrast, the remaining 10 members of the 100 Refinements Sacred Land wore smiles on their faces. Arrogant, conceited, ignorant. This was Li Bufan's assessment of Lu Sheng. After voicing his thoughts, he turned to the people of Fengyan Valley nearby. Ignorant yet confident, I fail to comprehend why you hold such admiration for someone like him. That Li Bufan shrugged his shoulders, a look of mockery on his face. Chapter 72. A small test of strength before the city gate. Lu Sheng gazed at the rapidly approaching blood corpses, the stench of blood assaulting his senses. The foul odor made him feel nauseous, and the oppressive aura emanating from the horde of blood corpses compelled him to exercise caution, that he refrained from summoning the blood demon. These blood corpses were not yet worthy of warming up the blood demon. Lu Sheng intended to hone his sword energy, and these blood corpses would serve as perfect sparring partners to enhance his strength, thus providing him with an added layer of security when he ventured deeper into the ancient battlefield. Grasping the half-step sacred artifact, the heavy abyss sword, Lu Sheng felt no fear as he stepped forward with the phantom flowing steps, charging directly at the blood corpses. Not only did he not flee, but he also took the initiative to attack. Li Bufan burst into laughter. In the next moment, he noticed the heavy abyss sword in Lu Sheng's hand gleaming with golden radiance, followed by a surge of spiritual energy that sent the blood corpses reeling backward. With a whoosh, the sound of air being sliced filled the air as Lu Sheng swiftly retreated, his figure darting back just as the claws of the blood corpses tore at his clothing. The first form of the ancient sword art, like a raging tide, behind Lu Sheng, layers of sword light converged, and in an instant his attack was ready on the city walls. The spectators gasped in astonishment as Lu Sheng took several steps forward and then swung the heavy abyss sword. Dazzling light erupted from behind him, and as the crowd marveled, the terrifying sword light exploded upon the blood corpses. Once the advantage was established, he struck again, his footwork leaving others bewildered, with a splatter. The rancid blood sprayed forth as a blood corpse collapsed to the ground. After dispatching one blood corpse, Lu Sheng did not relax. He raised his gaze to the distance, where a multitude of blood corpses was converging. Their speed had already surpassed his ability to slay them, that if this continued, it wouldn't be long before Lu Sheng would be surrounded by the blood corpses and succumb to exhaustion on the city walls. Li Bufan's smile grew increasingly arrogant. Armed with a half-step sacred artifact, he was still unable to deal with these blood corpses. In this battle, there was no hope for survival. Though Li Bufan marveled at Lu Sheng's formidable strength, he believed Lu Sheng held no advantage against the Dantian realm blood corpses. This boy may possess some strength, but his intellect seemed somewhat lacking. He sighed inwardly. He speculated on why Lu Sheng was acting so recklessly. The gazes of the crowd around the city walls were drawn to Lu Sheng, who was now swiftly weaving through the throng of blood corpses, with the heavy abyss sword in hand. He continued to unleash strikes, and amidst the resplendent golden light, blood corpses began to fall one by one. However, as they beheld the ever-growing number of blood corpses behind, the spectators understood that if this continued, Lu Sheng would only find himself in an even more precarious position. Oli hesitated in her heart. She could still assist Lu Sheng in retreating to the city, but given Lu Sheng's current state, he seemed to have the situation well in hand, exhibiting no concern whatsoever. Just as Oli was taken aback, a flash of light appeared, and Lu Sheng's life-bound flying sword, the Deluo sword, was now in his grasp. That if a half-step sacred artifact cannot contend, how can a mid-grade spiritual artifact hope to battle against such a multitude of blood corpses? I predict that in a moment, you will be engulfed by them. Buffon laughed heartily at the sight. Little did he know that upon grasping the Deluo sword, the spiritual energy within Lu Sheng was surging violently. Life-bound divine ability, flowing light. As the words left his mouth, the Deluo sword soared into the air, and as the flowing light flickered, the surrounding blood and the heavy stench of blood surged towards the city. The thick scent of blood flooded Lu Sheng's nostrils, yet he showed no signs of halting, continuing to manipulate the Deluo sword to slay the blood corpses. The life-bound divine ability, flowing light, increased the flying sword's speed by several dozen times. And with the enhancement of both power and velocity, wherever he passed, blood corpses fell lifelessly. The spectators atop the city walls stared in astonishment at Lu Sheng, their eyes filled with disbelief. Eli Buffon looked awkwardly at Lu Sheng, his murderous intent growing palpable. At this moment, disciples from other sects began to appear on the city walls. Aside from the sacred lands, disciples from other sects had also arrived. 5 members of the Taishan sect came to the scene, and one disciple gazed at Lu Sheng, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes, his profound gaze leaving others puzzled. In contrast to the shock of others, his change was particularly intriguing. At this moment, the heroic spirits from Fengyan Valley had arrived, and upon witnessing Lu Sheng's battle prowess, they all paused on the city walls to observe him. Which sect does this young man belong to? Watching the blood spray and the continuous collapse of blood corpses, the spirits on the walls were equally astonished. Returning to the ancestor, he is a disciple of the Tai Hui Sword sect. Oli replied. Excellent. The spirits did not express disappointment that Lu Sheng was not from Fengyan Valley. Instead, they revealed smiles. It seems we are not far from completely eradicating the foreign evil. The many heroic spirits atop the city walls exchanged glances, their eyes filled with joy. Lu Sheng's strength had exceeded expectations. He was the most exceptional disciple of the transformation realm in a millennium. Lu Sheng, in the transformation realm, was able to engage a horde of Dantian realm blood corpses. Given time, he would surely forge a prosperous era. Ancestor. Emily turned to the heroic spirits, her face filled with curiosity, but before she could finish her sentence, the heroic spirit raised a hand to interrupt her. If he were from an ordinary sect, I would naturally propose he join Fengyan Valley. However, he is now a disciple of the Tai Hui Sword sect, making such a proposal redundant. As long as this young man has sufficient resources for cultivation, that will suffice. The words of the heroic spirit enlightened the members of Fengyan Valley. Currently, the 3 great sacred lands were embroiled in a struggle for resources. Yet before the heroic spirits, it was enough as long as the elite of the human race could grow without restrictions. While the crowd was still in shock, the battlefield where Lu Sheng fought had already reached a boiling point. As the flying swords clashed, Lu Sheng's third life-bound divine ability was also in the process of maturation. Continuously honing his sword energy, Lu Sheng's strength was rapidly increasing. The Dantian realm blood corpses were the perfect training partners. Amidst the watchful eyes of many, Lu Sheng's third life-bound divine ability was finally complete. It was time to conclude the battle. At the heart of the battlefield, Lu Sheng surveyed his surroundings. There were still over 10 blood corpses approaching him. Suddenly, he ceased his attacks, and the Deluo sword hovered above him. Yet the surrounding blood corpses continued their rapid advance. What is going on? Is he courting death? Continue slaying. At this rate, these blood corpses are about to be exterminated on the city walls. The crowd panicked upon seeing Lu Sheng halt his assault. The many heroic spirits also pondered. Given Lu Sheng's prior performance, he should not be seeking his own demise. The crowd was bewildered, not daring to overlook any detail of the battlefield. Buzz! The sword intent resonated. And then, under the gaze of all, the swiftly approaching blood corpses suddenly came to a halt. They stood frozen around Lu Sheng, as if the very space they occupied had momentarily solidified this. Mo Li's heart skipped a beat as she stared in astonishment at the battlefield. In the next instant, a flash of flowing light appeared, followed by an overwhelming divine might enveloping the area, that in an instant, a streak of light swept across the entire battlefield, and then blood mist billowed up. The blood corpses that had just resumed movement were once again immobilized. This was Lu Sheng's second life-bound divine ability. Sword intent flowing light, that in that moment, all the blood corpses were severed in half. Chapter 73. A moment of radiance one by one. The blood corpses collapsed, leaving the onlookers on the city walls utterly astounded. Is this truly the strength of the transformation realm? Mo Li rubbed her eyes. In that fleeting moment, she felt as if time itself had come to a standstill. Everything frozen in place. As her heart raced, a flash of light suddenly appeared, followed by a surge of blood mist. The strike from Lu Sheng was far too abrupt. Even the heroic spirits were unable to discern the mystery behind his swordsmanship. Despite their formidable prowess in life, they were now mere souls. And from afar, it was difficult to perceive how Lu Sheng executed his move. At present, Lu Sheng stood at the heart of the battlefield outside the city, wielding the Deluo sword that a gentle breeze brushed past him, causing the hems of his garments to flutter gracefully. The onlookers, their eyes brimmed with admiration. The expressions of the disciples from the 100 Refinements sacred land darkened, struggling to believe the extent of Lu Sheng's capabilities. In this tense atmosphere, Li Bufan swallowed hard, his eyes filled with astonishment. "Senior, what do you reckon is the extent of his strength?" Mo Li inquired. For in her estimation, Lu Sheng's prowess was far beyond that of a mere transformation spirit realm. The numerous heroic spirits from the Burning Flame Valley scrutinized Lu Sheng intently. After prolonged contemplation, they too could not comprehend how he achieved such feats. Ordinary cave heavens no longer pose a threat to him. It's simply too distant for me to discern what transpired in that fleeting moment. A heroic spirit replied, a multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind, all avenues of speculation dismissed. He is formidable precisely because of this realm. While an ordinary person would merely collide normally, Lu Sheng caused the battlefield to freeze for an instant. He is but a child in the transformation spirit realm. Yet this strike is exceedingly profound. The heroic spirit murmured, his eyes filled with confusion. Mo Li, noticing this, shared in the perplexity. Enough, the battle has concluded. Proceed to accept the inheritance. The heroic spirit from the Burning Flame Valley finally declared with resignation. Very well. Mo Li turned to gaze at Lu Sheng, evidently aware that he was about to delve deeper into the battlefield. With this thought in mind, a plan began to form in her heart. Not only were the disciples of the Burning Flame Valley observing Lu Sheng, but disciples from various sects atop the city walls were also fixated on his battle. Lu Sheng's towering figure drew forth praise from all around, as the disciples from the major sects extolled his achievements, unable to fathom how he accomplished such feats. The 5 members of the Tai Xian sect lingered on the city walls, gazing at Lu Sheng from a distance. Each lost in their own thoughts. Senior brother, how do you assess his strength? One asked, stronger than the disciples of the other sacred lands. Yet that is the extent of it. The man in the black cloak replied with a smirk, his confidence unmistakable. After uttering these words, he disregarded the astonished gazes of his companions and departed from the group. Lu Sheng's previous actions had already stirred the entire city into a frenzy. Under the scrutiny of the masses, he gradually faded from their sight. Now, the third divine ability of his innate flying sword had been conceived, a power far superior to the previous 2, but this ability could halt any being within its radius in an instant. A momentary stasis of time could alter the tide of battle. He named this divine ability Momentary Bloom. Lu Sheng exclaimed with joy, for the battle had greatly enhanced his strength. Not only that, but his innate flying sword had also been tempered, having integrated the star cloud stone gifted by the disciples of the fire sect, now reaching the quality of a superior spiritual artifact. Following the battle, signs of a breakthrough began to emerge in Lu Sheng's mid-transformation spirit realm. Once the time was ripe, he could advance further. With a clang, the long sword returned to its sheath. And Lu Sheng had completely slipped from the view of the crowd. The place he found himself in was eerily foreboding, with dark energies swirling about, threatening to seep into his very being. Within the demon god temple, Lu Sheng began to summon the artifact spirit that if this state were to persist, his strength would be significantly compromised. "Master, I am here," the artifact spirit responded. "Help me to disguise myself." Keeping the dark beings at bay and repelling these dark forces, Lu Sheng commanded. Upon his words, the artifact spirit of the demon god temple radiated a protective light, and as the glow emerged, the dark energies around Lu Sheng ceased to invade his body. Moreover, the dark beings no longer harbored any hostility. Instead, they seemed to exude an air of fear upon encountering Lu Sheng. With the protection of the demon god temple, Lu Sheng's movements became considerably easier as he traversed this path. Lu Sheng sought out spiritual treasures. Encountering these treasures was a chance not to be squandered, although the ancient battlefield was rife with dark forces. Discovering some precious artifacts would far exceed the value of ordinary spiritual instruments. Amidst the scorched earth, where dark energies roamed freely and a faint scent of blood lingered, Lu Sheng unearthed a long sword from the ancient battlefield. This sword had lain buried in the land for millennia, now rusted and stained with copious amounts of blood, appearing battered and worn. As he infused his spiritual power into it, the rust began to flake away, and a chilling glimmer entered his gaze. The sword's spirit had long since dissipated into the ether, yet the quality of the sword's material surpassed that of most spiritual artifacts, with a bit of refinement. This sword could rival a top-tier spiritual instrument. After stowing the long sword away, Lu Sheng reflected on the situation. Though he possessed the Deluo sword, Rinju lacked a suitable weapon. The spiritual treasures left behind in the ancient battlefield were indeed extraordinary. In other words, given time, this sword had the potential to become a sacred artifact. Under the protection of the demon god temple, Lu Sheng swiftly approached his destination, acquiring many treasures along the way. Although devoid of the artifact spirit, the materials were exceptionally unique, promising future utility. An hour later, Lu Sheng reached the edge of the first layer of the ancient battlefield. Surrounded by towering mountains, a sense of desolation washed over him. The howling winds carried eerie wails that sent chills down his spine. This was Lu Sheng's destination. Gazing into the distance, the dim space was filled with chaotic spiritual energy, with wisps of fog appearing intermittently. Should one be careless, they might meet their demise on the spot. Lu Sheng's deep-set eyes fixated on the path ahead. The dangers here were far from over. If all went as expected, the path ahead was highly unstable, and a moment's inattention could lead one into a spatial rift. Between the mountains, mist began to rise, and under the dim light, Lu Sheng's figure grew increasingly ethereal. Looking further ahead, there were notably fewer dark beings. This place was inhospitable even to dark entities, indicating the peril that lay within. Lu Sheng murmured to himself, and after a brief assessment, he formulated a plan. Retreat was not an option. He had a mission to fulfill. And moreover, the ancient battlefield harbored earth-shattering secrets. Coupled with the words of the outer domain demons, Lu Sheng was resolute in his intention to reach the junction between the first and second layers. With a mission at hand, Lu Sheng could not afford to waver in resolve. With this thought, he hesitated no longer and proceeded down a shadowy path ahead. Chapter 74. The Reincarnator. This space was fractured, fraught with peril. Every misstep could prove fatal. Lu Sheng moved forward cautiously, his vision increasingly obscured as he pressed on. The scenery around him came into view. The dim path was occasionally beset by surges of erratic spiritual energy, remnants of shattered spatial rifts. Should one fall into a spatial rift, their body would be torn asunder in an instant. Thus, Lu Sheng had to exercise utmost caution. Fortunately, the paths left by predecessors provided some assurance. His purpose was to reach the junction between the first and second layers of the ancient battlefield, where the heroic spirits of his forebears were sealed. The mournful wails of the wind whistled through the openings, prompting Lu Sheng to pause and assess the ground beneath him. Sensing the rampant spiritual energy around him, he furrowed his brow, realizing that the path had shifted. The route traversed by his predecessors had undergone changes. He needed to remain vigilant. Once he confirmed a safe path, Lu Sheng continued onward, taking several steps when a sudden gust of wind swept through the space. The sound of rushing air reached his ears, and Lu Sheng's heart raced, his inner spiritual energy surging to life. "Who goes there?" he shouted angrily, but before he could discern the assailant, a figure in black emerged from the mist, launching a powerful punch that scattered the fog. The force barreling towards Lu Sheng, seeking death. In an instant, he prepared to retaliate, gathering his energy, a murderous intent emanating from him as he locked his gaze on his opponent, showing no signs of restraint. With a resounding crash, the two collided, a fierce shockwave coursing through Lu Sheng's body. The black-clad assailant's face darkened, the smirk on his lips faltering. Lu Sheng staggered back, his right foot perilously close to the edge of a spatial rift. "A misstep away from obliteration. I have no enmity with you. Why have you chosen to ambush me?" Lu Sheng shouted coldly, creating distance between them. The reason for his words was to swiftly ascertain a safe footing. Numerous spatial rifts surrounded him, and he found himself in a precarious situation. Once he understood the environment, he could deal with his foe at a more opportune moment. "Though we share no grievances, I desire your death. You must die," the black-clad figure retorted with a sinister glare. "Ditto. Is that so?" Lu Sheng's peripheral vision swept the surroundings, confirming the locations of all the spatial rifts, and he decided to abandon his concealment. "Unsurprisingly, you believe I pose a threat to you, disrupting your schemes." Before he could finish, the assailant's expression shifted, his eyes locking onto Lu Sheng, a palpable murderous intent radiating from him. "Indeed, reincarnate." Yukishij laughed once more, and upon uttering these words, the expression on his opponent's face grew even darker. "You know too much. Today, you are undoubtedly doomed." The figure clad in black robes was, after all, a manifestation of evil, and Yukishij's mastery of the flying sword technique posed a significant threat to the otherworldly fiends, necessitating his demise. With Yukishij having unraveled his identity, the intent to kill intensified within him. As Yukishij's words were spoken, the two found themselves in a situation where only one could emerge alive. "Die!" the figure in black roared, drawing his long sword and charging towards Yukishij with swift steps. The sword's radiance gathered, causing the surrounding mist to stir. In that instant, the dark powers began to coalesce upon his blade. Yukishij, taken aback, realized that the opponent's strength had surged further under the influence of the dark energy. Without a moment's hesitation, Yukishij unsheathed the Deluo sword, its resonant song cleaving through the air. As golden sword light descended upon the scene, in the dim space, the striking gold was especially eye-catching. As the golden sword light converged, a faint roar of a divine beast echoed from behind Yukishij. With each step executed in the phantom flowing steps, Yukishij moved with remarkable speed. After a series of swift maneuvers, the Deluo sword was unleashed. A resonant hum filled the air as the combined sword lights surged towards his adversary. Boom! At the moment of collision, the already unstable space trembled, while spiritual energy erupted in a burst of white light, causing Yukishij and the figure in black to vanish from each other's sight. Swish! The two shadowy figures raced through the stabilized space, unleashing successive strikes. Cascading waves, Yukishij uttered lightly, his Deluo sword striking continuously, each swing amplifying in momentum. Ancient 10,000 sword technique. First form, like breaking bamboo. Second form, energy moves across the land. Third form, reversing the universe. Layers of sword light converged, and in that moment, the black-robed figure's pupils dilated, the murderous intent in his eyes intensifying. The golden sword light amassed beneath the firmament. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, the sword light gathered. The mist dissipated, and the surrounding rifts in space widened, the sword's momentum coalescing, a terrifying pressure sweeping through. Unable to suppress a gulp, the black-robed figure swung his entirely black long sword, summoning the dark forces around him. "Break," he bellowed, his face paling gradually, yet the dark energy behind him grew even denser. Darkness coalesces, Xian Yuan's sword moves the universe. Rumbling, as the words left his lips, bloodshot veins appeared in his widened eyes, and the arcane power behind him erupted forth. The dark energy had reached its zenith, while Yukishij stood fully prepared. Golden light radiated, exuding an aura of immense sanctity. Darkness coalesces, Xian Yuan's sword moves the universe. As the sword's might converged, The surrounding space showed signs of fragmentation. "Prepare to meet your end," the black-robed figure commanded coldly, swinging his dark long sword. As a mist surged forth, the blade's radiance extending over 10 meters towards Yukashij. Overconfident, Yukashij replied with a dismissive smile, unleashing the ancient 10,000 sword technique. With a single swing, it seemed as if thunder roared and the void shattered. Boom! The two immensely powerful sword lights exploded simultaneously, sending turbulent spiritual energy swirling in all directions. In that instant, the mist dissipated, illuminating the eerie space, the previously obscured surroundings now visible to the eye. With a single strike, more rifts appeared in the space. As the echoes of the collision faded and the ripples of spiritual energy subsided, Yukashij held his long sword pointed at the black-robed figure. In stark contrast, the latter's ashen face bore no trace of color. His enlarged pupils filled with disbelief. "Since it has come to this, do not blame me for being ungracious," the black-robed figure coldly declared, his expression distorting as he met Yukashij's gaze. With a swift motion, he sliced his finger, forcing a drop of blood from his body onto the dark long sword. In that instant, the surrounding dark energy surged in a frenzy. The already unstable spiritual energy spiraled into chaos. Observing this, Yukashij's eyes narrowed, and he summoned his own spiritual energy. Darkness surges. Fiends obey. A raspy voice escaped from the black-robed figure's lips, and a towering silhouette emerged from the mist, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of pressure. Chapter 75. 1 against 2. This was the oppressive force emanating from the Spirit Bridge realm. As the otherworldly fiend materialized, Yukashij remained unperturbed. "The battle is drawing to a close. You have brought this upon yourself by knowing too much." With a cold shout, the otherworldly fiend slowly emerged from the mist. The imposing figure and the pressure from the Spirit Bridge realm weighed heavily upon Yukashij's heart, causing his breath to quicken. As the fiend appeared, the smile that had vanished from the black-robed figure's face returned. Witnessing the other's smug demeanor, Yukashij merely shrugged, a look of disdain upon his countenance. "Such a pity. Had you been more discreet, you might have enjoyed a longer existence. You have only yourself to blame for being so ostentatious as to draw my attention. It is merely indicative of humanity's profound folly. Otherwise, you would not have found yourself in such a predicament." The black-robed figure displayed a confident smile, wielding the dark long sword as if to dominate all. The arrogance in his eyes was uncontainable. Looking at Yukashij, he waved his hand, issuing an order: "Kill him." As the cold words fell, Yukashij could not help but laugh. Boom! The ground erupted with a resounding roar as the otherworldly fiend charged towards Yukashij, the pressure of the Spirit Bridge realm now fully revealed. "The demon god temple, seize him," Yukashij commanded, nonchalantly delivering the words that caused the black-robed figure's expression to darken, his smile freezing in place. Boom! The otherworldly fiend crashed violently to the ground, instantly subdued by the demon god temple. Witnessing this scene, the smile on the black-robed figure's face vanished entirely. A reincarnate. He pondered how Yukashij could exert control over the demon god temple. Just then, hurried footsteps approached from behind. Turning to look, Li Bufan and Mo Li had arrived at the scene. Seeing this, the black-robed figure let out a cold laugh, hastily concealing the dark energy within him. "You two are not his accomplices, are you?" "What do you mean?" Li Bufan asked in astonishment, glancing at Yukashij, a hint of malice flickering in his bewildered eyes. "Let us hope you're not. This person is a reincarnation of evil, which is why he possesses extraordinary strength. Today, he has revealed his true colors and seeks to condemn me to death." The black-robed figure turned the tables, slandering Yukashij instead. "Ridiculous. Do you not feel any pain in your heart as you speak those words?" Yukashij chuckled helplessly, astonished that this individual, despite his inferiority, would resort to such tactics. "Yukashij, you have finally exposed yourself. I always suspected you were no ordinary person, that I never imagined you were a reincarnated fiend. It all makes sense now that Li Bufan, unconcerned with the truth, understood that Yukashij's death would strip Taiwi Sword Sect of its sanctified status. The 100 Refinements Sacred Land would completely crush Taiwi Sword Sect. Li Bufan, do not let his words deceive you. You recognize who this person is." Emoli shouted at Li Bufan, who was poised to strike. "Humph. I think it is you who should open your eyes and see the truth. Enough, you may watch from the sidelines. Once we bring him to justice, you will naturally uncover the truth, that I Buffon retorted coldly, then exchanged a knowing glance with the black-robed figure, signaling a joint assault. At that moment, the demon god temple hovered above Yukashij, and he had no intention of offering explanations that Li Buffon already harbored animosity towards him. Once the reincarnate was subdued, it would serve as irrefutable evidence. As the two allied forces drew their swords, Yukashij did not hesitate, allowing his spiritual energy to surge once more. The ghostly steps danced between the two, as Li Buffon, new to the fray, struggled to gauge the situation. Li Buffon, constrained and helpless, found himself thoroughly suppressed by Yukashij, while the black-robed figure was equally shaken by the latter's formidable sword light. Clang! The three continued to clash, sparks flying, with Yukashij growing bolder with each engagement. His momentum escalating rapidly. Oli, come help me, Li Buffon urged after a quarter of an hour. Both had been overwhelmed by Yukashij. Prolonging this would not bode well for him. Li Buffon, I advise you to see the situation clearly and refrain from jumping to conclusions. Li responded coldly, having noticed the demon god temple above Yukashij, suppressing an otherworldly fiend that if Yukashij were truly a reincarnate, then merely the otherworldly fiend would be enough to devour the three of them. It was evident that, while the situation was murky, it was insufficient to conclusively label Yukashij as a reincarnate. If you allow him to prevail, we shall all perish here. Do not forget the mission we bear for humankind, Li Buffon declared loudly, as the black-robed figure beside him revealed a mocking smile. Seeing this, Yukashij felt an overwhelming sorrow that a millennium ago, humanity's elites united against the otherworldly fiends, yet the 100 Refinements' sacred land had now become mired in intrigue and internal strife. Even the disciple Li Buffon was blinded by personal grudges. Truly, it was a path to destruction. With a sharp exclamation, Lu Sheng's internal spiritual energy erupted instantaneously, and the Canggu Wanjianju once again surged forth. As the spiritual energy burst forth, golden sword lights coalesced, their soul-shaking brilliance piercing through the mist. Watching from a distance, Emily felt her heart race in response to the unfolding spectacle. The battle had persisted for a quarter of an hour. With Lu Sheng growing increasingly formidable, his momentum overshadowing that of the two opponents. The golden sword lights had now gathered, and under the immense pressure, Li Buffon dared not underestimate the situation. He brandished his long sword as azure sword lights began to accumulate behind him. Lu Sheng, today I shall demonstrate to you the essence of swordsmanship. With a fierce shout, a multitude of luminous trails emerged behind Li Buffon, formed from the gathering sword lights. Confidence radiated from him as he cast an assured glance towards Lu Sheng. In stark contrast, Lu Sheng waved his Deluo sword, and as the sword intent erupted, an enigmatic glow shone from his profound gaze, primordial divine ability, fishing for the moon at the bottom of the well. A sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth, and in that instant, both Li Buffon and the figure in the black robe fell into a daze. Illusion, Li Buffon bellowed, but alas, it was at this very moment that Lu Sheng's sword had already been unleashed. The howling sword light surged towards them, and as they came to their senses, the oncoming attack, akin to an army of 1,000 horses, was alarmingly close. Break! Li Buffon's heart raced with terror, faced with the situation. He could only swing his long sword in defense. The collision resounded, and waves of light extinguished before his eyes, causing his lips to twitch in despair. Even more painful was the imminent threat. In the moment of his hesitation, a fist the size of a sandbag was already upon him. Rising waves. A deep voice resonated in his ears, and a shock coursed through him. An overwhelming force struck his face. Do not strike the face. Before the words could fully escape, Lu Sheng's second punch descended once more. Each blow, heavier than the last, bore down upon Li Buffon, rendering him oblivious to the current predicament. Lu Sheng's relentless assault on Li Buffon stemmed entirely from the latter's excessive personal vendetta, prioritizing personal grievances over the greater good. Chapter 76. Your arrogance, if the malevolent forces from beyond were to prevail. It would spell disaster, turning him into an accomplice of the evil. As the shadows of fists multiplied, Li Buffon was forced to retreat, unable to unleash his full power under such extreme suppression. Meanwhile, the figure in the black robe fixed his gaze on Lu Sheng, astonishment blooming within him. At this moment, Lu Sheng had secured the upper hand, and the two of them were being thoroughly dominated. As he contemplated this, the black-robed figure's killing intent intensified. He gripped his dark sword tightly, unleashing the spiritual energy within him as the surrounding mist began to swirl. This shift in momentum widened Li Bufon's eyes in shock, who had been on the receiving end of the assault. The swirling mist, now infused with dark energy, prompted Mo Li, standing at the periphery of the battlefield, to sense something amiss. The spiraling mist raised her concerns for Lu Sheng. With the mist swirling and the spiritual energy boiling, the black-robed figure's aura surged to the level of the cave heaven realm. Today shall be your doom. As darkness swirled, a thought of the celestial firmament. The black-robed figure levitated in midair, his hands swirling as he channeled the dark power around him. An overwhelming pressure emanating from the depths of the soul surged forth. Lu Sheng's heavy fist fell upon Li Bufon once more, sending him flying with a kick. Turning his attention to the black-robed figure, Lu Sheng smirked in disdain and charged forth. Now, beneath the celestial expanse, the atmosphere grew ominous. Gray mist swirled around them as spiritual and dark energies intertwined. The convergence of these two forces placed the black-robed figure in a precarious position, summoning untold dangers. Lu Sheng, Emily cried out from the battlefield's edge, her heart racing with anxiety at the escalating peril of the dark vortex. Do not worry, Lu Sheng replied, his Deluo sword transforming into a streak of light aimed at his foe. Lu Sheng, even if you possess boundless talent, you shall have no opportunity to be arrogant in my presence. The black-robed figure's smile grew increasingly haughty, revealing his confidence amid the overwhelming assault. With his hands pressing downward, the entire sky seemed to collapse, bearing the weight of destruction. Bluffing, Lu Sheng retorted coldly as the sword light whirled. A beam of golden radiance slicing through the darkness towards the black-robed figure. As the spiritual energy flowed, Lu Sheng stood with his hands clasped behind him, an aura of invincibility subtly weighing upon his adversary. With a resounding crash, the black-robed figure's triumphant attack shattered, the exploding spiritual energy engulfing both combatants. Lu Sheng's sword strike utterly obliterated the black-robed figure's confidence, as the once invincible attack was effortlessly dismantled. Leaving him profoundly demoralized before the blinding light could fade, Lu Sheng heard Li Bufon's voice. Lu Sheng, let me send you off. Upon hearing the thunderous shout from behind, Lu Sheng glanced back, and an inferno of rage ignited within him. Blood demon, you shall confront the reincarnator, Lu Sheng commanded, having achieved his objective through the battle. With the assistance of the two, Lu Sheng had reached the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. It was time to conclude the conflict. As the light dissipated, the blood demon appeared, leaving the black-robed figure momentarily stunned, his eyes wide in disbelief. The blood demon. How could this be? Just as the black-robed figure was taken aback, the blood demon surged towards him, and had it not been for the murderous intent gleaming in his eyes, he might have mistaken it for reinforcements. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng advanced a few steps, swiftly arriving at Li Bufon's side. Fool! Lu Sheng exclaimed with fury, declaring that such individuals must be the first to perish in a chaotic world. You seek death, Li Bufon retorted angrily, feeling insulted by Lu Sheng's words in a flash. He raised his sword to strike. Clang! Sparks flew as an immense force surged through his wrist, causing his long sword to slip from his grasp. As the battle resumed, Li Bufon's lips twitched uncontrollably, while Mo Li, watching from afar, gasped in shock. Never had she anticipated that Lu Sheng had not unleashed his full power all along. He had clearly been using the two to break through his own limits. Mo Li mused to herself, observing Lu Sheng from a distance, her emotions a tumultuous mix. Though both were in the spirit transformation realm, Lu Sheng's strength was overwhelmingly superior. Once in close quarters, Lu Sheng unleashed a barrage of punches, forcing Li Bufon into a defensive stance. Yet under the pressure of absolute power, Li Bufon found himself at a complete disadvantage. With fists converging, Li Bufon bore the marks of defeat, his body battered and bruised. Today, I shall show you who truly is the reincarnator, Lu Sheng admonished as he continued to strike, while the blood demon maintained the upper hand, forcing the reincarnator to steadily retreat to AT that moment. Li Bufon realized the depth of his folly. Not only had Lu Sheng refrained from utilizing his full strength, he had never regarded the two of them as worthy adversaries. Sensing Lu Sheng's solidified realm, a bitter smile crept upon his lips, for he was not only physically tormented but psychologically crushed as well. With a thunderous punch, Li Bufan was sent flying several dozen meters in midair. He coughed up blood, nearly losing consciousness as he gazed at his battered form. Lu Sheng felt a sense of satisfaction. Today, I shall reveal to you his true nature. With a fierce shout, Lu Sheng turned his gaze towards the black-robed figure. Now completely subdued by the blood demon, it is time to end this. With his sword in hand, Lu Sheng's eyes shimmered with lethal intent. Haha, and how absurd! After millennia, humanity still harbors such confidence, the black-robed figure sneered. His chilling laughter resonating as the dark power surrounding him intensified. Amidst the mist, the demon roared, and a colossal dragon with wings soared forth. This was an assault fueled by the convergence of dark power. The dragon's wings creating a tempest that shattered the very AIs that all. As Mo squinted to ascertain the reality of the situation, Lu Sheng spoke indifferently, heaven-splitting sword technique. Lu Sheng faced the dragon head-on. The encroaching darkness bearing down upon him, that he stood tall, unafraid, as golden sword lights erupted skyward, and amidst the mist, the echoes of dragon roars could be faintly heard at this moment. Lu Sheng radiated golden light, the Deluo sword in his hand glowing with blinding brilliance. Under the gaze of the multitude, he effortlessly swung his sword. With a single strike, mountains trembled. The black-robed figure's confidence crumbled in an instant. As he beheld the sword light, it tore through the dragon, revealing a glimmer of gold amidst the suffocating darkness. This was followed by the obliteration of his most prized attack. Boom! The resounding echoes reverberated in his mind. As Lu Sheng's strike shattered all illusions he had held, the black-robed figure's eyes widened. The force of destruction crashed against his chest. He coughed up blood, his spirit instantly deflated. Your arrogance, Lu Sheng smiled calmly, pointing his sword forward. The black-robed figure, now fallen to the ground, lifted his head, snorting coldly, that we shall meet again. You will undoubtedly die. Chapter 77. Arrival at the destination until we meet again. How naive of you to think so. Yusheng unleashed the Daluo sword, transforming it into a streak of flowing light that surged toward the man in the black robe. The reincarnator posed a grave threat to the entire human race. How could he easily let him escape? Empowered by his innate divine ability, the flowing light, the sword reached the black-robed figure in an instant. Yet just as he was about to grasp the opponent's life, the expression of the black-robed man contorted into a grotesque snarl. His features twisted, and the color drained from his face. He appeared like a living corpse, exuding an aura of sheer terror. With a piercing sound, the Daluo sword pierced through the body of the black-robed man, blood splattering as his form was utterly obliterated. Despite this, Yusheng did not feel relief. Behind him, the previously exhaling Mo suddenly grew anxious. The body of the black-robed man had been penetrated by the Daluo sword. Yet though his physical form was dead, his soul remained unvanquished. He abandoned his corporeal shell, allowing his spiritual essence to slip into that of the evil demon. The demon was suppressed by the demon god temple, and now the reincarnator's soul clung to the demon's body, defiantly gazing at Yusheng. Though suppressed, the reincarnator responded with unwavering confidence, stating, "The day we meet again shall be the day of humanity's annihilation." With a roar, he disregarded everything to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, while the dark power within the mist converged toward the demon. Amidst the chaotic mingling of forces, the demon was almost torn apart. Could the demon god temple continue to maintain its suppression? The demon's power was rapidly escalating. If this trend continued, it would soon break free from the temple's control. My lord, the limit of the power I can wield is determined by you. The current suppression is merely a mental pressure. If the opponent can withstand this force, he will likely slip from control. The spirit of the demon god temple responded, prompting Yusheng to nod slightly. The reincarnator, in his past life, was a top-tier powerhouse among the outer demons. Although he now possessed only the strength of the spirit transformation realm, his soul's power was not to be underestimated. If it were an ordinary soul, it would not be able to enter the body of the demon after the physical form perished. With this thought, a flicker of concern crossed Yusheng's eyes. If he truly managed to escape, the entire human race would be plunged into crisis. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted beneath the demon god temple, and a surge of dense dark energy erupted from within the demon's body. With another explosive sound, the entire demon god temple trembled, but as the violent cacophony subsided, the demon completely broke free from the temple's control. In that instant of liberation, the oppressive force of the spirit bridge realm enveloped Yushing. And under the extreme pressure, he felt the spiritual energy around him become disordered. Mo Li, witnessing the scene, tightened her grip on the long sword, realizing the perilous nature of the situation. With the demon of the spirit bridge realm escaping the demon god temple suppression, could Yushing withstand its assault? As worry clouded Mo Li's mind, Yushing met the demon's gaze without a trace of fear. Considering the reincarnator's current soul power, he was still insufficiently capable of controlling the demon for long. He needed to quickly find a new vessel, or else his soul's power would not endure the strain. Foolish creature, farewell, rasped the reincarnator's voice as he utilized the demon's form to escape. Yushing, under the protection of the demon god temple, found himself temporarily endowed with the strength of the spirit bridge realm. Should he confront the demon directly, he would stand no chance of victory. It was best to retreat. Failing to do so might lead to eternal entrapment in this place. As the reincarnator fled, Yushing retracted his sword and turned to face Mo Li and Li Bufan. Now do you understand who the reincarnator is? Yushing asked Li Bufan, his dissatisfaction palpable. Such a person was nothing short of a disgrace to humanity. Had it not been for his extraordinary strength in this battle, he might have truly perished at Li Bufan's hands. Li Bufan lowered his head, showing no sign of remorse, but rather his heart seethed with rage toward Yushing. Brother Yushing, I shall report this matter to the Holy Land, Mo Li said anxiously, recognizing the severity of the situation now that the reincarnator had escaped. This issue pertained to the survival of humanity. There could be no room for negligence. Indeed, this matter cannot be taken lightly. Let us first complete our task at the junction of the first and second layers, Yushing replied, prioritizing the need to fulfill their mission. The conspiracy of the outer demons had surfaced. The tranquility of the past years was likely but a fade. Following this journey, humanity must pay extra heed to the ancient battlegrounds. Mo Li approached Li Bufan, her heart aflame with indignation at his current state. Yet, the greater picture must take precedence. Each of the three great holy lands possessed a treasure to reinforce the ceiling. Given the current turmoil, it would be prudent to deliver all three treasures. Let us proceed. After much contemplation, Mo Li finally stated, very well. Though Li Bufan harbored anger, he knew that delivering the treasures would lead to further inheritance. He could not afford to jeopardize that. With this in mind, he followed closely behind Yushing and Mo Li. Observing this, Yushing chose not to dwell on the matter, forging ahead and leaving Li Bufan behind. As the trio advanced, the misty energy surrounding them thickened, and the fractured spatial rifts multiplied. Exercise caution, Yushing advised, and no sooner had the words left his lips than the surrounding rifts suddenly widened, the chaotic spiritual power causing the two behind him to jolt, their expressions reflecting alarm. After a quarter of an hour, Yushing reached the edge of the first layer. Beyond lay the buffer zone between the first and second layers, the formidable souls of the three great holy lands. Along with various sects, guarded this place, that as long as they traversed through the dense mist ahead, they would reach their destination. Yushing turned to glance at the two, noticing that Li Bufan's face was still filled with anger. The three delved deeper into the mist, and shortly after, they emerged from its depths. When they lifted their heads to survey the scene before them, an endless tide of dark energy surged from all directions. Before the three could discern the unfolding scenario, a myriad of colorful talismans materialized, and the souls from various factions appeared in their line of sight. They were fervently inscribing talismans with their hands to reinforce the seal. But alas, the boundless dark energy relentlessly battered against the barrier. Under the violent onslaught, a fissure began to form in the ceiling barrier. Sobbing echoed in their ears as the dark energy coalesced into an evil dragon that flitted about. The intense impact made the newly arrived trio's hearts race with trepidation. Watching the various souls resisting the dark energy's assault, Mo Li could not help but step forward, her eyes filled with concern. Quickly, hand over your tokens so I can reinforce the seal. Just as the trio was stunned by the sight before them, a resonant voice reached their ears, with a crack, the moment the words fell. The surrounding light barrier shattered with successive sounds of breaking. Numerous cracks appeared on the barrier, as if in the next moment, all the seals would shatter. Quickly, what are you waiting for? If you delay any longer, the seal will break. As astonishment filled the trio, the panicked voice of the soul echoed in their ears. Yuxing felt a flicker of doubt, his gaze fixed on the speaker, confusion swirling within him. Meanwhile, the other two had already produced the sealing treasures prepared by their holy land. Slow down. Yuxing began to protest, but Mo Li and Li Bufan had already extended their hands. Bewildered, they turned to look at Yuxing. Just as they were trying to comprehend the situation, the sealing treasures in their hands were snatched away by the soul, leaving Yuxing in a state of shock, while Mo Li and Li Bufan were equally perplexed. The moment they arrived, Yuxing sensed something amiss. He had commandeered the demon god temple and, utilizing its powers, realized that the surrounding dark energy was unusually dense, even if this was the junction of the first and second layers. It should not be so. In other words, there must be evil demons at play here. In this urgent situation. Before Yuxing could ascertain the truth, the same phenomenon reappeared around him, casting suspicion upon the soul, demanding the sealing treasures. The urgency of his request only intensified Yuxing's wariness. Brother Yuxing, this situation is dire, Mo Li urged, glancing at him, bewildered as to why he still held onto the sealing treasures with such tenacity as the seal threatened to shatter. Reflecting on Yuxing's previous actions only deepened Mo Li's confusion. Regardless of the angle, Yuxing was far from reckless. There must be a reason behind his choices that if we continue to delay, once the seal breaks, it will be too late for regrets. Li Bufan, filled with rage, interjected, his eyes directed at Yuxing brimming with disdain. Such suspicion. You do not even trust the souls of your own holy land. You are truly deluded. Li Bufan scoffed repeatedly, in response to their doubts. Yuxing maintained his calm demeanor, his gaze coldly fixed on the anxious souls. Quickly, bring forth the sealing treasures. If we delay, the seal will surely break. That moment. The spirit of the Taiwi sword sect anxiously urged, his face a mask of urgency, further piquing Yuxing's confusion. But he looked back at the other souls, all focused on reinforcing the seal, yet through the demon god temple. He sensed that the surrounding dark energy surpassed any place he had previously encountered. What was even more perplexing was that this dark energy roamed freely, unrestrained within this space. Observing Yuxing's calm demeanor, Li Bufan took deep breaths, feeling an overwhelming urge to tear Yuxing apart. The spirit of the Taiwi sword sect grew, increasingly frantic, urging them on as the cacophony of voices echoed in Yuxing's ears. We will give you the sealing treasures, but only if... Lu Sheng offered a faint smile, then spoke again. I have endured countless hardships to arrive here, solely for the purpose of inheritance. Once you bestow this legacy upon me, I shall naturally grant you the sealed treasure. As soon as his words fell, Li Bufan stood momentarily stunned, before pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Sheng, exclaiming in anger, in this critical moment for our human race, you are preoccupied with your own inheritance. Do you not trust the valiant spirits among us? They have devoted their lives to safeguarding humanity, sealing themselves here for eternity, yet you selfishly seek to render their efforts futile. A person like you does not deserve to exist in this world, let alone wield a sealed treasure. I truly pity the Taiwi sword sect. This is utterly absurd and devoid of any humanity. Li Bufan scoffed, his furious gaze seemingly capable of tearing Lu Sheng apart. Had he not just been violently subdued by Lu Sheng, he would have charged forward to duel him. Observing Lu Sheng's indifference, the spirit of the Taiwi sword sect spoke once more. Hand over the sealed treasure to me. Once I reinforce the seal, I shall certainly deliver the inheritance to you. The spirit spoke with palpable urgency. And as the conversation unfolded, several cracks reappeared in the surrounding seal. The crisp sound of shattering resonated in the air, followed by a gaping breach in the immense seal, as dark forces surged in like a tidal wave. Quickly, the spirit urged repeatedly, while Li Bufan, consumed by rage, bellowed, wishing he could eliminate Lu Sheng.